Chapter Roman 1. How Tom Brangwen married a Polish lady. The Brangwens had lived for generations on the marsh farm in the meadows, where the Irwash twisted sluggishly through alder trees, separating Derbyshire from Nottinghamshire. 2 miles away, a church tower stood on a hill, the houses of the little country town climbing assiduously up to it. Whenever one of the Brangwens in the fields lifted his head from his work, he saw the church tower at Ilkeston in the empty sky, so that as he turned again to the horizontal land, he was aware of something standing above him and beyond him in the distance. There was a look in the eyes of the Brangwens, as if they were expecting something unknown about which they were eager. They had that air of readiness for what would come to them, a kind of surety and expectancy, the look of an inheritor. They were fresh, blonde, slow-speaking people, revealing themselves plainly, but slowly so that one could watch the change in their eyes from laughter to anger, blue lit-up laughter, to a hard, blue-staring anger, through all the irresolute stages of the sky when the weather is changing. Living on rich land, on their own land near to a growing town, they had forgotten what it was to be in straitened circumstances. They had never become rich, because there were always children, and the patrimony was divided every time, but always at the marsh there was ample. So the Brangwens came and went without fear of necessity, working hard, because of the life that was in them, not for want of the money. Neither were they thriftless. They were aware of the last halfpenny, and instinct made them not waste the peeling of their apple, for it would help to feed the cattle. But heaven and earth was teeming around them, and how should this cease? They felt the rush of the sap in spring. They knew the wave which cannot halt, but every year throws forward the seed to begetting, and falling back, leaves the young-born on the earth. They knew the intercourse between heaven and earth, sunshine drawn into the breast, and bowels the rain sucked up in the daytime, nakedness that comes under the wind, in autumn showing the birds' nests, no longer worth hiding. Their life and interrelations were such, feeling the pulse and body of the soil that opened to their furrow for the grain, and became smooth and supple after their ploughing, and clung to their feet, with a weight that pulled like desire, lying hard and unresponsive. When the crops were to be shorn away, the young corn waved, and was silken, and the luster slid along the limbs of the men who saw it. They took the udder of the cows. The cows yielded milk and pulse against the hands of the men. The pulse of the blood of the teats of the cows beat into the pulse of the hands of the men. They mounted their horses and held life between the grip of their knees. They harnessed their horses at the wagon, and with hand on the bridle-rings drew the heaving of the horses after their will. In autumn the partridges whirred up, birds in flocks blew like spray across the fallow, rooks appeared on the grey watery heavens and flew cawing into the winter. Then the men sat by the fire in the house, where the women moved about with surety, and the limbs and the body of the men were impregnated with the day, cattle and earth and vegetation. And the sky, the men sat by the fire, and their brains were inert, as their blood flowed heavy with the accumulation from the living day. The women were different on them too, was the drowse of blood intimacy, calves sucking and hens running together in droves and young geese palpitating in the hand, while the food was pushed down their throttle. But the women looked out from the heated, blind intercourse of farm life to the spoken world beyond. They were aware of the lips and the mind of the world speaking and giving utterance. They heard the sound in the distance, and they strained to listen. It was enough for the men that the earth heaved and opened its furrow to them, that the wind blew to dry the wet wheat and set the young ears of corn wheeling freshly round about it. Was enough that they helped the cow in labor, or ferreted the rats from under the barn, or broke the back of a rabbit with a sharp knock of the hands. So much warmth and generating and pain and death did they know in their blood, earth and sky and beast and green plants. So much exchange and interchange they had with these, that they lived full and surcharged their senses, full fed, their faces always turned to the heat of the blood, staring into the sun, dazed with looking towards the source of generation, unable to turn round. But the woman wanted another form of life than this, something that was not blood intimacy. Her house faced out from the farm buildings and fields, looked out to the road and the village with church and hall, and the world beyond. She stood to see the far-off world of cities and governments, and the active scope of man, the magic land to her, where secrets were made known and desires fulfilled. She faced outwards to where men moved, dominant and creative, having turned their back on the pulsing heat of creation. And with this behind them were set out to discover what was beyond, to enlarge their own scope and range and freedom, whereas the Brangwen men faced inwards to the teeming life of creation, which poured unresolved into their veins. Looking out as she must from the front of her house towards the activity of man in the world at large, whilst her husband looked out to the back at sky and harvest and beast and land, she strained her eyes to see what man had done in fighting outwards to knowledge. She strained to hear how he uttered himself in his conquest. Her deepest desire hung on the battle that she heard far off being waged on the edge of the unknown. She also wanted to know and to be of the fighting host. At home, even so near as Karsithe, was the vicar who spoke the other magic language, and had the other finer bearing, both of which she could perceive, but could never attain to. The vicar moved in worlds beyond, where her own menfolk existed. Did she not know her own menfolk, fresh, slow, full-built men, masterful enough, but easy native too? The earth lacking outwardness and range of motion, whereas the vicar, dark and dry and small beside her husband, had yet a quickness and a range of being that made Brangwen, in his large geniality, seem dull and local. She knew her husband, but in the vicar's nature was that which passed beyond her knowledge, as Brangwen had power over the cattle, so the vicar had power over her husband. What was it in the vicar that raised him above the common men, as man is raised above the beast? She craved to know. She craved to achieve this higher being, if not in herself, then in her children, that which makes a man strong, even if he be little and frail in body, just as any man is little and frail beside a bull, and yet stronger than the bull. What was it? It was not money, nor power, nor position. What power had the vicar over Tom Brangwen, yet stripped them and set them on a desert island? And the vicar was the master. His soul was master of the other man's, and she decided it was a question of knowledge. The curate was poor enough, and not very efficacious as a man either, yet he took rank with those others, the superior. She watched his children being born. She saw them running as tiny things beside their mother, and already they were separate from her own children. Distinct. Why were her own children marked below the others? Why should the curate's children inevitably take precedence over her children? Why should dominance be given them from the start? It was not money, nor even class. It was education and experience, she decided. It was this education, this higher form of being that the mother wished to give to her children, so that they too could live the supreme life on earth for her children. At least, the children of her heart had the complete nature that should take place in equality with the living, vital people in the land, not be left behind obscure among the laborers. Why must they remain obscured and stifled all their lives? Why should they suffer from lack of freedom to move? How should they learn the entry into the finer, more vivid circle of life? Her imagination was fired by the squire's lady at Shelley Hall, who came to church at Karsithe with her little children girls in tidy capes of beaver fur and smart little hats herself, like a winter rose, so fair and delicate, so fair, so fine in mold, so luminous. What was it that Mrs. Hardy felt which she, Mrs. Brangwen, did not feel? How was Mrs. Hardy's nature different from that of the common women of Karsithe? In what was it beyond them? All the women of Karsithe talked eagerly about Mrs. Hardy, of her husband, her children, her guests, her dress, of her servants, and her housekeeping. The lady of the hall was the living dream of their lives. Her life was the epic that inspired their lives. In her they lived imaginatively, and in gossiping of her husband, who drank of her scandalous brother, of Lord William Bentley, her friend, Member of Parliament for the division, they had their own Odyssey, enacting itself, Penelope and Ulysses before them, and Circe, and the swine, and the endless. So the women of the village were fortunate. They saw themselves in the lady of the manor. Each of them lived her own fulfillment of the life of Mrs. Hardy, and the Brangwen, wife of the marsh, aspired beyond herself, towards the further life of the finer woman, towards the extended being. She revealed as a traveler in his self-contained manner, reveals far-off countries present in himself. But why should a knowledge of far-off countries make a man's life a different thing, finer, bigger? And why is a man more than the beast and the cattle that serve him? It is the same thing. The male part of the poem was filled in by such men as the vicar and Lord William, lean, eager men with strange movements, men who had command of the further fields, whose lives ranged over a great extent. Oh, it was something very desirable to know this touch of the wonderful men who had the power of thought and comprehension. The women of the village might be much fonder of Tom Brangwen and more at their ease with him. Yet if their lives had been robbed of the vicar, and of Lord William, the leading shoot would have been cut away from them, they would have been heavy and uninspired, and inclined to hate so long as the wonder of the beyond was before them, they could get along whatever their lot, and Mrs. Hardy and the vicar, and Lord William, these moved in the wonder of the beyond, and were visible to the eyes of Cossithay in their motion. Roman II. About 1840, a canal was constructed across the meadows of the Marsh Farm, connecting the newly opened collieries of the Irwash Valley. A high embankment travelled along the fields to carry the canal, which passed close to the homestead, and reaching the road went over in a heavy bridge. So the marsh was shut off from Ilkeston and enclosed in the small valley bed, which ended in a bushy hill and the village spire of Cossithay. The Brangwens received a fair sum of money from this trespass across their land. Then a short time afterwards, a colliery was sunk on the other side of the canal, and in a while the Midland Railway came down the valley at the foot of the Ilkeston Hill, and the invasion was complete. The town grew rapidly. The Brangwens were kept busy producing supplies. They became richer. They were almost tradesmen. Still the marsh remained remote and original on the old quiet side of the canal embankment in the sunny valley, where slow water wound along in company of stiff alders, and the road went under ash trees past the Brangwens' garden gate. But looking from the garden gate down the road to the right there, through the dark archway of the canal's square aqueduct, was a colliery spinning away in the near distance, and further red crude houses plastered on the valley in masses, and beyond all the dim smoking hill of the town. The homestead was just on the safe side of civilization, outside the gate. The house stood bare from the road, approached by a straight garden path, along which at spring the daffodils were thick in green and yellow. At the sides of the house were bushes of lilac and guelder-rose, and privet entirely hiding the farm buildings behind. At the back a confusion of sheds spread into the home-close from out of 2 or 3 indistinct yards. The duck-pond lay beyond the furthest wall, littering its white feathers on the padded earthen banks, blowing its stray soiled feathers into the grass, and the gorse bushes below the canal embankment, which rose like a high rampart near at hand, so that occasionally a man's figure passed in silhouette, or a man and a towing horse traversed the sky. At first the Brangwens were astonished by all this commotion around them. The building of a canal across their land made them strangers in their own place. This raw bank of earth shutting them off disconcerted them. As they worked in the fields from beyond the now familiar embankment, came the rhythmic run of the winding engines, startling at first, but afterwards a narcotic to the brain. Then the shrill whistle of the trains reached through the heart, with fearsome pleasure, announcing the far-off come near and imminent. As they drove home from town, the farmers of the land met the blackened colliers trooping from the pitmouth. As they gathered the harvest, the west wind brought a faint sulphurous smell of petrifuse burning. As they pulled the turnips in November, the sharp clink, 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 clink of empty trucks shunting on the line vibrated in their hearts with the fact of other activity going on beyond them. The Alfred Brangwen of this period had married a woman from Heanor, a daughter of the Black Horse. She was a slim, pretty, dark woman, quaint in her speech, whimsical, so that the sharp things she said did not hurt. She was oddly a thing to herself, rather querulous in her manner, but intrinsically separate and indifferent, so that her long, lamentable complaints, when she raised her voice against her husband, in particular, and against everybody else after him, only made those who heard her wonder and feel affectionately towards her, even while they were irritated and impatient with her. She railed long and loud about her husband, but always with a balanced, easy-flying voice, and a quaint manner of speech that warmed his belly with pride and male triumph, while he scowled with mortification at the things she said. Consequently, Brangwen himself had a humorous puckering at the eyes, a sort of fat laugh, very quiet and full, and he was spoilt like a lord of creation. He calmly did, as he liked, laughed at their railing, excused himself in a teasing tone that she loved, followed his natural inclinations, and sometimes pricked too near the quick, frightened, and broke her by a deep, tense fury which seemed to fix on him and hold him for days, and which she would give anything to placate in him. They were two very separate beings, vitally connected, knowing nothing of each other, yet living in their separate ways from one root. There were 4 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest boy ran away early to sea and did not come back after this. The mother was more the node and center of attraction in the home the second boy Alfred, whom the mother admired most, was the most reserved. He was sent to school in Ilkeston and made some progress, but in spite of his dogged, yearning effort, he could not get beyond the rudiments of anything save of drawing. At this, in which he had some power, he worked, as if it were his hope, after much grumbling and savage rebellion against everything, after much trying and shifting about, when his father was incensed against him, and his mother almost despairing, he became a draftsman in a lace factory in Nottingham. He remained heavy and somewhat uncouth, speaking with broad Derbyshire accent, adhering with all his tenacity to his work, and to his town position, making good designs, and becoming fairly well off. But at drawing, his hand swung naturally in big bold lines, rather lax, so that it was cruel for him to pedal away at the lace, designing, working from the tiny squares of his paper, counting and plotting and niggling. He did it stubbornly, with anguish crushing the bowels within him, adhering to his chosen lot whatever it should cost, and he came back into life set and rigid, a rare-spoken, almost surly man. He married the daughter of a chemist, who affected some social superiority, and he became something of a snob in his dogged fashion, with a passion for outward refinement in the household, mad when anything clumsy or gross occurred. Later, when his 3 children were growing up, and he seemed a staid, almost middle-aged man, he turned after strange women, and became a silent, inscrutable follower of forbidden pleasure, neglecting his indignant bourgeois wife without a qualm. Frank, the third son, refused from the first to have anything to do with learning. From the first, he hung round the slaughterhouse, which stood away in the 3rd yard at the back of the farm. The Brangwens had always killed their own meat, and supplied the neighborhood. Out of this grew a regular butcher's business in connection with the farm. As a child, Frank had been drawn by the trickle of dark blood that ran across the pavement from the slaughterhouse to the crewkyard, by the sight of the man carrying across to the meatshed a huge side of beef, with the kidneys showing embedded in their heavy laps of fat. He was a handsome lad with soft brown hair and regular features, something like a later Roman youth. He was more easily excitable, more readily carried away than the rest, weaker in character at 18. He married a little factory girl, a pale, plump, quiet thing with sly eyes and a wheedling voice, who insinuated herself into him and bore him a child every year, and made a fool of him when he had taken over the butchery business. Already a growing callousness to it, and a sort of contempt, made him neglectful of it. He drank, and was often to be found in his public house, blathering away, as if he knew everything, when in reality he was a noisy fool. Of the daughters, Alice, the elder, married a collier, and lived for a time stormily in Ilkeston, before moving away to Yorkshire with her numerous young family. Effie, the younger, remained at home. The last child, Tom, was considerably younger than his brothers, so had belonged rather to the company of his sisters. He was his mother's favorite. She roused herself to determination, and sent him forcibly away to a grammar school in Derby. When he was 12 years old, he did not want to go, and his father would have given way, but Mrs. Brangwen had set her heart on it. Her slender, pretty, tightly covered body, with full skirts, was now the center of resolution in the house, and when she had once set upon anything, which was not often, the family failed before her. So Tom went to school, an unwilling failure. From the first he believed his mother was right in decreeing school for him, but he knew she was only right because she would not acknowledge his constitution. He knew, with a child's deep instinctive foreknowledge of what is going to happen to him, that he would cut a sorry figure at school. But he took the infliction as inevitable, as if he were guilty of his own nature, as if his being were wrong and his mother's conception right. If he could have been what he liked, he would have been that which his mother fondly but deludedly hoped he was. He would have been clever and capable of becoming a gentleman. It was her aspiration for him, therefore he knew it as the true aspiration for any boy. But you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, as he told his mother very early with regard to himself, much to her mortification and chagrin. When he got to school, he made a violent struggle against his physical inability to study. He sat gripped, making himself pale and ghastly in his effort to concentrate on the book, to take in what he had to learn. But it was no good. If he beat down his first repulsion and got like a suicide to the stuff, he went very little further. He could not learn deliberately. His mind simply did not work. In feeling, he was developed, sensitive to the atmosphere around him, brutal perhaps, but at the same time delicate, very delicate, so he had a low opinion of himself. He knew his own limitation. He knew that his brain was a slow, hopeless good-for-nothing, so he was humble. But at the same time, his feelings were more discriminating than those of most of the boys, and he was confused. He was more sensuously developed, more refined in instinct than they for their mechanical stupidity. He hated them and suffered cruel contempt for them. But when it came to mental things, then he was at a disadvantage. He was at their mercy. He was a fool. He had not the power to controvert even the most stupid argument, so that he was forced to admit things he did not in the least believe. And having admitted them, he did not know whether he believed them or not. He rather thought he Roman 999. But he loved anyone who could convey enlightenment to him. Through feeling he sat betrayed with emotion when the teacher of literature read in a moving fashion Tennyson's Ulysses or Shelley's Ode to the West Wind. His lips parted, his eyes filled with a strained, almost suffering light. And the teacher read on, fired by his power over the boy. Tom Brangwen was moved by this experience beyond all calculation. He almost dreaded it, it was so deep. But when almost secretly and shamefully, he came to take the book himself, and began the words, O Wild West. Wind, thou breath of autumns, being the very fact of the print, caused a prickly sensation of repulsion to go over his skin. The blood came to his face, his heart filled with a bursting passion of rage and incompetence. He threw the book down and walked over it, and went out to the cricket field. And he hated books as if they were his enemies. He hated them worse than ever he hated any person. He could not voluntarily control his attention. His mind had no fixed habits to go by. He had nothing to get hold of, nowhere to start from. For him, there was nothing palpable, nothing known in himself that he could apply to learning. He did not know how to begin, therefore he was helpless when it came to deliberate understanding or deliberate learning. He had an instinct for mathematics, but if this failed him, he was helpless as an idiot, so that he felt that the ground was never sure under his feet. He was nowhere. His final downfall was his complete inability to attend to a question put without suggestion. If he had to write a formal composition on the army, he did at last learn to repeat the few facts. He knew you can join the army at 18, you have to be over 5'8". But he had all the time a living conviction that this was a dodge, and that his commonplaces were beneath contempt. Then he reddened furiously, felt his bowels sink with shame, scratched out what he had written, made an agonized effort to think of something in the real composition style, failed, became sullen with rage and humiliation, put the pen down, and would have been torn to pieces rather than attempt to write another word. He soon got used to the grammar school, and the grammar school got used to him, setting him down as a hopeless duffer at learning, but respecting him for a generous, honest nature. Only one narrow, domineering fellow, the Latin master, bullied him and made the blue eyes mad. With shame and rage, there was a horrid scene when the boy laid open the master's head with a slate, and then things went on as before. The teacher got little sympathy, but Brangwen winced and could not bear to think of the deed, not even long after, when he was a grown man. He was glad to leave school. It had not been unpleasant. He had enjoyed the companionship of the other youths, or had thought he enjoyed it. The time had passed very quickly in endless activity, but he knew all the time that he was in an ignominious position in this place of learning. He was aware of failure, all the while of incapacity, but he was too healthy and sanguine to be wretched. He was too much alive, yet his soul was wretched almost to hopelessness. He had loved one warm, clever boy who was frail in body, a consumptive type. The two had had an almost classic friendship, David and Jonathan, wherein Brangwen was the Jonathan, the server, but he had never felt equal with his friend, because the other's mind outpaced his, and left him ashamed far in the rear. So the two boys went at once apart on leaving school, but Brangwen always remembered his friend, that had been kept him as a sort of light, a fine experience to remember. Tom Brangwen was glad to get back to the farm, where he was in his own again. I have got a turnip on my shoulders, let me stick to th fallow, he said to his exasperated mother. He had too low an opinion of himself, but he went about at his work on the farm gladly enough, glad of the active labor and the smell of the land again, having youth and vigor and humor, and a comic wit, having the will and the power to forget his own shortcomings, finding himself violent with occasional rages, but usually on good terms with everybody and everything. When he was 17, his father fell from a stack and broke his neck, Then the mother and son and daughter lived on at the farm, interrupted by occasional loud-mouthed, lamenting jealous-spirited visitations from the butcher Frank, who had a grievance against the world, which he felt was always giving him less than his dues. Frank was particularly against the young Tom, whom he called a Mardy baby, and Tom returned the hatred violently, his face growing red, and his blue eyes staring. Effie sided with Tom against Frank, but when Alfred came from Nottingham, heavy-jowled and lowering, speaking very little, but treating those at home with some contempt, Effie and the mother sided with him and put Tom into the shade. It irritated the youth that his elder brother should be made something of a hero by the women just because he didn't live at home and was a lace designer and almost a gentleman, but Alfred was something of a Prometheus bound, so the women loved him. Tom came later to understand his brother better. As youngest son, Tom felt some importance. When the care of the farm devolved on to him, he was only 18, but he was quite capable of doing everything his father had done, and of course, his mother remained as center to the house. The young man grew up very fresh and alert with zest for every moment of life. He worked and rode and drove to market. He went out with companions and got tipsy occasionally and played skittles and went to the little traveling theaters. Once, when he was drunk at a public house, he went upstairs with a prostitute who seduced him. He was then 19. The thing was something of a shock to him. In the close intimacy of the farm kitchen, the woman occupied the supreme position. The men deferred to her in the house on all household points, on all points of morality and behavior. The woman was the symbol for that further life, which comprised religion and love and morality. The men placed in her hands their own conscience. They said to her, "Be my conscience keeper, be the angel at the doorway guarding my outgoing and my incoming." And the woman fulfilled her trust. The men rested implicitly in her, receiving her praise or her blame with pleasure, or with anger, rebelling and storming, but never for a moment really escaping in their own souls from her prerogative. They depended on her for their stability. Without her, they would have felt like straws in the wind, to be blown hither and thither at random. She was the anchor and the security. She was the restraining hand of God, at times highly to be execrated. Now when Tom Brangwen, at 19, a youth fresh like a plant rooted in his mother, and his sister found that he had lain with a prostitute woman in a common public house, he was very much startled. For him, there was, until that time, only one kind of woman, his mother and sister. But now he did not know what to feel. There was a slight wonder, a pang of anger, of disappointment, a first taste of ash, and of cold fear, lest this was all that would happen, lest his relations with woman were going to be no more than this nothingness. There was a slight sense of shame before the prostitute, fear that she would despise him for his inefficiency. There was a cold distaste for her and a fear of her. There was a moment of paralyzed horror when he felt he might have taken a disease from her. And upon all this startled tumult of emotion was laid the steadying hand of common sense, which said it did not matter very much so long as he had no disease. He soon recovered balance, and really it did not matter so very much. But it had shocked him and put a mistrust into his heart, and emphasized his fear of what was within himself. He was, however, in a few days going about again in his own careless, happy-go-lucky fashion, his blue eyes just as clear and honest as ever, his face just as fresh, his appetite just as keen. Or apparently so. He had in fact lost some of his buoyant confidence, and doubt hindered his outgoing. For some time after this, he was quieter, more conscious, when he drank more backward from companionship. The disillusion of his first carnal contact with woman, strengthened by his innate desire to find in a woman the embodiment of all his inarticulate, powerful religious impulses, put a bit in his mouth. He had something to lose which he was afraid of losing, which he was not sure even of possessing. This first affair did not matter much, but the business of love was at the bottom of his soul, the most serious and terrifying of all to him. He was tormented now with sex desire. His imagination reverted always to lustful scenes, but what really prevented his returning to a loose woman, over and above the natural squeamishness, was the recollection of the paucity of the last experience. It had been so nothing, so dribbling and functional, that he was ashamed to expose himself to the risk of a repetition of it. He made a strong, instinctive fight to retain his native cheerfulness unimpaired. He had naturally a plentiful stream of life and humor, a sense of sufficiency and exuberance giving ease. But now it tended to cause tension. A strained light came into his eyes. He had a slight knitting of the brows. His boisterous humor gave place to lowering silences, and days passed by in a sort of suspense. He did not know there was any difference in him. Exactly, for the most part, he was filled with slow anger and resentment. But he knew he was always thinking of women or a woman day in, day out, and that infuriated him. He could not get free, and he was ashamed. He had one or two sweethearts, starting with them in the hope of speedy development, but when he had a nice girl, he found that he was incapable of pushing the desired development. The very presence of the girl beside him made it impossible. He could not think of her like that. He could not think of her actual nakedness. She was a girl, and he liked her, and dreaded violently even the thought of uncovering her. He knew that in these last issues of nakedness, he did not exist to her, nor she to him again. If he had a loose girl, and things began to develop, she offended him so deeply all the time that he never knew whether he was going to get away from her as quickly as possible, or whether he were going to take her out of inflamed necessity again. He learnt his lesson. If he took her, it was a paucity which he was forced to despise. He did not despise himself nor the girl, but he despised the net result in him of the experience, despised it deeply and bitterly. Then when he was 23, his mother died, and he was left at home with Effie. His mother's death was another blow out of the dark. He could not understand it. He knew it was no good. His trying one had to submit to these unforeseen blows that come unawares and leave a bruise that remains and hurts whenever it is touched. He began to be afraid of all that which was up against him. He had loved his mother. After this, Effie and he quarreled fiercely. They meant a very great deal to each other, but they were both under a strange, unnatural tension. He stayed out of the house as much as possible. He got a special corner for himself at the Red Lion at Carcithe, and became a usual figure. A fresh, fair young fellow with heavy limbs and head, held back, mostly silent though alert, and attentive, very hearty in his greeting of everybody he knew, shy of strangers. He teased all the women who liked him extremely, and he was very attentive to the talk of the men, very respectful. To drink made him quickly flush very red in the face, and brought out the look of self-consciousness and unsureness, almost bewilderment, in his blue eyes. When he came home in this state of tipsy confusion, his sister hated him and abused him, and he went off his head like a mad bull with rage. He had still another turn with a lighter love one Whitsuntide. He went a jaunt with two other young fellows on horseback to Matlock, and thence to Bakewell. Matlock was at that time just becoming a famous beauty spot visited from Manchester and from the Staffordshire towns. In the hotel where the young men took lunch were two girls, and the parties struck up a friendship. The miss who made up to Tom Brangwen, then 24 years old, was a handsome, reckless girl, neglected for an afternoon by the man who had brought her out. She saw Brangwen and liked him, as all women did, for his warmth and his generous nature, and for the innate delicacy in him, but she saw he was one who would have to be brought to the scratch. However, she was roused and unsatisfied and made mischievous, so she dared anything. It would be an easy interlude, restoring her pride. She was a handsome girl with a bosom and dark hair and blue eyes, a girl full of easy laughter, flushed from the sun, inclined to wipe her laughing face in a very natural and taking manner. Brangwen was in a state of wonder. He treated her with his chaffing deference, roused, but very unsure of himself, afraid to death of being too forward, ashamed lest he might be thought backward, mad with desire, yet restrained by instinctive regard for women from making any definite approach, feeling all the while that his attitude was ridiculous, and flushing deep with confusion. She, however, became hard and daring. As he became confused, it amused her to see him come on. "When must you get back?" she asked. "I am not particular," he said. There the conversation again broke down. Brangwen's companions were ready to go on. "Art come in, Tom?" they called, "or art for stoppin'?" I am come in," he replied, rising reluctantly, an angry sense of futility and disappointment spreading over him. He met the full, almost taunting look of the girl, and he trembled with unusedness. "Shall you come and have a look at my mare?" he said to her with his hearty kindliness that was now shaken with trepidation. "Oh, I should like to," she said, rising. And she followed him, his rather sloping shoulders and his cloth riding gaiters, out of the room. The young men got their own horses out of the stable. "Can you ride?" Brangwen asked her. I should like to, if I could. I have never tried, she said. Come then, and have a try, he said. And he lifted her, he blushing, she laughing, into the saddle. ISLL slip, off, it's not a lady's saddle, she cried. Hold your tight, he said, and he led her out of the hotel gate. The girl sat very insecurely, clinging fast. He put a hand on her waist to support her, and he held her closely, he clasped her. As in an embrace, he was weak with desire as he strode beside her. The horse walked by the river. You want to sit straddle-leg, he said to her. I know I do, she said. It was the time of very full skirts. She managed to get astride the horse, quite decently, showing an intent concern for covering her pretty leg. It's a lots better this road, she said, looking down at him. Aye, it is, he said, feeling the marrow melt in his bones from the look in her eyes. I dunno why they have that side saddle business, twistin' a woman in two. Should us leave you then? You seem to be fixed up. They're called Brangwen's companions from the road. He went red with anger. I don't worry, he called back. How long are you stoppin'? They asked. Not after Christmas, he said. And the girl gave a tinkling peal of laughter. All right, bye-bye, called his friends. And they cantered off, leaving him very flushed, trying to be quite normal with the girl. But presently he had gone back to the hotel and given his horse into the charge of an ostler, and had gone off with the girl into the woods, not quite knowing where he was or what he was doing. His heart thumped, and he thought it the most glorious adventure, and was mad with desire for the girl. Afterwards he glowed with pleasure, by Jove, but that was something like. He stayed the afternoon with the girl, and wanted to stay the night. She, however, told him this was impossible. Her own man would be back by dark, and she must be with him. He, Brangwen, must not let on that there had been anything between them. She gave him an intimate smile, which made him feel confused and gratified. He could not tear himself away, though he had promised not to interfere with the girl. He stayed on at the hotel overnight. He saw the other fellow at the evening meal, a small middle-aged man with iron-gray hair and a curious face like a monkey's, but interesting in its way, almost beautiful. Brangwen guessed that he was a foreigner. He was in company with another, an Englishman, Dry and hard. The four sat at table, 2 men and 2 women. Brangwen watched with all his eyes. He saw how the foreigner treated the women with courteous contempt, as if they were pleasing animals. Brangwen's girl had put on a ladylike manner, but her voice betrayed her. She wanted to win back her man. When dessert came on, however, the little foreigner turned round from his table and calmly surveyed the room like one unoccupied. Brangwen marveled over the cold animal intelligence of the face. The brown eyes were round, showing all the brown pupil like a monkey's, and just calmly looking, perceiving the other person, without referring to him at all. They rested on Brangwen. The latter marveled at the old face, turned round on him, looking at him, without considering it necessary to know him at all. The eyebrows of the round, perceiving but unconcerned eyes were rather high up, with slight wrinkles above them, just as a monkey's had. It was an old, ageless face. The man was most amazingly a gentleman, all the time an aristocrat. Brangwen stared, fascinated. The girl was pushing her crumbs about on the cloth, uneasily flushed and angry. As Brangwen sat motionless in the hall afterwards, too much moved and lost to know what to do, the little stranger came up to him with a beautiful smile and manner, offering a cigarette and saying, "Will you smoke?" Brangwen never smoked cigarettes, yet he took the one offered, fumbling painfully, with thick fingers, blushing to the roots of his hair. Then he looked with his warm blue eyes at the almost sardonic lidded eyes of the foreigner. The latter sat down beside him, and they began to talk chiefly of horses. Brangwen loved the other man for his exquisite graciousness, for his tact and reserve, and for his ageless monkey-like self-surety. They talked of horses and of Derbyshire, and of farming. The stranger warmed to the young fellow with real warmth, and Brangwen was excited. He was transported at meeting this odd, middle-aged, dry-skinned man. Personally, the talk was pleasant, but that did not matter so much. It was the gracious manner, the fine contact, that was all. They talked a long while together, Brangwen flushing like a girl when the other did not understand his idiom. Then they said good night and shook hands again. The foreigner bowed and repeated his good night. Good night and bon voyage. Then he turned to the stairs. Brangwen went up to his room and lay staring out at the stars of the summer night, his whole being in a whirl. What was it all? There was a life so different from what he knew it. What was there outside his knowledge? How much? What was this that he had touched? What was he in this new influence? What did everything mean? Where was life in that which he knew, or all outside him? He fell asleep, and in the morning had ridden away before any other visitors were awake. He shrank from seeing any of them again in the morning. His mind was one big excitement, the girl and the foreigner. He knew neither of their names, yet they had set fire to the homestead of his nature, and he would be burned out of cover. Of the two experiences, perhaps the meeting with the foreigner was the more significant, but the girl had not settled about the girl. He did not know he had to leave it there. As it was, he could not sum up his experiences. The result of these encounters was that he dreamed day and night absorbedly of a voluptuous woman, and of the meeting with a small withered foreigner of ancient breeding. No sooner was his mind free, no sooner had he left his own companions, than he began to imagine an intimacy with fine-textured, subtle-mannered people, such as the foreigner at Matlock, and amidst this subtle intimacy was always the satisfaction of a voluptuous woman. He went about absorbed in the interest and the actuality of this dream. His eyes glowed. He walked with his head up, full of the exquisite pleasure of aristocratic subtlety and grace, tormented with the desire for the girl. Then gradually the glow began to fade, and the cold material of his customary life to show through. He resented it. Was he cheated in his illusion? He balked. The mean enclosure of reality stood stubbornly like a bull at a gate, refusing to re-enter the well-known round of his own life. He drank more than usual to keep up the glow, but it faded more and more. For all that he set his teeth at the commonplace to which he would not submit, it resolved itself starkly before him. For all that he wanted to marry, to get settled somehow, to get out of the quandary he found himself in, but how he felt unable to move his limbs. He had seen a little creature caught in birdlime, and the sight was a nightmare to him. He began to feel mad with the rage of impotency. He wanted something to get hold of, to pull himself out, but there was nothing. Steadfastly he looked at the young women to find a one he could marry, but not one of them did he want, and he knew that the idea of a life among such people as the foreigner was ridiculous. Yet he dreamed of it and stuck to his dreams, and would not have the reality of Cossithay and Ilkeston. There he sat stubbornly in his corner at the Red Lion, smoking and musing, and occasionally lifting his beer pot, and saying nothing for all the world, like a gawping farm laborer, as he said himself. Then a fever of restless anger came upon him. He wanted to go away right away. He dreamed of foreign parts, but somehow he had no contact with them, and it was a very strong root which held him to the marsh, to his own house and land. Then Effie got married, and he was left in the house with only Tilly, the cross-eyed woman-servant, who had been with them for 15 years. He felt things coming to a close. All the time he had held himself stubbornly resistant to the action of the commonplace unreality which wanted to absorb him, but now he had to do something. He was by nature temperate, being sensitive and emotional. His nausea prevented him from drinking too much. But in futile anger, with the greatest of determination and apparent good humor, he began to drink in order to get drunk. Damn it, he said to himself. You must have it one road or another. You can't hitch your horse to the shadow of a gatepost. If you've got legs, you've got to rise off your backside sometime or other. So he rose and went down to Ilkeston, rather awkwardly took his place among a gang of young bloods, stood drinks to the company, and discovered he could carry it off quite well. He had an idea that everybody in the room was a man after his own heart, that everything was glorious, everything was perfect, when somebody in alarm told him his coat pocket was on fire. He could only beam from a red, blissful face and say, "Isselright, it's a rightlet, it be, let it be," and he laughed with pleasure, and was rather indignant that the others should think it unnatural for his coat pocket to burn. It was the happiest and most natural thing in the world. What? He went home talking to himself, and to the moon that was very high and small, stumbling at the flashes of moonlight from the puddles at his feet, wondering what the Hanover, then laughing confidently to the moon, assuring her this was first class, this was. In the morning, he woke up and thought about it, and for the first time in his life, knew what it was to feel really acutely irritable in a misery of real bad temper after bawling and snarling at Tilly. He took himself off for very shame to be alone, and looking at the ashen fields and the putty roads, he wondered what in the name of hell he could do to get out of this prickly sense of disgust and physical repulsion, and he knew that this was the result of his glorious evening. And his stomach did not want any more brandy. He went doggedly across the fields with his terrier and looked at everything with a jaundiced eye. The next evening found him back again in his place at the Red Lion Moderate, and decent there he sat and stubbornly waited for what would happen next. Did he or did he not believe that he belonged to this world of Cossithay and Ilkeston? There was nothing in it he wanted, yet could he ever get out of it? Was there anything in himself that would carry him out of it? Or was he a dunderheaded baby, not man enough to be like the other young fellows who drank a good deal, and wenched a little without any question, and were satisfied? He went on stubbornly for a time, then the strain became too great for him. A hot accumulated consciousness was always awake in his chest, his wrists felt swelled, and quivering his mind became full of lustful images. His eyes seemed blood-flushed. He fought with himself furiously to remain normal. He did not seek any woman, he just went on as if he were normal, till he must either take some action or beat his head against the wall. Then he went deliberately to Ilkeston in silence intent, and beaten he drank to get drunk. He gulped down the brandy and more brandy, till his face became pale, his eyes burning. And still he could not get free. He went to sleep in drunken unconsciousness, woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and continued drinking. He would get free gradually. The tension in him began to relax. He began to feel happy. His riveted silence was unfastened. He began to talk and babble. He was happy, and at one with all the world. He was united with all flesh in a hot blood relationship. So after 3 days of incessant brandy drinking, he had burned out the youth from his blood. He had achieved this kindled state of oneness with all the world, which is the end of youth's most passionate desire. But he had achieved his satisfaction by obliterating his own individuality, that which it depended on his manhood to preserve and develop. So he became a bout drinker, having at intervals these bouts of 3 or 4 days of brandy drinking. When he was drunk for the whole time, he did not think about it. A deep resentment burned in him. He kept aloof from any women antagonistic. When he was 28, a thick-limbed, stiff, fair man with fresh complexion and blue eyes staring very straight ahead, he was coming one day down from Cossithay with a load of seed out of Nottingham. It was a time when he was getting ready for another bout of drinking, so he stared fixedly before him, watchful, yet absorbed, seeing everything and aware of nothing coiled in himself. It was early in the year. He walked steadily beside the horse. The load clanked behind. As the hill descended steeper, the road curved downhill before him, under banks and hedges, seen only for a few yards ahead. Slowly turning the curve, at the steepest part of the slope, his horse britching between the shafts, he saw a woman approaching, but he was thinking for the moment of the horse. Then he turned to look at her. She was dressed in black, was apparently rather small and slight beneath her long black cloak, and she wore a black bonnet. She walked hastily, as if unseeing. Her head rather forward. It was her curious, absorbed, flitting motion, as if she were passing unseen by everybody, that first arrested him. She had heard the cart and looked up. Her face was pale and clear. She had thick, dark eyebrows and a wide mouth curiously held. He saw her face clearly, as if by a light in the air. He saw her face so distinctly that he ceased to coil on himself and was suspended. "That's her," he said involuntarily, as the cart passed by, splashing through the thin mud. She stood back against the bank. Then, as he walked still beside his britching horse, his eyes met hers. He looked quickly away, pressing back his head, a pain of joy running through him. He could not bear to think of anything. He turned round at the last moment. He saw her bonnet, her shape in the black cloak, the movement as she walked. Then she was gone round the bend. She had passed by. He felt as if he were walking again in a far world, not Cossithay, a far world, the fragile reality. He went on, quiet, suspended, rarefied. He could not bear to think, or to speak, nor make any sound or sign, nor change his fixed motion. He could scarcely bear to think of her face. He moved within the knowledge of her in the world that was beyond reality. The feeling that they had exchanged recognition possessed him like a madness, like a torment. How could he be sure what confirmation, had he the doubt, was like a sense of infinite space, a nothingness annihilating he kept within his breast, the will to surety they had exchanged recognition. He walked about in this state for the next few days, and then again like a mist, it began to break to let through the common barren world. He was very gentle with man and beast, but he dreaded the starkness of disillusion cropping through again. As he was standing with his back to the fire after dinner a few days later, he saw the woman passing. He wanted to know that she knew him, that she was aware he wanted it said, that there was something between them, so he stood anxiously watching, looking at her. As she went down the road, he called to Tilly. "Who might that be?" he asked. Tilly, the cross-eyed woman of 40 who adored him, ran gladly to the window to look. She was glad. When he asked her for anything, she craned her head over the short curtain, the little tight knob of her black hair sticking out pathetically as she bobbed about. Wish lifted her head and peered with her twisted keen brown eyes. "You know who it is? It's her from Th Vicarage, you know." "How do I know, you henbird?" he shouted. Tilly blushed and drew her neck in and looked at him with her squinting sharp, almost reproachful look. "Why, you doit's the new housekeeper." "And what by that?" "Well, and what by that?" rejoined the indignant Tilly. "She's a woman, isn't she, housekeeper or no housekeeper? She's got more to her than that. Who is she's got a name?" "Well, if she has, I don't know," retorted Tilly, not to be badgered by this lad, who had grown up into a man. "What's her name?" he asked more gently. "I'm sure I couldn't tell you," replied Tilly on her dignity. "And is that all as you've gathered, as she's housekeeping at the vicarage?" "I've eared mention of her name, but I couldn't remember it for my life." "Why, you riddle-skulled woman, nonsense, what have you got a head for?" "For what other folks has got theirs for," retorted Tilly, who loved nothing more than these tilts when he would call her names. There was a lull. "I don't believe as anybody could keep it in their head," the woman-servant continued tentatively. "What?" he asked. "Why, her name." "How's that?" "She's fra some foreign parts or other." "Who told you that?" "That's all I do know as she is." "And where do you reckon she's from then?" "I don't know. They do say as she hails fra Th Pole." "I don't know," Tilly hastened to add, knowing he would attack her. "Fra Th Pole? Why do you hail fra Th Pole? Who set up that menagerie confabulation?" "That's what they say. I don't know." "Who says?" "Mrs. Bentley says as she's fra Th Pole, else she is a Pole or summat." Tilly was only afraid she was landing herself deeper now. "Who says she's a Pole?" "They all say so." "Then what's brought her to these parts?" "I couldn't tell you. She's got a little girl with her." "Got a little girl with her?" "Of 3 or 4, with a head like a fuzzball. Black, white, fair as can be, and all of a fuzz." "Is there a father then?" "Not to my knowledge. I don't know." "What brought her here?" "I couldn't say without Th Vicar axed her." "Is the child her child?" "ISD think Sothie say so." "Who told you about her?" "Why, Lizzie Mondeu seed her goin' past." "You'd have to be rattling your tongues if anything went past." Brangwen stood musing that evening. He went up to Kossuth to the Red Lion half, with the intention of hearing more. She was the widow of a Polish doctor. He gathered her husband had died a refugee in London. She spoke a bit foreign-like, but you could easily make out what she said. She had one little girl named Anna Lenski. Was the woman's name Mrs. Lenski? Brangwen felt that here was the unreality established at last. He felt also a curious certainty about her, as if she were destined to him. It was to him a profound satisfaction that she was a foreigner. A swift change had taken place on the earth for him, as if a new creation were fulfilled, in which he had real existence. Things had all been stark, unreal, barren, mere nullities. Before now, they were actualities that he could handle. He dared scarcely think of the woman. He was afraid. Only all the time he was aware of her presence, Not far off, he lived in her, but he dared not know her, even acquaint himself with her by thinking of her. One day he met her walking along the road with her little girl. It was a child with a face like a bud of apple blossom and glistening fair hair like thistledown, sticking out in straight wild flamy pieces, and very dark eyes. The child clung jealously to her mother's side when he looked at her, staring with resentful black eyes, but the mother glanced at him again almost vacantly, and the very vacancy of her look inflamed him. She had wide gray-brown eyes with very dark fathomless pupils. He felt the fine flame running under his skin, as if all his veins had caught fire on the surface, and he went on walking without knowledge. It was coming, he knew his fate. The world was submitting to its transformation. He made no move. It would come, what would come. When his sister Effie came to the marsh for a week, he went with her for once to church in the tiny place with its mere dozen pews. He sat not far from the stranger. There was a fineness about her, a poignancy about the way she sat and held her head lifted. She was strange from far off, yet so intimate. She was from far away, a presence so close to his soul. She was not really there, sitting in Cossithay Church beside her little girl. She was not living the apparent life of her days. She belonged to somewhere else. He felt it poignantly as something real and natural, but a pang of fear for his own concrete life that was only Cossithay hurt him and gave him misgiving. Her thick dark brows almost met above her irregular nose. She had a wide, rather thick mouth, but her face was lifted to another world of life, not to heaven or death, but to some place where she still lived in spite of her body's absence. The child beside her watched everything with wide black eyes. She had an odd little defiant look. Her little red mouth was pinched shut. She seemed to be jealously guarding something, to be always on the alert for defense. She met Brangwen's near vacant, intimate gaze, and a palpitating hostility, almost like a flame of pain, came into the wide, overconscious dark eyes. The old clergyman, droned on Cossithay, sat unmoved as usual, and there was the foreign woman with a foreign air about her in violet, and the strange child, also foreign, jealously guarding something. When the service was over, he walked in the way of another existence out of the church. As he went down the church path with his sister behind the woman and child, the little girl suddenly broke from her mother's hand and slipped back with quick, almost invisible movement, and was picking at something almost under Brangwen's feet. Her tiny fingers were fine and quick, but they missed the red button. "Have you found something?" said Brangwen to her. And he also stooped for the button, but she had got it, and she stood back with it pressed against her little coat, her black eyes flaring at him as if to forbid him to notice her. Then, having silenced him, she turned with a swift mother and was gone down the path. The mother had stood watching, impassive, looking not at the child, but at Brangwen. He became aware of the woman looking at him, standing there isolated, yet for him dominant in her foreign existence. He did not know what to do and turned to his sister, but the wide gray eyes, almost vacant, yet so moving, held him beyond himself. "Mother, I may have it, mayn't I?" came the child's proud silvery tones. Mother seemed always to be calling her mother, to remember her mother, and she had nothing to continue now. Her mother had replied, "Yes, my child," but with ready invention the child stumbled and ran on. "What are those people's names?" Brangwen heard the abstract. "I don't know, dear." He went on down the road as if he were not living inside himself, but somewhere outside. "Who was that person?" his sister Effie asked. "I couldn't tell you," he answered, unknowing. "She's somebody very funny," said Effie, almost in condemnation. "The child's like one bewitched." "Bewitched? How bewitched?" he repeated. "You can see for yourself. The mother's plain, I must say, but the child is like a changeling shed, be about 35. But he took no notice. His sister talked on. "There's your woman for you," she continued. "You'd better marry her." But still, he took no notice. Things were as they were. Another day at tea time, as he sat alone at table, there came a knock at the front door. It startled him like a portent. No one ever knocked at the front door. He rose and began slotting back the bolts, turning the big key. When he had opened the door, the strange woman stood on the threshold. "Can you give me a pound of butter?" she asked, in a curious detached way of one speaking a foreign language. He tried to attend to her question. She was looking at him questioningly, but underneath the question what was there in her very standing motionless, which affected him. He stepped aside, and she at once entered the house, as if the door had been opened to admit her. That startled him. It was the custom for everybody to wait on the doorstep, till asked inside. He went into the kitchen, and she followed. His teethings were spread on the scrubbed deal table. A big fire was burning. A dog rose from the hearth, and went to her. She stood motionless, just inside the kitchen. "Tilly," he called loudly, "have we got any butter?" The stranger stood there, like a silence, in her black cloak. Came the shrill cry from the distance. He shouted his question again. "We've got what's on table," answered Tilly's shrill voice, out of the dairy. Brangwen looked at the table. There was a large pat of butter on a plate, almost a pound. It was round, and stamped with acorns and oak leaves. "Can't you come when you're wanted?" he shouted. "Why, what do you want?" Tilly protested, as she came peeking inquisitively through the other door. She saw the strange woman stared at her with cross eyes, but said nothing. "Haven't we any butter?" asked Brangwen again, impatiently, as if he could command some by his question. "I tell you there's what's on table," said Tilly, impatient, that she was unable to create any to his demand. "We haven't a morsel besides." There was a moment's silence. The stranger spoke, in her curiously distinct, detached manner, of one who must think her speech first. "Oh, then thank you very much. I am sorry that I have come to trouble you." She could not understand the entire lack of manners, was slightly puzzled. Any politeness would have made the situation quite impersonal, but here it was a case of wills in confusion. Brangwen flushed at her polite speech. Still, he did not let her go. "Get some at and wrap that up for her," he said to Tilly, looking at the butter on the table. And taking a clean knife, he cut off that side of the butter where it was touched. His speech for her penetrated slowly into the foreign woman, and angered Tilly. "Vicar has his butter fra Brown's, by rights," said the insuppressible servant woman. "We shall be churnin' tomorrow mornin' first thing." "Yes, long-drawn foreign yes'es," said the Polish woman. "I went to Mrs. Brown's. She hasn't any more." Tilly bridled her head, bursting to say that according to the etiquette of people who bought butter, it was no sort of manners whatever coming to a place cool as you like and knocking at the front door, asking for a pound as a stopgap, while your other people were short. If you go to Brown's, you go to Brown's, and my butter isn't just to make shift when Brown's has got none. Brangwen understood perfectly this unspoken speech of Tilly's. The Polish lady did not, and as she wanted butter for the vicar, and as Tilly was churning in the morning, she waited. "Sluther up now," said Brangwen loudly, after this silence had resolved itself out, and Tilly disappeared through the inner door. "I am afraid that I should not come so," said the stranger, looking at him enquiringly, as if referring to him for what it was usual to do. He felt confused. "How's that?" he said, trying to be genial, and being only protective. "Do you?" she began deliberately, but she was not sure of her ground, and the conversation came to an end. Her eyes looked at him all the while, because she could not speak the language. They stood facing each other. The dog walked away from her to him. He bent down to it. "And how's your little girl?" he asked. "Yes, thank you, she is very well," was the reply, a phrase of polite speech, in a foreign language merely. "Sit you down," he said. And she sat in a chair, her slim arms coming through the slits of her cloak, resting on her lap. "You're not used to these parts," he said, still standing on the hearthrug, with his back to the fire, coatless, looking with curious directness at the woman. Her self-possession pleased him, and inspired him, set him curiously free. It seemed to him almost brutal to feel so master of himself and of the situation. Her eyes rested on him for a moment, questioning, as she thought of the meaning of his speech. "No," she said, "understanding noit is strange." "You find it middlin' rough," he said. Her eyes waited on him so that he should say it again. "Our ways are rough to you," he repeated. "Yes, I understand. Yes, it is different, it is strange, but I was in Yorkshire." "Oh, well then," he said, "it's no worse here than what they are up there." She did not quite understand his protective manner and his sureness, and his intimacy puzzled her. What did he mean? If he was her equal, why did he behave so without formality? No, she said vaguely, her eyes resting on him. She saw him fresh and naive, uncouth, almost entirely beyond relationship with her, yet he was good-looking with his fair hair and blue eyes full of energy, and with his healthy body that seemed to take equality with her. She watched him steadily. He was difficult for her to understand, warm, uncouth, and confident, as he was sure on his feet, as if he did not know what it was to be unsure. What then was it that gave him this curious stability? She did not know, she wondered. She looked round the room he lived in. It had a close intimacy that fascinated and almost frightened her. The furniture was old and familiar as old people. The whole place seemed so kin to him, as if it partook of his being, that she was uneasy. "It is already a long time that you have lived in this house," she asked. "I've always lived here," he said. "Yes, but your people family." "We've been here above 200 years, he said. Her eyes were on him all the time, wide open, and trying to grasp him. He felt that he was there for her. "It is your own place, the house, the farm." "Yes," he said. He looked down at her and met her look. It disturbed her. She did not know him. He was a foreigner. They had nothing to do with each other, yet his look disturbed her to knowledge of him. He was so strangely confident and direct. "You live quite alone?" "Yes, if you call it alone." She did not understand. It seemed unusual to her. What was the meaning of it? And whenever her eyes, after watching him for some time, inevitably met his, she was aware of a heat beating up over her consciousness. She sat motionless and in conflict. Who was this strange man who was at once so near to her? What was happening to her? Something in his young, warm, twinkling eyes seemed to assume a right to her, to speak to her, to extend her his protection. But how? Why did he speak to her? Why were his eyes so certain, so full of light and confident, waiting for no permission nor signal? Tilly returned with a large leaf and found the two silent. At once he felt it incumbent on him to speak now. The serving woman had come back. "How old is your little girl?" he asked. 4 years, she replied. "Her father hasn't been dead long then?" he asked. "She was 1 year when he died." 3 years. "Yes, 3 years that he is deadies." Curiously quiet, she was almost abstracted answering these questions. She looked at him again, with some maidenhood opening in her eyes. He felt he could not move, neither towards her nor away from her. Something about her presence hurt him, till he was almost rigid before her. He saw the girl's wondering look rise in her eyes. Tilly handed her the butter, and she rose. "Thank you very much," she said. "How much is it?" "Well, make th vicar a present of it," he said. "It'll do for me goin' to church." "It 'ud look better of you if you went to church and took th money for your butter," said Tilly, persistent in her claim to him. "You'd have to put in, shouldn't you?" he said. "How much, please?" said the Polish woman to Tilly. Brangwen stood by and let be. "Then thank you very much," she said. "Bring your little girl down sometime to look at fowls and horses," he said, "if she'd like it." "Yes, she would like it," said the stranger. And she went. Brangwen stood dimmed by her departure. He could not notice Tilly, who was looking at him, uneasily, wanting to be reassured. He could not think of anything. He felt that he had made some invisible connection with the strange woman. A daze had come over his mind. He had another center of consciousness in his breast, or in his bowels, somewhere in his body. There had started another activity. It was as if a strong light were burning there, and he was blind within it, unable to know anything, except that this transfiguration burned between him and her, connecting them like a secret power. Since she had come to the house, he went about in a daze, scarcely seeing even the things he handled, drifting quiescent in a state of metamorphosis. He submitted to that which was happening to him, letting go his will, suffering the loss of himself, dormant, always on the brink of ecstasy, like a creature evolving to a new birth. She came twice with her child to the farm, but there was this lull between them, an intense calm and passivity like a torpor upon them, so that there was no active change took place. He was almost unaware of the child, yet by his native good humor, he gained her confidence, even her affection. setting her on a horse to ride, giving her corn for the fowls. Once he drove the mother and child from Ilkeston, picking them up on the road. The child huddled close to him, as if for love. The mother sat very still. There was a vagueness, like a soft mist over all of them, and a silence, as if their wills were suspended. Only he saw her hands, ungloved, folded in her lap, and he noticed the wedding ring on her finger. It excluded him. It was a closed circle. It bound her life. The wedding ring, it stood for her life, in which he could have no part. Nevertheless, beyond all this there was herself and himself, which should meet. As he helped her down from the trap, almost lifting her, he felt he had some right to take her thus between his hands. She belonged as yet to that other, to that which was behind, but he must care for her also. She was too living to be neglected. Sometimes her vagueness, in which he was lost, made him angry, made him rage. But he held himself still. As yet she had no response, no being towards him. It puzzled and enraged him. But he submitted for a long time. Then, from the accumulated troubling of her ignoring him, gradually a fury broke out, destructive, and he wanted to go away to escape her. It happened she came down to the marsh with the child whilst he was in this state. Then he stood over against her, strong and heavy in his revolt, and though he said nothing, still she felt his anger and heavy impatience grip hold of her. She was shaken again, as out of a torpor. Again her heart stirred with a quick, outrunning impulse. She looked at him, at the stranger, who was not a gentleman yet, who insisted on coming into her life, and the pain of a new birth in herself strung all her veins to a new form. She would have to begin again, to find a new being, a new form, to respond to that blind, insistent figure standing over against her. A shiver, a sickness of new birth passed over her. The flame leaped up him under his skin. She wanted it, this new life from him, with him, yet she must defend herself against it, for it was a destruction. As he worked alone on the land, or sat up with his ewes at lambing time, the facts and material of his daily life fell away, leaving the kernel of his purpose clean. And then it came upon him that he would marry her, and she would be his life. Gradually, even without seeing her, he came to know her. He would have liked to think of her as of something given into his protection, like a child without parents. But it was forbidden him. He had to come down from this pleasant view of the case. She might refuse him, and besides, he was afraid of her. But during the long February nights, with the ewes in labor looking out from the shelter into the flashing stars, he knew he did not belong to himself. He must admit that he was only fragmentary, something incomplete and subject. There were the stars in the dark heaven, traveling the whole host, passing by on some eternal voyage. So he sat small and submissive to the greater ordering. Unless she would come to him, he must remain as a nothingness. It was a hard experience. But after her repeated obliviousness to him, after he had seen so often that he did not exist for her, after he had raged and tried to escape, and said he was good enough by himself, he was a man, and could stand alone, he must in the starry multiplicity of the night humble himself, and admit, and know that without her he was nothing. He was nothing, but with her he would be real. If she were now walking across the frosty grass near the sheep shelter, through the fretful bleating of the ewes and lambs, she would bring him completeness and perfection. And if it should be so that she should come to him, it should be so. It was ordained so. He was a long time resolving definitely to ask her to marry him, and he knew if he asked her, she must really acquiesce. She must, it could not be otherwise. He had learned a little of her. She was poor, quite alone, and had had a hard time in London both before and after her husband died. But in Poland, she was a lady well born, a landowner's daughter. All these things were only words to him. The fact of her superior birth, the fact that her husband had been a brilliant doctor, the fact that he himself was her inferior in almost every way of distinction. There was an inner reality, a logic of the soul, which connected her with him. One evening in March, when the wind was roaring outside, came the moment to ask her. He had sat with his hands before him, leaning to the fire, and as he watched the fire, he knew almost without thinking that he was going this evening. "Have you got a clean shirt?" he asked Tilly. "You know you've got clean shirts," she said. "I bring me a white one." Tilly brought down one of the linen shirts he had inherited from his father, putting it before him to air at the fire. She loved him with a dumb, aching love, as he sat leaning with his arms on his knees still, and absorbed, unaware of her lately a quivering inclination to cry, had come over her when she did anything for him in his presence. Now her hands trembled as she spread the shirt. He was never shouting and teasing now. The deep stillness there was in the house made her tremble. He went to wash himself. Queer little breaks of consciousness seemed to rise and burst like bubbles out of the depths of his stillness. "It's got to be done," he said, as he stooped to take the shirt out of the fender. "It's got to be done, so why balk it?" And as he combed his hair before the mirror on the wall, he retorted to himself, superficially, "The woman's not speechless dumb, she's not clutterin' at the nipple, she's got the right to please herself and displease whosoever she likes." This streak of common sense carried him a little further. "Did you want anything?" asked Tilly, suddenly appearing, having heard him speak. She stood watching him comb his fair beard. His eyes were calm and uninterrupted. "Aye," he said, "where have you put the scissors?" She brought them to him and stood watching as, chin forward, he trimmed his beard. "Don't go and crop yourself, as if you was at a shearin' contest," she said anxiously. He blew the fine-combed hair quickly off his lips. He put on all clean clothes, folded his stock carefully, and donned his best coat. Then, being ready as gray twilight was falling, he went across to the orchard to gather the daffodils. The wind was roaring in the apple trees. The yellow flowers swayed violently up and down. He heard even the fine whisper of their spears as he stooped to break the flattened, brittle stems of the flowers. "What's to do?" shouted a friend who met him as he left the garden gate. "Bit of courtin', like," said Brangwen. And Tilly, in a great state of trepidation and excitement, let the wind whisk her over the field to the big gate, whence she could watch him go. He went up the hill and on towards the vicarage, the wind roaring through the hedges, whilst he tried to shelter his bunch of daffodils by his side. He did not think of anything, only knew that the wind was blowing. Night was falling. The bare trees drummed and whistled. The vicar, he knew, would be in his study, the Polish woman in the kitchen, a comfortable room with her child in the darkest of twilight. He went through the gate and down the path, where a few daffodils stooped in the wind and shattered crocuses made a pale, colorless ravel. There was a light streaming on to the bushes at the back from the kitchen window. He began to hesitate. How could he do this? Looking through the window, he saw her seated in the rocking chair with the child, already in its nightdress. Sitting on her knee, the fair head with its wild, fierce hair was drooping towards the fire warmth, which reflected on the bright cheeks and clear skin of the child, who seemed to be musing almost like a grown-up person. The mother's face was dark and still, and he saw with a pang that she was away back in the life that had been. The child's hair gleamed like spun glass. Her face was illuminated, till it seemed like wax lit up from the inside. The wind boomed strongly. Mother and child sat motionless, silent, the child staring with vacant dark eyes into the fire, the mother looking into space. The little girl was almost asleep. It was her will which kept her eyes so wide. Suddenly she looked round, troubled, as the wind shook the house, and Brangwen saw the small lips move. The mother began to rock. He heard the slight crunch of the rockers of the chair. Then he heard the low, monotonous murmur of a song in a foreign language. Then a great burst of wind. The mother seemed to have drifted away. The child's eyes were black and dilated. Brangwen looked up at the clouds, which packed in great alarming haste across the dark sky. Then there came the child's high, complaining, yet imperative voice. "Don't sing that stuff, Mother. I don't want to hear it." The singing died away. "You will go to bed," said the mother. He saw the clinging protest of the child, the unmoved farawayness of the mother, the clinging, grasping effort of the child. Then suddenly, the clear, childish challenge. "I want you to tell me a story." The wind blew. The story began. The child nestled against the mother. Brangwen waited outside, suspended, looking at the wild waving of the trees in the wind and the gathering darkness. He had his fate to follow. He lingered there at the threshold. The child crouched distinct and motionless, curled in against her mother, the eyes dark and unblinking among the keen wisps of hair, like a curled-up animal asleep. But for the eyes, the mother sat as if in shadow. The story went on, as if by itself. Brangwen stood outside, seeing the night fall. He did not notice the passage of time. The hand that held the daffodils was fixed and cold. The story came to an end. The mother rose at last, with the child clinging round her neck. She must be strong to carry so large a child so easily. The little Anna clung round her mother's neck. The fair, strange face of the child looked over the shoulder of the mother, all asleep, but the eyes, and these wide and dark, kept up the resistance, and the fight with something unseen. When they were gone, Brangwen stirred for the first time from the place where he stood and looked round at the night. He wished it were really as beautiful and familiar as it seemed in these few moments of release. Along with the child, he felt a curious strain on him, a suffering like a fate. The mother came down again and began folding the child's clothes. He knocked. She opened, wondering, a little bit at bay, like a foreigner uneasy. "Good evening," he said, "Ill, just come in a minute." A change went quickly over her face. She was unprepared. She looked down at him as he stood in the light from the window, holding the daffodils, the darkness behind, in his black clothes. She again did not know him. She was almost afraid. But he was already stepping on to the threshold, and closing the door behind him, she turned into the kitchen, startled out of herself by this invasion from the night. He took off his hat and came towards her. Then he stood in the light in his black clothes, and his black stock hat in one hand, and yellow flowers in the other. She stood away at his mercy, snatched out of herself. She did not know him, only she knew he was a man come for her. She could only see the dark-clad man's figure standing there upon her, and the gripped fist of flowers. She could not see the face and the living eyes. He was watching her, without knowing her, only aware, underneath of her presence. "I come to have a word with you," he said, striding forward to the table, laying down his hat, and the flowers which tumbled apart and lay in a loose heap. She had flinched from his advance. She had will know, being the wind boomed in the chimney, and he waited. He had disembarrassed his hands now. He shut his fists. He was aware of her, standing there, unknown, dread, yet related to him. "I came up," he said, speaking curiously matter-of-fact and level, "to ask if you'd marry me. You are free, aren't you?" There was a long silence, whilst his blue eyes, strangely impersonal, looked into her eyes to seek an answer to the truth. He was looking for the truth out of her, and she, as if hypnotized, must answer at length. "Yes, I am free to marry." The expression of his eyes changed, became less impersonal, as if he were looking almost at her for the truth of her. Steady and intent and eternal they were, as if they would never change. They seemed to fix and to resolve her. She quivered, feeling herself created, will-less, lapsing into him, into a common will with him. "You want me," she said. A pallor came over his face. "Yes," he said. Still there was no response, and silence. "No," she said, not of herself. "No, I don't know." He felt the tension breaking up in him. His fists slackened. He was unable to move. He stood there, looking at her, helpless in his vague collapse. For the moment she had become unreal to him. Then he saw her come to him, curiously direct, and as if without movement, in a sudden flow, she put her hand to his coat. "Yes, I want to," she said impersonally, looking at him with wide, candid, newly opened eyes, opened now with supreme truth. He went very white as he stood, and did not move. Only his eyes were held by hers, and he suffered. She seemed to see him with her newly opened, wide eyes, almost of a child, and with a strange movement that was agony to him, she reached slowly forward her dark face and her breast to him, with a slow insinuation of a kiss that made something break in his brain, and it was darkness over him for a few moments. He had her in his arms, and obliterated was kissing her, and it was sheer bleached agony to him to break away from himself. She was there, so small and light, and accepting in his arms like a child, and yet with such an insinuation of embrace, of infinite embrace, that he could not bear it, he could not stand. He turned and looked for a chair, and keeping her still in his arms, sat down with her close to him, to his breast. Then for a few seconds he went utterly to sleep, asleep, and sealed in the darkest sleep, utter extreme oblivion, from which he came to gradually, always holding her warm and close upon him, and she as utterly silent as he, involved in the same oblivion, the fecund darkness. He returned gradually, but newly created, as after a gestation, a new birth in the womb of darkness, aerial and light. Everything was new as a morning, fresh and newly begun, like a dawn, the newness and the bliss filled in, and she sat utterly still with him, as if in the same. Then she looked up at him, the wide young eyes blazing with light, and he bent down and kissed her on the lips, and the dawn blazed in them, their new life came to pass. It was beyond all conceiving good, it was so good, that it was almost like a passing away, a trespass. He drew her suddenly closer to him. For soon the light began to fade in her gradually, and as she was in his arms her head sank, she leaned it against him, and lay still with sunk head, a little tired effaced, because she was tired, and in her tiredness was a certain negation of him. "There is the child," she said out of the long silence. He did not understand it. It was a long time since he had heard a voice. Now also he heard the wind roaring, as if it had just begun again. "Yes," he said, not understanding. There was a slight contraction of pain at his heart, a slight tension on his brows, something he wanted to grasp, and could not. "You will love her," she said. The quick contraction, like pain, went over him again. "I love her now," he said. She lay still against him, taking his physical warmth without heed. It was great confirmation for him to feel her there, absorbing the warmth from him, giving him back her weight and her strange confidence. But where was she, that she seemed so absent? His mind was open with wonder. He did not know her. "But I am much older than you," she said. "How old?" he asked. "I am 34, she said. "I am 28, he said. 6 years. She was oddly concerned, even as if it pleased her a little. He sat and listened and wondered. It was rather splendid to be so ignored by her whilst she lay against him, and he lifted her with his breathing and felt her weight upon his living. So he had a completeness and an inviolable power. He did not interfere with her. He did not even know her. It was so strange that she lay there with her weight abandoned upon him. He was silent with delight. He felt strong physically carrying her on his breathing. The strange, inviolable completeness of the two of them made him feel as sure and as stable as God. Amused, he wondered what the vicar would say if he knew. "You needn't stop here much longer housekeeping," he said. "I like it also here," she said. "When one has been in many places, it is very nice here." He was silent again at this, so close on him she lay, and yet she answered him from so far away, but he did not mind. "What was your own home like when you were little?" he asked. "My father was a landowner," she replied. "It was near a river." This did not convey much to him. All was as vague as before, but he did not care whilst she was so close. "I am a landowner, little one," he said. "Yes," she said. He had not dared to move. He sat there with his arms round her, lying motionless on his breathing, and for a long time he did not stir. Then softly, timidly, his hand settled on the roundness of her arm, on the unknown. She seemed to lie a little closer. A hot flame licked up from his belly to his chest. But it was too soon. She rose and went across the room to a drawer, taking out a little tray cloth. There was something quiet and professional about her. She had been a nurse beside her husband, both in Warsaw and in the rebellion afterwards. She proceeded to set a tray. It was as if she ignored Brangwen. He sat up, unable to bear a contradiction in her. She moved about inscrutably. Then, as he sat there, all mused and wondering, she came near to him, looking at him with wide grey eyes that almost smiled with a low light, but her ugly bodyful mouth was still unmoved, and sad. He was afraid. His eyes, strained and roused with unusedness, quailed a little before her. He felt himself quailing, and yet he rose as if obedient to her. He bent and kissed her heavy, sad, wide mouth that was kissed, and did not alter. Fear was too strong in him again. He had not got her. She turned away. The vicarage kitchen was untidy, and yet to him beautiful with the untidiness of her and her child. Such a wonderful remoteness there was about her, and then something in touch with him that made his heart knock in his chest. He stood there and waited, suspended. Again she came to him, as he stood in his black clothes, with blue eyes very bright and puzzled for her, his face tensely alive, his hair disheveled. She came close up to him, to his intent black-clothed body, and laid her hand on his arm. He remained unmoved. Her eyes, with a blackness of memory, struggling with passion, primitive and electric, away at the back of them, rejected him and absorbed him at once. But he remained himself. He breathed with difficulty, and sweat came out at the roots of his hair on his forehead. "Do you want to marry me?" she asked slowly, always uncertain. He was afraid, lest he could not speak, he drew breath hard, saying, "I do." Then again, what was agony to him, with one hand lightly resting on his arm, she leaned forward a little, and with a strange primeval suggestion of embrace, held him her mouth. It was ugly bodyful, and he could not bear it. He put his mouth on hers, and slowly, the response came, gathering force and passion, till it seemed to him she was thundering at him, till he could bear no more. He drew away, white, unbreathing. Only in his blue eyes was something of himself concentrated, and in her eyes was a little smile upon a black void. She was drifting away from him again, and he wanted to go away. It was intolerable. He could bear no more. He must go, yet he was irresolute. But she turned away from him. With a little pang of anguish, of denial, it was decided. "I'll come and speak to the vicar tomorrow," he said, taking his hat. She looked at him, her eyes expressionless and full of darkness. He could see no answer. "That'll do, want it?" he said. "Yes," she answered, mere echo, without body or meaning. "Good night," he said. "Good night." He left her standing there expressionless and void as she was. Then she went on, laying the tray for the vicar, kneading the table. She put the daffodils aside on the dresser, without noticing them. Only their coolness, touching her hand, remained echoing there a long while. They were such strangers, they must forever be such strangers, that his passion was a clanging torment to him, such intimacy of embrace, and such utter foreignness of contact. It was unbearable. He could not bear to be near her, and know the utter foreignness between them, know how entirely they were strangers to each other. He went out into the wind. Big holes were blown into the sky. The moonlight blew about. Sometimes a high moon, liquid brilliant, scudded across a hollow space and took cover under electric brown iridescent cloud edges. Then there was a blot of cloud and shadow. Then somewhere in the night, a radiance again like a vapor. And all the sky was teeming and tearing along a vast disorder of flying shapes and darkness and ragged fumes of light, and a great brown circling halo. Then the terror of a moon running liquid brilliant into the open, for a moment hurting the eyes, before she plunged under cover of cloud again. Chapter Roman 2. They live at the marsh. She was the daughter of a Polish landowner who, deeply in debt to the Jews, had married a German wife with money, and who had died just before the rebellion, quite young. She had married Paul Lenski, an intellectual who had studied at Berlin, and had returned to Warsaw a patriot. Her mother had married a German merchant and gone away. Lydia Lenski, married to the young doctor, became with him a patriot and an emancipee. They were poor, but they were very conceited. She learned nursing as a mark of her emancipation. They represented in Poland the new movement just begun in Russia, but they were very patriotic and at the same time very European. They had 2 children. Then came the great rebellion. Lenski, very ardent and full of words, went about inciting his countrymen. Little Poles flamed down the streets of Warsaw on the way to shoot every Muscovite, so they crossed into the south of Russia. And it was common for 6 little insurgents to ride into a Jewish village brandishing swords and words, emphasizing the fact that they were going to shoot every living Muscovite. Lenski was something of a fiery eater. Also Lydia, tempered by her German blood, coming of a different family, was obliterated, carried along in her husband's emphasis of declaration, and his whirl of patriotism. He was indeed a brave man, but no bravery could quite have equaled the vividness of his talk. He worked very hard till nothing lived in him, but his eyes, and Lydia, as if drugged, followed him like a shadow, serving, echoing. Sometimes she had her 2 children, sometimes they were left behind. She returned once to find them both dead of diphtheria. Her husband wept aloud, unaware of everybody, but the war went on, and soon he was back at his work. A darkness had come over Lydia's mind. She walked always in a shadow, silenced, with a strange, deep terror having hold of her. Her desire was to seek satisfaction in dread, to enter a nunnery, to satisfy the instincts of dread in her through service of a dark religion, but she could not. Then came the flight to London. Lenski, the little thin man, had got all his life locked into a resistance, and could not relax again. He lived in a sort of insane irritability, touchy-haughty, to the last degree fractious, so that as assistant doctor in one of the hospitals, he soon became impossible. They were almost beggars, but he kept still. His great ideas of himself, he seemed to live in a complete hallucination, where he himself figured vivid and lordly. He guarded his wife jealously, against the ignominy of her position, rushed round her like a brandished weapon. An amazing sight to the English eye had her in his power, as if he hypnotized her. She was passive, dark, always in shadow. He was wasting away already when the child was born. He seemed nothing but skin and bone and fixed idea. She watched him dying, nursed him, nursed the baby, but really took no notice of anything. A darkness was on her like remorse, or like a remembering of the dark, savage, mystic ride of dread of death, of the shadow of revenge. When her husband died, she was relieved. He would no longer dart about her. England fitted her mood, its aloofness and foreignness. She had known a little of the language before coming, and a sort of parrot mind made her pick it up fairly easily. But she knew nothing of the English nor of English life. Indeed, these did not exist for her. She was like one walking in the underworld, where the shades throng intelligibly, but have no connection with one. She felt the English people as a potent, cold, slightly hostile host, amongst whom she walked isolated. The English people themselves were almost deferential to her. The church saw that she did not want. She walked without passion like a shade, tormented into moments of love by the child, her dying husband with his tortured eyes, and the skin drawn tight over his face. He was as a vision to her, not a reality. In a vision he was buried and put away. Then the vision ceased. She was untroubled. Time went on, grey, uncolored, like a long journey where she sat, unconscious as the landscape unrolled beside her. When she rocked her baby at evening, maybe she fell into a Polish slumber song, or she talked sometimes to herself in Polish. Otherwise, she did not think of Poland, nor of that life to which she had belonged. It was a great blot looming blank in its darkness, in the superficial activity of her life. She was all English. She even thought in English, but her long blanks and darknesses of abstraction were Polish. So she lived for some time. Then, with slight uneasiness, she used half to awake to the streets of London. She realized that there was something around her very foreign. She realized she was in a strange place. And then she was sent away into the country. There came into her mind now the memory of her home, where she had been a child, the big house among the land, the peasants of the village. She was sent to Yorkshire to nurse an old rector in his rectory by the sea. This was the first shake of the kaleidoscope that brought in front of her eyes something she must see. It hurt her brain, the open country and the moors. It hurt her and hurt her, yet it forced itself upon her as something living. It roused some potency of her childhood in her. It had some relation to her. There was green and silver and blue in the air about her now, and there was a strange insistence of light from the sea to which she must attend. Primroses glimmered around many of them, and she stooped to the disturbing influence near her feet. She even picked one or two flowers, faintly remembering in the new color of life what had been all the day long. As she sat at the upper window, the light came off the sea constantly, without refusal, till it seemed to bear her away, and the noise of the sea created a drowsiness in her, a relaxation like sleep. Her automatic consciousness gave way a little. She stumbled. Sometimes she had a poignant momentary vision of her living child that hurt her unspeakably. Her soul roused to attention. Very strange was the constant glitter of the sea unsheathed in heaven, very warm and sweet. The graveyard in a nook of the hill, catching the sunshine and holding it as one holds a bee between the palms of the hands when it is benumbed. Grey grass and lichens, and a little church and snowdrops among coarse grass, and a cupful of incredibly warm sunshine. She was troubled in spirit, hearing the rushing of the beck away down under the trees. She was startled and wondered what it was walking down. She found the bluebells around her glowing like a presence among the trees. Summer came. The moors were tangled with harebells like water in the ruts of the roads. The heather came rosy under the skies, setting the whole world awake. And she was uneasy. She went past the gorse bushes, shrinking from their presence. She stepped into the heather as into a quickening bath that almost hurt. Her fingers moved over the clasped fingers of the child. She heard the anxious voice of the baby as it tried to make her talk, distraught. And she shrank away again, back into her darkness, and for a long while remained blotted safely away from living. But autumn came with the faint red glimmer of robins singing. Winter darkened the moors, and almost savagely she turned again to life, demanding her life back again, demanding that it should be as it had been when she was a girl on the land at home. Under the sky snow lay in great expanses. The telegraph posts strode over the white earth away under the gloom of the sky. And savagely her desire rose in her again, demanding that this was Poland, her youth, that all was her own again. But there were no sledges nor bells. She did not see the peasants coming out like new people in their sheepskins and their fresh, ruddy, bright faces that seemed to become new and vivid when the snow lit up the ground. It did not come to her, the life of her youth. It did not come back. There was a little agony of struggle, then a relapse into the darkness of the convent, where Satan and the devils raged round the walls and Christ was white on the cross of victory. She watched from the sick room. The snow whirled past like flocks of shadows in haste, flying on some final mission, out to a leaden, inalterable sea, beyond the final whiteness of the curving shore and the snow-speckled blackness of the rocks half submerged. But near at hand on the trees, the snow was soft in bloom. Only the voice of the dying vicar spoke, grey and querulous, from behind. By the time the snowdrops were out, however, he was dead, but with curious equanimity, the returning woman watched the snowdrops on the edge of the grass below, blown white in the wind, but not to be blown away. She watched them fluttering and bobbing, the white shut flowers anchored by a thread to the gray-green grass, yet never blown away, not drifting with the wind. As she rose in the morning, the dawn was beating up, white gusts of light blown like a thin snowstorm from the east, blown stronger and fiercer, till the rose appeared, and the gold, and the sea lit up below. She was impassive and indifferent, yet she was outside the enclosure of darkness. There passed a space of shadow, again the familiarity of dread worship, during which she was moved, oblivious to Kosithe. There at first there was nothing, just grey nothing. But then one morning there was a light from the yellow jasmine caught her, and after that morning and evening the persistent ringing of thrushes from the shrubbery, till her heart, beaten upon, was forced to lift up its voice in rivalry and answer. Little tunes came into her mind. She was full of trouble, almost like anguish resistant. She knew she was beaten, and from fear of darkness turned to fear of light. She would have hidden herself indoors if she could. Above all, she craved for the peace and heavy oblivion of her old state. She could not bear to come to realize the first pangs of this new parturition were so acute. She knew she could not bear it. She would rather remain out of life than be torn, mutilated, into this birth which she could not survive. She had not the strength to come to life now in England, so foreign, skies so hostile. She knew she would die like an early, colorless, scentless flower that the end of the winter puts forth mercilessly, and she wanted to harbor her modicum of twinkling life. But a sunshiny day came, full of the scent of a Maserian tree, when bees were tumbling into the yellow crocuses, and she forgot she felt like somebody else, not herself, a new person, quite glad. But she knew it was fragile, and she dreaded it. The vicar put pea-flower into the crocuses for his bees to roll in, and she laughed. Then night came with brilliant stars that she knew of old from her girlhood, and they flashed so bright she knew they were victors. She could neither wake nor sleep, as if crushed between the past and the future, like a flower that comes above ground to find a great stone lying above it. She was helpless. The bewilderment and helplessness continued. She was surrounded by great moving masses that must crush her, and there was no escape save in the old obliviousness, the cold darkness she strove to retain. But the vicar showed her eggs in the thrush's nest near the back door. She saw herself the mother thrush upon the nest, and the way her wings were spread so eager down upon her secret. The tense, eager nesting wings moved her beyond endurance. She thought of them in the morning, when she heard the thrush whistling as he got up, and she thought, why didn't I die out there? Why am I brought here? She was aware of people who passed around her not as persons, but as looming presences. It was very difficult for her to adjust herself in Poland. The peasantry, the people had been cattle to her. They had been her cattle that she owned and used. What were these people now? She was coming awake. She was lost. But she had felt Brangwen go by almost as if he had brushed her. She had tingled in body as she had gone on up the road. After she had been with him in the marsh kitchen, the voice of her body had risen strong and insistent. Soon she wanted him. He was the man who had come nearest to her for her awakening. Always, however, betweenwhiles, she lapsed into the old unconsciousness, indifference, and there was a will in her to save herself from living any more. But she would wake in the morning one day and feel her blood running, feel herself lying open like a flower, unsheathed, in the sun, insistent and potent with demand. She got to know him better, and her instinct fixed on him, just on him. Her impulse was strong against him, because he was not of her own sort, but one blind instinct led her to take him to leave him, and then to relinquish herself to him. It would be safety. She felt the rooted safety of him and the life in him. Also he was young and very fresh, the blue steady livingness of his eyes she enjoyed like morning. He was very young. Then she lapsed again to stupor and indifference. This, however, was bound to pass. The warmth flowed through her. She felt herself opening, unfolding, asking, as a flower opens, in full request under the sun, as the beaks of tiny birds open flat to receive, and unfolded. She turned to him, straight to him, and he came slowly, afraid, held back by uncouth fear, and driven by a desire bigger than himself. When she opened and turned to him, then all that had been, and all that was gone from her. She was as new as a flower that unsheathes itself, and stands always ready, waiting, receptive. He could not understand this. He forced himself through lack of understanding to the adherence to the line of honorable courtship and sanctioned licensed marriage. Therefore, after he had gone to the vicarage and asked for her, she remained for some days, held in this one spell, open, receptive to him. Before him, he was roused to chaos. He spoke to the vicar and gave in the banns. Then he stood to wait. She remained attentive and instinctively expectant before him, unfolded, ready to receive him. He could not act because of self-fear and because of his conception of honor towards her, so he remained in a state of chaos. And after a few days, gradually, she closed again away from him, was sheathed over, impervious to him, oblivious. Then a black, bottomless despair became real to him. He knew what he had lost. He felt he had lost it for good. He knew what it was to have been in communication with her, and to be cast off again in misery. His heart, like a heavy stone, he went about unliving. Till gradually he became desperate, lost. His understanding was plunged in a revolt that knew no bounds. Inarticulate, he moved with her at the marsh, in violent, gloomy, wordless passion, almost in hatred of her, till gradually she became aware of him, aware of herself. With regard to him, her blood stirred to life. She began to open towards him, to flow towards him again. He waited till the spell was between them again, till they were together within one rushing, hastening flame. And then again he was bewildered. He was tied up as with cords, and could not move to her. So she came to him and unfastened the breast of his waistcoat and his shirt, and put her hand on him, needing to know him, for it was cruel to her to be opened and offered to him, yet not to know what he was, not even that he was there. She gave herself to the hour, but he could not, and he bungled in taking her. So that he lived in suspense, as if only half his faculties worked, until the wedding. She did not understand, but the vagueness came over her again, and the days lapsed by. He could not get definitely into touch with her. For the time being she let him go again. He suffered very much from the thought of actual marriage, the intimacy and nakedness of marriage. He knew her so little, they were so foreign to each other, they were such strangers, and they could not talk to each other. When she talked of Poland, or of what had been, it was all so foreign she scarcely communicated anything to him. And when he looked at her, an overmuch reverence and fear of the unknown changed the nature of his desire into a sort of worship, holding her aloof from his physical desire, self-thwarting. She did not know this. She did not understand. They had looked at each other and had accepted each other. It was so. Then there was nothing to balk at. It was complete between them. At the wedding his face was stiff and expressionless. He wanted to drink to get rid of his forethought and afterthought, to set the moment free. But he could not. The suspense only tightened at his heart. The jesting and joviality and jolly broad insinuation of the guests only coiled him more. He could not hear that which was impending, obsessed him. He could not get free. She sat quiet with a strange, still smile. She was not afraid. Having accepted him, she wanted to take him. She belonged altogether to the hour, now no future, no past, only this, her hour. She did not even notice him as she sat beside him at the head of the table. He was very near. Their coming together was close at hand. What more? As the time came for all the guests to go, her dark face was softly lighted, the bend of her head was proud, her grey eyes clear and dilated, so that the men could not look at her, and the women were elated by her. They served her very wonderful she was, as she bade farewell, her ugly wide mouth smiling with pride and recognition, her voice speaking softly and richly in the foreign accent, her dilated eyes ignoring one and all the departing guests. Her manner was gracious and fascinating, but she ignored the being of him or her to whom she gave her hand. And Brangwen stood beside her, giving his hearty handshake to his friends, receiving their regard, gratefully glad of their attention. His heart was tormented within him. He did not try to smile the time of his trial, and his admittance, his Gethsemane, and his triumphal entry in one had come now. Behind her there was so much unknown to him. When he approached her, he came to such a terrible, painful unknown. How could he embrace it and fathom it? How could he close his arms round all this darkness, and hold it to his breast, and give himself to it? What might not happen to him if he stretched and strained forever? He would never be able to grasp it all and to yield himself naked out of his own hands into the unknown power. How could a man be strong enough to take her, put his arms round her, and have her, and be sure he could conquer this awful unknown next his heart? What was it, then, that she was, to which he must also deliver himself up, and which at the same time he must embrace, contain? He was to be her husband, it was established so, and he wanted it more than he wanted life or anything. She stood beside him in her silk dress, looking at him strangely, so that a certain horror took possession of him, because she was strange and impending, and he had no choice. He could not bear to meet her look from under her strange, thick brows. "Is it late?" she said. He looked at his watch. "No, 11:30, he said, and he made an excuse to go into the kitchen, leaving her standing in the room among the disorder and the drinking glasses. Tilly was seated beside the fire in the kitchen, her head in her hands. She started up when he entered. "Why haven't you gone to bed?" he said. "I thought it'd better stop and lock up and do," she said. Her agitation quietened him. He gave her some little order, then returned, steadied, now almost ashamed, to his wife. She stood a moment watching him as he moved with averted face. Then she said, "You will be good to me, won't you?" She was small and girlish and terrible, with a queer wide look in her eyes. His heart leaped in him in anguish of love and desire. He went blindly to her and took her in his arms. "I want," he said, as he drew her closer and closer, and she was soothed by the stress of his embrace, and remained quite still, relaxed against him, mingling into him, and he let himself go from past and future, was reduced to the moment with her, in which he took her and was with her, and there was nothing beyond. They were together in an elemental embrace beyond their superficial foreignness. But in the morning he was uneasy again. She was still foreign and unknown to him. Only within the fear was pride, belief in himself as mate for her. And she, everything forgotten in her new hour of coming to life, radiated vigor and joy so that he quivered to touch her. It made a great difference to him. Marriage things became so remote and of so little significance as he knew the powerful source of his life. His eyes opened on a new universe, and he wondered in thinking of his triviality before a new calm relationship showed to him in the things he saw in the cattle he used, the young wheat as it eddied in a wind. And each time he returned home, he went steadily, expectantly, like a man who goes to a profound unknown satisfaction at dinner time. He appeared in the doorway, hanging back a moment from entering to see if she was there. He saw her setting the plates on the white scrubbed table. Her arms were slim. She had a slim body and full skirts. She had a dark, shapely head with close-bended hair. Somehow it was her head so shapely and poignant that revealed her his woman to him as she moved about, clothed closely, full-skirted, and wearing her little silk apron. Her dark hair, smoothly parted her head, revealed itself to him in all its subtle intrinsic beauty. And he knew she was his woman. He knew her essence, that it was his to possess. And he seemed to live thus, in contact with her, in contact with the unknown, the unaccountable, and incalculable. They did not take much notice of each other consciously. "I am betimes," he said. "Yes," she answered. He turned to the dogs or to the child. If she was there, the little Anna played about the farm, flitting constantly in to call something to her mother, to fling her arms round her mother's skirts, to be noticed, perhaps caressed, then forgetting to slip out again. Then Brangwen, talking to the child or to the dog between his knees, would be aware of his wife, as in her tight dark bodice and her lace fichu, she was reaching up to the corner cupboard. He realized with a sharp pang that she belonged to him and he to her. He realized that he lived by her. Did he own her? Was she here forever, or might she go away? She was not really his. It was not a real marriage, this marriage. Between them she might go away. He did not feel like a master husband, father of her children. She belonged elsewhere any moment she might be gone, and he was ever drawn to her, drawn after her, with everaging, ever unsatisfied desire. He must always turn home wherever his steps were taking him, always to her. And he could never quite reach her, he could never quite be satisfied, never be at peace, because she might go away. At evening he was glad then, when he had finished in the yard, and come in and washed himself when the child was put to bed. He could sit on the other side of the fire with his beer on the hob, and his long white pipe in his fingers, conscious of her there opposite him as she worked at her embroidery or as she talked to him. And he was safe with her now till morning. She was curiously self-sufficient, and did not say very much. Occasionally she lifted her head, her grey eyes shining with a strange light that had nothing to do with him or with this place, and would tell him about herself. She seemed to be back again in the past, chiefly in her childhood or her girlhood with her father. She very rarely talked of her first husband, but sometimes, all shine indeed, she was back at her own home, telling him about the riotous times, the trip to Paris, with her father, tales of the mad acts of the peasants, when a burst of religious self-hurting fervor had passed over the country. She would lift her head and say, when they brought the railway across the country, they made afterwards smaller railways of shorter width to come down to our town 100 miles. When I was a girl, Gisela, my German gouvernante, was very shocked, and she would not tell me, but I heard the servants talking. I remember. It was Pierre, the coachman, and my father, and some of his friends, landowners. They had taken a wagon, a whole railway wagon that you travel in. A railway carriage, said Brangwen. She laughed to herself. I know, it was a great scandal. Yes, a whole wagon, and they had girls, you know, fills naked, all the wagon full. And so they came down to our village. They came through villages of the Jews, and it was a great scandal. Can you imagine all the countryside? And my mother, she did not like it. Gisela said to me, Madame, she must not know that you have heard such things. My mother, she used to cry, and she wished to beat my father, plainly beat him, he would say when she cried, because he sold the forest, the wood, to jingle money in his pocket, and go to Warsaw or Paris or Kiev. When she said he must take back his word, he must not sell the forest, he would stand and say, I know, I have heard it. All, I have heard it all before. Tell me some new thing. I know. Oh, but can you understand? I loved him when he stood there under the door, saying only, I know it all already. She could not change him, no, not if she killed herself for it, and she could change everybody else, but him, she could not change him. Brangwen could not understand. He had pictures of a cattle truck full of naked girls riding from nowhere to nowhere, of Lydia laughing because her father made great debts, and said, I know, of Jews running down the street shouting in Yiddish, don't do it, and being cut down by demented peasants, called them cattle. Whilst she looked on, interested and even amused, of tutors and governesses and Paris and a convent. It was too much for him, and there she sat telling the tales to the open space, not to him, arrogating a curious superiority to him, a distance between them, something strange and foreign, and outside his life, talking, rattling, without rhyme or reason, laughing when he was shocked or astounded, condemning, nothing, confounding his mind, and making the whole world a chaos, without order or stability of any kind. Then, when they went to bed, he knew that he had nothing to do with her. She was back in her childhood. He was a peasant, a serf, a servant, a lover, a paramour, a shadow, a nothing. He lay still in amazement, staring at the room he knew so well, and wondering whether it was really there, the window, the chest of drawers, or whether it was merely a figment in the atmosphere. And gradually he grew into a raging fury against her, but because he was so much amazed, and there was as yet such a distance between them, and she was such an amazing thing to him, with all wonder opening out behind her, he made no retaliation on her, only he lay still and wittied with rage, inarticulate, not understanding, but solid with hostility. And he remained wrathful and distinct from her, unchanged outwardly to her, but underneath a solid power of antagonism to her, of which she became gradually aware, and it irritated her to be made aware of him as a separate power. She lapsed into a sort of somber exclusion, a curious communion with mysterious powers, a sort of mystic dark state, which drove him and the child nearly mad. He walked about for days, stiffened with resistance to her, stiff with a will to destroy her, as she was then suddenly out of nowhere. There was connection between them again. It came on him as he was working in the fields. The tension, the bond burst, and the passionate flood broke forward into a tremendous, magnificent rush, so that he felt he could snap off the trees as he passed and create the world afresh. And when he arrived home, there was no sign between them. He waited and waited till she came, and as he waited his limbs seemed strong and splendid to him, his hands seemed like passionate servants to him goodly. He felt a stupendous power in himself of life, and of urgent strong blood. She was sure to come at last, and touch him, then he burst into flame for her, and lost himself. They looked at each other, a deep laugh at the bottom of their eyes. And he went to take of her again, wholesale mad, to revel in the inexhaustible wealth of her, to bury himself in the depths of her, in an inexhaustible exploration, she all the while reveling in that he revelled in her, tossed all her secrets aside, and plunged to that which was secret to her as well, whilst she quivered with fear and the last anguish of delight. What did it matter who they were, whether they knew each other or not? The hour passed away again. There was severance between them, and rage and misery and bereavement for her, and deposition, and toiling at the mill with slaves for him. But no matter, they had had their hour, and should it chime again, they were ready for it, ready to renew the game at the point where it was left off, on the edge of the outer darkness. When the secrets within the woman are game for the man, hunted doggedly, when the secrets of the woman are the man's adventure, and they both give themselves to the adventure. She was with child, and there was again the silence and distance between them. She did not want him, nor his secrets, nor his game. He was deposed, he was cast out. He seethed with fury at the small, ugly-mouthed woman who had nothing to do with him. Sometimes his anger broke on her, but she did not cry. She turned on him like a tiger, and there was battle. He had to learn to contain himself again, and he hated it. He hated her, that she was not there for him, and he took himself off anywhere. But an instinct of gratitude and a knowledge that she would receive him back again, that later on she would be there for him again, prevented his straying very far. He cautiously did not go too far. He knew she might lapse into ignorance of him, lapse away from him farther, 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 till she was lost to him. He had sense enough, premonition enough in himself to be aware of this, and to measure himself accordingly, for he did not want to lose her. He did not want her to lapse away. Cold he called her, selfish, only caring about herself, a foreigner, with a bad nature, caring really about nothing, having no proper feelings at the bottom of her, and no proper niceness. He raged and piled up accusations that had some measure of truth in them, all but a certain grace in him. Forbade him from going too far, he knew, and he quivered with rage and hatred that she was all these vile things, that she was everything vile and detestable. But he had grace at the bottom of him, which told him that above all things he did not want to lose her. He was not going to lose her. So he kept some consideration for her. He preserved some relationship. He went out more often to the Red Lion again, to escape the madness of sitting next to her, when she did not belong to him, when she was as absent as any woman in indifference could be. He could not stay at home, so he went to the Red Lion, and sometimes he got drunk. But he preserved his measure. Some things between them he never forfeited. A tormented look came into his eyes, as if something were always dogging him. He glanced sharp and quick. He could not bear to sit still doing nothing. He had to go out to find company, to give himself away there, for he had no other outlet. He could not work to give himself out. He had not the knowledge. As the months of her pregnancy went on, she left him more and more alone. She was more and more unaware of him. His existence was annulled, and he felt bound down, bound, unable to stir, beginning to go mad, ready to rave. For she was quiet and polite, as if he did not exist, as one is quiet and polite to a servant. Nevertheless, she was great with his child. It was his turn to submit. She sat opposite him, sewing her foreign face, inscrutable and indifferent. He felt. He wanted to break her into acknowledgement of him, into awareness of him. It was insufferable that she had so obliterated him. He would smash her into regarding him. He had a raging agony of desire to do so. But something bigger in him withheld him, kept him motionless. So he went out of the house for relief, or he turned to the little girl for her sympathy and her love. He appealed with all his power to the small Anna. So soon they were like lovers, father and child. For he was afraid of his wife, as she sat there with bent head, silent, working or reading, but so unutterably silent that his heart seemed under the millstone of it. She became herself like the upper millstone, lying on him, crushing him, as sometimes a heavy sky lies on the earth. Yet he knew he could not tear her away from the heavy obscurity into which she was merged. He must not try to tear her into recognition of himself and agreement with himself. It were disastrous, impious. So let him rage as he might, he must withhold himself. But his wrists trembled and seemed as if they would burst. When in November the leaves came beating against the window shutters, with a lashing sound he started, and his eyes flickered with flame. The dog looked up at him. He sunk his head to the fire, but his wife was startled. He was aware of her listening. "They blow up with a rattle," he said. "What?" she asked. "The leaves." She sank away again. The strange leaves beating in the wind on the wood had come nearer than she. The tension in the room was overpowering. It was difficult for him to move his head. He sat with every nerve, every vein, every fiber of muscle in his body stretched on tension. He felt like a broken arch, thrust sickeningly out from support. For her response was gone. He thrust at nothing, and he remained himself. He saved himself from crashing down into nothingness, from being squandered into fragments by sheer tension, sheer backward resistance. During the last months of her pregnancy, he went about in a surcharged imminent state that did not exhaust itself. She was also depressed, and sometimes she cried. It needed so much life to begin afresh after she had lost so lavishly. Sometimes she cried then. He stood stiff, feeling his heart would burst, for she did not want him. She did not want even to be made aware of him by the very puckering of her face. He knew that he must stand back, leave her intact, alone, for it was the old grief come back in her, the old loss, the pain of the old life. The dead husband, the dead children, this was sacred to her, and he must not violate her with his comfort. For what she wanted, she would come to him. He stood aloof with turgid heart. He had to see her tears fall over her scarcely moving face, that only puckered sometimes down onto her breast, that was so still, scarcely moving, and there was no noise save now and again, when with a strange somnambulant movement she took her handkerchief and wiped her face and blew her nose, and went on with the noiseless weeping. He knew that any offer of comfort from himself would be worse than useless, hateful to her. Jangling her, she must cry, but it drove him insane. His heart was scalded, his brain hurt in his head. He went away out of the house. His great and chiefest source of solace was the child. She had been at first aloof from him, reserved, however friendly she might seem. One day, the next, she would have lapsed to her original disregard of him, cold, detached, at her distance. The first morning after his marriage, he had discovered it would not be so easy with the child. At the break of dawn, he had started awake, hearing a small voice outside the door saying plaintively, "Mother." He rose and opened the door. She stood on the threshold in her nightdress, as she had climbed out of bed, black eyes staring round, and hostile, her fair hair sticking out in a wild fleece. The man and child confronted each other. "I want my mother," she said jealously, accenting the "my." "Come on then," he said gently. "Where's my mother?" "She's here, come on." The child's eyes, staring at the man with ruffled hair and beard, did not change. The mother's voice called softly. The little bare feet entered the room with trepidation. "Mother, come, my dear." The small bare feet approached swiftly. "I wondered where you were," came the plaintive voice. The mother stretched out her arms. The child stood beside the high bed. Brangwen lightly lifted the tiny girl with an epidaisy, then took his own place in the bed again. "Mother," cried the child, as in anguish. "What, my pet?" Anna wriggled close into her mother's arms, clinging tight, hiding from the fact of the man. Brangwen lay still and waited. There was a long silence. Then suddenly Anna looked round, as if she thought he would be gone. She saw the face of the man lying upturned to the ceiling. Her black eyes stared antagonistic from her exquisite face. Her arms clung tightly to her mother, afraid. He did not move for some time, not knowing what to say. His face was smooth and soft-skinned, with love, his eyes full of soft light. He looked at her, scarcely moving his head, his eyes smiling. "Have you just wakened up?" he said. "Go away," she retorted, with a little darting forward of the head, something like a viper. "Nay," he answered, "I am not going. You can go." "Go away," came the sharp little command. "There's room for you," he said. "You can't send your father from his own bed, my little bird," said her mother pleasantly. The child glowered at him, miserable in her impotence. There's room for you as well, he said. It's a big bed enough. She glowered without answering, then turned and clung to her mother. She would not allow it. During the day, she asked her mother several times, "When are we going home, mother?" "We are at home, darling. We live here now. This is our house. We live here with your father." The child was forced to accept it, but she remained against the man. As night came on, she asked, "Where are you going to sleep, mother?" "I sleep with the father now." And when Brangwen came in, the child asked fiercely, "Why do you sleep with my mother?" "My mother sleeps with me," her voice quivering. "You come as well and sleep with both of us," he coaxed. "Mother," she cried, turning appealing against him. "But I must have a husband, darling. All women must have a husband." "And you like to have a father with your mother, don't you?" said Brangwen. Anna glowered at him. She seemed to cogitate. "No," she cried fiercely at length. "No, I don't want." And slowly her face puckered. She sobbed bitterly. He stood and watched her, sorry, but there could be no altering it. Which when she knew, she became quiet. He was easy with her, talking to her, taking her to see the live creatures, bringing her the first chickens in his cap, taking her to gather the eggs, letting her throw crusts to the horse. She would easily accompany him and take all he had to give, but she remained neutral still. She was curiously, incomprehensibly jealous of her mother, always anxiously concerned about her. If Brangwen drove with his wife to Nottingham, Anna ran about happily enough or unconcerned for a long time. Then as afternoon came on, there was only one cry: "I want my mother, I want my mother," and a bitter, pathetic sobbing that soon had the soft-hearted Tilly sobbing too. The child's anguish was that her mother was gone. Yet as a rule Anna seemed cold, resenting her mother, critical of her. It was, "I don't like you to do that, mother," or "I don't like you to say that." She was a sore problem to Brangwen and to all the people at the marsh. As a rule, however, she was active, lightly flitting about the farmyard, only appearing now and again to assure herself of her mother. Happy she never seemed, but quick, sharp, absorbed, full of imagination and changeability. Tilly said she was bewitched, but it did not matter so long as she did not cry. There was something heartrending about Anna's crying. Her childish anguish seemed so utter and so timeless, as if it were a thing of all the ages. She made playmates of the creatures of the farmyard, talking to them, telling them the stories she had from her mother, counseling them and correcting them. Brangwen found her at the gate leading to the paddock and to the duck pond. She was peering through the bars and shouting to the stately white geese that stood in a curving line, "You're not to call at people when they want to come. You must not do it." The heavy balanced birds looked at the fierce little face and the fleece of keen hair thrust between the bars, and they raised their heads and swayed off, producing the long cankanking protesting noise of geese rocking their ship-like beautiful white bodies in a line beyond the gate. You're naughty," cried Anna, tears of dismay and vexation in her eyes, and she stamped her slipper. "Why, what are they doing?" said Brangwen. "They won't let me come in," she said, turning her flushed little face to him. "Yeah, they will. You can go in if you want to," and he pushed open the gate for her. She stood irresolute, looking at the group of bluey-white geese, standing monumental under the gray, cold day. "Go on," he said. She marched valiantly a few steps, and her little body started convulsively at the sudden derisive cank of the geese. A blankness spread over her. The geese trailed away with uplifted heads under the low gray sky. "They don't know you," said Brangwen. "You should tell 'em what your name is." "They're naughty to shout at me," she flashed. "They think you don't live here," he said. Later he found her at the gate, calling shrilly and imperiously, "My name is Anna Lenski, and I live here because Mr. Brangwen's my father now. He is, yes, he is, and I live here." This pleased Brangwen very much, and gradually, without knowing it herself, she clung to him in her lost, childish, desolate moments when it was good to creep up to something big and warm and bury her little self in his big, unlimited being. Instinctively, he was careful of her, careful to recognize her and to give himself to her disposal. She was difficult of her affections. For Tilly she had a childish, essential contempt, almost dislike. Because the poor woman was such a servant, the child would not let the serving woman attend to her do intimate things for her. Not for a long time she treated her as one of an inferior race. Brangwen did not like it. "Why aren't you fond of Tilly?" he asked. Because she looks at me with her eyes bent." Then gradually she accepted Tilly as belonging to the household, never as a person. For the first weeks, the black eyes of the child were forever on the watch. Brangwen, good-humored but impatient, spoiled by Tilly, was an easy blusterer. If for a few minutes he upset the household with his noisy impatience, he found at the end the child glowering at him with intense black eyes, and she was sure to dart forward her little head like a serpent with her biting. "Go away." "I'm not going away," he shouted, irritated at last. "Go yourself, hustle, stir Thysenhop." And he pointed to the door. The child backed away from him, pale with fear. Then she gathered up courage, seeing him become patient. "We don't live with you," she said, thrusting forward her little head at him. "Yayaraya, abominable." "Oh, what?" he shouted. Her voice wavered, but it came. "Abominable. I and Ure, a comical." She meditated, then she hissed forwards her head. "I am not." "Not what?" "A comical. No more am I abominable." He was really cross. Other times she would say, "My mother doesn't live here." "Oh, I want her to go away." "Then what's your portion?" he replied laconically. So they drew nearer together. He would take her with him when he went out in the trap, the horse ready at the gate. He came noisily into the house, which seemed quiet and peaceful till he appeared to set everything awake. "Now then, Topsy-Pop, into thy bonnet." The child drew herself up, resenting the indignity of the address. "I can't fasten my bonnet myself," she said haughtily. "Not man enough," yet he said, tying the ribbons under her chin with clumsy fingers. She held up her face to him, her little brighted lips moved as he fumbled under her chin. "You talk nonsense," she said, reaching one of his phrases. "That face shouts for pump," he said, and taking out a big red handkerchief that smelled of strong tobacco, began wiping round her mouth. "Is Kitty waiting for me?" she asked. "Aye," he said, "let's finish wiping your face, it'll pass. Why a Catholic?" She submitted prettily. Then, when he let her go, she began to skip, with a curious flicking up of one leg behind her. "Now, my young buckrabbit," he said, slippy. She came and was shaken into her coat, and the two set off. She sat very close beside him in the gig, tucked tightly, feeling his big body sway against her, very splendid. She loved the rocking of the gig. When his big live body swayed upon her against her, she laughed a poignant little shrill laugh, and her black eyes glowed. She was curiously hard, and then passionately tender-hearted. Her mother was ill. The child stole about on tiptoe in the bedroom for hours, being nurse, and doing the thing thoughtfully and diligently. Another day her mother was unhappy. Anna would stand with her legs apart, glowering, balancing on the sides of her slippers. She laughed when the goslings wriggled in Tilly's hand, as the pellets of food were rammed down their throats. With a skewer she laughed nervously. She was hard and imperious with the animals, squandering no love, running about amongst them like a cruel mistress. Summer came, and hay harvest. Anna was a brown elfish mite, dancing about. Tilly always marveled over her more than she loved her. But always in the child was some anxious connection with the mother. So long as Mrs. Brangwen was all right, the little girl played about and took very little notice of her. But corn harvest went by, the autumn drew on, and the mother, the later months of her pregnancy beginning, was strange and detached. Brangwen began to knit his brows. The old unhealthy uneasiness, the unskinned susceptibility came on the child again. If she went to the fields with her father, then instead of playing about carelessly, it was, "I want to go home." "Home? Why, thar's nobbut this minute come." "I want to go home." "What for? What ails thee?" "I want my mother." Thy mother, none wants thee." "I want to go home." There would be tears in a moment. "Can ter find Troad then?" And he watched her scudding silent and intent along the hedge bottom at a steady, anxious pace, till she turned and was gone through the gateway. Then he saw her 2 fields off, still pressing forward, small and urgent. His face was clouded as he turned to plough up the stubble. The year drew on in the hedges, the berries shone red, and twinkling above bare twigs robins were seen. Great droves of birds dashed like spray from the fallow rooks appeared black, and flapping down to earth. The ground was cold. As he pulled the turnips, the roads were churned deep in mud. Then the turnips were pitted and work was slack. Inside the house it was dark and quiet. The child flitted uneasily round, and now and again came her plaintive, startled cry. "Mother!" Mrs. Brangwen was heavy and unresponsive, tired, lapsed back. Brangwen went on working out of doors. At evening when he came in to milk, the child would run behind him. Then in the cozy cowsheds, with the doors shut, and the air looking warm by the light of the hanging lantern above the branching horns of the cows, she would stand watching his hands, squeezing rhythmically the teats of the placid beast, watch the froth and the leaping squirt of milk, watch his hand, sometimes rubbing slowly, understandingly, upon a hanging udder, so they kept each other company, but at a distance, rarely speaking. The darkest days of the year came on. The child was fretful, sighing, as if some oppression were on her, running hither and thither without relief, and Brangwen went about at his work, heavy, his heart heavy as the sodden earth. The winter nights fell early. The lamp was lighted before tea time. The shutters were closed. They were all shut into the room with the tension and stress. Mrs. Brangwen went early to bed. Anna, playing on the floor beside her, Brangwen sat in the emptiness of the downstairs room, smoking, scarcely conscious even of his own misery, and very often he went out to escape it. Christmas passed. The wet, drenched, cold days of January recurred monotonously, with now and then a brilliance of blue flashing in, when Brangwen went out into a morning like crystal, when every sound rang again, and the birds were many and sudden and brusque in the hedges. Then an elation came over him in spite of everything, whether his wife were strange or sad, or whether he craved for her to be with him. It did not matter. The air rang with clear noises, the sky was like crystal, like a bell, and the earth was hard. Then he worked, and was happy, his eyes shining, his cheeks flushed, and the zest of life was strong in him. The birds pecked busily round him, the horses were fresh and ready, the bare branches of the trees flung themselves up like a man yawning, taut with energy, the twigs radiated off into the clear light. He was alive and full of zest for it all, and if his wife were heavy, separated from him, extinguished, then let her be, let him remain himself. Things would be as they would be. Meanwhile, he heard the ringing crow of a cockerel in the distance. He saw the pale shell of the moon effaced on a blue sky. So he shouted to the horses, and was happy if, driving into Ilkeston, a fresh young woman were going in to do her shopping, he hailed her and reined in his horse, and picked her up. Then he was glad to have her near him. His eyes shone, his voice, laughing, teasing in a warm fashion, made the poise of her head more beautiful. Her blood ran quicker. They were both stimulated. The morning was fine. What did it matter that at the bottom of his heart was care and pain? It was at the bottom. Let it stop at the bottom. His wife, her suffering, her coming pain. Well, it must be so. She suffered, but he was out of doors, full in life, and it would be ridiculous, indecent, to pull a long face and to insist on being miserable. He was happy. This morning, driving to town with the hoofs of the horse, spanking the hard earth, well, he was happy if half the world were weeping at the funeral of the other half. And it was a jolly girl sitting beside him, and woman was immortal. Whatever happened, whoever turned towards death, let the misery come when it could not be resisted. The evening arrived later, very beautiful, with a rosy flush hovering above the sunset, and passing away into violet and lavender, with turquoise green north and south in the sky, and in the east, a great yellow moon hanging heavy and radiant. It was magnificent to walk between the sunset and the moon on a road where little holly trees thrust black into the rose, and lavender and starlings flickered in droves across the light. But what was the end of the journey? The pain came right enough later on, when his heart and his feet were heavy, his brain dead, his life stopped. One afternoon the pains began. Mrs. Brangwen was put to bed. The midwife came. Night fell. The shutters were closed. Brangwen came in to tea, to the loaf and the pewter teapot, the child silent and quivering, playing with glass beads, the house empty, it seemed, or exposed to the winter night, as if it had no walls. Sometimes there sounded long and remote in the house vibrating through everything. The moaning cry of a woman in labor. Brangwen, sitting downstairs, was divided. His lower, deeper self was with her, bound to her suffering. But the big shell of his body remembered the sound of owls that used to fly round the farmstead when he was a boy. He was back in his youth, a boy haunted by the sound of the owls waking up his brother to speak to him, and his mind drifted away to the birds, their solemn, dignified faces, their flight so soft and broad-winged. And then to the birds his brother had shot, fluffy, dust-colored, dead heaps of softness, with faces absurdly asleep. It was a queer thing, a dead owl. He lifted his cup to his lips. He watched the child with the beads, but his mind was occupied with owls and the atmosphere of his boyhood, with his brothers and sisters elsewhere fundamental. He was with his wife in labor. The child was being brought forth out of their one flesh, he and she one flesh, out of which life must be put forth. The rent was not in his body, but it was of his body on her. The blows fell, but the quiver ran through to him, to his last fiber. She must be torn asunder for life to come forth, yet still they were one flesh. And still from further back, the life came out of him to her, and still he was the unbroken that has the broken rock in its arms. Their flesh was one rock, from which the life gushed out of her who was smitten, and rent from him who quivered and yielded. He went upstairs to her. As he came to the bedside, she spoke to him in Polish. "Is it very bad?" he asked. She looked at him, and oh, the weariness to her of the effort to understand another language, the weariness of hearing him, attending to him, making out who he was as he stood there, fair-bearded and alien, looking at her. She knew something of him, of his eyes, but she could not grasp him. She closed her eyes. He turned away, white to the gills. "It's not so very bad," said the midwife. He knew he was a strain on his wife. He went downstairs. The child glanced up at him, frightened. "I want my mother," she quavered. "Aye, but she's badly," he said mildly, unheeding. She looked at him with lost, frightened eyes. "Has she got a headache?" "Nasha's going to have a baby." The child looked round. He was unaware of her. She was alone again, in terror. "I want my mother," came the cry of panic. "Let Tilly undress you," he said. "You're tired." There was another silence. Again came the cry of labor. "I want my mother," rang automatically from the wincing, panic-stricken child that felt cut off and lost in a horror of desolation. Tilly came forward, her heart wrung. "Come and let me undress her then, Petlam," she crooned. "You SLL have your mother in th mornin', don't you fret, my ducky, never mind, angel." But Anna stood upon the sofa, her back to the wall. "I want my mother," she cried, her little face quivering, and the great tears of childish, utter anguish falling. "She's poorly, my lamb, she's poorly tonight, but she'll be better by mornin'. Oh, don't cry, love, she doesn't want you to cry, precious little heart, no, she doesn't." Tilly took gently hold of the child's skirts. Anna snatched back her dress and cried in a little hysteria. "No, you're not to undress me, I want my mother," and her child's face was running with grief and tears, her body shaken. "Oh, but let Tilly undress you, let Tilly undress you, who loves you, don't be willful tonight, mother's poorly, she doesn't want you to cry." The child sobbed distractedly. She could not hear. "I want my mother," she wept. "When you're undressed, you SLL go up to see your mother. When you're undressed, pet. When you've let Tilly undress you, when you're a little jewel in your nighty, love. Oh, don't you cry, don't you." Brangwen sat stiff in his chair. He felt his brain going tighter. He crossed over the room, aware only of the maddening sobbing. "Don't make a noise," he said. And a new fear shook the child from the sound of his voice. She cried mechanically, her eyes looking watchful through her tears in terror, alert to what might happen. "I want my mother," quavered the sobbing, blind voice. A shiver of irritation went over the man's limbs. It was the utter, persistent unreason, the maddening blindness of the voice and the crying. "You must come and be undressed," he said in a quiet voice that was thin with anger. And he reached his hand and grasped her. He felt her body catch in a convulsive sob, but he too was blind and intent, irritated into mechanical action. He began to unfasten her little apron. She would have shrunk from him, but could not, so her small body remained in his grasp, while he fumbled at the little buttons and tapes, unthinking, intent, unaware of anything but the irritation of her body was held taut and resistant. He pushed off the little dress, and the petticoats revealing the white arms she kept stiff, overpowered, violated. He went on with his task, and all the while she sobbed, choking. "I want my mother's." He was unheedingly silent, his face stiff. The child was now incapable of understanding. She had become a little mechanical thing of fixed. While she wept, her body convulsed, her voice repeating the same cry. "Eh dear Omi," cried Tilly, becoming distracted herself. Brangwen, slow, clumsy, blind, intent, got off all the little garments, and stood the child naked in its shift upon the sofa. "Where's her nightie?" he asked. Tilly brought it, and he put it on her. Anna did not move her limbs to his desire. He had to push them into place. She stood with fixed, blind will, resistant, a small, convulsed, unchangeable thing, weeping ever, and repeating the same phrase. He lifted one foot after the other, pulled off slippers and socks. She was ready. "Do you want a drink?" he asked. She did not change, unheeding, uncaring. She stood on the sofa, standing back alone, her hands shut in half, lifted her face, all tears, raised and blind, and through the sobbing and choking came the broken, "Iwant mimatho." "Do you want a drink?" he said again. There was no answer. He lifted the stiff, denying body between his hands. Its stiff blindness made a flash of rage go through him. He would like to break it. He set the child on his knee and sat again in his chair beside the fire, the wet, sobbing, inarticulate noise going on near his ear, the child sitting stiff, not yielding to him or anything, not aware. A new degree of anger came over him. What did it all matter? What did it matter if the mother talked Polish and cried in labor, if this child were stiff with resistance and crying? Why take it to heart? Let the mother cry in labor, let the child cry in resistance. Since they would do so, why should he fight against it? Why resist? Let it be. If it was so, let them be as they were, if they insisted. And in a daze, he sat, offering no fight. The child cried on, the minutes ticked away, a sort of torpor was on him. It was some little time before he came to, and turned to attend to the child. He was shocked by her little wet, blinded face. A bit dazed, he pushed back the wet hair like a living statue of grief. Her blind face cried on. "Nay," he said, "not as bad as that. It's not as bad as that. Anna, my child, come. What are you crying for so much? Come, stop. Now it'll make you sick. I wipe you dry. Don't wet your face any more. Don't cry any more wet tears. Don't. It's better not to. Don't crits. Not so bad as all that. Hush, now hush, let it be enough." His voice was queer and distant and calm. He looked at the child. She was beside herself. Now he wanted her to stop. He wanted it all to stop, to become natural. "Come," he said, rising to turn away. "Well, go and supper up the beast." He took a big shawl, folded her round, and went out into the kitchen for a lantern. "You're never taking the child out of a night like this," said Tilly. "It'll quieten her," he answered. It was raining. The child was suddenly still, shocked, finding the rain on its face, the darkness. "Well, just give the cows there's something to it afore they go to bed," Brangwen was saying to her, holding her close and sure. There was a trickling of water into the butt, a burst of raindrops sputtering onto her shawl, and the light of the lantern swinging, flashing on a wet pavement and the base of a wet wall. Otherwise it was black darkness, one-breath darkness. He opened the doors upper and lower, and they entered into the high, dry barn that smelled warm even if it were not warm. He hung the lantern on the nail and shut the door. They were in another world. Now the light shed softly on the timbered barn, on the whitewashed walls, and the great heap of hay instruments cast their shadows largely. A ladder rose to the dark arch of a loft outside. There was the driving rain inside, the softly illuminated stillness and calmness of the barn. Holding the child on one arm, he set about preparing the food for the cows, filling a pan with chopped hay and brewer's grains, and a little meal. The child, all wonder, watched what he Roman 999. A new being was created in her for the new conditions. Sometimes a little spasm, eddying from the bygone storm of sobbing, shook her small body. Her eyes were wide and wondering, pathetic. She was silent, quite still. In a sort of dream, his heart sunk to the bottom, leaving the surface of him still, quite still. He rose with the panful of food, carefully balancing the child on one arm, the pan in the other hand. The silky fringe of the shawl swayed softly grains, and hay trickled to the floor. He went along a dimly lit passage behind the mangers, where the horns of the cows pricked out of the obscurity. The child shrank. He balanced, stiffly rested the pan on the manger wall, and tipped out the food, half to this cow, half to the next. There was a noise of chains running as the cows lifted or dropped their heads sharply, then a contented soothing sound, a long snuffing, as the beasts ate in silence. The journey had to be performed several times. There was the rhythmic sound of the shovel in the barn. Then the man returned, walking stiffly between the two weights, the face of the child peering out from the shawl. Then the next time, as he stooped, she freed her arm and put it round his neck, clinging soft and warm, making all easier. The beasts fed. He dropped the pan and sat down on a box to arrange the child. "Will the cows go to sleep now?" she said, catching her breath as she spoke. "Yes." "Will they eat all their stuff up first?" "Yes, hark at them." And the two sat still, listening to the snuffing and breathing of cows feeding in the sheds, communicating with this small barn. The lantern shed a soft, steady light from one wall. All outside was still in the rain. He looked down at the silky folds of the paisley shawl. It reminded him of his mother. She used to go to church in it. He was back again, in the old irresponsibility and security, a boy at home. The two sat very quiet, his mind in a sort of trance, seemed to become more and more vague. He held the child close to him. A quivering little shudder, reaching from her sobbing, went down her limbs. He held her closer. Gradually, she relaxed. The eyelids began to sink over her dark, watchful eyes. As she sank to sleep, his mind became blank. When he came to, as if from sleep, he seemed to be sitting in a timeless stillness. What was he listening for? He seemed to be listening for some sound, a long way off from beyond life. He remembered his wife. He must go back to her. The child was asleep, the eyelids not quite shut, showing a slight film of black pupil between. Why did she not shut her eyes? Her mouth was also a little open. He rose quickly and went back to the house. "Is she asleep?" whispered Tilly. He nodded. The servant woman came to look at the child, who slept in the shawl with cheeks flushed hot and red, and a whiteness, a wanness round the eyes. "God a mercy," whispered Tilly, shaking her head. He pushed off his boots and went upstairs with the child. He became aware of the anxiety grasped tight at his heart because of his wife. But he remained still. The house was silent save for the wind outside and the noisy trickling and splattering of water in the water butts. There was a slit of light under his wife's door. He put the child into bed, wrapped as she was in the shawl, for the sheets would be cold. Then he was afraid that she might not be able to move her arms, so he loosened her. The black eyes, opened, rested on him, vacantly sank shut again. He covered her up. The last little quiver from the sobbing shook her breathing. This was his room, the room he had had before he married. It was familiar. He remembered what it was to be a young man, untouched. He remained suspended. The child slept, pushing her small fists from the shawl. He could tell the woman, her child, was asleep. But he must go to the other landing. He started. There was the sound of the owl's moaning of the woman. What an uncanny sound. It was not human, at least to a man. He went down to her room, entering softly. She was lying still with eyes shut, pale, tired. His heart leapt, fearing she was dead. Yet he knew perfectly well she was not. He saw the way her hair went loose over her temples. Her mouth was shut with suffering in a sort of grin. She was beautiful to him, but it was not human. He had a dread of her. As she lay there, what had she to do with him? She was other than himself. Something made him go and touch her fingers that were still grasped on the sheet. Her brown-grey eyes opened and looked at him. She did not know him as himself, but she knew him as the man. She looked at him as a woman in childbirth looks at the man who begot the child in her, an impersonal look. In the extreme hour, female to male, her eyes closed again. A great scalding peace went over him, burning his heart and his entrails, passing off into the infinite. When her pains began afresh, tearing her, he turned aside and could not look, but his heart in torture was at peace. His bowels were glad. He went downstairs and to the door outside, lifted his face to the rain, and felt the darkness striking unseen and steadily upon him. The swift, unseen thrashing of the night upon him silenced him, and he was overcome. He turned away indoors humbly. There was the infinite world, eternal, unchanging, as well as the world of life. Chapter Roman 3 Childhood of Anna Lenski. Tom Brangwen never loved his own son as he loved his stepchild Anna. When they told him it was a boy, he had a thrill of pleasure. He liked the confirmation of fatherhood. It gave him satisfaction to know he had a son, but he felt not very much outgoing to the baby itself. He was its father, that was enough. He was glad that his wife was mother of his child. She was serene, a little bit shadowy, as if she were transplanted in the birth of the child. She seemed to lose connection with her former self. She became now really English, really Mrs. Brangwen. Her vitality, however, seemed lowered. She was still to Brangwen immeasurably beautiful. She was still passionate with a flame of being, but the flame was not robust, and present her eyes shone, her face glowed for him, but like some flower opened in the shade that could not bear the full light. She loved the baby, but even this with a sort of dimness, a faint absence about her, a shadowiness, even in her mother love. When Brangwen saw her nursing his child, happy, absorbed in it, a pain went over him like a thin flame, for he perceived how he must subdue himself in his approach to her, and he wanted again the robust moral exchange of love and passion, such as he had had at first with her at one time, and another when they were matched at their highest intensity. This was the one experience for him now, and he wanted it always with remorseless craving. She came to him again with the same lifting of her mouth as had driven him almost mad with trammeled passion. At first, she came to him again, and his heart delirious in delight and readiness, he took her, and it was almost as before. Perhaps it was quite as before. At any rate, it made him know perfection. It established in him a constant, eternal knowledge. But it died down before he wanted it to die down. She was finished. She could take no more, and he was not exhausted. He wanted to go on, but it could not be. So he had to begin the bitter lesson, to abate himself, to take less than he wanted, for she was woman to him. All other women were her shadows, for she had satisfied him, and he wanted it to go on, and it could not. However, he raged, and filled with suppression that became hot and bitter, hated her in his soul, that she did not want him. However, he had mad outbursts and drank, and made ugly scenes. Still, he knew he was only kicking against the pricks. It was not he had to learn that she would not want him enough as much as he demanded that she should want him. It was that she could not. She could only want him in her own way and to her own measure, and she had spent much life before he found her, as she was the woman who could take him and give him fulfillment. She had taken him and given him fulfillment. She still could do so in her own times and ways, but he must control himself, measure himself to her. He wanted to give her all his love, all his passion, all his essential energy, but it could not be. He must find other things than her other centers of living. She sat close and impregnable with the child, and he was jealous of the child. But he loved her, and time came to give some sort of course to his troublesome current of life, so that it did not foam and flood and make misery. He formed another center of love in her child, Anna. Gradually, a part of his stream of life was diverted to the child, relieving the main flood to his wife. Also, he sought the company of men. He drank heavily now and again. The child ceased to have so much anxiety for her mother. After the baby came seeing the mother with the baby boy, delighted and serene and secure. Anna was at first puzzled, then gradually she became indignant, and at last her little life settled on its own swivel. She was no more strained and distorted to support her mother. She became more childish, not so abnormal, not charged with cares. She could not understand the charge of the mother. The satisfying of the mother had devolved elsewhere than on her. Gradually, the child was freed. She became an independent, forgetful little soul, loving from her own center. Of her own choice, she then loved Brangwen most obviously, for these two made a little life together. They had a joint activity. It amused him at evening to teach her to count, or to say her letters. He remembered for her all the little nursery rhymes and childish songs that lay forgotten at the bottom of his brain. At first she thought them rubbish, but he laughed, and she laughed. They became to her a huge joke. Old King Cole she thought was Brangwen. Mother Hubbard was Tilly. Her mother was the old woman who lived in a shoe. It was a frantic delight to the child, this nonsense, after her years with her mother, after the poignant folk tales she had had from her mother, which always troubled and mystified her soul. She shared a sort of recklessness with her father, a complete chosen carelessness that had the laugh of ridicule in it. He loved to make her voice go high and shouting and defiant with laughter. The baby was dark-skinned and dark-haired like the mother, and had hazel eyes. Brangwen called him the blackbird. Hallo, Brangwen would cry, starting as he heard the wail of the child announcing it wanted to be taken out of the cradle. There's the blackbird tuning up. The blackbird singing. Anna would shout with delight, the blackbird singing. When the pie was opened, Brangwen shouted in his bawling bass voice, going over to the cradle. The bird began to sing. Wasn't it a dainty dish to set before a king? Cried Anna, her eyes flashing with joy as she uttered the cryptic words, looking at Brangwen for confirmation. He sat down with the baby, saying loudly, "Sing up, my lads, sing up." And the baby cried loudly, and Anna shouted lustily, dancing in wild bliss, "Sing a song of sixpence, pocketful of posies, ashu, ashu." Then she stopped suddenly in silence and looked at Brangwen again, her eyes flashing as she shouted loudly and delightedly, "I've got it wrong, I've got it wrong." "Oh my sir," said Tilly, entering, "what a racket." Brangwen hushed the child, and Anna flipped and danced on. She loved her wild bursts of rowdiness with her father. Tilly hated it. Mrs. Brangwen did not mind. Anna did not care much for other children. She domineered them. She treated them as if they were extremely young and incapable. To her, they were little people. They were not her equals. So she was mostly alone, flying round the farm, entertaining the farm hands and Tilly and the servant girl, whirring on and never ceasing. She loved driving with Brangwen in the trap, then sitting high up and bowling along. Her passion for eminence and dominance was satisfied. She was like a little savage in her arrogance. She thought her father important. She was installed beside him on high, and they spanked along beside the high flourishing hedge-tops, surveying the activity of the countryside, when people shouted a greeting to him from the road below, and Brangwen shouted jovially back. Her little voice was soon heard shrilling along with his, followed by her chuckling laugh, when she looked up at her father with bright eyes, and they laughed at each other. And soon it was the custom for the passerby to sing out, "How are Tom, well, my lady, or else mornin' Tom, mornin', my lass, or else you're off together, then, or else you're lookin' rarely, you two." Anna would respond with her father, "How are you, John, good mornin', William, I mackin'," for Darby shrilling as loudly as she could, though often in response to "You're off out a bit." Then she would reply, "Yes, we are," to the great joy of all. She did not like the people who saluted him and did not salute her. She went into the public house with him if he had to call, and often sat beside him in the bar parlor. As he drank his beer or brandy, the landladies paid court to her in the obsequious way landladies have. "Well, little lady, and what's your name?" "Anna Brangwen," came the immediate haughty answer. "Indeed it is, and do you like driving in a trap with your father?" "Yes," said Anna, shy, but bored by these inanities. She had a touch-monot way of blighting the inane inquiries of grown-up people. "My word, she's a false little thing," the landlady would say to Brangwen. "Aye," he answered, not encouraging comments on the child. Then there followed the present of a biscuit or of cake, which Anna accepted as her dues. "What does she say, that I am a false little thing?" the small girl asked afterwards. "She means you're a sharpshins." Anna hesitated. She did not understand. Then she laughed at some absurdity she found. Soon he took her every week to market with him. "I can come, can't I?" she asked every Saturday or Thursday morning, when he made himself look fine in his dress of a gentleman farmer, and his face clouded at having to refuse her. So at last he overcame his own shyness and tucked her beside him. They drove into Nottingham and put up at the Black Swan. So far all right. Then he wanted to leave her at the inn, but he saw her face and knew it was impossible, so he mustered his courage and set off with her, holding her hand, to the cattle market. She stared in bewilderment, flitting silent at his side. But in the cattle market she shrank from the press of men, all in heavy filthy boots and leathern leggins, and the road underfoot was all nasty with cowmuck, and it frightened her to see the cattle in the square pens, so many horns, and so little enclosure, and such a madness of men, and a yelling of drovers. Also she felt her father was embarrassed by her, and a ladies. He brought her a cake at the refreshment booth, and set her on a seat. A man hailed him. "Good morning, Tom, that thine thenant." The bearded farmer jerked his head at Anna. I said Brangwen, deprecating. I didn't know Thad one that old. No, it's my missus. Oh, that's it, and the man looked at Anna as if she were some odd little cattle. She glowered with black eyes. Brangwen left her there in charge of the barman, whilst he went to see about the selling of some young Sturks farmers, butchers, drovers, dirty, uncouth men from whom she shrank, instinctively stared down at her as she sat on her seat, then went to get their drink, talking in unabated tones. All was big and violent about her. Whose child met that be, they asked of the barman. It belongs to Tom Brangwen. The child sat on in neglect, watching the door for her father. He never came. Many men came, but not he, and she sat like a shadow. She knew one did not cry in such a place, and every man looked at her inquisitively. She shut herself away from them. A deep gathering coldness of isolation took hold on her. He was never coming back. She sat on, frozen, unmoving. When she had become blank and timeless, he came, and she slipped off her seat to him like one come back from the dead. He had sold his beast as quickly as he could, but all the business was not finished. He took her again through the hurtling welter of the cattle market. Then at last they turned and went out through the gate. He was always hailing one man or another, always stopping to gossip about land and cattle and horses and other things she did not understand, standing in the filth and the smell among the legs and great boots of men, and always she heard the questions. What lass is that? Then I didn't know Thad one oh that a. It belongs to my missus. Anna was very conscious of her derivation from her mother in the end, and of her alienation. But at last they were away, and Brangwen went with her into a little dark ancient eating house in the Bridlesmith Gate. They had cowstill soup and meat and cabbage and potatoes. Other men, other people came into the dark vaulted place to eat. Anna was wide-eyed and silent with wonder. Then they went into the big market, into the corn exchange. Then to shops. He bought her a little book off a stall. He loved buying things, odd things that he thought would be useful. Then they went to the Black Swan, and she drank milk and he brandy, and they harnessed the horse and drove off up the Derby Road. She was tired out with wonder and marveling, but the next day when she thought of it, she skipped, flipping her leg in the odd dance she did, and talked the whole time of what had happened to her, of what she had seen. It lasted her all the week, and the next Saturday she was eager to go again. She became a familiar figure in the cattle market, sitting, waiting in the little booth. But she liked best to go to Derby there. Her father had more friends, and she liked the familiarity of the smaller town, the nearness of the river, the strangeness that did not frighten her. It was so much smaller. She liked the Coveredon market and the old women. She liked the George Inn where her father put up. The landlord was Brangwen's old friend, and Anna was made much of. She sat many a day in the cosy parlor, talking to Mr. Wigginton, a fat man with red hair, the landlord. And when the farmers all gathered at 12 o'clock for dinner, she was a little heroine. At first she would only glower or hiss at these strange men with their uncouth accent, but they were good-humored. She was a little oddity, with her fierce fair hair like spun glass, sticking out in a flamy halo round the apple-blossom face, and the black eyes, and the men liked an oddity. She kindled their attention. She was very angry because Marriott, a gentleman farmer from Ambergate, called her the little polecat. "Why, you're a polecat," he said to her. "I am not," she flashed. "You are. That's just how a polecat goes." She thought about it. "Well, you're a," she began. "I am what?" She looked him up and down. "You're a bowleg man." Which he was. There was a roar of laughter. They loved her, that she was indomitable. "Ah," said Marriott, "only a polecat says that." "Well, I am a polecat," she flamed. There was another roar of laughter from the men. They loved to tease her. "Well, me little maid," Braithwaite would say to her, "and how's lamb's wool?" He gave a tug at a glistening pale piece of her hair. "It's not lamb's wool," said Anna, indignantly, putting back her offended lock. "Why, what's it then?" "It's hair." "Hair wherever done they rear that sort?" "Wherever done they?" she asked in dialect, her curiosity overcoming her. Instead of answering, he shouted with joy, it was the triumph to make her speak dialect. She had one enemy, the man they called Nut Nat or Nat Nut, a cretin with inturned feet, who came flap-lapping along shoulder, jerking up at every step. This poor creature sold nuts in the public houses where he was known. He had no roof to his mouth, and the men used to mock his speech. The first time he came into the George, when Anna was there, she asked, after he had gone, her eyes very round, "Why does he do that when he walks? He canna help himself, ducky, it's th, make oth fell." She thought about it, then she laughed nervously, and then she bethought herself, her cheeks flushed, and she cried, "He's a horrid man." "Nay, he's non-horrid, he canna help it if he were struck that road." But when poor Nat came wambling in again, she slid away, and she would not eat his nuts if the men bought them for her, and when the farmers gambled at dominoes for them, she was angry. "They are dirtiman's nuts," she cried. So a revulsion started against Nat, who had not long after to go to the workhouse. There grew in Brangwen's heart now a secret desire to make her a lady. His brother Alfred in Nottingham had caused a great scandal by becoming the lover of an educated woman, a lady widow of a doctor. Very often Alfred Brangwen went down as a friend to her cottage, which was in Derbyshire, leaving his wife and family for a day or two, then returning to them, and no one dared gainsay him, for he was a strong-willed, direct man, and he said he was a friend of this widow. One day Brangwen met his brother on the station. "Where are you going to?" then asked the younger brother. "I am going down to Wirksworth." "You've got friends down there, I am told." "Yes. I'll have to be looking in when I am down that road." "You please yourself." Tom Brangwen was so curious about the woman that the next time he was in Wirksworth, he asked for her house. He found a beautiful cottage on the steep side of a hill, looking clean over the town that lay in the bottom of the basin, and away at the old quarries on the opposite side of the space. Mrs. Forbes was in the garden. She was a tall woman with white hair. She came up the path, taking off her thick gloves, laying down her shears. It was autumn. She wore a wide-brimmed hat. Brangwen blushed to the roots of his hair and did not know what to say. "I thought I might look in," he said, "knowing you were friends of my brother's. I had to come to Wirksworth." She saw at once that he was a Brangwen. "Will you come in?" she said. "My father is lying down." She took him into a drawing room full of books with a piano and a violin stand, and they talked. She simply and easily, she was full of dignity. The room was of a kind Brangwen had never known. The atmosphere seemed open and spacious, like a mountaintop to him. "Does my brother like reading?" he asked. "Some things. He has been reading Herbert Spencer, and we read Browning sometimes." Brangwen was full of admiration, deep, thrilling, almost reverential admiration. He looked at her with lit-up eyes. When she said, "We read at last," he burst out, looking round the room. "I didn't know our Alfred was this way inclined. He is quite an unusual man." He looked at her in amazement. She evidently had a new idea of his brother. She evidently appreciated him. He looked again at the woman. She was about 40, straight, rather hard, a curious, separate creature himself. He was not in love with her. There was something chilling about her, but he was filled with boundless admiration. At tea time he was introduced to her father, an invalid who had to be helped about, but who was ruddy and well-favored, with snowy hair and watery blue eyes, and a courtly, naive manner that again was new and strange to Brangwen, so suave, so merry, so innocent. His brother was this woman's lover. It was too amazing. Brangwen went home despising himself for his own poor way of life. He was a clodhopper and a boor dull, stuck in the mud. More than ever he wanted to clamber out to this visionary, polite world. He was well off. He was as well off as Alfred, who could not have above 600 a year. All told, he himself made about 400, and could make more. His investments got better every day. Why did he not do something? His wife was a lady also. But when he got to the marsh, he realized how fixed everything was, how the other form of life was beyond him, and he regretted for the first time that he had succeeded to the farm. He felt a prisoner, sitting safe and easy and unadventurous. He might with risk have done more with himself. He could neither read Browning nor Herbert Spencer, nor have access to such a room as Mrs. Forbes, all that form of life was outside him. But then he said he did not want it. The excitement of the visit began to pass off. The next day he was himself. And if he thought of the other woman, there was something about her and her place that he did not like, something cold, something alien, as if she were not a woman, but an inhuman being who used up human life for cold, unliving purposes. The evening came on. He played with Anna and then sat alone with his own wife. She was sewing. He sat very still, smoking, perturbed. He was aware of his wife's quiet figure and quiet dark head bent over her needle. It was too quiet for him. It was too peaceful. He wanted to smash the walls down and let the night in so that his wife should not be so secure and quiet sitting there. He wished the air were not so close and narrow. His wife was obliterated from him. She was in her own world, quiet, secure, unnoticed, unnoticing. He was shut down by her. He rose to go out. He could not sit still any longer. He must get out of this oppressive, shut-down woman haunt. His wife lifted her head and looked at him. "Are you going out?" she asked. He looked down and met her eyes. They were darker than darkness and gave deeper space. He felt himself retreating before her, defensive, whilst her eyes followed and tracked him down. "I was just going up to Karsithay," he said. She remained, watching him. "Why do you go?" she said. His heart beat fast, and he sat down slowly. "No reason particular," he said, beginning to fill his pipe again, mechanically. "Why do you go away so often?" she said. "But you don't want me," he replied. She was silent for a while. "You do not want to be with me any more," she said. It startled him. How did she know this truth? He thought it was his secret. "Yeah," he said. "You want to find something else," she said. He did not answer. Did he? He asked himself. "You should not want so much attention," she said. "You are not a baby." "I'm not grumbling," he said, yet he knew he was. "You think you have not enough," she said. "How enough?" "You think you have not enough in me, but how do you know me? What do you do to make me love you?" He was flabbergasted. "I never said I hadn't enough in you," he replied. "I didn't know you wanted making to love me. What do you want? You don't make it good between us anymore. You are not interested. You do not make me want you. And you don't make me want you, do you now?" There was a silence. They were such strangers. "Would you like to have another woman?" she asked. His eyes grew round. He did not know where he was. How could she, his own wife, say such a thing? But she sat there small and foreign and separate. It dawned upon him. She did not consider herself his wife, except in so far as they agreed. She did not feel she had married him. At any rate, she was willing to allow he might want another woman. A gap, a space opened before him. "No," he said slowly. "What other woman should I want?" "Like your brother," she said. He was silent for some time, ashamed also. "What of her?" he said. "I didn't like the woman." "Yes, you liked her," she answered persistently. He stared in wonder at his own wife, as she told him his own heart so callously, and he was indignant. What right had she to sit there telling him these things? She was his wife. What right had she to speak to him like this, as if she were a stranger? "I didn't," he said. "I want no woman." "Yes, you would like to be like Alfred." His silence was one of angry frustration. He was astonished. He had told her of his visit to Wirksworth, but briefly, without interest, he thought. As she sat with her strange, dark face turned towards him, her eyes watched him, inscrutable, casting him up. He began to oppose her. She was again the active unknown facing him. Must he admit her? He resisted involuntarily. "Why should you want to find a woman who is more to you than me?" she said. The turbulence raged in his breast. "I don't," he said. "Why do you?" she repeated. "Why do you want to deny me?" Suddenly, in a flash, he saw she might be lonely, isolated, unsure. She had seemed to him the utterly certain, satisfied, absolute. Excluding him, could she need anything? "Why aren't you satisfied with me, Im? Not satisfied with you? Paul used to come to me and take me like a man. Does you only leave me alone, or take me like your cattle quickly to forget me again so that you can forget me again? What am I to remember about you?" said Brangwen. "I want you to know there is somebody there besides yourself. Well, don't I know it? You come to me as if it was for nothing, as if I was nothing there. When Paul came to me, I was something to him, a woman. I was to you, I am nothing. It is like cattle or nothing. You make me feel as if I was nothing, he said. They were silent. She sat watching him. He could not move. His soul was seething and chaotic. She turned to her sewing again, but the sight of her bent before him held him and would not let him be. She was a strange, hostile, dominant thing, yet not quite hostile. As he sat, he felt his limbs were strong and hard. He sat in strength. She was silent for a long time, stitching. He was aware poignantly of the round shape of her head, very intimate, compelling. She lifted her head. Inside, the blood burned in him. Her voice ran to him like fire. Come here, she said, unsure. For some moments he did not move. Then he rose slowly and went across the hearth. It required an almost deathly effort of volition or of acquiescence. He stood before her and looked down at her. Her face was shining again. Her eyes were shining again, like terrible laughter. It was to him terrible how she could be transfigured. He could not look at her. It burnt his heart. My love, she said. And she put her arms round him as he stood before her, round his thighs, pressing him against her breast. And her hands on him seemed to reveal to him the mold of his own nakedness. He was passionately lovely to himself. He could not bear to look at her. My dear, she said. He knew she spoke a foreign language. The fear was like bliss in his heart. He looked down. Her face was shining. Her eyes were full of light. She was awful. He suffered from the compulsion to her. She was the awful unknown. He bent down to her, suffering, unable to let go, unable to let himself go, yet drawn, driven. She was now the transfigured. She was wonderful beyond him. He wanted to go, but he could not as yet kiss her. He was himself apart easiest. He could kiss her feet, but he was too ashamed for the actual deed, which were like an affront. She waited for him to meet her, not to bow before her and serve her. She wanted his active participation, not his submission. She put her fingers on him, and it was torture to him that he must give himself to her, actively participate in her, that he must meet and embrace and know her who was other than himself. There was that in him which shrank from yielding to her, resisted the relaxing towards her, opposed the mingling with her, even while he most desired it. He was afraid. He wanted to save himself. There were a few moments of stillness. Then gradually the tension, the withholding relaxed in him, and he began to flow towards her. She was beyond him, the unattainable, but he let go his hold on himself. He relinquished himself and knew the subterranean force of his desire to come to her, to be with her, to mingle with her, losing himself, to find her, to find himself in her. He began to approach her, to draw near. His blood beat up in waves of desire. He wanted to come to her, to meet her. She was there. If he could reach her, the reality of her, who was just beyond him, absorbed him, blind and destroyed. He pressed forward, nearer, nearer, to receive the consummation of himself. He received within the darkness, which should swallow him and yield him up to himself. If he could come really within the blazing kernel of darkness, if really he could be destroyed, burnt away, till he lit with her in one consummation that was supreme, supreme. Their coming together now, after 2 years of married life, was much more wonderful to them than it had been before. It was the entry into another circle of existence. It was the baptism to another life. It was the complete confirmation. Their feet trod strange ground of knowledge. Their footsteps were lit up with discovery. Wherever they walked, it was well. The world reached round them in discovery. They went gladly and forgetful. Everything was lost, and everything was found. The new world was discovered. It remained only to be explored. They had passed through the doorway into the further space, where movement was so big that it contained bonds and constraints and labors, and still was complete liberty. She was the doorway to him, he to her. At last, they had thrown open the doors each to the other, and had stood in the doorways facing each other, whilst the light flooded out from behind on to each of their faces. It was the transfiguration, glorification, the admission. And always the light of the transfiguration burned on in their hearts. He went his way, as before she went her way. To the rest of the world there seemed no change, but to the two of them there was the perpetual wonder of the transfiguration. He did not know her any better, any more precisely now that he knew her altogether. Poland, her husband, the war, understood no more of this in her. He did not understand her foreign nature, half German, half Polish, nor her foreign speech. But he knew her meaning, without understanding what she said, what she spoke. This was a blind gesture on her part in herself. She walked strong and clear. He knew her. He saluted her, was with her. What was memory, after all, but the recording of a number of possibilities which had never been fulfilled? What was Paul Lenski to her but an unfulfilled possibility to which he, Brangwen, was the reality and the fulfillment? What did it matter that Anna Lenski was born of Lydia, and Paul God was her father and her mother? He had passed through the married pair without fully making himself known to them. Now he was declared to Brangwen and to Lydia Brangwen as they stood together. When at last they had joined hands, the house was finished, and the Lord took up his abode, and they were glad. The days went on as before. Brangwen went out to his work. His wife nursed her child, and attended in some measure to the farm. They did not think of each other. Should they only? When she touched him, he knew her instantly, that she was with him, near him, that she was the gateway and the way out, that she was beyond, and that he was traveling in her through the beyond. Whither? What does it matter? He responded always. When she called, he answered. When he asked, her response came at once or at length. Anna's soul was put at peace between them. She looked from one to the other, and she saw them established to her safety, and she was free. She played between the pillar of fire and the pillar of cloud, in confidence, having the assurance on her right hand and the assurance on her left. She was no longer called upon to uphold with her childish might the broken end of the arch. Her father and her mother now met to the span of the heavens, and she, the child, was free to play in the space beneath, between. Chapter Roman 4. Girlhood of Anna Brangwen. When Anna was 9 years old, Brangwen sent her to the dame's school in Kosithe. There she went, flipping and dancing in her inconsequential fashion, doing very much as she liked, disconcerting old Miss Coates by her indifference to respectability, and by her lack of reverence. Anna only laughed at Miss Coates, liked her, and patronized her in superb childish fashion. The girl was at once shy and wild. She had a curious contempt for ordinary people, a benevolent superiority. She was very shy and tortured with misery when people did not like her. On the other hand, she cared very little for anybody save her mother, whom she still rather resentfully worshipped, and her father, whom she loved and patronized, but upon whom she depended. These two, her mother and father, held her still in fee, but she was free of other people towards whom, on the whole, she took the benevolent attitude. She deeply hated ugliness or intrusion or arrogance. However, as a child she was as proud and shadowy as a tiger, and as aloof she could confer favors, but save from her mother and father she could receive none. She hated people who came too near to her like a wild thing. She wanted her distance. She mistrusted intimacy. In Kosithe and Ilkeston she was always an alien. She had plenty of acquaintances, but no friends. Very few people whom she met were significant to her. They seemed part of a herd, undistinguished. She did not take people very seriously. She had two brothers, Tom, dark-haired, small, volatile, whom she was intimately related to, but whom she never mingled with, and Fred, fair and responsive, whom she adored, but did not consider as a real separate thing. She was too much the center of her own universe, too little aware of anything outside. The first person she met who affected her as a real living person, whom she regarded as having definite existence, was Baron Skrebensky, her mother's friend. He also was a Polish exile who had taken orders and had received from Mr. Gladstone a small country living in Yorkshire. When Anna was about 10 years old, she went with her mother to spend a few days with the Baron Skrebensky. He was very unhappy in his red brick vicarage. He was vicar of a country church, a living worth a little over £200 a year, but he had a large parish containing several collieries with a new raw heathen population. He went to the north of England, expecting homage from the common people, for he was an aristocrat. He was roughly, even cruelly received, but he never understood it. He remained a fiery aristocrat, only he had to learn to avoid his parishioners. Anna was very much impressed by him. He was a smallish man, with a rugged, rather crumpled face and blue eyes, set very deep and glowing. His wife was a tall, thin woman of noble Polish family. Mad with pride, he still spoke broken English, for he had kept very close to his wife, both of them forlorn in this strange, inhospitable country, and they always spoke in Polish together. He was disappointed with Mrs. Brangwen's soft, natural English, very disappointed that her child spoke no Polish. Anna loved to watch him. She liked the big, new, rambling vicarage, desolate and stark on its hill. It was so exposed, so bleak and bold. After the marsh, the Baron talked endlessly in Polish to Mrs. Brangwen. He made furious gestures with his hands. His blue eyes were full of fire, and to Anna there was a significance about his sharp, flinging movements. Something in her responded to his extravagance and his exuberant manner. She thought him a very wonderful person. She was shy of him. She liked him to talk to her. She felt a sense of freedom near him. She never could tell how she knew it, but she did know that he was a Knight of Malta. She could never remember whether she had seen his star or cross of his order or not, but it flashed in her mind like a symbol. He, at any rate, represented to the child the real world, where kings and lords and princes moved and fulfilled their shining lives, whilst queens and ladies and princesses upheld the noble order. She had recognized the Baron Skrebensky as a real person. He had had some regard for her, but when she did not see him any more, he faded and became a memory. But as a memory, he was always alive to her. Anna became a tall, awkward girl. Her eyes were still very dark and quick, but they had grown careless. They had lost their watchful, hostile look. Her fierce spun hair turned brown. It grew heavier and was tied back. She was sent to a young ladies' school in Nottingham. And at this period, she was absorbed in becoming a young lady. She was intelligent enough, but not interested in learning at first. She thought all the girls at school very ladylike and wonderful, and she wanted to be like them. She came to a speedy disillusion. They galled and maddened her. They were petty and mean. After the loose, generous atmosphere of her home, where little things did not count, she was always uneasy in the world that would snap and bite at every trifle. A quick change came over her. She mistrusted herself. She mistrusted the outer world. She did not want to go on. She did not want to go out into it. She wanted to go no further. "What do I care about that lot of girls?" she would say to her father contemptuously. "They are nobody." The trouble was that the girls would not accept Anna at her measure. They would have her according to themselves or not at all. So she was confused. Seduced she became, as they were for a time, and then in revulsion she hated them furiously. "Why don't you ask some of your girls here?" her father would say. "They're not coming here," she cried. "And why not?" "They're a bagatelle," she said, using one of her mother's rare phrases. "Bagatelles or billiards, it makes no matter. They're a nice young lasses enough." But Anna was not to be won over. She had a curious shrinking from commonplace people, and particularly from the young lady of her day. She would not go into company because of the elates feeling other people brought upon her, and she never could decide whether it were her fault or theirs. She half respected these other people, and continuous disillusion maddened her. She wanted to respect them still. She thought the people she did not know were wonderful. Those she knew seemed always to be limiting her, tying her up in little falsities that irritated her beyond bearing. She would rather stay at home and avoid the rest of the world, leaving it illusory. For at the marsh life had indeed a certain freedom and largeness. There was no fret about money, no mean little precedence, nor care for what other people thought, because neither Mrs. Brangwen nor Brangwen could be sensible of any judgment passed on them from outside. Their lives were too separate. So Anna was only easy at home, where the common sense and the supreme relation between her parents produced a freer standard of being than she could find outside. Where outside the marsh could she find the tolerant dignity she had been brought up in? Her parents stood undiminished and unaware of criticism. The people she met outside seemed to begrudge her her very existence. They seemed to want to belittle her. Also, she was exceedingly reluctant to go amongst them. She depended upon her mother and her father, and yet she wanted to go out. At school or in the world, she was usually at fault. She felt usually that she ought to be slinking in disgrace. She never felt quite sure in herself whether she were wrong or whether the others were wrong. She had not done her lessons. Well, she did not see any reason why she should do her lessons if she did not want to. Was there some occult reason why she should? Were these people schoolmistresses, representatives of some mystic right, some higher good? They seemed to think so themselves. But she could not for her life see why a woman should bully and insult her, because she did not know 30 lines of "As You Like It." After all, what did it matter if she knew them or not? Nothing could persuade her that it was of the slightest importance, because she despised inwardly the coarsely working nature of the mistress. Therefore, she was always at outs with authority from constant telling. She came almost to believe in her own badness, her own intrinsic inferiority. She felt that she ought always to be in a state of slinking disgrace if she fulfilled what was expected of her. But she rebelled. She never really believed in her own badness at the bottom of her heart. She despised the other people who carped and were loud over trifles. She despised them and wanted revenge on them. She hated them whilst they had power over her. Still she kept an ideal of free proud lady, absolved from the petty ties existing beyond petty considerations. She would see such ladies in pictures. Alexandra, Princess of Wales, was one of her models. This lady was proud and royal, and stepped indifferently over all small mean desires. So thought honor in her heart. And the girl did up her hair high under a little slanting hat. Her skirts were fashionably bunched up. She wore an elegant skin-fitting coat. Her father was delighted. Anna was very proud in her bearing, too naturally indifferent to smaller bonds, to satisfy Ilkeston, which would have liked to put her down. But Brangwen was having no such thing. If she chose to be royal, she should be. He stood like a rock between her and the world. After the fashion of his family, he grew stout and handsome. His blue eyes were full of light, twinkling and sensitive. His manner was deliberate, but hearty, warm. His capacity for living his own life without attention from his neighbors made them respect him. They would run to do anything for him. He did not consider them, but was open-handed towards them, so they made profit of their willingness. He liked people so long as they remained in the background. Mrs. Brangwen went on in her own way, following her own devices. She had her husband, her 2 sons, and Anna. These staked out and marked her horizon. The other people were outsiders inside her own world. Her life passed along like a dream for her. It lapsed, and she lived within its lapse, active and always pleased, intent. She scarcely noticed the outer things at all. What was outside, non-existent. She did not mind if the boys fought so long as it was out of her presence. But if they fought when she was by, she was angry, and they were afraid of her. She did not care if they broke a window of a railway carriage or sold their watches. To have a revel at the Goose Fair, Brangwen was perhaps angry over these things. To the mother, they were insignificant. It was odd little things that offended her. She was furious if the boys hung around the slaughterhouse. She was displeased when the school reports were bad. It did not matter how many sins her boys were accused of, so long as they were not stupid or inferior. If they seemed to brook insult, she hated them. And it was only a certain gaucherie, a gawkiness on Anna's part, that irritated her against the girl. Certain forms of clumsiness, grossness, made the mother's eyes glow with curious rage. Otherwise she was pleased, indifferent. Pursuing her splendid lady ideal, Anna became a lofty demoiselle of 16, plagued by family shortcomings. She was very sensitive to her father. She knew if he had been drinking, were he ever so little affected, and she could not bear it. He flushed when he drank. The veins stood out on his temples. There was a twinkling cavalier boisterousness in his eye. His manner was jovially overbearing and mocking, and it angered her when she heard his loud, roaring, boisterous mockery. An anger of resentment filled her. She was quick to forestall him the moment he came in. "You look a sight, you do, red in the face," she cried. "I might look worse if I was green," he answered. "Boozing in Ilkeston. And what's wrong? Why, Ilson?" She flounced away. He watched her with amused, twinkling eyes, yet in spite of himself said that she flouted him. They were a curious family, a law to themselves, separate from the world, isolated, a small republic set in invisible bounds. The mother was quite indifferent to Ilkeston and Kosithe, to any claims made on her from outside. She was very shy of any outsider, exceedingly courteous, winning. Even but the moment the visitor had gone, she laughed and dismissed him. He did not exist. It had been all a game to her. She was still a foreigner, unsure of her ground, but alone with her own children and husband at the marsh. She was mistress of a little native land that lacked nothing. She had some beliefs, somewhere never defined. She had been brought up a Roman Catholic. She had gone to the Church of England. For protection, the outward form was a matter of indifference to her, yet she had some fundamental religion. It was as if she worshipped God as a mystery, never seeking in the least to define what he was. And inside her, the subtle sense of the great absolute, wherein she had her being, was very strong. The English dogma never reached her. The language was too foreign. Through it all she felt the great separator who held life in his hands, gleaming, imminent, terrible, the great mystery, immediate, beyond all telling. She shone and gleamed to the mystery, whom she knew through all her senses. She glanced with strange mystic superstitions that never found expression in the English language, never mounted to thought in English. But so she lived within a potent sensuous belief that included her family and contained her destiny. To this she had reduced her husband. He existed with her, entirely indifferent to the general values of the world. Her very ways, the very mark of her eyebrows, were symbols and indication to him there on the farm with her. He lived through a mystery of life and death, and creation, strange, profound ecstasies, and incommunicable satisfactions, of which the rest of the world knew nothing, which made the pair of them apart, and respected in the English village, for they were also well towed. But Anna was only half safe within her mother's unthinking knowledge. She had a mother-of-pearl rosary that had been her own father's. What it meant to her she could never say, but the string of moonlight and silver, when she had it between her fingers, filled her with strange passion. She learned at school little Latin. She learned an Ave Maria and a Pater Noster. She learned how to say her rosary, but that was no good. Ave Maria Gratia Plena, Dominus tecum benedicta tu, in mulieribus et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Jesus, Ave Maria Sancta Maria, ora pro nobis peccatoribus nunc, et in hora mortis nostri. Amen. It was not right somehow. What these words meant, when translated, was not the same as the pale rosary meant. There was a discrepancy, a falsehood. It irritated her to say Dominus tecum or benedicta tu in mulieribus. She loved the mystic words Ave Maria Sancta Maria. She was moved by benedictus fructus ventris tui, Jesus, and by nunc et in hora mortis nostri, but none of it was quite real. It was not satisfactory somehow. She avoided her rosary, because moving her with curious passion, as it did, it meant only these not very significant things. She put it away. It was her instinct to put all these things away. It was her instinct to avoid thinking, to avoid it, to save herself. She was 17, touchy, full of spirits, and very moody, quick to flush, and always uneasy, uncertain. For some reason or other she turned more to her father. She felt almost flashes of hatred for her mother's dark muzzle, and curiously insidious ways, her mother's utter surety and confidence, her strange satisfaction, even triumph, her mother's way of laughing at things, and her mother's silent overriding of vexatious propositions. Most of all, her mother's triumphant power maddened the girl. She became sudden and incalculable. Often she stood at the window looking out, as if she wanted to go. Sometimes she went, she mixed with people, but always she came home in anger, as if she were diminished, belittled, almost degraded. There was over the house a kind of dark silence and intensity in which passion worked its inevitable conclusions. There was in the house a sort of richness, a deep, inarticulate interchange, which made other places seem thin and unsatisfying. Brangwen could sit silent, smoking in his chair. The mother could move about in her quiet, insidious way, and the sense of the two presences was powerful, sustaining. The whole intercourse was wordless, intense, and close. But Anna was uneasy. She wanted to get away, yet wherever she went there came upon her that feeling of thinness, as if she were made smaller, belittled. She hastened home. There she raged and interrupted the strong, settled interchange. Sometimes her mother turned on her with a fierce, destructive anger in which was no pity or consideration, and Anna shrank, afraid. She went to her father. He would still listen to the spoken word, which fell sterile on the unheeding mother. Sometimes Anna talked to her father. She tried to discuss people. She wanted to know what was meant, but her father became uneasy. He did not want to have things dragged into consciousness. Only out of consideration for her he listened, and there was a kind of bristling rousedness in the room. The cat got up and, stretching itself, went uneasily to the door. Mrs. Brangwen was silent. She seemed ominous. Anna could not go on with her fault-finding, her criticism, her expression of dissatisfactions. She felt even her father against her. He had a strong, dark bond with her mother, a potent intimacy that existed, inarticulate and wild, following its own course, and savage, if interrupted, uncovered. Nevertheless, Brangwen was uneasy about the girl. The whole house continued to be disturbed. She had a pathetic, baffled appeal. She was hostile to her parents, even whilst she lived entirely with them, within their spell. Many ways she tried of escape. She became an assiduous churchgoer, but the language meant nothing to her. it seemed false. She hated to hear things expressed put into words. Whilst the religious feelings were inside her, they were passionately moving in the mouth of the clergyman. They were false, indecent. She tried to read, but again the tedium and the sense of the falsity of the spoken word put her off. She went to stay with girl friends. At first she thought it splendid, but then the inner boredom came on. It seemed to her all nothingness, and she felt always belittled, as if never could she stretch her length and stride her stride. Her mind reverted often to the torture cell of a certain bishop of France, in which the victim could neither stand nor lie stretched out. Never not that she thought of herself in any connection with this, but often there came into her mind the wonder how the cell was built, and she could feel the horror of the crampedness as something very real. She was, however, only 18 when a letter came from Mrs. Alfred Brangwen in Nottingham, saying that her son William was coming to Ilkeston to take a place as junior draftsman, scarcely more than apprentice, in a lace factory. He was 20 years old, and would the Marsh Brangwens be friendly with him? Tom Brangwen at once wrote offering the young man a home at the Marsh. This was not accepted, but the Nottingham Brangwens expressed gratitude. There had never been much love lost between the Nottingham Brangwens and the Marsh. Indeed, Mrs. Alfred, having inherited £3,000, and having occasion to be dissatisfied with her husband, held aloof from all the Brangwens whatsoever. She affected, however, some esteem of Mrs. Tom, as she called the Polish woman, saying that at any rate she was a lady. Anna Brangwen was faintly excited at the news of her cousin Will's coming to Ilkeston. She knew plenty of young men, but they had never become real to her. She had seen in this young gallant a nose she liked, in that a pleasant moustache, in the other a nice way of wearing clothes, in one a ridiculous fringe of hair, in another a comical way of talking. They were objects of amusement and faint wonder to her, rather than real beings, the young men. The only man she knew was her father, and as he was something large, looming, a kind of godhead, he embraced all manhood. For her and other men were just incidental. She remembered her cousin Will. He had town clothes, and was thin, with a very curious head, black as jet, with hair like sleek thin fur. It was a curious head, it reminded her. She knew not of what, of some animal, some mysterious animal that lived in the darkness under the leaves and never came out, but which lived vividly, swift and intense. She always thought of him with that black, keen, blind head, and she considered him odd. He appeared at the Marsh one Sunday morning, a rather long, thin youth, with a bright face and a curious self-possession among his shyness, a native unawareness of what other people might be, since he was himself. When Anna came downstairs in her Sunday clothes ready for church, he rose and greeted her conventionally, shaking hands. His manners were better than hers. She flushed. She noticed that he now had a thick fledge on his upper lip, a black, finely-shapen line marking his wide mouth. It rather repelled her. It reminded her of the thin, fine fur of his hair. She was aware of something strange in him. His voice had rather high upper notes and very resonant middle notes. It was queer. She wondered why he did it, but he sat very naturally in the Marsh living room. He had some uncouthness, some natural self-possession of the Brangwens that made him at home there. Anna was rather troubled by the strangely intimate, affectionate way her father had towards this young man. He seemed gentle towards him. He put himself aside in order to fill out the young man. This irritated Anna. "Father," she said abruptly, "give me some collection." "What collection?" asked Brangwen. "Don't be ridiculous," she cried, flushing. "Nay," he said, "what collection's this? You know it's the first Sunday of the month." Anna stood confused. Why was he doing this? Why was he making her conspicuous before this stranger? "I want some collection," she reasserted. "So Tha says," he replied indifferently, looking at her, then turning again to this nephew. She went forward and thrust her hand into his breeches pocket. He smoked steadily, making no resistance. Talking to his nephew, her hand groped about in his pocket, and then drew out his leathern purse. Her color was bright in her clear cheeks. Her eyes shone. Brangwen's eyes were twinkling. The nephew sat sheepishly. Anna, in her finery, sat down and slid all the money into her lap. There was silver and gold. The youth could not help watching her. She was bent over the heap of money, fingering the different coins. "I've a good mind to take half a sovereign," she said, and she looked up with glowing dark eyes. She met the light brown eyes of her cousin close and intent upon her. She was startled. She laughed quickly and turned to her father. "I've a good mind to take half a sovereign, our dad," she said. "Yes, nimble fingers," said her father. "You take what's your own." "Are you coming, our honor?" asked her brother from the door. She suddenly chilled to normal, forgetting both her father and her cousin. "Yes, I am ready," she said, taking sixpence from the heap of money and sliding the rest back into the purse, which she laid on the table. "Give it here," said her father. Hastily, she thrust the purse into his pocket and was going out. "You'd better go, lad, hadn't you?" said the father to the nephew. Will Brangwen rose uncertainly. He had golden-brown, quick, steady eyes, like a bird's, like a hawk's, which cannot look afraid. "Your cousin will come with you," said the father. Anna glanced at the strange youth again. She felt him waiting there for her to notice him. He was hovering on the edge of her consciousness, ready to come in. She did not want to look at him. She was antagonistic to him. She waited without speaking. Her cousin took his hat and joined her. It was summer outside. Her brother Fred was plucking a sprig of flowery currant to put in his coat from the bush at the angle of the house. She took no notice. Her cousin followed just behind her. They were on the high road. She was aware of a strangeness in her being. It made her uncertain. She caught sight of the flowering currant in her brother's buttonhole. "Oh, our Fred," she cried, "don't wear that stuff to go to church." Fred looked down protectively at the pink adornment on his breast. "Why, I like it," he said. "Then you're the only one who does, I am sure," she said. And she turned to her cousin. "Do you like the smell of it?" she asked. He was there beside her, tall and uncouth, and yet self-possessed. It excited her. "I can't say whether I do or not," he replied. "Give it here, Fred. Don't have it smelling in church," she said to the little boy, her page. Her fair small brother handed her the flower dutifully. She sniffed it and gave it without a word to her cousin for his judgment. He smelled the dangling flower curiously. "It's a funny smell," he said. And suddenly she laughed, and a quick light came on all their faces. There was a blithe trip in the small boy's walk. The bells were ringing. They were going up the summery hill in their Sunday clothes. Anna was very fine, in a silk frock of brown and white stripes tight along the arms, and the body bunched up very elegantly behind the skirt. There was something of the cavalier about Will Brangwen, and he was well dressed. He walked along with the sprig of currant blossom dangling between his fingers, and none of them spoke. The sun shone brightly on little showers of buttercup down the bank in the fields. The fool's parsley was foamy, held very high and proud above a number of flowers that flitted in the greenish twilight of the mowing grass below. They reached the church. Fred led the way to the pew, followed by the cousin, then Anna. She felt very conspicuous and important. Somehow this young man gave her away to other people. He stood aside and let her pass to her place, then sat next to her. It was a curious sensation to sit next to him. The color came streaming from the painted window above her. It lit on the dark wood of the pew, on the stone-worn aisle, on the pillar behind her cousin, and on her cousin's hands as they lay on his knees. She sat amid illumination, and luminous shadow all around her, her soul very bright. She sat without knowing it, conscious of the hands and motionless knees of her cousin. Something strange had entered into her world, something entirely strange and unlike what she knew. She was curiously elated. She sat in a glowing world of unreality, very delightful. A brooding light like laughter was in her eyes. She was aware of a strange influence entering into her, which she enjoyed. It was a dark, enriching influence she had not known before. She did not think of her cousin, but she was startled when his hands moved. She wished he would not say the responses so plainly. It diverted her from her vague enjoyment. Why would he obtrude and draw notice to himself? It was bad taste, but she went on all right till the hymn came. He stood up beside her to sing, and that pleased her. Then suddenly, at the very first word, his voice came strong and overriding, filling the church. He was singing the tenor. Her soul opened in amazement. His voice filled the church. It rang out like a trumpet and rang out again. She started to giggle over her hymn book, but he went on perfectly steady. Up and down rang his voice, going its own way. She was helplessly shocked into laughter, Between moments of dead silence in herself, she shook with laughter on came. The laughter seized her and shook her till the tears were in her eyes. She was amazed, and rather enjoyed it. And still the hymn rolled on, and still she laughed. She bent over her hymn book crimson with confusion, but still her sides shook with laughter. She pretended to cough. She pretended to have a crumb in her throat. Fred was gazing up at her with clear blue eyes. She was recovering herself, and then a slur in the strong blind voice at her side brought it all on again in a gust of mad laughter. She bent down to prayer in cold reproof of herself, and yet as she knelt little eddies of giggling went over her. The very sight of his knees on the praying cushion sent the little shock of laughter over her. She gathered herself together and sat with prim pure face white and pink and cold as a Christmas rose, her hands in her silk gloves folded on her lap, her dark eyes all vague, abstracted in a sort of dream, oblivious of everything. The sermon rolled on vaguely in a tide of pregnant peace. Her cousin took out his pocket handkerchief. He seemed to be drifted, absorbed into the sermon. He put his handkerchief to his face. Then something dropped onto his knee. There lay the bit of flowering currant. He was looking down at it in real astonishment. A wild snort of laughter came from Anna. Everybody heard. It was torture. He had shut the crumpled flower in his hand and was looking up again with the same absorbed attention to the sermon. Another snort of laughter from Anna. Fred nudged her remindingly. Her cousin sat motionless. Somehow he was aware that his face was red. She could feel him. His hand closed over the flower, remained quite still, pretending to be normal. Another wild struggle in Anna's breast, and the snort of laughter. She bent forward, shaking with laughter. It was now no joke. Fred was nudging at her. She nudged him back fiercely. Then another vicious spasm of laughter seized her. She tried to ward it off in a little cough. The cough ended in a suppressed whoop. She wanted to die, and the closed hand crept away to the pocket. Whilst she sat in taut suspense, the laughter rushed back at her, knowing he was fumbling in his pocket to shove the flower away. In the end, she felt weak, exhausted, and thoroughly depressed. A blankness of wincing depression came over her. She hated the presence of the other people. Her face became quite haughty. She was unaware of her cousin anymore. When the collection arrived with the last hymn, her cousin was again singing resoundingly, and still it amused her in spite of the shameful exhibition she had made of herself. It amused her still. She listened to it in a spell of amusement, and the bag was thrust in front of her, and her sixpence was mingled in the folds of her glove. In her haste to get it out, it flipped away and went twinkling in the next pew. She stood and giggled. She could not help it. She laughed outright, a figure of shame. "What were you laughing about?" our Anna asked Fred the moment they were out of the church. "Oh, I couldn't help it," she said, in her careless, half-mocking fashion. "I don't know why Cousin Will's singing set me off." "What was there in my singing to make you laugh?" he asked. "It was so loud," she said. They did not look at each other, but they both laughed again, both reddening. "What were you snorting and laughing for, our Anna?" asked Tom, the elder brother, at the dinner table, his hazel eyes bright with joy. "Everybody stopped to look at you." Tom was in the choir. She was aware of Will's eyes shining steadily upon her, waiting for her to speak. "It was Cousin Will's singing," she said. At which her cousin burst into a suppressed chuckling laugh, suddenly showing all his small, regular, rather sharp teeth, and just as quickly closing his mouth again. "Has he got such a remarkable voice on him?" then asked Brangwen. "No, it's not that," said Anna, "only it tickled me. I couldn't tell you why." And again a ripple of laughter went down the table. Will Brangwen thrust forward his dark face, his eyes dancing, and said, "I am in the choir of St. Nicholas." "Oh, you go to church, then?" said Brangwen. "Mother does, father doesn't," replied the youth. It was the little things, his movement, the funny tones of his voice, that showed up big to Anna. The matter-of-fact things he said were absurd in contrast. The things her father said seemed meaningless and neutral. During the afternoon, they sat in the parlor that smelled of geranium, and they ate cherries and talked. Will Brangwen was called on to give himself forth, and soon he was drawn out. He was interested in churches, in church architecture. The influence of Ruskin had stimulated him to pleasure in the medieval forms. His talk was fragmentary. He was only half articulate, but listening to him, as he spoke of church after church, of nave and chancel, and transept of rood screen, and font of hatchet carving and moulding and tracery, speaking, always with close passion of particular things, particular places they're gathered in. A heart a pregnant hush of churches a mystery, a ponderous significance of bowed stone, a dim-colored light through which something took place obscurely passing into darkness, a high delighted framework of the mystic screen, and beyond, in the furthest beyond the altar, it was a very real experience. She was carried away, and the land seemed to be covered with a vast mystic church, reserved in gloom, thrilled with an unknown presence. Almost it hurt her to look out of the window and see the lilacs towering in the vivid sunshine, or was this the jeweled glass? He talked of Gothic and Renaissance, and Perpendicular, and early English and Norman. The words thrilled her. "Have you been to Southwell?" he said. "I was there at 12 o'clock at midday, eating my lunch in the churchyard, and the bells played a hymn. Aye, it's a fine minster, Southwell, heavy. It's got heavy round arches, rather low, on thick pillars. It's grand the way those arches travel forward. There's a sedilia as well pretty, but I like the main body of the church and that north porch." He was very much excited and filled with himself. That afternoon a flame kindled round him, making his experience passionate and glowing, burningly real. His uncle listened with twinkling eyes, half-moved. His aunt bent forward, her dark face half-moved, but held by other knowledge. Anna went with him. He returned to his lodging at night, treading quick, his eyes glittering, and his face shining darkly as if he came from some passionate vital tryst. The glow remained in him, the fire burned his heart, was fierce, like a sun. He enjoyed his unknown life and his own self, and he was ready to go back to the marsh. Without knowing it, Anna was wanting him to come in him. She had escaped in him. The bounds of her experience were transgressed. He was the hole in the wall beyond, which the sunshine blazed on an outside world. He came sometimes, not often, but sometimes. Talking again, there recurred the strange remote reality which carried everything before it. Sometimes he talked of his father, whom he hated with a hatred that was burningly close to love, of his mother, whom he loved with a love that was keenly close to hatred, or to revolt. His sentences were clumsy. He was only half articulate, but he had the wonderful voice that could ring its vibration through the girl's soul, transport her into his feeling. Sometimes his voice was hot and declamatory. Sometimes it had a strange twanging, almost cat-like sound. Sometimes it hesitated, puzzled. Sometimes there was the break of a little laugh. Anna was taken by him. She loved the running flame that coursed through her. As she listened to him, and his mother, and his father became to her two separate people in her life. For some weeks the youth came frequently, and was received gladly by them all. He sat amongst them, his dark face glowing in eagerness, and a touch of derisiveness on his wide mouth, something grinning, and twisted his eyes, always shining like a bird's, utterly without depth. There was no getting hold of the fellow. Brangwen irritably thought he was like a grinning young tomcat that came when he thought he would, and without cognizance of the other person. At first the youth had looked towards Tom Brangwen when he talked, and then he looked towards his aunt for her appreciation, valuing it more than his uncle's, and then he turned to Anna, because from her he got what he wanted, which was not in the elder people. So that the two young people, from being always attendant on the elder, began to draw apart and establish a separate kingdom. Sometimes Tom Brangwen was irritated. His nephew irritated him. The lad seemed to him too special, self-contained. His nature was fierce enough, but too much abstracted, like a separate thing, like a cat's nature. A cat could lie perfectly peacefully on the hearthrug, whilst its master or mistress writhed in agony a yard away. It had nothing to do with other people's affairs. What did the lad really care about anything save his own instinctive affairs? Brangwen was irritated. Nevertheless, he liked and respected his nephew. Mrs. Brangwen was irritated by Anna, who was suddenly changed under the influence of the youth. The mother liked the boy. He was not quite an outsider, but she did not like her daughter to be so much under the spell. So that gradually the two young people drew apart, escaped from the elders to create a new thing by themselves. He worked in the garden to propitiate his uncle. He talked churches to propitiate his aunt. He followed Anna like a shadow, like a long, persistent, unswerving black shadow. He went after the girl. It irritated Brangwen exceedingly. It exasperated him beyond bearing to see the lit-up grin, the cat grin, as he called it on his nephew's face. And Anna had a new reserve, a new independence. Suddenly, she began to act independently of her parents, to live beyond them. Her mother had flashes of anger. But the courtship went on. Anna would find occasion to go shopping in Ilkeston at evening. She always returned with her cousin, he walking with his head over her shoulder, a little bit behind her, like the devil looking over Lincoln, as Brangwen noted angrily and yet with satisfaction. To his own wonder, Will Brangwen found himself in an electric state of passion. To his wonder, he had stopped her at the gate as they came home from Ilkeston one night, and had kissed her, blocking her way and kissing her, whilst he felt as if some blow was struck at him in the dark. And when they went indoors, he was acutely angry that her parents looked up, scrutinizing at him. And her what right had they there? Why should they look up? Let them remove themselves or look elsewhere. And the youth went home with the stars in heaven whirling fiercely about the blackness of his head, and his heart fierce, insistent, but fierce, as if he felt something balking him. He wanted to smash through something. A spell was cast over her, and how uneasy her parents were as she went about the house, unnoticing, not noticing them, moving in a spell, as if she were invisible to them. She was invisible to them. It made them angry, yet they had to submit. She went about absorbed, obscured for a while. Over him, too, the darkness of obscurity settled. He seemed to be hidden in a tense electric darkness, in which his soul, his life, was intensely active. But without his aid or attention, his mind was obscured. He worked swiftly and mechanically, and he produced some beautiful things. His favorite work was wood carving. The first thing he made for her was a butter stamper. In it he carved a mythological bird, a phoenix, something like an eagle rising on symmetrical wings, from a circle of very beautiful flickering flames that rose upwards from the rim of the cup. Anna thought nothing of the gift on the evening when he gave it to her. In the morning, however, when the butter was made, she fetched his seal in place of the old wooden stamper of oak leaves and acorns. She was curiously excited to see how it would turn out. Strange, the uncouth bird molded there in the cup-like hollow, with curious thick waverings running inwards from a smooth rim. She pressed another mold. Strange, to lift the stamp and see that eagle-beaked bird raising its breast to her. She loved creating it over and over again, and every time she looked it seemed a new thing come to life. Every piece of butter became this strange, vital emblem. She showed it to her mother and father. "That is beautiful," said her mother, a little light coming on to her face. "Beautiful," exclaimed the father, puzzled, fretted. "Why, what sort of a bird does he call it?" And this was the question put by the customers during the next weeks. "What sort of a bird do you call that as you've got on butter?" When he came in the evening, she took him into the dairy to show him. "Do you like it?" he asked, in his loud, vibrating voice that always sounded strange, reaching in the dark places of her being. They very rarely touched each other. They liked to be alone together, near to each other, but there was still a distance between them. In the cool dairy, the candlelight lit on the large white surfaces of the cream pans, he turned his head sharply. It was so cool and remote in there, so remote his mouth was open in a little strained laugh. She stood with her head bent, turned aside. He wanted to go near to her. He had kissed her once again. His eye rested on the round blocks of butter, where the emblematic bird lifted its breast from the shadow cast by the candle flame. What was restraining him, her breast, was near him, his head lifted like an eagle's. She did not move. Suddenly, with an incredibly quick, delicate movement, he put his arms round her and drew her to him. It was quick, cleanly done, like a bird that swoops and sinks closer. He was kissing her throat. She turned and looked at him. Her eyes were dark and flowing with fire. His eyes were hard and bright with a fierce purpose and gladness like a hawk's. She felt him flying into the dark space of her flames like a brand, like a gleaming hawk. They had looked at each other and seen each other, strange, yet near, very near, like a hawk stooping, swooping, dropping into a flame of darkness. So she took the candle, and they went back to the kitchen. They went on in this way for some time, always coming together, but rarely touching. Very seldom did they kiss, and then often it was merely a touch of the lips, a sign, but her eyes began to waken with a constant fire. She paused often in the midst of her transit, as if to recollect something or to discover something. and his face became somber intent. He did not really hear what was said to him. One evening in August, he came when it was raining. He came in with his jacket collar, turned up his jacket buttoned close, his face wet, and he looked so slim and definite coming out of the chill rain. She was suddenly blinded with love for him, yet he sat and talked with her father and mother meaninglessly, whilst her blood seethed to anguish in her. She wanted to touch him now, only to touch him. There was the queer abstract look on her silvery radiant face that maddened her father. Her dark eyes were hidden, but she raised them to the youth, and they were dark with a flare that made him quail for a moment. She went into the second kitchen and took a lantern. Her father watched her as she returned. "Come with me, Will," she said to her cousin. "I want to see if I put the brick over where that rat comes in." "You've no need to do that," retorted her father. She took no notice. The youth was between the two wills. The color mounted into the father's face. His blue eyes stared. The girl stood near the door, her head held slightly back like an indication that the youth must come. He rose in his silent, intent way and was gone with her. The blood swelled in Brangwen's forehead veins. It was raining. The light of the lantern flashed on the cobbled path and the bottom of the wall. She came to a small ladder and climbed up. He reached her the lantern and followed up. There in the fowl loft, the birds sat in fat bunches on the perches, the red combs shining like fire, bright sharp eyes opened. There was a sharp croak of expostulation as one of the hens shifted over the cock, sat watching his yellow neck feathers bright as glass. Anna went across the dirty floor. Brangwen crouched in the loft watching. The light was soft under the red naked tiles. The girl crouched in a corner. There was another explosive bustle of a hen springing from her perch. Anna came back, stooping under the perches. He was waiting for her near the door. Suddenly, she had her arms round him, was clinging close to him, cleaving her body against his, and crying in a whispering, whimpering sound. "Will I love you? I love you. Will I love you?" It sounded as if it were tearing her. He was not even very much surprised. He held her in his arms, and his bones melted. He leaned back against the wall. The door of the loft was open outside. The rain slanted by in fine, steely, mysterious haste. Emerging out of the gulf of darkness, he held her in his arms, and he and she together seemed to be swinging in big swooping oscillations. The two of them clasped together up in the darkness, outside the open door of the loft, in which they stood. Beyond them and below them was darkness with a traveling veil of rain. "I love you, Will, I love you," she moaned. "I love you, Will." He held her as though they were one and was silent. In the house, Tom Brangwen waited a while, then he got up and went out. He went down the yard. He saw the curious misty shaft coming from the loft door. He scarcely knew it was the light in the rain. He went on till the illumination fell on him dimly. Then, looking up through the blur, he saw the youth and the girl together. The youth with his back against the wall, his head sunk over the head of the girl. The elder man saw them blurred through the rain, but lit up. They thought themselves so buried in the night. He even saw the lighted dryness of the loft behind, and shadows and bunches of roosting fowls up in the night, strange shadows cast from the lantern on the floor. And a black gloom of anger and a tenderness of self-effacement fought in his heart. She did not understand what she was doing. She betrayed herself. She was a child, a mere child. She did not know how much of herself she was squandering, and he was blackly and furiously miserable. Was he then an old man that he should be giving her away in marriage? Was he old? He was not old. He was younger than that young, thoughtless fellow in whose arms she lay, who knew her, or that blind-headed youth. To whom did she belong, if not to himself? He thought again of the child he had carried out at night into the barn, whilst his wife was in labor with the young Tom. He remembered the soft, warm weight of the little girl on his arm, round his neck. Now she would say he was finished. She was going away to deny him, to leave an unendurable emptiness in him, a void that he could not bear. Almost he hated her. How dared she say he was old? He walked on in the rain, sweating with pain, with the horror of being old, with the agony of having to relinquish what was life to him. Will Brangwen went home without having seen his uncle. He held his hot face to the rain and walked on in a trance. "I love you, Will, I love you." The words repeated themselves endlessly. The veils had ripped and issued him naked into the endless space, and he shuddered. The walls had thrust him out and given him a vast space to walk in with her through this darkness of infinite space. Was he walking blindly, where at the end of all? The darkness was God, the Almighty still darkly seated, thrusting him on. I love you, will I love you? He trembled with fear as the words beat in his heart again, and he dared not think of her face, of her eyes, which shone, and of her strange, transfigured face. The hand of the hidden Almighty, burning bright, had thrust out of the darkness, and gripped him. He went on subject, and in fear his heart gripped, and burning from the touch. The days went by, they ran on dark-padded feet. In silence he went to see Anna, but again there had come a reserve between them. Tom Brangwen was gloomy, his blue eyes somber. Anna was strange, and delivered up her face in its delicate coloring, was mute, touched, dumb, and poignant. The mother bowed her head, and moved in her own dark world that was pregnant again with fulfillment. Will Brangwen worked at his wood-carving. It was a passion for him to have the chisel under his grip. Verily, the passion of his heart lifted the fine bite of steel he was carving, as he had always wanted the creation of Eve. It was a panel in low relief for a church. Adam lay asleep, as if suffering, and God, a dim large figure, stooped towards him, stretching forward his unveiled hand. And Eve, a small, vivid, naked female shape, was issuing like a flame towards the hand of God from the torn side of Adam. Now Will Brangwen was working at the Eve. She was thin, a keen, unripe thing, with trembling passion fine as a breath of air. He sent the chisel over her belly, her hard, unripe, small belly. She was a stiff little figure, with sharp lines, in the throes and torture and ecstasy of her creation, but he trembled as he touched her. He had not finished any of his figures. There was a bird on a bough overhead, lifting its wings for flight, and a serpent wreathing up to it. It was not finished, yet he trembled with passion, at last able to create the new sharp body of his Eve. At the sides, at the far sides, at either end, were two angels covering their faces with their wings. They were like trees. As he went to the marsh in the twilight, he felt that the angels with covered faces were standing back. As he went by, the darkness was of their shadows, and the covering of their faces. When he went through the canal bridge, the evening glowed in its last deep colors. The sky was dark blue, the stars glittered from afar, very remote, and approaching above the darkening cluster of the farm, above the paths of crystal along the edge of the heavens. She waited for him like the glow of light, and as if his face were covered, and he dared not lift his face to look at her. Corn harvest came on one evening. They walked out through the farm buildings at nightfall. A large gold moon hung heavily to the gray horizon. Trees hovered tall, standing back in the dusk, waiting. Anna and the young man went on noiselessly by the hedge, along where the farm carts had made dark ruts in the grass. They came through a gate into a wide open field, where still much light seemed to spread against their faces in the undershadow. The sheaves lay on the ground, where the reapers had left them, many sheaves, like bodies prostrate in shadowy bulk. Others were riding hazily in shocks like ships in the haze of moonlight and of dusk farther off. They did not want to turn back, yet whither were they to go? Towards the moon, for they were separate, single. We will put up some sheaves, said Anna, so they could remain there in the broad open place. They went across the stubble to where the long rows of upreared shocks ended, curiously populous. That part of the field looked where the shocks rode erect, the rest was open and prostrate. The air was all hoary silver. She looked around. Her trees stood vaguely at their distance, as if waiting like heralds for the signal to approach. In this space of vague crystal, her heart seemed like a bell ringing. She was afraid lest the sound should be heard. You take this row, she said to the youth, and passing on she stooped in the next row of lying sheaves, grasping her hands in the tresses of the oats, lifting the heavy corn in either hand, carrying it, as it hung heavily against her, to the cleared space, where she set the two sheaves sharply down, bringing them together with a faint, keen clash. Her two bulks stood leaning together. He was coming, walking shadowily with the gossamer dusk, carrying his two sheaves. She waited nearby. He set his sheaves with a keen, faint clash next to her sheaves. They rode unsteadily. He tangled the tresses of corn. It hissed like a fountain. He looked up and laughed. Then she turned away towards the moon, which seemed glowingly to uncover her bosom every time she faced it. He went to the vague emptiness of the field opposite dutifully. They stooped, grasped the wet, soft hair of the corn, lifted the heavy bundles, and returned. She was always first. She set down her sheaves, making a penthouse with those others. He was coming shadowy across the stubble, carrying his bundles. She turned away, hearing only the sharp hiss of his mingling corn. She walked between the moon and his shadowy figure. She took her 2 new sheaves and walked towards him as he rose from stooping over the earth. He was coming out of the near distance. She set down her sheaves to make a new stook. They were unsure, her hands fluttered, yet she broke away and turned to the moon, which laid bare her bosom, so she felt as if her bosom were heaving and panting with moonlight, and he had to put up her 2 sheaves, which had fallen down. He worked in silence. The rhythm of the work carried him away again as she was coming near. They worked together, coming and going in a rhythm, which carried their feet and their bodies in tune. She stooped, she lifted the burden of sheaves. She turned her face to the dimness where he was, and went with her burden over the stubble. She hesitated, set down her sheaves. There was a swish and hiss of mingling oats. He was drawing near, and she must turn again. And there was the flaring moon laying bare her bosom again, making her drift and ebb like a wave. He worked steadily, engrossed, threading backwards and forwards like a shuttle across the strip of cleared stubble, weaving the long line of riding shocks nearer and nearer to the shadowy trees, threading his sheaves with hers. And always she was gone before he came. As he came, she drew away. As he drew away, she came. Were they never to meet? Gradually, a low, deep-sounding will in him vibrated to her, tried to set her in a chord, tried to bring her gradually to him, to a meeting, till they should be together, till they should meet as the sheaves that swished together. And the work went on. The moon grew brighter, clearer. The corn glistened. He bent over the prostrate bundles. There was a hiss as the sheaves left the ground, a trailing of heavy bodies against him, a dazzle of moonlight on his eyes. And then he was setting the corn together at the stook, and she was coming. He waited for her. He fumbled at the stook. She came, but she stood back till he drew away. He saw her in shadow, a dark column, and spoke to her. And she answered. She saw the moonlight flash question on his face, but there was a space between them, and he went away. The work carried them rhythmic. Why was there always a space between them? Why were they apart? Why, as she came up from under the moon, would she halt and stand off from him? Why was he held away from her? His will drummed persistently, darkly. It drowned everything else. Into the rhythm of his work there came a pulse and a steadied purpose. He stooped. He lifted the weight. He heaved it towards her, setting it as in her under the moonlit space. And he went back for more, ever with increasing closeness. He lifted the sheaves and swung, striding to the center with them. Ever he drove her more nearly to the meeting. Ever he did his share and drew towards her, overtaking her. There was only the moving to and fro in the moonlight, engrossed the swinging in the silence that was marked only by the splash of sheaves and silence, and a splash of sheaves. And ever the splash of his sheaves broke swifter, beating up to hers. And ever the splash of her sheaves recurred monotonously, unchanging. And ever the splash of his sheaves beat nearer. Till at last they met at the shock, facing each other, sheaves in hand. And he was silvery with moonlight, with a moonlit shadowy face that frightened her. She waited for him. "Put yours down," she said. "No, it's your turn." His voice was twanging and insistent. She set her sheaves against the shock. He saw her hands glisten among the spray of grain, and he dropped his sheaves, and he trembled as he took her in his arms. He had overtaken her, and it was his privilege to kiss her. She was sweet and fresh with the night air, and sweet with the scent of grain, and the whole rhythm of him beat into his kisses. And still he pursued her in his kisses, and still she was not quite overcome. He wandered over the moonlight on her nose, all the moonlight upon her, all the darkness within her, all the night in his arms, darkness and shine. He possessed of it all the night for him, now to unfold, to venture within all the mystery, to be entered, all the discovery to be made. Trembling with keen triumph, his heart was white as a star as he drove his kisses nearer. "My love," she called in a low voice. From afar the low sound seemed to call to him, from far off under the moon. To him, who was unaware, he stopped, quivered, and listened. "My love" came again, the low plaintive call, like a bird unseen in the night. He was afraid, his heart quivered and broke. He was stopped. "Anna," he said, as if he answered her from a distance, unsure. "My love." And he drew near, and she drew near. "Anna," he said, in wonder and the birthpain of love. "My love," she said, her voice growing rapturous, and they kissed on the mouth in rapture and surprise, long real kisses. The kiss lasted there among the moonlight. He kissed her again, and she kissed him, and again they were kissing together, till something happened in him. He was strange, he wanted her exceedingly. She was something new. They stood there folded, suspended in the night, and his whole being quivered with surprise, as from a blow. He wanted her, and he wanted to tell her so, but the shock was too great to him. He had never realized before. He trembled with irritation and unusedness. He did not know what to do. He held her more gently, much more gently. The conflict was gone by, and he was glad and breathless and almost in tears, but he knew he wanted her. Something fixed in him forever. He was hers, and he was very glad and afraid. He did not know what to do as they stood there in the open moonlit field. He looked through her hair at the moon, which seemed to swim liquid bright. She sighed and seemed to wake up. Then she kissed him again. Then she loosened herself away from him and took his hand. It hurt him when she drew away from his breast. It hurt him with a chagrin. Why did she draw away from him? But she held his hand. "I want to go home," she said, looking at him in a way he could not understand. He held close to her hand. He was dazed, and he could not move. He did not know how to move. She drew him away. He walked helplessly beside her, holding her hand. She went with bent head. Suddenly, he said, as the simple solution stated itself to him, "Well, get married, Anna." She was silent. "Well, get married, Anna, shall we?" She stopped in the field again and kissed him, clinging to him passionately, in a way he could not understand. He could not understand, but he left it all now to marriage. That was the solution now fixed ahead. He wanted her. He wanted to be married to her. He wanted to have her altogether as his own forever, and he waited intent for the accomplishment. But there was all the while a slight tension of irritation. He spoke to his uncle and aunt that night. "Uncle," he said, "Anna and May think of getting married." "Oh, I," said Brangwen. "But how, you have no money," said the mother. The youth went pale. He hated these words, but he was like a gleaming bright pebble, something bright and unalterable. He did not think. He sat there in his hard brightness and did not speak. "Have you mentioned it to your own mother?" asked Brangwen. "No, we'll tell her on Saturday." "You'll go and see her?" "Yes." There was a long pause. "And what are you going to marry Anya £1 a week?" Again the youth went pale, as if the spirit were being injured in him. "I don't know," he said, looking at his uncle with his bright, inhuman eyes like a hawk's. Brangwen stirred in hatred. "It needs knowing," he said. "I shall have the money later on," said the nephew. "I will raise some now and pay it back then." "Oh, and why this desperate hurry? She's a child of 18, and you're a boy of 20. You're neither of you of age to do as you like yet." Will Brangwen ducked his head and looked at his uncle with swift, mistrustful eyes like a caged hawk. "What does it matter how old she is and how old I am?" he said. "What's the difference between me now and when I am 30? A big difference, let us hope." "But you have no experience." "You have no experience and no money. Why do you want to marry without experience or money?" asked the aunt. "What experience do I want?" Aunt asked the boy. And if Brangwen's heart had not been hard and intact with anger like a precious stone, he would have agreed. Will Brangwen went home strange and untouched. He felt he could not alter from what he was fixed upon. His will was set to alter it. He must be destroyed, and he would not be destroyed. He had no money, but he would get some from somewhere. It did not matter. He lay awake for many hours, hard and clear, and unthinking, his soul crystallizing more inalterably. Then he went fast asleep. It was as if his soul had turned into a hard crystal. He might tremble and quiver and suffer. It did not alter. The next morning, Tom Brangwen, inhuman with anger, spoke to Anna. "What's this about wanting to get married?" he said. She stood paling a little, her dark eyes springing to the hostile, startled look of a savage thing that will defend itself, but trembles with sensitiveness. "I do," she said out of her unconsciousness. His anger rose, and he would have liked to break her. "You do, you don't." "What for?" he sneered with contempt. The old childish agony, the blindness that could recognize nobody, the palpitating antagonism, as of a raw, helpless, undefended thing, came back on her. "I do because I do," she cried in the shrill, hysterical way of her childhood. you are not my father, me father is dead, you are not my father. She was still a stranger, she did not recognize him, the cold blade cut down deep into Brangwen's soul, it cut him off from her. And what if I am not, he said. But he could not bear it, it had been so passionately dear to him, her father daddy. He went about for some days, as if stunned. His wife was bemused, she did not understand, she only thought the marriage was impeded for want of money and position. There was a horrible silence in the house. Anna kept out of sight as much as possible, she could be for hours alone. Will Brangwen came back after stupid scenes at Nottingham. He too was pale and blank, but unchanging. His uncle hated him, he hated this youth, who was so inhuman and obstinate. Nevertheless, it was to Will Brangwen that the uncle one evening handed over the shares which he had transferred to Anna Lenski. They were for £2,500. Will Brangwen looked at his uncle. It was a great deal of the Marsh capital here given away. The youth, however, was only colder and more fixed. He was abstract, purely affixed. Well, he gave the shares to Anna. After which she cried for a whole day, sobbing her eyes out, and at night, when she had heard her mother go to bed, she slipped down and hung in the doorway. Her father sat in his heavy silence like a monument. He turned his head slowly. "Daddy," she cried from the doorway, and she ran to him sobbing, as if her heart would break. "Daddy, daddy, daddy." She crouched on the hearthrug, with her arms round him and her face against him. His body was so big and comfortable, but something hurt her head intolerably. She sobbed almost with hysteria. He was silent with his hand on her shoulder. His heart was bleak. He was not her father, that beloved image. She had broken. Who was he then? A man put apart with those whose life has no more developments. He was isolated from her. There was a generation between them. He was old. He had died out from hot life. A great deal of ash was in his fire, cold ash. He felt the inevitable coldness, and in bitterness forgot the fire. He sat in his coldness of age and isolation. He had his own wife, and he blamed himself. He sneered at himself for this clinging to the young, wanting the young to belong to him. The child who clung to him wanted her child husband, as was natural, and from him, Brangwen, she wanted help so that her life might be properly fitted out. But love she did not want. Why should there be love between them, between the stout middle-aged man and this child? How could there be anything between them but mere human willingness to help each other? He was her guardian no more. His heart was like ice, his face cold and expressionless. She could not move him any more than a statue. She crept to bed and cried, but she was going to be married to Will Brangwen, and then she need not bother any more. Brangwen went to bed with a hard, cold heart and cursed himself. He looked at his wife. She was still his wife. Her dark hair was threaded with gray. Her face was beautiful in its gathering age. She was just 50. How poignantly he saw her, and he wanted to cut out some of his own heart, which was incontinent, and demanded still to share the rapid life of youth. How he hated himself. His wife was so poignant and timely. She was still young and naive, with some girl's freshness. But she did not want any more the fight, the battle, the control, as he in his incontinence, still Roman 999. She was so natural, and he was ugly unnatural in his inability to yield place. How hideous this greedy middle-age which must stand in the way of life, like a large demon. What was missing in his life, that in his ravening soul he was not satisfied? He had had that friend at school, his mother, his wife. And Anna, what had he done? He had failed with his friend, he had been a poor son. But he had known satisfaction with his wife. Let it be enough. He loathed himself for the state he was in over Anna, yet he was not satisfied. It was agony to know it. Was his life nothing? Had he nothing to show? No work. He did not count his work. Anybody could have done it. What had he known? But the long marital embrace with his wife. Curious that this was what his life amounted to. At any rate, it was something. It was eternal. He would say so to anybody and be proud of it. He lay with his wife in his arms, and she was still his fulfillment, just the same as ever, and that was the be-all and the end-all. Yes, and he was proud of it. But the bitterness underneath, that there still remained an unsatisfied Tom Brangwen who suffered agony because a girl cared nothing for him. He loved his Sanche, had them also, but it was the further, the creative life with the girl he wanted as well. Oh, and he was ashamed. He trampled himself to extinguish himself. What weariness! There was no peace. However old one grew, one was never right, never decent, never master of oneself. It was as if his hope had been in the girl. Anna quickly lapsed again into her love for the youth. Will Brangwen had fixed his marriage for the Saturday before Christmas, and he waited for her in his bright, unquestioning fashion. Until then he wanted her, she was his, he suspended his being, till the day should come, the wedding day. December the 23rd had come into being for him as an absolute thing. He lived in it. He did not count the days, but like a man who journeys in a ship, he was suspended till the coming to port. He worked at his carving, he worked in his office, he came to see her. All was but a form of waiting without thought or question. She was much more alive, she wanted to enjoy courtship. He seemed to come and go like the wind, without asking why or whither. But she wanted to enjoy his presence. For her, he was the kernel of life, to touch him alone was bliss. But for him, she was the essence of life. She existed as much when he was at his carving in his lodging in Ilkeston, as when she sat looking at him in the marsh kitchen. In himself, he knew her, but his outward faculties seemed suspended. He did not see her with his eyes, nor hear her with his voice. And yet he trembled sometimes into a kind of swoon, holding her in his arms. They would stand sometimes folded together in the barn, in silence. Then to her, as she felt his young, tense figure with her hands, the bliss was intolerable, intolerable the sense that she possessed him, for his body was so keen and wonderful. It was the only reality in her world. In her world, there was this one tense, vivid body of a man, and then many other shadowy men, all unreal. In him, she touched the center of reality, and they were together, he and she, at the heart of the secret. How she clutched him to her, his body, the central body of all life. Out of the rock of his form, the very fountain of life flowed. But to him she was a flame that consumed him. The flame flowed up his limbs, flowed through him, till he was consumed, till he existed only as an unconscious dark transit of flame deriving from her. Sometimes in the darkness, a cow coughed. There was in the darkness a slow sound of cud chewing, and it all seemed to flow round them and upon them as the hot blood flows through the womb, laving the unborn young. Sometimes when it was cold, they stood to be lovers in the stables where the air was warm and sharp with ammonia, and during these dark vigils he learned to know her, her body against his. They drew nearer and nearer together. The kisses came more subtly close and fitting. So when in the thick darkness a horse suddenly scrambled to its feet, with a dull thunderous sound, they listened as one person listening. They knew as one person. They were conscious of the horse. Tom Brangwen had taken them a cottage at Cossithay on a 21-year lease. Will Brangwen's eyes lit up as he saw it. It was the cottage next the church, with dark yew trees, very black old trees along the side of the house, and the grassy front garden, a red squarish cottage with a low slate roof and low windows. It had a long terrace-scullery, a big flagged kitchen, and a low parlor that went up one step from the kitchen. There were whitewashed beams across the ceilings and odd corners, with cupboards looking out through the windows. There was the grassy garden, the procession of black yew trees down one side, and along the other sides, a red wall with ivy separating the place from the highroad, and the churchyard. The old little church, with its small spire on a square tower, seemed to be looking back at the cottage windows. "There'll be no need to have a clock," said Will Brangwen, peeping out at the white clock face on the tower, his neighbor. At the back of the house was a garden adjoining the paddock, a cowshed with standing for 2 cows, pigcotes and fowlhouses. Will Brangwen was very happy. Anna was glad to think of being mistress of her own place. Tom Brangwen was now the fairy godfather. He was never happy unless he was buying something. Will Brangwen, with his interest in all woodwork, was getting the furniture. He was left to buy tables and round-staved chairs, and the dressers, quite ordinary stuff, but such as was identified with his cottage. Tom Brangwen, with more particular thought, spied out what he called handy little things for her. He appeared with a set of newfangled cooking pans, with a special sort of hanging lamp, though the rooms were so low, with canny little machines for grinding meat, or mashing potatoes, or whisking eggs. Anna took a sharp interest in what he bought, though she was not always pleased. Some of the little contrivances which he thought so canny left her doubtful. Nevertheless, she was always expectant on market days. There was always a long thrill of anticipation. He arrived with the first darkness, the copper lamps of his cart glowing, and she ran to the gate, as he, a dark, burly figure up in the cart, was bending over his parcels. "It's cupboard, love, as brings you out so sharp," he said, his voice resounding in the cold darkness. Nevertheless, he was excited, and she, taking one of the cart lamps, poked and peered among the jumble of things he had brought, pushing aside the oil or implements he had got for himself. She dragged out a pair of small, strong bellows, registered them in her mind, and then pulled uncertainly at something else. It had a long handle and a piece of brown paper round the middle of it like a waistcoat. "What's this?" she said, poking. He stopped to look at her. She went to the lamplight by the horse and stood there bent over the new thing, while her hair was like bronze, her apron white and cheerful. Her fingers plucked busily at the paper. She dragged forth a little wringer with clean india-rubber rollers. She examined it critically, not knowing quite how it worked. She looked up at him. He stood a shadowy presence beyond the light. "How does it go?" she asked. "Why, it's for pulping turnips," he replied. She looked at him. His voice disturbed her. "Don't be silly. It's a little mangle," she said. "How do you stand it, though?" "You screw it on th side. Oh, you're washed up." He came and held it out to her. "Oh yes," she cried with one of her little skipping movements, which still came when she was suddenly glad. And without another thought, she ran off into the house, leaving him to untackle the horse. And when he came into the scullery, he found her there, with the little wringer fixed on the dollar tub, turning blissfully at the handle, and Tilly beside her, exclaiming, "My word, that's a natty little thing, that'll save you lugging your inside out. That's the latest contraption, that is." And Anna turned away at the handle with great gusto of possession. Then she let Tilly have a turn. "It fair runs by itself," said Tilly, turning on and on your clothes'll nip out on to th line. Chapter V. Wedding at the Marsh. It was a beautiful sunny day for the wedding, a muddy earth, but a bright sky. They had 3 cabs and 2 big closed-in vehicles. Everybody crowded in the parlor in excitement. Anna was still upstairs. Her father kept taking a nip of brandy. He was handsome in his black coat and gray trousers. His voice was hearty, but troubled. His wife came down in dark gray silk with lace and a touch of peacock blue in her bonnet. Her little body was very sure and definite. Brangwen was thankful she was there to sustain him among all these people. The carriages, the Nottingham Mrs. Brangwen in silk brocade stands in the doorway saying, "Who must go with whom?" There is a great bustle. The front door is opened, and the wedding guests are walking down the garden path, whilst those still waiting peer through the window, and the little crowd at the gate gawps and stretches. How funny such dressed-up people look in the winter sunshine. They are gone enough, their lot. There begins to be more room. Anna comes down blushing and very shy to be viewed in her white silk and her veil. Her mother-in-law surveys her objectively, twitches the white train, arranges the folds of the veil, and asserts herself. Loud exclamations from the window that the bridegroom's carriage has just passed. "Where's your hat, father? And your gloves?" cries the bride, stamping her white slipper, her eyes flashing through her veil. He hunts round. His hair is ruffled. Everybody has gone, but the bride and her father. He is ready, his face very red and daunted. Tilly dithers in the little porch, waiting to open the door. A waiting woman walks round Anna, who asks, "Am I all right?" She is ready. She bridles herself and looks queenly. She waves her hand sharply to her father. "Come here." He goes. She puts her hand very lightly on his arm, and holding her bouquet like a shower, stepping very graciously, just a little impatient with her father for being so red in the face, she sweeps slowly past the fluttering Tilly, and down the path. There are hoarse shouts at the gate, and all her floating foamy whiteness passes slowly into the cab. Her father notices her slim ankle and foot as she steps up, a child's foot. His heart is hard with tenderness, but she is in ecstasies with herself for making such a lovely spectacle. All the way she sat flamboyant with bliss, because it was all so lovely. She looked down solicitously at her bouquet, white roses and lilies off the valley, and tuberoses and maidenhair fernvery, rich and cascade-like. Her father sat bewildered with all this strangeness. His heart was so full it felt hard, and he couldn't think of anything. The church was decorated for Christmas, dark with evergreens, cold and snowy with white flowers. He went vaguely down to the altar. How long was it since he had gone to be married himself? He was not sure whether he was going to be married now or what he had come for. He had a troubled notion that he had to do something or other, he saw his wife's bonnet, and wondered why she wasn't there with him. They stood before the altar. He was staring up at the east window that glowed intensely, a sort of blue-purple. It was deep blue glowing, and some crimson and little yellow flowers held fast in veins of shadow in a heavy web of darkness, how it burned alive in radiance among its black web. Who giveth this woman to be married to this man? He felt somebody touch him. He started, the words still reechoed in his memory, but were drawing off. Me, he said hastily. Anna bent her head and smiled in her veil. How absurd he was. Brangwen was staring away at the burning blue window at the back of the altar, and wondering vaguely with pain if he ever should get old, if he ever should feel arrived and established. He was here at Anna's wedding. Well, what right had he to feel responsible? Like a father, he was still as unsure and unfixed as when he had married himself his wife, and he, with a pang of anguish, he realized what uncertainties they both were. He was a man of 45, in 5 more years 50, then 60, then 70, then it was finished. My God, and one still was so unestablished. How did one grow old? How could one become confident? He wished he felt older. Why, what difference was there, as far as he felt matured or completed between him now and him at his own wedding? He might be getting married over again, and his wife. He felt himself tiny, a little upright figure on a plain circled round, with the immense roaring sky. He and his wife, 2 little upright figures walking across this plain whilst the heavens shimmered and roared about them. When did one come to an end? In which direction was it finished? There was no end, no finish, only this roaring vast space. Did one never get old, never die? That was the clue. He exulted strangely with torture. He would go on with his wife, he and she, like 2 children camping in the plains. What was sure but the endless sky? But that was so sure, so boundless. Still the royal blue color burned and blazed and sported itself in the web of darkness before him, unwearyingly rich and splendid. How rich and splendid his own life was, red and burning and blazing and sporting itself in the dark meshes of his body. And his wife, how she glowed and burned dark within her meshes. Always it was so unfinished and unformed. There was a loud noise of the organ. The whole party was trooping to the vestry. There was a blotted, scrawled bookend, that young girl putting back her veil in her vanity and laying her hand with the wedding ring self-consciously conspicuous and signing her name proudly because of the vain spectacle she made. Anna Teresa Lenski. Anna Teresa Lenski, what a vain, independent minx. She was the bridegroom, slender in his black swallowtail and gray trousers, solemn as a young solemn cat, was writing seriously. William Brangwen. That looked more like it. Come and sign, father, cried the imperious young hussy. Thomas Brangwen clumsy fist, he said to himself as he signed. Then his brother, a big sallow fellow with black side whiskers, wrote. Alfred Brangwen. How many more Brangwens? Said Tom Brangwen, ashamed of the too frequent recurrence of his family name. When they were out again in the sunshine, and he saw the frost hoary and blue among the long grass under the tombstones, the hollyberries overhead twinkling scarlet, as the bells rang, the yew trees hanging their black, motionless, ragged boughs, everything seemed like a vision. The marriage party went across the graveyard to the wall, mounted it by the little steps, and descended. A vain white peacock of a bride perching herself on the top of the wall, and giving her hand to the bridegroom on the other side, to be helped down the vanity of her white, slim, daintily stepping feet, and her arched neck, and the regal impudence with which she seemed to dismiss them, all the others, parents and wedding guests, as she went with her young husband. In the cottage, big fires were burning. There were dozens of glasses on the table, and holly and mistletoe hanging up. The wedding party crowded in, and Tom Brangwen, becoming roisterous, poured out drinks. Everybody must drink. The bells were ringing away against the windows. Lift your glasses up, shouted Tom Brangwen from the parlor. Lift your glasses up and drink to the hearth, and home, and may they enjoy it. Night and day, and may they enjoy it, shouted Frank Brangwen in addition. Hammer and tongs, and may they enjoy it, shouted Alfred Brangwen the saturnine. Fill your glasses up, and let's have it all over again, shouted Tom Brangwen. Hearth and home, and may ye enjoy it. There was a ragged shout of the company in response. "Bed and blessin', and may ye enjoy it," shouted Frank Brangwen. There was a swelling chorus in answer. "Comin' and goin', and may ye enjoy it," shouted the saturnine Alfred Brangwen, and the men roared by now boldly, and the women said, "Just hark now." There was a touch of scandal in the air. Then the party rolled off in the carriages full speed back to the marsh, to a large meal of the Hightier order, which lasted for an hour and a half. The bride and bridegroom sat at the head of the table, very prim, and shining, both of them wordless, whilst the company raged down the table. The Brangwen men had brandy in their tea, and were becoming unmanageable. The saturnine Alfred had glittering, unseeing eyes, and a strange, fierce way of laughing that showed his teeth. His wife glowered at him and jerked her head at him like a snake. He was oblivious. Frank Brangwen, the butcher, flushed and florid, and handsome, roared echoes to his two brothers. Tom Brangwen, in his solid fashion, was letting himself go at last. These three brothers dominated the whole company. Tom Brangwen wanted to make a speech for the first time in his life. He must spread himself wordily. "Marriage," he began, his eyes twinkling, and yet quite profound, for he was deeply serious and hugely amused at the same time. "Marriage," he said, speaking in the slow, full-mouthed way of the Brangwens, "is what we're made for." "Let him talk," said Alfred Brangwen slowly and inscrutably. "Let him talk." Mrs. Alfred darted indignant eyes at her husband. "A man," continued Tom Brangwen, "enjoys being a man. For what purpose was he made a man, if not to enjoy it?" "That a true word," said Frank floridly. "And likewise," continued Tom Brangwen, "a woman enjoys being a woman. At least, we surmise she does." "Oh, don't you bother," called a farmer's wife. "You may back your life they'd be summersin," said Frank's wife. "Now," continued Tom Brangwen, "for a man to be a man, it takes a woman." "It does that," said a woman grimly. "And for a woman to be a woman, it takes a man," continued Tom Brangwen. "All speak up," men chimed in a feminine voice. "Therefore we have marriage," continued Tom Brangwen. Hold," said Alfred Brangwen, "don't run us off our legs." And in dead silence, the glasses were filled. The bride and bridegroom, two children, sat with intent, shining faces at the head of the table, abstracted. "There's no marriage in heaven," went on Tom Brangwen, "but on earth there is marriage." "That's the difference between said Alfred Brangwen, mocking. "Alfred," said Tom Brangwen, "keep your remarks till afterwards, and then, well, thank you for them. There's very little else on earth but marriage. You can talk about making money or saving souls. You can save your own soul 7 times over, and you may have a mint of money, but your soul goes now in. And it says there's something it must have in heaven. There is no marriage, but on earth there is marriage, else heaven drops out, and there's no bottom to it." "Just hark you now," said Frank's wife. "Go on, Thomas," said Alfred sardonically. "If we've got to be angels," went on Tom Brangwen, haranguing the company at large, "and if there is no such thing as a man nor a woman amongst them, then, it seems to me, as a married couple makes one angel." "It's the brandy," said Alfred Brangwen wearily. "For," said Tom Brangwen, and the company was listening to the conundrum, "an angel can't be less than a human being, and if it was only the soul of a man minus the man, then it would be less than a human being." "Decidedly," said Alfred. And a laugh went round the table, but Tom Brangwen was inspired. "An angel's got to be more than a human being," he continued. "So I say an angel is the soul of man and woman. In one, they rise united at the judgment day as one angel." "Praising the Lord," said Frank. "Praising the Lord," repeated Tom. "And what about the women left over?" asked Alfred, jeering. The company was getting uneasy. "That I can't tell. How do I know as there is anybody left over at the judgment day? Let that be. What I say is that when a man's soul and a woman's soul unites, that makes an angel. I dunno about souls. I know as 1 + 1 makes 3 sometimes," said Frank, but he had the laugh to himself. "Bodies and souls, it's the same," said Tom. "And what about your missus, who was married afore you knew her?" asked Alfred, set on edge by this discourse. "That I can't tell you. If I am to become an angel, it'll be my married soul, and not my single soul, it'll not be the soul of me, when I was a lad, for I hadn't a soul, as would make an angel then. I can always remember, said Frank's wife, when our herald was bad he did nothing, but see an angel at back o looking glass, look mother, he said at that angel there, isn't no angel my duck, I said, but he wouldn't have it. I took looking glass often dressentable, but it made no difference, he kept on saying, it was there, my word, it did give me a turn, I thought for sure, as I'd lost him. I can remember, said another man, Tom's sister's husband, my mother gave me a good hidden once for saying I'd got an angel up my nose. She seed me pockin', and she said, what are you pockin' at your nose? Forgive over, there's an angel up it, I said, and she fetched me such a wipe. But there was, we used to call them thistle things, angels, as wafts about, and I'd pushed one o' these up my nose for some reason or other. It's wonderful what children will get up their noses, said Frank's wife. I remember our Hemi, she shoved one o' them bluebell things out o' middle of a bluebell, what they call candles, up her nose. And oh, we had some work, I'd seen her stickin' on the end of her nose like, but I never thought she'd be so soft as to shove it right up. She was a gel of 8 or more, oh my word, we got a crotchethook, and I don't know what. Tom Brangwen's mood of inspiration began to pass away. He forgot all about it, and was soon roaring and shouting with the rest outside the wake, came singing the carols. They were invited into the bursting house. They had 2 fiddles and a piccolo there in the parlor. They played carols, and the whole company sang them at the top of its voice. Only the bride and bridegroom sat with shining eyes and strange bright faces, and scarcely sang, or only with just moving lips. The wake departed, and the Geysers came. There was loud applause and shouting and excitement, as the old mystery play of St. George, in which every man present had acted as a boy, proceeded with banging and thumping of club and dripping pan. By Jove, I got a crack once, when I was playin' Beelzebub, said Tom Brangwen, his eyes full of water with laughing. It knocked all sense out of me, as you'd crack an egg. But I tell you, when I come to, I played old Johnny Roger with St. George. I did that. He was shaking with laughter. Another knock came at the door. There was a hush. It's cab, said somebody from the door. Walk in, shouted Tom Brangwen, and a red-faced grinning man entered. Now you two get yourselves ready and off to Blanket Fair, shouted Tom Brangwen, strike a daisy. But if you're not off like a blink o' lightnin', you shanna go, you sleep separate. Anna rose silently and went to change her dress. Will Brangwen would have gone out, but Tilly came with his hat and coat. The youth was helped on. Well, here's luck, my boy, shouted his father. When fats in fire, let it frizzle, admonished his Uncle Frank. Fair and softly does it fare, and softly does it, cried his Aunt Frank's wife, contrary. You don't want to fall over yourself, said his uncle, by marriage, you're not a bull at a gate. Let a man have his own road, said Tom Brangwen testily, don't be so free of your adviceets, his wedding this time, not yours. You don't want many signposts, said his father, there's some roads a man has to be led, and there's some roads a bossied man can only follow why one eye shut. But this road can't be lost by a blind man, nor a bossied man, nor a cripple, and he's neither, thank God. Don't you be so sure o' your walk-in powers, cried Frank's wife. There's many a man gets no further than halfway, nor can't to save his life. Let him live forever. Why, how do you know, said Alfred. It's plain enough in looks o' some, retorted Lizzie, his sister-in-law. The youth stood with a faint half-hearing smile on his face. He was tense and abstracted. These things or anything scarcely touched him. Anna came down in her day dress, very elusive. She kissed everybody, men and women. Will Brangwen shook hands with everybody, kissed his mother, who began to cry, and the whole party went surging out to the cab. The young couple were shut up. Last injunctions shouted at them. Drive on, shouted Tom Brangwen. The cab rolled off. They saw the light diminish under the ash trees. Then the whole party quietened, went indoors. They'll have 3 good fires burning, said Tom Brangwen, looking at his watch. I told Emma to make 'em up at 9, and then leave the door on latch. It's only 1/2 they'll have 3 fires burning and lamps lighted, and Emma will ha warmed bed warm in pan, so I think they'll be all right. The party was much quieter. They talked of the young couple. She said she didn't want a servant and said Tom Brangwen. The house isn't big enough, shed always have the creature under her nose, Emil, do what is wanted of her, and they'll be to themselves. It's best, said Lizzie, you're a more free. The party talked on slowly. Brangwen looked at his watch. Let's go and give Em a carol, he said. We SLL find th fiddles at the Cock and Robin. I come on, said Frank. Alfred rose in silence, the brother-in-law, and one of Will's brothers rose also. The 5 men went out. The night was flashing with stars. Sirius blazed like a signal at the side of the hill. Orion, stately and magnificent, was sloping along. Tom walked with his brother Alfred. The men's heels rang on the ground. It's a fine night, said Tom. I, said Alfred. Nice to get out. I. The brothers walked close together, the bond of blood strong between them. Tom always felt very much the junior to Alfred. It's a long while since you left home, he said. I, said Alfred. I thought I was getting a bit oldish, but I am not. It's the things you've got as gets worn out. It's not you yourself. Why, what's worn out? Most folks as I've anything to do with as has anything to do with me, they all break down. You've got to go on by yourself. If it's only to perdition, there's nobody going alongside even there. Tom Brangwen meditated this. Maybe you was never broken in, he said. No, I never was, said Alfred proudly. And Tom felt his elder brother despised him. A little he winced under it. Everybody's got a way of their own, he said stubbornly. It's only a dog as hasn't in them, as can't take what they give and give what they take. They must go by themselves, or get a dog as'll follow 'em. They can do without the dog, said his brother. And again Tom Brangwen was humble, thinking his brother was bigger than himself. But if he was, he was, and if it were finer to go alone, it was. He did not want to go for all that. They went over the field, where a thin, keen wind blew round the ball of the hill in the starlight. They came to the stile, and to the side of Anna's house. The lights were out only on the blinds of the rooms downstairs, and of a bedroom upstairs firelight flickered. We'd better leave Em alone, said Alfred Brangwen. Nay, nay, said Tom, well, carol Em for th last time. And in a quarter of an hour's time, 11 silent, rather tipsy men scrambled over the wall and into the garden by the yew trees outside the windows, where faint firelight glowered on the blinds. There came a shrill sound, 2 violins, and a piccolo shrilling on the frosty air. In the fields, with their flocks, abiding a commotion of men's voices, broke out singing in ragged unison. Anna Brangwen had started up listening. When the music began, she was afraid. It's the wake, he whispered. She remained tense, her heart beating heavily, possessed with strange, strong fear. Then there came the burst of men's singing, rather uneven. She strained, still listening. It's Dad, she said, in a low voice. They were silent, listening. And my father, he said. She listened still, but she was sure. She sank down again into bed, into his arms. He held her very close, kissing her. The hymn rambled on outside, all the men singing their best, having forgotten everything else under the spell of the fiddles. And the tune, the firelight glowed against the darkness in the room. Anna could hear her father singing with gusto. Aren't they silly, she whispered. And they crept closer, closer, together, hearts beating to one another, and even as the hymn rolled on they ceased to hear it. Chapter Romans 6, Anna Victrix. Will Brangwen had some weeks of holiday after his marriage, so the two took their honeymoon in full hands, alone in their cottage together. And to him, as the days went by, it was as if the heavens had fallen and he were sitting with her among the ruins in a new world. Everybody else buried themselves, 2 blissful survivors, with everything to squander as they would at first. He could not get rid of a culpable sense of license on his part. Wasn't there some duty outside calling him, and he did not come? It was all very well at night, when the doors were locked, and the darkness drawn round the two of them. Then they were the only inhabitants of the visible earth. The rest were under the flood, and being alone in the world, they were a law unto themselves. They could enjoy and squander and waste like conscienceless gods. But in the morning, as the carts clanked by and children shouted down the lane, as the hucksters came calling their wares, and the church clock struck 11, and he and she had not got up, yet even to breakfast he could not help feeling guilty, as if he were committing a breach of the law, ashamed that he was not up and doing. Doing what she asked. What is there to do? You will only lounge about. Still, even lounging about was respectable. One was at least in connection with the world then, whereas now lying so still and peacefully, while the daylight came obscurely through the drawn blind, one was severed from the world, one shut oneself off in tacit denial of the world, and he was troubled. But it was so sweet and satisfying lying there talking desultorily with her. It was sweeter than sunshine, and not so evanescent. It was even irritating the way the church clock kept on chiming. There seemed no space between the hours, just a moment golden and still, whilst she traced his features with her fingertips, utterly careless and happy, and he loved her to do it. But he was strange and unused. So suddenly everything that had been before was shed away and gone. One day he was a bachelor living with the world. The next day he was with her, as remote from the world as if the two of them were buried like a seed in darkness. Suddenly, like a chestnut falling out of a burr, he was shed naked and glistening on to a soft fecund earth, leaving behind him the hard rind of worldly knowledge and experience. He heard it in the hucksters' cries, the noise of carts, the calling of children. And it was all like the hard shed rind, discarded inside. In the softness and stillness of the room was the naked kernel that palpitated in silent activity, absorbed in reality. Inside the room was a great steadiness, a core of living eternity. Only far outside at the rim went on the noise, and the destruction. Here at the center, the great wheel was motionless, centered upon itself. Here was a poised, unflawed stillness that was beyond time, because it remained the same, inexhaustible, unchanging, unexhausted. As they lay close together, complete, and beyond the touch of time or change, it was as if they were at the very center of all the slow wheeling of space and the rapid agitation of life, deep, deep inside them, all at the center where there is utter radiance and eternal being, and the silence absorbed in praise, the steady core of all movements, the unawakened sleep of all wakefulness. They found themselves there, and they lay still in each other's arms for their moment. They were at the heart of eternity, whilst time roared far off, forever far off towards the rim. Then gradually they were passed away from the supreme center, down the circles of praise and joy and gladness, further and further out, towards the noise and the friction. But their hearts had burned and were tempered by the inner reality. They were unalterably glad. Gradually they began to wake up. The noises outside became more real. They understood and answered the call outside. They counted the strokes of the bell, and when they counted midday, they understood that it was midday in the world, and for themselves also. It dawned upon her that she was hungry. She had been getting hungrier for a lifetime, but even yet, it was not sufficiently real to rouse her. A long way off, she could hear the words, "I am dying of hunger," yet she lay still, separate, at peace, and the words were unuttered. There was still another lapse. And then, quite calmly, even a little surprised, she was in the present and was saying, "I am dying with hunger." "So am I," he said calmly, as if it were of not the slightest significance, and they relapsed into the warm golden stillness, and the minutes flowed unheeded past the window outside. Then suddenly she stirred against him. "My dear, I am dying of hunger," she said. It was a slight pain to him to be brought to. "Well, get up," he said, unmoving. And she sank her head on to him again, and they lay still, lapsing half-consciously. He heard the clock chime the hour she did not hear. "Do get up," she murmured at length, "and give me something to eat." "Yes," he said, and he put his arms round her, and she lay with her face on him. They were faintly astonished that they did not move. The minutes rustled louder at the window. "Let me go, then," he said. She lifted her head from him relinquishingly, with a little breaking away. He moved out of bed and was taking his clothes. She stretched out her hand to him. "You are so nice," she said, and he went back for a moment or two. Then actually he did slip into some clothes, and looking round quickly at her, was gone out of the room. She lay translated again into a pale, clearer peace. As if she were a spirit, she listened to the noise of him downstairs, as if she were no longer of the material world. It was 1:30. He looked at the silent kitchen untouched from last night, dim with the drawn blind, and he hastened to draw up the blind so people should know they were not in bed any later. Well, it was his own house. It did not matter. Hastily he put wood in the grate and made a fire. He exulted in himself like an adventurer on an undiscovered island. The fire blazed up. He put on the kettle. How happy he felt, how still and secluded the house was. There were only he and she in the world. But when he unbolted the door and half-dressed looked out, he felt furtive and guilty. The world was there after all, and he had felt so secure, as though this house were the ark in the flood, and all the rest was drowned. The world was there. And it was afternoon. The morning had vanished, and gone by. The day was growing old. Where was the bright, fresh morning? He was accused. Was the morning gone? And he had lain with blinds drawn, let it pass by unnoticed. He looked again round the chill grey afternoon, and he himself so soft and warm and glowing. There were 2 sprigs of yellow jasmine in the saucer that covered the milk jug. He wondered who had been and left the sign taking the jug. He hastily shut the door. Let the day and the daylight drop out. Let it go by unseen. He did not care what did one day more or less matter to him. It could fall into oblivion unspent, if it liked this one course of daylight. Somebody has been and found the door locked, he said. When he went upstairs with the tray, he gave her the 2 sprigs of jasmine. She laughed as she sat up in bed, childishly threading the flowers in the breast of her nightdress. Her brown hair stuck out like a nimbus, all fierce, round her softly glowing face. Her dark eyes watched the tray eagerly. "How good," she cried, sniffing the cold air. "I am glad you did a lot." And she stretched out her hands eagerly for her plate. "Come back to bed quick, it's cold." She rubbed her hands together sharply. He put off what little clothing he had on and sat beside her in the bed. "You look like a lion with your mane sticking out and your nose pushed over your food," he said. She tinkled with laughter and gladly ate her breakfast. The morning was sunk away unseen. The afternoon was steadily going too, and he was letting it go. One bright transit of daylight gone by unacknowledged. There was something unmanly, recusant in it. He could not quite reconcile himself to the fact. He felt he ought to get up, go out quickly into the daylight, and work or spend himself energetically in the open air of the afternoon, retrieving what was left to him of the day. But he did not go. Well, one might as well be hung for a sheep as for a lamb. If he had lost this day of his life, he had lost it. He gave it up. He was not going to count his losses. She didn't care. She didn't care in the least. Then why should he? Should he be behind her in recklessness and independence? She was superb in her indifference. He wanted to be like her. She took her responsibilities lightly. When she spilled her tea on the pillow, she rubbed it carelessly with a handkerchief and turned over the pillow. He would have felt guilty. She did not, and it pleased him. It pleased him very much to see how these things did not matter to her. When the meal was over, she wiped her mouth on her handkerchief, quickly satisfied and happy, and settled down on the pillow again with her fingers in his close, strange, fur-like hair. The evening began to fall. The light was half alive. Roman 553. He hid his face against her. "I don't like the twilight," he said. "I love it," she answered. He hid his face against her, who was warm and like sunlight. She seemed to have sunlight inside her. Her heart beating seemed like sunlight upon him. In her was a more real day than the day could give, so warm and steady and restoring. He hid his face against her whilst the twilight fell, whilst she lay staring out with her unseeing dark eyes, as if she wandered forth untrammeled in the vagueness. The vagueness gave her scope and set her free. To him, turned towards her heart pulse, all was very still and very warm and very close, like noontide. He was glad to know this warm, full noon. It ripened him and took away his responsibility, some of his conscience. They got up when it was quite dark. She hastily twisted her hair into a knot and was dressed in a twinkling. Then they went downstairs, drew to the fire, and sat in silence, saying a few words now and then. Her father was coming. She bundled the dishes away, flew round, and tidied the room, assumed another character, and again seated herself. He sat thinking of his carving of Eve. He loved to go over his carving in his mind, dwelling on every stroke, every line. How he loved it now, when he went back to his creation panel. He would finish his Eve tender and sparkling. It did not satisfy him, yet the Lord should labor over her in a silent passion of creation. And Adam should be tense, as if in a dream of immortality, and Eve should take form glimmeringly, shadowily, as if the Lord must wrestle with his own soul for her. yet she was a radiance. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. He found it difficult to say. His soul became shy when he tried to communicate it. "I was thinking my Eve was too hard and lively." "Why?" "I don't know, she should be more." He made a gesture of infinite tenderness. There was a stillness, with a little joy. He could not tell her any more. Why could he not tell her any more? She felt a pang of disconsolate sadness, but it was nothing. She went to him. Her father came and found them both very glowing like an open flower. He loved to sit with them, where there was a perfume of love. Anyone who came must breathe it. They were both very quick and alive, lit up from the other world, so that it was quite an experience for them that anyone else could exist. But still it troubled Will Brangwen a little in his orderly conventional mind that the established rule of things had gone so utterly. One ought to get up in the morning and wash oneself and be a decent social being. Instead, the two of them stayed in bed till nightfall and then got up. She never washed her face, but sat there talking to her father as bright and shameless as a daisy opened out of the dew. Or she got up at 10 o'clock and quite blithely went to bed again at 3 or at 4:30, stripping him naked in the daylight, and all so gladly and perfectly oblivious quite of his qualms. He let her do as she liked with him, and shone with strange pleasure she was to dispose of him as she would. He was translated with gladness to be in her hands, and down went his qualms, his maxims, his rules, his smaller beliefs. She scattered them like an expert skittle player. He was very much astonished and delighted to see them scatter. He stood and gazed and grinned with wonder, whilst his tablets of stone went bounding and bumping and splintering down the hill, dislodged for ever. Indeed, it was true, as they said, that a man wasn't born before he was married. What a change indeed! He surveyed the rind of the world, houses, factories, trams, the discarded rind, people scurrying about, work going on all on the discarded surface. An earthquake had burst it all from inside. It was as if the surface of the world had been broken away. Entire Ilkeston streets, church, people, work, Rulof Thede, all intact, and yet peeled away into unreality, leaving here, exposed the inside, the reality, one's own being, strange feelings and passions and yearnings and beliefs and aspirations suddenly become present, revealed the permanent bedrock, knitted one rock with the woman one loved. It was confounding. Things are not what they seem. When he was a child, he had thought a woman was a woman merely by virtue of her skirts and petticoats, and now lo, the whole world could be divested of its garment. The garment could lie there shed away intact, and one could stand in a new world, a new earth, naked in a new naked universe. It was too astounding and miraculous. This then was marriage. The old things didn't matter any more. One got up at 4 o'clock and had broth at tea time and made toffee in the middle of the night. One didn't put on one's clothes, or one did put on one's clothes. He still was not quite sure. It was not criminal, but it was a discovery to find one might be so supremely absolved. All that mattered was that he should love her, and she should love him, and they should live kindled to one another like the Lord in two burning bushes that were not consumed, and so they lived for the time. She was less hampered than he, so she came more quickly to her fullness, and was sooner ready to enjoy again a return to the outside world. She was going to give a tea party. His heart sank. He wanted to go on, as they were. He wanted to have done with the outside world, to declare it finished forever. He was anxious with a deep desire, and anxiety that she should stay with him where they were, in the timeless universe of free perfect limbs and immortal breast, affirming that the old outward order was finished. The new order was begun to last forever. The living life, palpitating from the gleaming core to action without crust or cover or outward lie. But no, he could not keep her. She wanted the dead world. Aginch wanted to walk on the outside. Once more she was going to give a tea party. It made him frightened and furious and miserable. He was afraid all would be lost, that he had so newly come into like the youth in the fairy tale who was king for one day in the year, and for the rest a beaten herd like Cinderella. Also at the feast he was sullen, but she blithely began to make preparations for her tea party. His fear was too strong. He was troubled. He hated her shallow anticipation, and joy was she not forfeiting the reality, the one reality for all that was shallow and worthless. Wasn't she carelessly taking off her crown to be an artificial figure, having other artificial women to tea, when she might have been perfect with him, and kept him perfect in the land of intimate connection? Now he must be deposed. His joy must be destroyed. He must put on the vulgar shallow death of an outward existence. He ground his soul in uneasiness and fear, but she rose to a real outburst of housework, turning him away. As she shoved the furniture aside to her broom, he stood hanging miserable near. He wanted her back, dread and desire for her to stay with him, and shame at his own dependence on her drove him to anger. He began to lose his head. The wonder was going to pass away again. All the love, the magnificent new order was going to be lost. She would forfeit it all for the outside things. She would admit the outside world again. She would throw away the living fruit for the ostensible rind. He began to hate this in her, driven by fear of her departure into a state of helplessness, almost of imbecility. He wandered about the house, and she, with her skirts kilted up, flew round at her work, absorbed. "Shake the rug then, if you must hang round," she said. And fretting with resentment, he went to shake the rug. She was blithely unconscious of him. He came back, hanging near to her. "Can't you do anything?" she said, as if to a child, impatiently. "Can't you do your woodwork?" "Where shall I do it?" he asked, harsh with pain. "Anywhere." How furious that made him. "Or go for a walk," she continued. "Go down to the marsh. Don't hang about as if you were only half there." He winced and hated it. He went away to read. Never had his soul felt so flayed and uncreated. And soon he must come down again to her, his hovering near her, wanting her to be with him. The futility of him, the way his hands hung, irritated her beyond bearing. She turned on him blindly and destructively. He became a mad creature, black and electric with fury. The dark storms rose in him. His eyes glowed black and evil. He was fiendish in his thwarted soul. There followed 2 black and ghastly days when she was set in anguish against him, and he felt as if he were in a black, violent underworld, and his wrists quivered murderously, and she resisted him. He seemed a dark, almost evil thing, pursuing her, hanging on to her, burdening her. She would give anything to have him removed. "You need some work to do," she said. "You ought to be at work. Can't you do something?" His soul only grew the blacker. His condition now became complete. The darkness of his soul was thorough. Everything had gone. He remained complete in his own tense black. Well, he was now unaware of her. She did not exist. His dark, passionate soul had recoiled upon itself, and now, clinched and coiled round a center of hatred, existed in its own power. There was a curiously ugly pallor and expressionlessness in his face. She shuddered from him. She was afraid of him. His will seemed grappled upon her. She retreated before him. She went down to the marsh. She entered again the immunity of her parents' love for her. He remained at U Cottage, black, and clinched his mind, dead. He was unable to work at his woodcarving. He went on working monotonously at the garden, blindly like a mole. As she came home up the hill, looking away at the town dim and blue on the hill, her heart relaxed and became yearning. She did not want to fight him any more. She wanted love. Oh, love. Her feet began to hurry. She wanted to get back to him. Her heart became tight with yearning for him. He had been making the garden in order, cutting the edges of the turf, laying the path with stones. He was a good, capable workman. "How nice you've made it," she said, approaching tentatively down the path. But he did not heed. He did not hear. His brain was solid and dead. "Haven't you made it nice?" she repeated, rather plaintively. He looked up at her with that fixed, expressionless face and unseeing eyes, which shocked her, made her go dazed and blind. Then he turned away. She saw his slender, stooping figure groping. A revulsion came over her. She went indoors. As she took off her hat in the bedroom, she found herself weeping bitterly with some of the old, anguished, childish desolation. She sat still and cried on. She did not want him to know. She was afraid of his hard, evil moments. The head dropped a little rigidly in a crouching, cruel way. She was afraid of him. He seemed to lacerate her sensitive femaleness. He seemed to hurt her womb, to take pleasure in torturing her. He came into the house. The sound of his footsteps in his heavy boots filled her with horror, a hard, cruel, malignant sound. She was afraid he would come upstairs, but he did not. She waited apprehensively. He went out. Where she was most vulnerable, he hurt her. Oh, where she was delivered over to him in her very soft femaleness. He seemed to lacerate her and desecrate her. She pressed her hands over her womb in anguish, whilst the tears ran down her face. And why was he like this? Suddenly she dried her tears. She must get the tea ready. She went downstairs and set the table. When the meal was ready, she called to him. "I've mashed the tea. Will, are you coming?" She herself could hear the sound of tears in her own voice, and she began to cry again. He did not answer, but went on with his work. She waited a few minutes in anguish. Fear came over her. She was panic-stricken with terror like a child, and she could not go home again to her father. She was held by the power in this man who had taken her. She turned indoors, so that he should not see her tears. She sat down to table presently. He came into the scullery. His movements jarred on her, as she heard them. How horrible was the way he pumped, exacerbating, so cruel. How she hated to hear him, how he hated her, how his hatred was like blows upon her. The tears were coming again. He came in, his face wooden and lifeless, fixed, persistent. He sat down to tea. His head dropped over his cup uglily. His hands were red from the cold water, and there were rims of earth in his nails. He went on with his tea. It was his negative insensitiveness to her that she could not bear, something clayey and ugly. His intelligence was self-absorbed. How unnatural it was to sit with a self-absorbed creature, like something negative ensconced opposite one. Nothing could touch him. He could only absorb things into his own self. The tears were running down her face. Something startled him, and he was looking up at her with his hateful, hard, bright eyes, hard and unchanging as a bird of prey. "What are you crying for?" came the grating voice. She winced through her womb. She could not stop crying. "What are you crying for?" came the question again, in just the same tone, and still there was silence, with only the sniff of her tears. His eyes glittered, and as if with malignant desire she shrank and became blind. She was like a bird being beaten down. A sort of swoon of helplessness came over her. She was of another order than he. She had no defense against him, against such an influence. She was only vulnerable. She was given up. He rose and went out of the house, possessed by the evil spirit. It tortured him and racked him and fought in him, and whilst he worked in the deepening twilight, it left him suddenly. He saw that she was hurt. He had only seen her triumphant before. Suddenly, his heart was torn with compassion for her. He became alive again. In an anguish of compassion, he could not bear to think of her tears, could not bear it. He wanted to go to her and pour out his heart's blood to her. He wanted to give everything to her, all his blood, his life, to the last dregs, pour everything away to her. He yearned with passionate desire to offer himself to her utterly. The evening star came, and the night she had not lighted the lamp. His heart burned with pain, and with grief he trembled to go to her. And at last he went, hesitating, burdened with a great offering. The hardness had gone out of him. His body was sensitive, slightly trembling. His hand was curiously sensitive, shrinking. As he shut the door, he fixed the latch almost tenderly. In the kitchen was only the fire glow. He could not see her. He quivered with dread, lest she had gone knew not where. In shrinking dread, he went through to the parlor, to the foot of the stairs. "Anna," he called. There was no answer. He went up the stairs in dread of the empty house, horrible emptiness that made his heart ring with insanity. He opened the bedroom door, and his heart flashed with certainty that she had gone, that he was alone. But he saw her on the bed, lying very still and scarcely noticeable, with her back to him. He went and put his hand on her shoulder, very gently, hesitating, in a great fear and self-offering. She did not move. He waited. The hand that touched her shoulder hurt him, as if she were sending it away. He stood dim with pain. "Anna," he said. But still she was motionless, like a curled-up, oblivious creature. His heart beat with strange throes of pain. Then, by a motion under his hand, he knew she was crying, holding herself hard, so that her tears should not be known. He waited. The tension continued. Perhaps she was not crying. Then suddenly relapsed with a sharp catch of a sob. His heart flamed with love and suffering for her, kneeling carefully on the bed, so that his earthy boots should not touch it. He took her in his arms to comfort her. The sobs gathered in her. She was sobbing bitterly, but not to him. She was still away from him. He held her against his breast, whilst she sobbed, withheld from him, and all his body vibrated against her. "Don't cry," he said, with an odd simplicity. His heart was calm and numb, with a sort of innocence of love now. She still sobbed, ignoring him, ignoring that he held her. His lips were dry. "Don't cry, my love," he said, in the same abstract way. In his breast, his heart burned like a torch with suffering. He could not bear the desolateness of her crying. He would have soothed her with his blood. He heard the church clock chime, as if it touched him, and he waited in suspense for it to have gone by. It was quiet again. "My love," he said to her, bending to touch her wet face with his mouth. He was afraid to touch her. How wet her face was. His body trembled. As he held her, he loved her till he felt his heart, and all his veins would burst and flood her with his hot, healing blood. He knew his blood would heal and restore her. She was becoming quieter. He thanked the God of mercy that at last she was becoming quieter. His head felt so strange and blazed still. He held her close with trembling arms. His blood seemed very strong, enveloping her. And at last she began to draw near to him. She nestled to him. His limbs, his body took fire and beat up in flames. She clung to him. She cleaved to his body. The flames swept him. He held her in sinews of fire. If she would kiss him, he bent his mouth down, and her mouth, soft and moist, received him. He felt his veins would burst with anguish of thankfulness. His heart was mad with gratefulness. He could pour himself out upon her forever. When they came to themselves, the night was very dark. 2 hours had gone by. They lay still and warm and weak like the newborn together. And there was a silence, almost of the unborn. Only his heart was weeping happily after the pain. He did not understand. He had yielded, given way. There was no understanding. There could be only acquiescence and submission and tremulous wonder of consummation. The next morning when they woke up, it had snowed. He wondered what was the strange pallor in the air, and the unusual tang. Snow was on the grass, and the windowsill. It weighed down the black ragged branches of the yews and smoothed the graves in the churchyard. Soon it began to snow again, and they were shut in. He was glad, for then they were immune in a shadowy silence. There was no world, no time. The snow lasted for some days. On the Sunday, they went to church. They made a line of footprints across the garden. He left a flat snowprint of his hand on the wall. As he vaulted over, they traced the snow across the churchyard. For 3 days, they had been immune in a perfect love. There were very few people in church, and she was glad. She did not care much for church. She had never questioned any beliefs, and she was from habit and custom a regular attendant at morning service. But she had ceased to come with any anticipation today. However, in the strangeness of snow, after such consummation of love, she felt expectant again, and delighted she was still in the eternal world. She used, after she went to the high school, and wanted to be a lady, wanted to fulfill some mysterious ideal, always to listen to the sermon, and to try to gather suggestions. That was all very well for a while. The vicar told her to be good in this way, and in that. She went away, feeling it was her highest aim to fulfill these injunctions. But quickly this palled. After a short time, she was not very much interested in being good. Her soul was in quest of something which was not just being good and doing one's best. No, she wanted something else, something that was not her ready-made duty. Everything seemed to be merely a matter of social duty, and never of herself. They talked about her soul, but somehow never managed to rouse or to implicate her soul. As yet her soul was not brought in at all. So that whilst she had an affection for Mr. Loverseed the vicar, and a protective sort of feeling for Cossethay Church, wanting always to help it and defend it, it counted very small in her life. Not but that she was conscious of some unsatisfaction when her husband was roused by the thought of the churches. Then she became hostile to the ostensible church. She hated it for not fulfilling anything in her. The church told her to be good very well. She had no idea of contradicting what it said. The church talked about her soul, about the welfare of mankind, as if the saving of her soul lay in her performing certain acts conducive to the welfare of mankind. Well and good it was so then. Nevertheless, as she sat in church, her face had a pathos and poignancy. Was this what she had come to hear? How by doing this thing, and by not doing that, she could save her soul? She did not contradict it, but the pathos of her face gave the lie. There was something else she wanted to hear. It was something else she asked for from the church. But who was she to affirm it? And what was she doing with unsatisfied desires? She was ashamed. She ignored them and left them out of count as much as possible. Her underneath yearnings, they angered her. She wanted to be like other people, decently satisfied. He angered her more than ever. Church had an irresistible attraction for him, and he paid no more attention to that part of the service, which was church to her, than if he had been an angel or a fabulous beast sitting there. He simply paid no heed to the sermon or to the meaning of the service. There was something thick, dark, dense, powerful about him that irritated her too deeply for her to speak of it. The church teaching in itself meant nothing to him. And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against it, simply did not touch him. It might have been more sounds, and it would have acted upon him in the same way. He did not want things to be intelligible, and he did not care about his trespasses, neither about the trespasses of his neighbor. When he was in church, leave that care for weekdays. When he was in church, he took no more notice of his daily life. It was weekday stuff. As for the welfare of mankind, merely did not realize that there was any such thing except on weekdays, when he was good-natured enough in church. He wanted a dark, nameless emotion, the emotion of all the great mysteries of passion. He was not interested in the thought of himself or of her, and how that irritated her. He ignored the sermon, he ignored the greatness of mankind. He did not admit the immediate importance of mankind. He did not care about himself as a human being. He did not attach any vital importance to his life in the drafting office or his life among men. That was just merely the margin to the text. The verity was his connection with honor, and his connection with the church. His real being lay in his dark emotional experience of the infinite, of the absolute, and the great mysterious illuminated capitals to the text were his feelings with the church. It exasperated her beyond measure. She could not get out of the church. The satisfaction he got, the thought of her soul, was intimately mixed up with the thought of her own self. Indeed, her soul and her own self were one and the same in her, whereas he seemed simply to ignore the fact of his own self, almost to refute it. He had a soul, a dark, inhuman thing, caring nothing for humanity. So she conceived it, and in the gloom and the mystery of the church his soul lived and ran free, like some strange underground thing, abstract. He was very strange to her, and in this church spirit, in conceiving himself as a soul, he seemed to escape and run free of her. In a way she envied it him, this dark freedom and jubilation of the soul, some strange entity in him. It fascinated her again. She hated it, and again she despised him, wanted to destroy it in him. This snowy morning he sat with a dark, bright face beside her, not aware of her, and somehow she felt he was conveying to strange, secret places the love that sprang in him for her. He sat with a dark-wrapped, half-delighted face, looking at a little stained window. She saw the rubby-colored glass with the shadow heaped along the bottom from the snow outside, and the familiar yellow figure of the lamb holding the banner, a little darkened now, but in the murky interior strangely luminous, pregnant. She had always liked the little red and yellow window. The lamb, looking very silly and self-conscious, was holding up a forepaw, in the cleft of which was dangerously perched a little flag, with a red cross, very pale yellow, the lamb with greenish shadows. Since she was a child she had liked this creature, with the same feeling she felt for the little woolly lambs on green legs that children carried home from the fair every year. She had always liked these toys, and she had the same amused, childish liking for this church lamb, yet she had always been uneasy about it. She was never sure that this lamb with a flag did not want to be more than it appeared, so she half mistrusted it. There was a mixture of dislike in her attitude to it. Now, by a curious gathering knitting of his eyes, the faintest tension of ecstasy on his face, he gave her the uncomfortable feeling that he was in correspondence with the creature, the lamb in the window. A cold wonder came over her. Her soul was perplexed. There he sat, motionless, timeless, with the faint, bright tension on his face. What was he doing? What connection was there between him and the lamb in the glass? Suddenly it gleamed to her, dominant, this lamb with the flag. Suddenly she had a powerful mystic experience. The power of the traditions seized on her. She was transported to another world, and she hated it, resisted it. Instantly, it was only a silly lamb in the glass again, and dark, violent hatred of her husband swept up in her. What was he doing, sitting there gleaming, carried away, soulful? She shifted sharply. She knocked him. As she pretended to pick up her glove, she groped among his feet. He came to, rather bewildered, exposed. Anybody but her would have pitied him. She wanted to rend him. He did not know what was amiss, what he had been doing. As they sat at dinner in their cottage, he was dazed by the chill of antagonism from her. She did not know why she was so angry, but she was incensed. "Why do you never listen to the sermon?" she asked, seething with hostility and violation. "I do," he said. "You don't, don't hear a single word. He retired into himself to enjoy his own sensation. There was something subterranean about him, as if he had an underworld refuge. The young girl hated to be in the house with him when he was like this. After dinner, he retired into the parlor, continuing in the same state of abstraction, which was a burden intolerable to her. Then he went to the bookshelf and took down books to look at that she had scarcely glanced over. He sat absorbed over a book on the illuminations in old missals, and then over a book on paintings in churches, Italian, English, French, and German. He had, when he was 16, discovered a Roman Catholic bookshop where he could find such things. He turned the leaves in absorption, absorbed, in looking, not thinking. He was like a man whose eyes were in his chest, she said of him later. She came to look at the things with him, half they fascinated her. She was puzzled, interested, and antagonistic. It was when she came to pictures of the Pieta that she burst out. "I do think they're a loathsome," she cried. What he said surprised, abstracted. "Those bodies with slits in them, posing to be worshipped. You see, it means the sacraments, the bread," he said slowly. "Does it?" she cried. "Then it's worse. I don't want to see your chest slit nor to eat your dead body, even if you offer it to me. Can't you see it's horrible?" "It isn't me, it's Christ." "What if it is? It's you, and it's horrible, you wallowing in your own dead body and thinking of eating it in the sacrament. You've to take it for what it means. It means your human body put up to be slit and killed, and then worshipped. What else?" They lapsed into silence. His soul grew angry and aloof. "And I think that lamb in church," she said, "is the biggest joke in the parish." She burst into a poof of ridiculing laughter. "It might be to those that see nothing in it," he said. "You know, it's the symbol of Christ, of his innocence and sacrifice." "Whatever it means, it's a lamb," she said, "and I like lambs too much to treat them as if they had to mean something, as for the Christmas tree flag, no." And again she poofed with mockery. "It's because you don't know anything," he said violently, harshly. "Laugh at what you know, not at what you don't know." "What don't I know? What things mean? And what does it mean?" He was reluctant to answer her. He found it difficult. "What does it mean?" she insisted. "It means the triumph of the resurrection." She hesitated, baffled. A fear came upon her. What were these things? Something dark and powerful seemed to extend before her. Was it wonderful after all? But no, she refused it. "Whatever it may pretend to mean, what it is a silly, absurd toy lamb with a Christmas tree flag ledged on its power, and if it wants to mean anything else, it must look different from that." He was in a state of violent irritation against her. Partly he was ashamed of his love for these things. He hid his passion for them. He was ashamed of the ecstasy into which he could throw himself with these symbols. And for a few moments he hated the lamb and the mystic pictures of the Eucharist with a violent, ashy hatred. His fire was put out. She had thrown cold water on it. The whole thing was distasteful to him. His mouth was full of ashes. He went out cold, with corpse-like anger, leaving her alone. He hated her. He walked through the white snow under a sky of lead. And she wept again, in bitter recurrence of the previous gloom. But her heart was easy, oh, much more easy. She was quite willing to make it up with him when he came home again. He was black and surly, but abated. She had broken a little of something in him, and at length he was glad to forfeit from his soul all his symbols, to have her making love to him. He loved it when she put her head on his knee, and he had not asked her to or wanted her to. He loved her when she put her arms round him and made bold love to him, and he did not make love to her. He felt a strong blood in his limbs again. And she loved the intent, far look of his eyes when they rested on her, intent, yet far, not near, not with her. And she wanted to bring them near. She wanted his eyes to come to hers, to know her, and they would not. They remained intent and far and proud, like a hawk's, naive and inhuman as a hawk's. So she loved him and caressed him and roused him like a hawk, till he was keen and instant, but without tenderness. He came to her fierce and hard like a hawk, striking and taking her. He was no mystic any more. She was his aim and object, his prey, and she was carried off, and he was satisfied or satiated at last. Then immediately she began to retaliate on him. She too was a hawk. if she imitated the pathetic plover running plaintive to him that was part of the game when he satisfied moved, with a proud, insolent slouch of the body, and a half-contemptuous drop of the head, unaware of her ignoring her very existence after taking his fill of her, and getting his satisfaction of her soul, roused its pinions, became like steel. And she struck at him when he sat on his perch, glancing sharply round with solitary pride, pride eminent and fierce. She dashed at him and threw him from his station savagely. She goaded him from his keen dignity of a male. She harassed him from his unperturbed pride, till he was mad with rage. His light brown eyes burned with fury. They saw her now like flames of anger. They flared at her, and recognized her as the enemy. Very good, she was the enemy, very good. As he prowled round her, she watched him. As he struck at her, she struck back. He was angry because she had carelessly pushed away his tools so that they got rusty. "Don't leave them littering in my way," then she said. "I shall leave them where I like," he cried. "Then I shall throw them where I like." They glowered at each other, he with rage in his hands, she with her soul fierce with victory. They were very well matched, they would fight it out. She turned to her sewing. Immediately the teethings were cleared away, she fetched out the stuff, and his soul rose in rage. He hated beyond measure to hear the shriek of calico as she tore the web sharply, as if with pleasure, and the run of the sewing machine gathered a frenzy in him at last. "Aren't you going to stop that row?" he shouted. "Can't you do it in the daytime?" She looked up sharply, hostile from her work. "No, I can't do it in the daytime. I have other things to do besides. I like sewing, and you're not going to stop me doing it." Whereupon she turned back to her arranging, fixing, stitching. His nerves jumped with anger as the sewing machine started and stuttered and buzzed. But she was enjoying herself. She was triumphant and happy as the darting needle danced ecstatically down a hem, drawing the stuff along under its vivid stabbing irresistibly. She made the machine hum. She stopped it imperiously. Her fingers were deft and swift and mistress. If he sat behind her stiff with impotent rage, it only made a trembling vividness come into her energy. On she worked at last. He went to bed in a rage and lay stiff away from her, and she turned her back on him, and in the morning they did not speak, except in mere cold civilities. And when he came home at night, his heart relenting and growing hot for love of her, when he was just ready to feel he had been wrong, and when he was expecting her to feel the same, there she sat at the sewing machine. The whole house was covered with clipped calico. The kettle was not even on the fire. She started up, affecting concern. "Is it so late?" she cried. But his face had gone stiff with rage. He walked through to the parlor. Then he walked back and out of the house again. Her heart sank very swiftly. She began to make his tea. He went black-hearted down the road to Ilkeston. When he was in this state, he never thought a bolt shot across the doors of his mind and shut him in a prisoner. He went back to Ilkeston and drank a glass of beer. What was he going to do? He did not want to see anybody. He would go to Nottingham, to his own town. He went to the station and took a train. When he got to Nottingham, still, he had nowhere to go. However, it was more agreeable to walk familiar streets. He paced them with a mad restlessness, as if he were running amok. Then he turned to a bookshop and found a book on Bamberg Cathedral. Here was a discovery. Here was something for him. He went into a quiet restaurant to look at his treasure. He lit up with thrills of bliss. As he turned from picture to picture, he had found something at last in these carvings. His soul had great satisfaction. Had he not come out to seek, and had he not found, he was in a passion of fulfillment. These were the finest carving statues he had ever seen. The book lay in his hands like a doorway. The world around was only an enclosure, a room. But he was going away. He lingered over the lovely statues of women. A marvelous, finely wrought universe crystallized out around him. As he looked again at the crowns, the twining hair, the woman faces, he liked all the better the unintelligible text of the German. He preferred things he could not understand with the mind. He loved the undiscovered, and the undiscoverable. He pored over the pictures intensely. And these were wooden statues. Halge believed that meant wooden statues so shapen to his soul. He was a million times gladdened how undiscovered the world was, how it revealed itself to his soul. What a fine, exciting thing his life was at his hand. Did not Bamberg Cathedral make the world his own? He celebrated his triumphant strength and life and verity. and embraced the vast riches he was inheriting. But it was about time to go home. He had better catch a train. All the time there was a steady bruise at the bottom of his soul, but so steady as to be forgettable. He caught a train for Ilkeston. It was 10 o'clock, as he was mounting the hill to Kossuth carrying his limp book on Bamberg Cathedral. He had not yet thought of Anna, not definitely. The dark finger pressing a bruise controlled him thoughtlessly. Anna had started guiltily when he left the house. She had hastened preparing the tea, hoping he would come back. She had made some toast and got all ready. Then he didn't come, she cried with vexation and disappointment. Why had he gone? Why couldn't he come back now? Why was it such a battle between them? She loved him. She did love him. Couldn't he be kinder to her, nicer to her? She waited in distress. Then her mood grew harder. He passed out of her thoughts. She had considered indignantly what right he had to interfere with her sewing. She had indignantly refuted his right to interfere with her at all. She was not to be interfered with, was she not herself? And he the outsider. Yet a quiver of fear went through her. If he should leave her, she sat conjuring fears and sufferings till she wept with very self-pity. She did not know what she would do if he left her, or if he turned against her. The thought of it chilled her, made her desolate and hard. And against him, the stranger, the outsider, the being who wanted to arrogate authority, she remained steadily fortified. Was she not herself? How could one who was not of her own kind presume with authority? She knew she was immutable, unchangeable. She was not afraid for her own being. She was only afraid of all that was not herself. It pressed round her, it came to her, and took part in her, in form of her man, this vast, resounding, alien world, which was not herself, and he had so many weapons he might strike from so many sides. When he came in at the door, his heart was blazed with pity and tenderness. She looked so lost and forlorn and young. She glanced up afraid, and she was surprised to see him shining-faced, clear and beautiful in his movements, as if he were clarified, and a startled pang of fear and shame of herself went through her. They waited for each other to speak. "Do you want to eat anything?" she said. "I'll get it myself," he answered, not wanting her to serve him, but she brought out food, and it pleased him. She did it for him. He was again a bright lord. "I went to Nottingham," he said mildly. "To your mother?" she asked in a flash of contempt. "No, I didn't go home." "Who did you go to see?" "I went to see nobody." "Then why did you go to Nottingham?" "I went because I wanted to go." He was getting angry that she again rebuffed him when he was so clear and shining. "And who did you see?" "I saw nobody." "Nobody? No, who should I see?" "You saw nobody you knew." "No, I didn't," he replied irritably. She believed him, and her mood became cold. "I bought a book," he said, handing her the propitiatory volume. She idly looked at the pictures, beautiful, the pure women with their clear-dropping gowns. Her heart became colder. What did they mean to him? He sat and waited for her. She bent over the book. "Aren't they nice?" he said, his voice roused and glad. Her blood flushed, but she did not lift her head. "Yes," she said, in spite of herself. She was compelled by him. He was strange, attractive, exerting some power over her. He came over to her and touched her delicately. Her heart beat with wild passion, wild, raging passion. But she resisted. As yet it was always the unknown, and she clung fiercely to her known self, but the rising flood carried her away. They loved each other to transport again, passionately and fully. "Isn't it more wonderful than ever?" she asked him, radiant, like a newly opened flower, with tears like dew. He held her closer. He was strange and abstracted. "It is always more wonderful," she asseverated, in a glad child's voice, remembering her fear, and not quite cleared of it yet. So it went on continually, the recurrence of love and conflict between them. One day, it seemed as if everything was shattered, all life spoiled, ruined, desolate, and laid waste. The next day it was all marvelous again, just marvelous. One day she thought she would go mad from his very presence. The sound of his drinking was detestable to her. The next day she loved and rejoiced in the way he crossed the floor. He was sun, moon, and stars in one. She fretted, however, at last over the lack of stability. When the perfect hours came back, her heart did not forget that they would pass away again. She was uneasy, the surety, the inner surety, the confidence in the abidingness of love. That was what she wanted, and that she did not get. She knew also that he had not got it. Nevertheless, it was a marvelous world. She was for the most part lost in the marvelousness of it. Even her great woes were marvelous to her. She could be very happy, and she wanted to be happy. She resented it when he made her unhappy. Then she could kill him, cast him out. Many days she waited for the hour when he would be gone to work. Then the flow of her life, which he seemed to dam up, was let loose. And she was free, she was free. She was full of delight, everything delighted her. She took up the rug, and went to shake it in the garden. Patches of snow were on the fields, the air was light. She heard the ducks shouting on the pond. She saw them charge and sail across the water, as if they were setting off on an invasion of the world. She watched the rough horses, one of which was clipped smooth on the belly, so that he wore a jacket and long stockings of brown fur, stand kissing each other in the wintry morning. By the churchyard wall everything delighted her now. He was gone, the insulator, the obstruction removed. The world was all hers in connection with her. She was joyfully active. Nothing pleased her more than to hang out the washing in a high wind that came full-butt over the round of the hill, tearing the wet garments out of her hands, making flap-flip-flap of the waving stuff. She laughed and struggled and grew angry, but she loved her solitary days. Then he came home at night, and she knitted her brows because of some endless contest between them. As he stood in the doorway, her heart changed. It steeled itself. The laughter and zest of the day disappeared from her. She was stiffened. They fought an unknown battle, unconsciously still. They were in love with each other. The passion was there. But the passion was consumed in a battle, and the deep, fierce, unnamed battle went on. Everything glowed intensely about them. The world had put off its clothes, and was awful with new primal nakedness. Sunday came when the strange spell was cast over her by him. Half she loved it. She was becoming more like him. All the weekdays there was a glint of sky and fields. The little church seemed to babble away to the cottages the morning through, but on Sundays when he stayed at home, a deeply colored, intense gloom seemed to gather on the face of the earth. The church seemed to fill itself with shadow, to become big, a universe to her. There was a burning of blue and ruby, a sound of worship about her. And when the doors were opened, and she came out into the world, it was a world new created. She stepped into the resurrection of the world, her heart beating to the memory of the darkness and the passion. If, as very often, they went to the marsh for tea on Sundays, then she regained another lighter world that had never known the gloom and the stained glass, and the ecstasy of chanting. Her husband was obliterated. She was with her father again, who was so fresh and free, and all daylight. Her husband, with his intensity and his darkness, was obliterated. She left him, she forgot him, she accepted her father. Yet as she went home again with the young man, she put her hand on his arm tentatively. A little bit ashamed, her hand pleaded that he would not hold it against her recusancy, but he was obscured. He seemed to become blind, as if he were not there with her. Then she was afraid. She wanted him. When he was oblivious of her, she almost went mad with fear, for she had become so vulnerable, so exposed. She was in touch so intimately. All things about her had become intimate. She had known them near and lovely, like presences hovering upon her. What if they should all go hard and separate again, standing back from her, terrible and distinct, and she, having known them, should be at their mercy? This frightened her. Always her husband was to her the unknown to which she was delivered up. She was a flower that has been tempted forth into blossom, and has no retreat. He had her nakedness in his power. And who was he? What was he? A blind thing, a dark force, without knowledge. She wanted to preserve herself. Then she gathered him to herself again, and was satisfied for a moment. But as time went on, she began to realize more and more that he did not alter, that he was something dark, alien to herself. She had thought him just the bright reflex of herself. As the weeks and months went by, she realized that he was a dark opposite to her, that they were opposites, not complements. He did not alter, he remained separately himself, and he seemed to expect her to be part of himself, the extension of his will. She felt him trying to gain power over her, without knowing her. What did he want? Was he going to bully her? What did she want herself? She answered herself that she wanted to be happy, to be natural, like the sunlight and the busy daytime, and at the bottom of her soul she felt he wanted her to be dark, unnatural sometimes, when he seemed like the darkness. Covering and smothering her, she revolted almost in horror, and struck at him. She struck at him and made him bleed, and he became wicked because she dreaded him and held him in horror. He became wicked, he wanted to destroy, and then the fight between them was cruel. She began to tremble, he wanted to impose himself on her, and he began to shudder. She wanted to desert him, to leave him a prey to the open, with the unclean dogs of the darkness setting on to devour him. He must beat her and make her stay with him, whereas she fought to keep herself free of him. They went their ways, now shadowed and stained with blood, feeling the world far off, unable to give help, till she began to get tired. After a certain point, she became impassive, detached utterly from him. He was always ready to burst out murderously against her. Her soul got up and left him. She went her way nevertheless, in her apparent blitheness, that made his soul black with opposition. She trembled as if she bled. And ever and again, the pure love came in sunbeams between them, when she was like a flower in the sun to him, so beautiful, so shining, so intensely dear, that he could scarcely bear it. Then, as if his soul had 6 wings of bliss, he stood absorbed in praise, feeling the radiance from the Almighty beat through him like a pulse, as he stood in the upright flame of praise, transmitting the pulse of creation. And ever and again he appeared to her as the dread flame of power. Sometimes, when he stood in the doorway, his face lit up. He seemed like an annunciation to her. Her heart beat fast, and she watched him suspended. He had a dark burning being that she dreaded and resisted. She was subject to him, as to the angel of the presence. She waited upon him, and heard his will, and she trembled in his service. Then all this passed away. Then he loved her for her childishness, and for her strangeness to him, for the wonder of her soul, which was different from his soul, and which made him genuine when he would be false. And she loved him for the way he sat loosely in a chair, or for the way he came through a door with his face open and eager. She loved his ringing, eager voice, and the touch of the unknown about him, his absolute simplicity. Yet neither of them was quite satisfied. He felt somewhere that she did not respect him. She only respected him as far as he was related to herself. For what he was beyond her, she had no care. She did not care for what he represented in himself. It is true, he did not know himself, what he represented, but whatever it was, she did not really honor it. She did no service to his work as a lace designer, nor to himself as breadwinner, because he went down to the office and worked every day. That entitled him to no respect or regard from her. He knew rather she despised him for it, and he almost loved her for this, though at first it maddened him like an insult. What was much deeper, she soon came to combat his deepest feelings. What he thought about life and about society and mankind did not matter very much to her. He was right enough to be insignificant. This was again galling to him. She would judge beyond him on these things, but at length he came to accept her judgments, discovering them as if they were his own. It was not here the deep trouble lay. The deep root of his enmity lay in the fact that she jeered at his soul. He was inarticulate and stupid in thought, but to some things he clung passionately. He loved the church. If she tried to get out of him what he believed, then they were both soon in a white rage. Did he believe the water turned to wine at Cana? She would drive him to the thing as a historical fact. So much rainwater, look at it, can it become grape juice wine? For an instant he saw with the clear eyes of the mind, and said no. His clear mind, answering her for a moment, rejected the idea, and immediately his whole soul was crying in a mad inchoate hatred against this violation of himself. It was true for him. His mind was extinguished again. At once his blood was up in his blood and bones. He wanted the scene, the wedding, the water brought forward from the firkins as red wine, and Christ saying to his mother, "Woman, what have I to do with thee? Mine hour is not yet come." And then his mother saith unto the servants, "Whatsoever he saith unto you, do it." Brangwen loved it with his bones and blood. He loved it. He could not let it go, yet she forced him to let it go. She hated his blind attachments. Water, natural water, could it suddenly and unnaturally turn into wine, depart from its being, and at haphazard take on another being? Ah no, he knew it was wrong. She became again the palpitating, hostile child, hateful, putting things to destruction. He became mute and dead. His own being gave him the lie. He knew it was so. Wine was wine, water was water, forever. The water had not become wine. The miracle was not a real fact. She seemed to be destroying him. He went out dark and destroyed his soul, running its blood. and he tasted of death, because his life was formed in these unquestioned concepts. She desolate again, as she had been when she was a child, went away, and sobbed she did not care whether the water had turned to wine, or not let him believe it, if he wanted to, but she knew she had won, and an ashy desolation came over her. They were ashenly miserable for some time, then the life began to come back. He was nothing if not dogged. He thought again of the chapter of St. John. There was a great biting pang. But thou hast kept the good wine, until now the best wine. The young man's heart responded in a craving, in a triumph, although the knowledge that it was not true in fact bit at him like a weasel in his heart, which was stronger the pain of the denial, or the desire for affirmation. He was stubborn in spirit, and abode by his desire, but he would not any more affirm the miracles as true. Very well, it was not true. The water had not turned into wine. The water had not turned into wine. But for all that, he would live in his soul as if the water had turned into wine. For truth of fact it had not, but for his soul it had. Whether it turned into wine or whether it didn't, he said, it doesn't bother me. I take it for what it is. And what is it? She asked quickly, hopefully. It's the Bible, he said. That answer enraged her, and she despised him. She did not actively question the Bible herself, but he drove her to contempt. And yet he did not care about the Bible, the written letter. Although he could not satisfy her, yet she knew of herself that he had something real. He was not a dogmatist. He did not believe, in fact, that the water turned into wine. He did not want to make a fact out of it. Indeed, his attitude was without criticism. It was purely individual. He took that which was of value to him from the written word. He added to his spirit, his mind he let sleep. And she was bitter against him, that he let his mind sleep. That which was human belonged to mankind. He would not exert. He cared only for himself. He was no Christian. Above all, Christ had asserted the brotherhood of man. She, almost against herself, clung to the worship of the human knowledge. Man must die in the body, but in his knowledge he was immortal. Such somewhere was her belief, quite obscure and unformulated. She believed in the omnipotence of the human mind. He, on the other hand, blind as a subterranean thing, just ignored the human mind and ran after his own dark-souled desires, following his own tunneling nose. She felt often she must suffocate, and she fought him off. Then he, knowing he was blind, fought madly back again, frantic in sensual fear. He did foolish things. He asserted himself on his rights. He arrogated the old position of master of the house. "You've a right to do as I want," he cried. "Fool," she answered, "fool. I'll let you know who's master," he cried. "Fool," she answered, "fool. I've known my own father who could put a dozen of you in his pipe and push them down with his finger end. Don't I know what a fool you are?" He knew himself what a fool he was, and was flayed by the knowledge, yet he went on trying to steer the ship of their dual life. He asserted his position as the captain of the ship, and captain and ship bored her. He wanted to loom important as master of one of the innumerable domestic craft that make up the great fleet of society. It seemed to her a ridiculous armada of tubs jostling in futility. She felt no belief in it. She jeered at him as master of the house, master of their dual life. And he was black with shame and rage. He knew with shame how her father had been a man without arrogating any authority. He had gone on the wrong tack, and he felt it hard to give up the expedition. There was great surging and shame. Then he yielded. He had given up the master of the house idea. There was something he wanted, nevertheless, some form of mastery. Ever and anon, after his collapses into the petty and the shameful, he rose up again, and stubborn in spirit, strong in his power to start afresh, set out once more in his male pride of being to fulfill the hidden passion of his spirit. It began well, but it ended always in war between them, till they were both driven almost to madness. He said she did not respect him. She laughed in hollow scorn of this. For her, it was enough that she loved him. Respect what she asked. But he always answered the wrong thing, and though she cudgeled her brains, she could not come at it. "Why don't you go on with your wood-carving?" she said. "Why don't you finish your Adam and Eve?" But she did not care for the Adam and Eve, and he never put another stroke to it. She jeered at the Eve, saying she is like a little marionette. Why is she so small? You've made Adam as big as God, and Eve like a doll. It is impudence to say that woman was made out of man's body, she continued. When every man is born of woman, what impudence men have, what arrogance. In a rage one day, after trying to work on the board, and failing so that his belly was a flame of nausea, he chopped up the whole panel, and put it on the fire. She did not know. He went about for some days very quiet and subdued after it. Where is the Adam and Eve board? She asked him. Burnt. She looked at him. But your carving. I burned it. When? She did not believe him. On Friday night. When I was at the marsh. Yes. She said no more. Then when he had gone to work, she wept for a whole day and was much chastened in spirit, so that a new fragile flame of love came out of the ashes of this last pain. Directly it occurred to her that she was with child, there was a great trembling of wonder and anticipation through her soul. She wanted a child, not that she loved babies so much, though she was touched by all young things, but she wanted to bear children, and a certain hunger in her heart wanted to unite her husband with herself in a child. She wanted a son. She felt a son would be everything she wanted to tell her husband, but it was such a trembling, intimate thing to tell him, and he was at this time hard and unresponsive, so that she went away and wept. It was such a waste of a beautiful opportunity, such a frost that nipped in the bud. One of the beautiful moments of her life. She went about heavy and tremulous, with her secret wanting to touch him, oh, most delicately, and see his face dark and sensitive attend to her news. She waited and waited for him to become gentle and still towards her, but he was always harsh, and he bullied her. So that the buds shriveled from her confidence. She was chilled. She went down to the marsh. Well, said her father, looking at her and seeing her at the first glance, what's amiss? Why you now? The tears came at the touch of his careful love. Nothing, she said. Can't you hit it off, you two? He said. He's so obstinate, she quivered, but her soul was obdurate itself. I know another, who's all that, said her father. She was silent. You don't want to make yourselves miserable, said her father, all about nout. He isn't miserable, she said. I'll back my life, if you can do nout else. You can make him as miserable as a dog. You'd be a dab hand at that, my lass. I do nothing to make him miserable, she retorted. Oh, no, a packet, oh, butterscotch you are. She laughed a little. You mustn't think I want him to be miserable, she cried. I don't. We quite readily believe it, retorted Brangwen. Neither do you intend him to be hopping for joy like a fish in a pond. This made her think. She was rather surprised to find that she did not intend her husband to be hopping for joy like a fish in a pond. Her mother came, and they all sat down to tea, talking casually. Remember, child, said her mother, that everything is not waiting for your hand just to take or leave. You mustn't expect it between two people. The love itself is the important thing, and that is neither you nor him. It is a third thing you must create. You mustn't expect it to be just your way. Hannah do Roman 1. If I did, I should soon find my mistake out. If I put my hand out to take anything, my hand is very soon bitten, I can tell you. Then you must mind where you put your hand, said her father. Anna was rather indignant that they took the tragedy of her young married life with such equanimity. You love the man right enough, said her father, wrinkling his forehead in distress. That's all as counts. I do love him, more shame to him, she cried. I want to tell him. I've been waiting for 4 days now to tell him. Her face began to quiver. The tears came. Her parents watched her in silence. She did not go on. Tell him what, said her father. That we're going to have an infant, she sobbed. And he's never let me, not once. Every time I've come to him, he's been horrid to me. And I wanted to tell him, I Roman 999, and he won't let mess cruel to me. She sobbed as if her heart would break. Her mother went and comforted her, put her arms round her, and held her close. Her father sat with a queer wrinkled brow, and was rather paler than usual. His heart went tense with hatred of his son-in-law. So that when the tale was sobbed out, and comfort administered, and tea sipped, and something like calm restored to the little circle. The thought of Will Brangwen's entry was not pleasantly entertained. Tilly was set to watch out for him as he passed by on his way home. The little party at table heard the woman's servant's shrill call. "You've got to come in, Will Anna's here." After a few moments, the youth entered. "Are you stopping?" he asked, in his hard, harsh voice. He seemed like a blade of destruction, standing there. She quivered to tears. "Sit you down," said Tom Brangwen, "and take a bit off your length." Will Brangwen sat down. He felt something strange in the atmosphere. He was dark-browed, but his eyes had the keen, intense, sharp look, as if he could only see in the distance, which was a beauty in him, and which made Anna so angry. "Why does he always deny me?" she said to herself. "Why is it nothing to him what I am?" And Tom Brangwen, blue-eyed and warm, sat in opposition to the youth. "How long are you stopping?" the young husband asked his wife. "Not very long," she said. "Get your tea, lad," said Tom Brangwen. "Are you itching to be off the moment you enter?" They talked of trivial things through the open door. The level rays of sunset poured in, shining on the floor. A grey hen appeared, stepping swiftly in the doorway, pecking, and the light through her comb and her wattles made an oriflamme tossed here and there as she went. Her grey body was like a ghost. Anna watching through scraps of bread, and she felt the child flame within her. She seemed to remember again forgotten, burning, far-off things. "Where was I born, mother?" she asked. "In London." "And was my father?" Spoke of him as if he were merely a strange name. She could never connect herself with him. Was he dark? He had dark brown hair and dark eyes, and a fresh coloring. He went bald, rather bald, when he was quite young, replied her mother, also as if telling a tale which was just old imagination. "Was he good-looking?" "Yes, was very good-looking, rather small. I have never seen an Englishman who looked like him." "Why?" "He was." Mother made a quick running movement with her hand. His figure was alive, and changing. It was never fixed. He was not in the least steady, like a running stream. It flashed over the youth. Anna, too, was like a running stream. Instantly, he was in love with her again. Tom Brangwen was frightened, his heart always filled with fear of the unknown, when he heard his women speak of their bygone men, as of strangers they had known in passing, and had taken leave of again. In the room there came a silence and a singleness over all their hearts. They were separate people with separate destinies. Why should they seek each to lay violent hands of claim on the other? The young people went home as a sharp little moon was setting in the dusk of spring. Tufts of trees hovered in the upper air. The little church pricked up shadowily at the top of the hill. The earth was a dark blue shade. She put her hand lightly on his arm. Out of her far distance, and out of the distance, he felt her touch him. They walked on hand in hand, along opposite horizons, touching across the dusk. There was a sound of thrushes calling in the dark blue twilight. "I think we are going to have an infant, Bill," she said from far off. He trembled, and his fingers tightened on hers. "Why?" he asked, his heart beating. "You don't know." "I do," she said. They continued, without saying any more, walking along opposite horizons, hand in hand, across the intervening space, two separate people, and he trembled as if a wind blew onto him in strong gusts, out of the unseen. He was afraid to know he was alone, for she seemed fulfilled and separate and sufficient. In her half of the world, he could not bear to know that he was cut off. Why could he not be always one with her? It was he who had given her the child. Why could she not be with him, one with him? Why must he be set in this separateness? Why could she not be with him, close as one with him? She must be one with him. He held her fingers tightly in his own. She did not know what he was thinking. The blaze of light on her heart was too beautiful and dazzling from the conception in her womb. She walked glorified, and the sound of the thrushes of the trains in the valley of the Farof, faint noises of the town, were her Magnificat. But he was struggling in silence. It seemed as though there were before him a solid wall of darkness that impeded him and suffocated him and made him mad. He wanted her to come to him, to complete him, to stand before him, so that his eyes should not meet the naked darkness. Nothing mattered to him but that she should come and complete him, for he was ridden by the awful sense of his own limitation. It was as if he ended uncompleted, as yet uncreated on the darkness, and he wanted her to come and liberate him into the whole. But she was complete in herself, and he was ashamed of his need, his helpless need of her, his need, and his shame of need weighed on him like a madness, yet still, he was quiet and gentle in reverence of her conception, and because she was with child by him. And she was happy in showers of sunshine, she loved her husband as a presence, as a grateful condition. But for the moment her need was fulfilled, and now she wanted only to hold her husband by the hand in sheer happiness, without taking thought, only being glad. He had various folios of reproductions, and among them a cheap print from Fra Angelico's entry of the blessed into paradise. This filled Anna with bliss, the beautiful innocent way in which the blessed held each other by the hand, as they moved towards the radiance, the real angelic melody made her weep with happiness, the floweriness, the beams of light, the linking of hands, was almost too much for her too innocent. Day after day came shining through the door of paradise, day after day, she entered into the brightness the child in her shone, till she herself was a beam of sunshine. And how lovely was the sunshine that loitered and wandered out of doors, where the catkins on the big hazel bushes at the end of the garden hung in their shaken, floating aureole, where little fumes like fire burst out from the black yew trees, as a bird settled clinging to the branches one day. Bluebells were along the hedge bottoms, then cowslips twinkled like manna golden and evanescent on the meadows. She was full of a rich drowsiness and loneliness. How happy she was, how gorgeous it was to live, to have known herself, her husband, the passion of love and begetting, and to know that all this lived and waited and burned on around her, a terrible purifying fire through which she had passed for once to come to this piece of golden radiance when she was with child and innocent and in love with her husband, and with all the many angels hand in hand. She lifted her throat to the breeze that came across the fields, and she felt it handling her like sisters fondling her. She drank it in perfume of cowslips and of apple blossoms. And in all the happiness, a black shadow, shy wild, a beast of prey, roamed and vanished from sight, and like strands of gossamer blown across her eyes, there was a dread for her. She was afraid when he came home at night. As yet her fear never spoke, the shadow never rushed upon her. He was gentle, humble. He kept himself withheld, his hands were delicate upon her, and she loved them, but there ran through her the thrill crisp as pain, for she felt the darkness and other world still in his soft sheathed hands. But the summer drifted in with the silence of a miracle. She was almost always alone, all the while went on the long lovely drowsiness. The maiden blush roses in the garden were all shed, washed away. In a pouring rain summer drifted into autumn, and the long vague golden days began to close. Crimson clouds fumed about the west, and as night came on all the sky was fuming and steaming, and the moon far above the swiftness of vapors was white-bleared. The night was uneasy. Suddenly the moon would appear at a clear window in the sky, looking down from far above like a captive, and Anna did not sleep. There was a strange dark tension about her husband. She became aware that he was trying to force his will upon her. There was something he wanted, as he lay there dark and tense, and her soul sighed in weariness. Everything was so vague and lovely, and he wanted to wake her up to the hard, hostile reality. She drew back in resistance. Still, he said nothing, but she felt his power persisting on her till she became aware of the strain. She cried out against the exhaustion. He was forcing her, and she wanted so much the joy and the vagueness and the innocence of her pregnancy. She did not want his bitter, corrosive love. She did not want it poured into her to burn her. Why must she have it? Why, oh, why was he not contained? She sat many hours by the window in those days when he drove her most with the black constraint of his will, and she watched the rain falling on the yew trees. She was not sad, only wistful, blanched. The child under her heart was a perpetual warmth, and she was sure the pressure was only upon her from the outside. Her soul had no stripes. Yet in her heart itself was always this same strain, tense, anxious. She was not safe, she was always exposed, she was always attacked. There was a yearning in her for a fullness of peace and blessedness. What a heavy yearning it was, so heavy. She knew vaguely that all the time he was not satisfied, all the time he was trying to force something from her. Ah, how she wished she could succeed with him in her own way. He was there so inevitable she lived in him also. And how she wanted to be at peace with him, at peace. She loved him. She would give him love, pure love, with a strange, rapt look in her face. She awaited his homecoming that night. Then when he came, she rose with her hands full of love, as of flowers, radiant, innocent. A dark spasm crossed his face as she watched her face shining, and flower-like with innocent love his face grew dark and tense. The cruelty gathered in his brows, his eyes turned aside. She saw the whites of his eyes as he looked aside from her. She waited, touching him with her hands, but from his body through her hands came the bitter corrosive shock of his passion upon her, destroying her in blossom. She shrank, she rose from her knees, and went away from him to preserve herself, and it was great pain to her. To him also it was agony. He saw the glistening flower-like love in her face, and his heart was black, because he did not want it, not this, not this. He did not want flowery innocence. He was unsatisfied. The rage and storm of unsatisfaction tormented him ceaselessly. Why had she not satisfied him? He had satisfied her. She was satisfied, at peace, innocent round the doors of her own paradise. And he was unsatisfied, unfulfilled. He raged in torment, wanting. It was for her to satisfy him. Then let her do it, let her not come with flowery handfuls of innocent love. He would throw these aside and trample the flowers to nothing. He would destroy her. Flowery innocent bliss. Was he not entitled to satisfaction from her? And was not his heart all raging desire, his soul a black torment of unfulfillment? Let it be fulfilled in him. Then, as it was fulfilled in her, he had given her her fulfillment. Let her rise up and do her part. He was cruel to her, but all the time he was ashamed, and being ashamed, he was more cruel, for he was ashamed that he could not come to fulfillment without her, and he could not, and she would not heed him. He was shackled and in darkness of torment. She beseeched him to work again, to do his woodcarving, but his soul was too black. He had destroyed his panel of Adam and Eve. He could not begin again, least of all now, whilst he was in this condition. For her there was no final release, since he could not be liberated from himself. Strange and amorphous, she must go yearning on through the trouble, like a warm, glowing cloud blown in the middle of a storm. She felt so rich in her warm vagueness that her soul cried out on him, because he harried her and wanted to destroy her. She had her moments of exaltation, still rebirths of old exaltations. As she sat by her bedroom window, watching the steady rain, her spirit was somewhere far off. She sat in pride and curious pleasure when there was no one to exult with, and the unsatisfied soul must dance and play. Then one danced before the unknown. Suddenly she realized that this was what she wanted to do, big with child as she was. She danced there in the bedroom by herself, lifting her hands and her body to the unseen Creator who had chosen her, to whom she belonged. She would not have had anyone know. She danced in secret, and her soul rose in bliss. She danced in secret before the Creator. She took off her clothes and danced in the pride of her bigness. It surprised her. When it was over, she was shrinking and afraid. To what was she now exposed? She half wanted to tell her husband, yet she shrank from him. All the time she ran on by herself. She liked the story of David, who danced before the Lord and uncovered himself exultingly. Why should he uncover himself to Michal, a common woman? He uncovered himself to the Lord. Thou comest to me with a sword and a spear and a shield, but I come to thee in the name of the Lord, for the battle is the Lord's, and he will give you into our hands. Her heart rang to the words. She walked in her pride, and her battle was her own Lord's. Her husband was delivered over. In these days she was oblivious of him. Who was he to come against her? No, he was not even the Philistine, the giant. He was like Saul, proclaiming his own kingship. She laughed in her heart. Who was he proclaiming his kingship? She laughed in her heart with pride. And she had to dance in exultation beyond him. Because he was in the house, she had to dance before her Creator, in exemption from the man. On a Saturday afternoon, when she had a fire in the bedroom again, she took off her things and danced, lifting her knees and her hands in a slow, rhythmic exulting. He was in the house, so her pride was fiercer. She would dance his nullification. She would dance to her unseen Lord. She was exalted over him before the Lord. She heard him coming up the stairs, and she flinched. She stood with the firelight on her ankles and feet, naked in the shadowy late afternoon. Fastening up her hair, he was startled. He stood in the doorway, his brows black and lowering. "What are you doing?" he said gratingly. "You'll catch a cold." And she lifted her hands and danced again to annul him. The light glanced on her knees as she made her slow, fine movements down the far side of the room across the firelight. He stood away near the door in blackness of shadow, watching transfixed, and with slow, heavy movements, she swayed backwards and forwards like a full ear of corn pale in the dusky afternoon, threading before the firelight, dancing his non-existence, dancing herself to the Lord to exaltation. He watched, and his soul burned in him. He turned aside. He could not look at her. His eyes, her fine limbs lifted, and lifted. Her hair was sticking out all fierce, and her belly big, strange, terrifying, uplifted to the Lord. Her face was rapt and beautiful. She danced exulting before her Lord, and knew no man. It hurt him as he watched, as if he were at the stake. He felt he was being burned alive. The strangeness, the power of her in her dancing, consumed him. He was burned. He could not grasp. He could not understand. He waited, obliterated. Then his eyes became blind to her. He saw her no more. And through the unseeing veil between them, he called to her in his jarring voice. "What are you doing that for?" "Go away," she said. "Let me dance by myself." "That isn't dancing," he said harshly. "What do you want to do that for?" "I don't do it for you," she said. "You go away." Her strange lifted belly big with his child. Had he no right to be there? He felt his presence a violation, yet he had his right to be there. He went and sat on the bed. She stopped dancing and confronted him again, lifting her slim arms and twisting at her hair. Her nakedness hurt her, opposed to him. "I can do as I like in my bedroom," she cried. "Why do you interfere with me?" And she slipped on a dressing gown and crouched before the fire. He was more at ease now. She was covered up. The vision of her tormented him all the days of his life, as she had been then, a strange, exalted thing, having no relation to himself. After this day, the door seemed to shut on his mind. His brow shut and became impervious. His eyes ceased to see. His hands were suspended within himself. His will was coiled like a beast, hidden under the darkness, but always potent, working. At first she went on blithely enough with him shut down beside her, but then his spell began to take hold of her, the dark, seething potency of him, the power of a creature that lies hidden and exerts its will to the destruction of the free-running creature, as the tiger, lying in the darkness of the leaves, steadily enforces the fall and death of the light creatures that drink by the waterside in the morning, gradually began to take effect on her, though he lay there in his darkness and did not move. Yet she knew he lay waiting for her. She felt his will fastening on her and pulling her down, even whilst he was silent and obscure. She found that in all her outgoings and her incomings, he prevented her. Gradually, she realized that she was being borne down by him, borne down by the clinging heavy weight of him, that he was pulling her down as a leopard clings to a wild cow and exhausts her and pulls her down. Gradually, she realized that her life, her freedom, was sinking under the silent grip of his physical will. He wanted her in his power. He wanted to devour her at leisure, to have her at length. She realized that her sleep was a long ache and a weariness and exhaustion because of his will fastened upon her as he lay there beside her during the night. She realized it all, and there came a momentous pause, a pause in her swift running, a moment's suspension in her life when she was lost. Then she turned fiercely on him and fought him. He was not to do this to her. It was monstrous. What horrible hold did he want to have over her body? Why did he want to drag her down and kill her spirit? Why did he want to deny her spirit? Why did he deny her spirituality, hold her for a body only, and was he to claim her carcass? Some vast, hideous darkness he seemed to represent to her. "What do you do to me?" she cried. "What beastly thing do you do to me? You put a horrible pressure on my head. You don't let me sleep. You don't let me live. Every moment of your life you are doing something to me, something horrible that destroys me. There is something horrible in you, something dark and beastly in your will. What do you want of me? What do you want to do to me?" All the blood in his body went black and powerful and corrosive as he heard her, black and blind with hatred of her. He was in a very black hell and could not escape. He hated her for what she said. Did he not give her everything? Was she not everything to him? And the shame was a bitter fire in him, that she was everything to him, that he had nothing but her, and then that she should taunt him with it, that he could not escape. The fire went black in his veins, for try as he might, he could not escape. She was everything to him, she was his life. And his derivation, he depended on her. If she were taken away, he would collapse as a house from which the central pillar is removed. And she hated him because he depended on her so utterly. He was horrible to her. She wanted to thrust him off, to set him apart. It was horrible that he should cleave to her so close, like a leopard that had leapt on her and fastened. He went on from day to day, in a blackness of rage and shame and frustration, how he tortured himself to be able to get away from her. But he could not. She was as the rock on which he stood, with deep heaving water all round, and he was unable to swim. He must take his stand on her. He must depend on her. What had he in life save her? Nothing. The rest was a great heaving flood, the terror of the night, of heaving, overwhelming flood, which was his vision of life. Without her was too much for him. He clung to her fiercely and abjectly. And she beat him off. She beat him off. Where could he turn? Like a swimmer in a dark sea, beaten off from his hold. Whither could he turn? He wanted to leave her. He wanted to be able to leave her. For his soul's sake, for his manhood's sake, he must be able to leave her. But for what? She was the ark, and the rest of the world was flood. The only tangible, secure thing was the woman. He could leave her only for another woman. And where was the other woman? And who was the other woman? Besides, he would be just in the same state. Another woman would be woman. The case would be the same. Why was she the all, the everything? Why must he live only through her? Why must he sink if he were detached from her? Why must he cleave to her in a frenzy, as for his very life? The only other way to leave her was to die. The only straight way to leave her was to die. His dark, raging soul knew that, but he had no desire for death. Why could he not leave her? Why could he not throw himself into the hidden water to live or die, as might be? He could not. But supposing he went away right away and found work, and had a lodging again, he could be again as he had been before. But he knew he could not. A woman, he must have a woman. And having a woman, he must be free of her. It would be the same position, for he could not be free of her. For how can a man stand unless he have something sure under his feet? Can a man tread the unstable water all his life, and call that standing? Better give in and drown at once. And upon what could he stand save upon a woman? Was he then like the old man of the seas, impotent to move save upon the back of another life? Was he impotent, or a cripple, or a defective, or a fragment? It was black, mad, shameful torture, the frenzy of fear, the frenzy of desire, and the horrible grasping backwash of shame. What was he afraid of? Why did life without honor seem to him just a horrible welter, everything jostling in a meaningless, dark, fathomless flood? Why, if honor left him even for a week, did he seem to be clinging like a madman to the edge of reality, and slipping surely into the flood of unreality that would drown him? This horrible slipping into unreality drove him mad. His soul screamed with fear and agony. Yet she was pushing him off from her, pushing him away, breaking his fingers from their hold on her, persistently, ruthlessly. He wanted her to have pity, and sometimes for a moment she had pity, but she always began again, thrusting him off into the deep water, into the frenzy and agony of uncertainty. She became like a fury to him, without any sense of him. Her eyes were bright with a cold, unmoving hatred. Then his heart seemed to die in its last fear. She might push him off into the deeps. She would not sleep with him any more, she said. He destroyed her sleep up, started all his frenzy and madness of fear and suffering. She drove him away like a cowed, lurking devil. He was driven off his mind, working cunningly against her, devising evil for her. But she drove him off in his moments of intense suffering. She seemed to him inconceivable, a monster, the principle of cruelty. However her pity might give way for moments, she was hard and cold as a jewel. He must be put off from her. She must sleep alone. She made him a bed in the small room. And he lay there, whipped, his soul whipped almost to death. Yet unchanged, he lay in agony of suffering, thrown back into unreality, like a man thrown overboard into a sea to swim, till he sinks, because there is no hold, only a wide, weltering sea. He did not sleep save for the white sleep. When a thin veil is drawn over the mind, it was not sleep, he was awake. And he was not awake, he could not be alone, He needed to be able to put his arms round her. He could not bear the empty space against his breast, where she used to be. He could not bear it. He felt as if he were suspended in space, held there by the grip of his will. If he relaxed, his will would fall through endless space into the bottomless pit, always falling, willless, helpless, non-existent, just dropping to extinction, falling, till the fire of friction had burned out like a falling star. Then nothing, nothing, complete nothing. He rose in the morning, grey and unreal, and she seemed fond of him again. She seemed to make up to him a little. "I slept well," she said, with her slightly false brightness. "Did you?" "All right," he answered. He would never tell her. For 3 or 4 nights, he lay alone through the white sleep, his will unchanged, still tense, fixed in its grip. Then, as if she were revived and free to be fond of him again, deluded by his silence and seeming acquiescence, moved also by pity, she took him back again. Each night, in spite of all the shame, he had waited with agony for bedtime to see if she would shut him out, and each night, as in her false brightness, she said good night, he felt he must kill her or himself. But she asked for her kiss, so pathetically, so prettily, so he kissed her whilst his heart was ice. And sometimes he went out. Once he sat for a long time in the church porch. Before going in to bed, it was dark with a wind blowing. He sat in the church porch and felt some shelter, some security, but it grew cold, and he must go in to bed. Then came the night when she said, putting her arms round him and kissing him fondly, "Stay with me tonight, will you?" And he had stayed without demur, but his will had not altered. He would have her fixed to him. So that soon she told him again, she must be alone. "I don't want to send you away. I want to sleep with you, but I can't sleep. You don't let me sleep." His blood turned black in his veins. "What do you mean by such a thing? It's an arrant lie. I don't let you sleep." "But you don't. I sleep so well when I am alone, and I can't sleep when you're there. You do something to me. You put a pressure on my head, and I must sleep now. The child is coming." "It's something in yourself," he replied, "something wrong in you." Horrible in the extreme were these nocturnal combats when all the world was asleep, and they two were alone in the world, and repelling each other. It was hardly to be borne. He went and lay down alone, and at length, after a grey and livid and ghastly period, he relaxed. Something gave way in him. He let go. He did not care what became of him. Strange and dim, he became to himself, to her, to everybody. A vagueness had come over everything, like a drowning, and it was an infinite relief to drown. A relief, a great, great relief. He would insist no more. He would force her no more. He would force himself upon her no more. He would let go, relax, lapse, and what would be should be. Yet he wanted her still. He always wanted her in his soul. He was desolate as a child. He was so helpless, like a child on its mother. He depended on her for his living. He knew it, and he knew he could hardly help it. Yet he must be able to be alone. He must be able to lie down alongside the empty space and let be. He must be able to leave himself to the flood, to sink or live as might be, for he recognized at length his own limitation and the limitation of his power. He had to give in. There was a stillness, a wanness between them. Half at least of the battle was over. Sometimes she wept as she went about. Her heart was very heavy, but the child was always warm in her womb. They were friends again, new subdued friends, but there was a wanness between them. They slept together once more, very quietly and distinct, not one together as before, and she was intimate with him as at first, but he was very quiet and not intimate. He was glad in his soul, but for the time being he was not alive. He could sleep with her and let her be. He could be alone. Now he had just learned what it was to be able to be alone. It was right and peaceful. She had given him a new, deeper freedom. The world might be a welter of uncertainty, but he was himself. Now he had come into his own existence. He was born. For a second time, born at last unto himself, out of the vast body of humanity. Now at last he had a separate identity. He existed alone, even if he were not quite alone. Before he had only existed in so far as he had relations with another being. Now he had an absolute self as well as a relative self. But it was a very dumb, weak, helpless self, a crawling nursling. He went about very quiet, and in a way submissive. He had an unalterable self, at last free, separate, independent. She was relieved she was free of him, she had given him to himself. She wept sometimes with tiredness and helplessness, but he was a husband, and she seemed in the child that was coming to forget. It seemed to make her warm and drowsy. She lapsed into a long muse, indistinct, warm, vague, unwilling to be taken out of her vagueness, and she rested on him also. Sometimes she came to him with a strange light in her eyes, poignant, pathetic, as if she were asking for something. He looked, and he could not understand. She was so beautiful, so visionary. The rays seemed to go out of his breast to her like a shining. He was there for her, all for her, and she would hold his breast and kiss it, kneeling beside him, she who was waiting for the hour of her delivery, and he would lie looking down at his breast, till it seemed that his breast was not himself, that he had left it lying there, yet it was himself also, and beautiful and bright with her kisses. He was glad with a strange, radiant pain, while she kneeled beside him and kissed his breast with a slow, rapt, half-devotional movement. He knew she wanted something. His heart yearned to give it her. His heart yearned over her, and as she lifted her face, that was radiant and rosy as a little cloud, his heart still yearned over her, and now from the distance adored her. She had a flower-like presence which he adored as he stood far off, a stranger. The weeks passed on, the time drew near. They were very gentle and delicately happy. The insistent, passionate, dark soul, the powerful unsatisfaction in him seemed stilled and tamed. The lion lay down with the lamb in him. She loved him very much indeed, and he waited near her. She was a precious, remote thing to him at this time. As she waited for her child, her soul was glad with an ecstasy. Because of the coming infant, she wanted a boy, oh very much, she wanted a boy. But she seemed so young and so frail. She was indeed only a girl. As she stood by the fire washing herself, she was proud to wash herself at this time, and he looked at her. His heart was full of extreme tenderness for her, such fine, fine limbs, her slim, round arms like chasing lights, and her legs so simple and childish, yet so very proud. Oh, she stood on proud legs, with a lovely, reckless balance of her full belly, and the adorable little roundnesses, and the breasts becoming important above it. All her face was like a rosy cloud shining. How proud she was, what a lovely, proud thing her young body, and she loved him to put his hand on her ripe fullness, so that he should thrill also with the stir and the quickening there. He was afraid and silent, but she flung her arms round his neck with proud, impudent joy. The pains came on, and oh how she cried. She would have him stay with her, and after her long cries, she would look at him with tears in her eyes and a sobbing laugh on her face, saying, "I don't mind it, really." It was bad enough, but to her it was never deathly. Even the fierce tearing pain was exhilarating. She screamed and suffered, but was all the time curiously alive and vital. She felt so powerfully alive, and in the hands of such a masterly force of life, that her bottommost feeling was one of exhilaration. She knew she was winning. She was always winning. With each onset of pain, she was nearer to victory. Probably he suffered more than she. Roman 999. He was not shocked or horrified, but he was screwed very tight in the vice of suffering. It was a girl. The second of silence on her face, when they said so, showed him she was disappointed, and a great blazing passion of resentment and protest sprang up in his heart. In that moment, he claimed the child. But when the milk came and the infant sucked her breast, she seemed to be leaping with extravagant bliss. It sucks me, it likes me, oh, it loves it," she cried, holding the child to her breast with her two hands, covering it passionately. And in a few moments, as she became used to her bliss, she looked at the youth with glowing, unseeing eyes and said, "Honor victrix." He went away trembling and slept. To her, her pains were the wound smart of a victor. She was the prouder. When she was well again, she was very happy. She called the baby Ursula. Both Anna and her husband felt they must have a name that gave them private satisfaction. The baby was tawny-skinned. It had a curious downy skin and wisps of bronze hair, and the yellow-gray eyes that wavered and then became golden-brown like the father's, so they called her Ursula, because of the picture of the saint. It was a rather delicate baby at first, but soon it became stronger and was restless as a young eel. Anna was worn out with the day-long wrestling with its young vigor. As a little animal, she loved and adored it, and was happy. She loved her husband. She kissed his eyes and nose and mouth, and made much of him. She said his limbs were beautiful. She was fascinated by the physical form of him. And she was indeed Anna Victrix. He could not combat her any more. He was out in the wilderness alone, with her having occasion to go to London. He marveled, as he returned thinking of naked lurking savages on an island, how these had built up and created the great mass of Oxford Street or Piccadilly, how had helpless savages running with their spears on the riverside after fish, how had they come to rear up this great London, the ponderous, massive, ugly superstructure of a world of man, upon a world of nature. It frightened and awed him. Man was terrible, awful in his works. The works of man were more terrible than man himself, almost monstrous. And yet for his own part, for his private being, Brangwen felt that the whole of the man's world was exterior and extraneous to his own real life. With Anna sweep away the whole monstrous superstructure of the world of today, cities and industries and civilization, leave only the bare earth with plants growing and waters running, and he would not mind so long as he were whole, had Anna and the child and the new strange certainty in his soul. Then if he were naked, he would find clothing somewhere, he would make a shelter and bring food to his wife. And what more would be necessary? The great mass of activity in which mankind was engaged meant nothing to him by nature. He had no part in it. What did he live for then? For Anna only. And for the sake of living, what did he want on this earth? Anna only, and his children, and his life with his children, and her was there no more. He was attended by a sense of something more, something further, which gave him absolute being. It was as if now he existed in eternity. Let time be what it might, what was there outside the fabricated world that he did not believe in? What should he bring to her from outside? Nothing. Was it enough as it was? He was troubled in his acquiescence. She was not with him, yet he scarcely believed in himself apart from her, though the whole infinite was with him. Let the whole world slide down, and over the edge of oblivion he would stand alone, but he was unsure of her, and he existed also in her, so he was unsure. He hovered near to her, never quite able to forget the vague, haunting uncertainty that seemed to challenge him, and which he would not hear. A pang of dread, almost guilt, as of insufficiency, would go over him as he heard her talking to the baby. She stood before the window, with the month-old child in her arms, talking in a musical young sing-song that he had not heard before, and which rang on his heart like a claim from the distance, or the voice of another world sounding its claim on him. He stood near listening, and his heart surged to rise and submit. Then it shrank back and stayed aloof. He could not move. A denial was upon him, as if he could not deny himself. He must be himself. Look at the silly bluecaps, my beauty, she crooned, holding up the infant to the window, where shone the white garden and the bluetits scuffling in the snow. Look at the silly bluecaps, my darling, having a fight in the snow. Look at them, my bird, beating the snow about with their wings and shaking their heads. Oh, aren't they wicked things, wicked things? Look at their yellow feathers on the snow. They're thale, miss them, want they, when they're a cold later on. Must we tell them to stop? Must we say stop it to them, my bird? But they are naughty, naughty. Look at them. Suddenly her voice broke loud and fierce. She rapped the pane sharply. Stop it, she cried, stop it, you little nuisances. Stop it, she called louder, and rapped the pane more sharply. Her voice was fierce and imperative. Have more sense, she cried. They're gone. Where have they gone, the silly things? What will they say to each other? What will they say? My lambkin, they'll forget. Want they? They'll forget all about it, out of their silly little heads and their blue caps. After a moment, she turned her bright face to her husband. They were really fighting. They were really fierce with each other. She said, her voice keen with excitement and wonder, as if she belonged to the birds' world, were identified with the race of birds. They'll fight, will bluecaps, he said, glad. When she turned to him with her glow from elsewhere, he came and stood beside her and looked out at the marks on the snow where the birds had scuffled, and at the yew trees, burdened white and black branches. What was the appeal it made to him? What was the question of her bright face? What was the challenge he was called to answer? He did not know, but as he stood there, he felt some responsibility which made him glad but uneasy, as if he must put out his own light, and he could not move as yet. Anna loved the child very much, oh very much, yet still she was not quite fulfilled. She had a slight expectant feeling, as of a door half opened here. She was safe and still in Carcithe, but she felt as if she were not in Carcithe at all. She was straining her eyes to something beyond, and from her Pisgah Mount, which she had attained, what could she see? A faint gleaming horizon a long way off, and a rainbow like an archway, a shadow door, with faintly colored coping above it. Must she be moving thither? Something she had not, something she did not grasp, could not arrive at. There was something beyond her. But why must she start on the journey? She stood so safely on the Pisgah Mountain. In the winter, when she rose with the sunrise, and out of the back windows saw the east flaming yellow and orange above the green glowing grass, while the great pear tree in between stood dark and magnificent as an idol, and under the dark pear tree the little sheet of water spread smooth in burnished yellow light, she said, "It is here." And when at evening the sunset came in a red glare through the big opening in the clouds, she said again, "It is beyond." Dawn and sunset were the feet of the rainbow that spanned the day, and she saw the hope, the promise. Why should she travel any further? Yet she always asked the question, as the sun went down in his fiery winter haste. She faced the blazing close of the affair in which she had not played her fullest part, and she made her demand still. "What are you doing, making this big shining commotion? What is it that you keep so busy about, that you will not let us alone?" She did not turn to her husband for him to lead her. He was apart from her, with her according to her different conceptions of him. The child she might hold up. She might toss the child forward into the furnace. The child might walk there amid the burning coals and the incandescent roar of heat, as the three witnesses walked with the angel in the fire. Soon she felt sure of her husband. She knew his dark face and the extent of its passion. She knew his slim, vigorous body. She said it was hers. Then there was no denying her. She was a rich woman, enjoying her riches. And soon again she was with child, which made her satisfied and took away her discontent. She forgot that she had watched the sun climb up and pass his way, a magnificent traveler surging forward. She forgot that the moon had looked through a window of the high dark night and nodded like a magic. Recognition signaled to her to follow. Sun and moon traveled on and left her, passed her by, a rich woman, enjoying her riches. She should go also, but she could not go when they called, because she must stay at home now. With satisfaction, she relinquished the adventure to the unknown. She was bearing her children. There was another child coming, and Anna lapsed into vague content. If she were not the wayfarer to the unknown, if she were arrived, now settled in her builded house, a rich woman still, her doors opened under the arch of the rainbow, her threshold reflected the passing of the sun and moon, the great travelers. Her house was full of the echo of journeying. She was a door and a threshold. She herself, through her another soul, was coming to stand upon her, as upon the threshold, looking out, shading its eyes for the direction to take. Chapter Romans 7, the Cathedral. During the first year of her marriage, before Ursula was born, Anna Brangwen and her husband went to visit her mother's friend, the Baron Skrebensky. The latter had kept a slight connection with Anna's mother, and had always preserved some officious interest in the young girl, because she was a pure Pole. When Baron Skrebensky was about 40 years old, his wife died, and left him raving disconsolate. Lydia had visited him, then taking Anna with her. It was when the girl was 14 years old. Since then she had not seen him. She remembered him as a small, sharp clergyman who cried and talked and terrified her, whilst her mother was most strangely consoling in a foreign language. The little Baron never quite approved of Anna, because she spoke no Polish still. He considered himself in some way her guardian on Lenski's behalf, and he presented her with some old heavy Russian jewelry, the least valuable of his wife's relics. Then he lapsed out of the Brangwen's life again, though he lived only about 30 miles away. 3 years later came the startling news that he had married a young English girl of good family. Everybody marveled. Then came a copy of the history of the parish of Briswell by Rudolf Baron Skrebensky, vicar of Briswell. It was a curious book, incoherent, full of interesting exhumations. It was dedicated to my wife Millicent Maud Pierce, in whom I embrace the generous spirit of England. "If he embraces no more than the spirit of England," said Tom Brangwen, "it's a bad lookout for him." But paying a formal visit with his wife, he found the new Baroness a little cream-skinned, insidious thing with red-brown hair, and a mouth that one must always watch, because it curved back continually in an incomprehensible, strange laugh that exposed her rather prominent teeth. She was not beautiful, yet Tom Brangwen was immediately under her spell. She seemed to snuggle like a kitten within his warmth, while she was at the same time elusive and ironical, suggesting the fine steel of her claws. The Baron was almost dotingly courteous and attentive to her, she almost mockingly, yet quite happy, let him dote, curious little thing. She had the soft, creamy, elusive beauty of a ferret. Tom Brangwen was quite at a loss at her mercy, and she laughed a little breathlessly, as if tempted to cruelty. She did put fine torments on the elderly Baron. When some months later she bore a son, the Baron Skrebensky was loud with delight. Gradually she gathered a circle of acquaintances in the county, for she was of good family, half Venetian, educated in Dresden. The little foreign vicar attained to a social status which almost satisfied his maddened pride. Therefore the Brangwens were surprised when the invitation came for Anna and her young husband to pay a visit to Briswell Vicarage, for the Skrebenskys were now moderately well-off. Millicent Skrebensky having some fortune of her own. Anna took her best clothes, recovered her best high school manner, and arrived with her husband, Will Brangwen, ruddy, bright, with long limbs and a small head like some uncouth bird, was not changed in the least. The little Baroness was smiling, showing her teeth. She had a real charm, a kind of joyous coldness, laughing, delighted like some weasel. Anna at once respected her, and was on her guard before her, instinctively attracted by the strange, childlike surety of the Baroness, yet mistrusting it. Fascinated, the little Baron was now quite white-haired, very brittle. He was wizened and wrinkled, yet fiery, unsubdued. Anna looked at his lean body, at his small, fine, lean legs and lean hands as he sat talking, and she flushed. She recognized the quality of the male in him, his lean, concentrated age, his informed fire, his faculty for sharp, deliberate response. He was so detached, so purely objective. A woman was thoroughly outside him. There was no confusion, so he could give that fine, deliberate response. He was something separate and interesting, his hard intrinsic being whittled down by age to an essentiality, and a directness almost death-like. Cruel was yet so unswervingly sure in its actions, so distinct in its surety, that she was attracted to him. She watched his cool, hard, separate fire, fascinated by it. Would she rather have it than her husband's diffuse heat, than his blind, hot youth? She seemed to be breathing high, sharp air, as if she had just come out of a hot room. These strange Skrebenskys made her aware of another, freer element, in which each person was detached and isolated. Was not this her natural element? Was not the close Brangwen life stifling her? Meanwhile the little Baroness, with always a subtle light stirring of her full, lustrous hazel eyes, was playing with Will Brangwen. He was not quick enough to see all her movements, yet he watched her steadily with unchanging, lit-up eyes. She was a strange creature to him, but she had no power over him. She flushed and was irritated, yet she glanced again and again at his dark, living face curiously, as if she despised him. She despised his uncritical, ironical nature. It had nothing for her, yet it angered her, as if she were jealous. He watched her with deferential interest, as he would watch a stoat playing, but he himself was not implicated. He was different in kind. She was all lambent, biting flames. He was a red fire, glowing steadily. She could get nothing out of him, so she made him flush darkly by assuming a biting, subtle class superiority. He flushed, but still, he did not object. He was too different. Her little boy came in with the nurse. He was a quick, slight child with fine perceptiveness and a cool transitoriness in his interest. At once he treated Will Brangwen as an outsider. He stayed by Anna for a moment, acknowledged her, then was gone again, quick, observant, restless, with a glance of interest at everything. The father adored him and spoke to him in Polish. It was queer, the stiff, aristocratic manner of the father with the child, the distance in the relationship, the classic fatherhood on the one hand, the filial subordination on the other. They played together in their different degrees, very separate, two different beings, differing as it were in rank rather than in relationship. And the Baroness smiled, always smiled, showing her rather protruding teeth, having always a mysterious attraction and charm. Anna realized how different her own life might have been, how different her own living. Her soul stirred. She became as another person. Her intimacy with her husband passed away, the curious, enveloping Brangwen intimacy, so warm, so close, so stifling, when one seemed always to be in contact with the other person like a blood relation, was annulled. She denied it. This close relationship with her young husband, he and she were not one. His heat was not always to suffuse her through her mind and her individuality, till she was of one heat with him, till she had not her own self apart. She wanted her own life. He seemed to lap her, and suffuse her with his being, his hot life, till she did not know whether she were herself, or whether she were another creature united with him in a world of close blood intimacy that closed over her, and excluded her from all the cool outside. She wanted her own old sharp self, detached, active, but not absorbed, active for her own part, taking and giving, but never absorbed, whereas he wanted this strange absorption with her, which still she resisted, but she was partly helpless against it. She had lived so long in Tom Brangwen's love beforehand. From the Skrebenskys, they went to Will Brangwen's beloved Lincoln Cathedral, because it was not far off. He had promised her that one by one they should visit all the cathedrals of England. They began with Lincoln, which he knew well. He began to get excited as the time drew near to set off. What was it that changed him so much? She was almost angry coming, as she did from the Skrebenskys. But now he ran on alone. His very breast seemed to open its doors to watch for the great church brooding over the town. His soul ran ahead. When he saw the cathedral in the distance, dark blue, lifted watchful in the sky, his heart leapt. It was the sign in heaven. It was the Spirit hovering like a dove, like an eagle over the earth. He turned his glowing, ecstatic face to her. His mouth opened with a strange, ecstatic grin. "There she is," he said. The she irritated her. Why she? It was it. What was the cathedral? A big building, a thing of the past, obsolete, to excite him to such a pitch. She began to stir herself to readiness. They passed up the steep hill, he eager as a pilgrim, arriving at the shrine. As they came near the precincts with castle on one side and cathedral on the other, his veins seemed to break into fiery blossom. He was transported. They had passed through the gate, and the great west front was before them with all its breadth and ornament. "It is a false front," he said, looking at the golden stone and the twin towers, and loving them just the same. In a little ecstasy, he found himself in the porch, on the brink of the unrevealed. He looked up to the lovely unfolding of the stone. He was to pass within to the perfect womb. Then he pushed open the door, and the great pillared gloom was before him, in which his soul shuddered and rose from her nest. His soul leapt, soared up into the great church. His body stood still, absorbed by the height. His soul leapt up into the gloom, into possession. It reeled, it swooned with a great escape. It quivered in the womb, in the hush, and the gloom of fecundity, like seed of procreation in ecstasy. She too was overcome with wonder, and awe. She followed him in his progress. Here the twilight was the very essence of life. The colored darkness was the embryo of all light. And the day here, the very first dawn, was breaking, the very last sunset sinking, and the immemorial darkness whereof life's day would blossom and fall away again, reach peace and profound immemorial silence. Away from time, always outside of time, between east and west, between dawn and sunset, the church lay like a seed in silence dark, before germination, silenced after death, containing birth and death potential, with all the noise and transition of life. The cathedral remained hushed, a great involved seed, whereof the flower would be radiant life inconceivable, but whose beginning and whose end. With a circle of silence, spanned round with the rainbow, the jeweled gloom folded music, upon silence light, upon darkness fecundity, upon death, as a seed folds leaf upon leaf, and silence upon the root, and the flower hushing up the secret of all between its parts, the death, out of which it fell, the life into which it has dropped, the immortality it involves, and the death it will embrace again. Here in the church, before and after were folded together, all was contained in oneness. Brangwen came to his consummation out of the doors of the womb. He had come, putting aside the wings of the womb, and proceeding into the light through daylight, and day after day he had come, knowledge after knowledge, and experience after experience, remembering the darkness of the womb, having prescience of the darkness after death. Then betweenwhile he had pushed open the doors of the cathedral, and entered the twilight of both darkness, the hush of the twofold silence, where dawn was sunset, and the beginning and the end were one. Here the stone leapt up from the plane of earth, leapt up in a manifold clustered desire, each time up away from the horizontal earth through twilight and dusk, and the whole range of desire, through the swerving, the declination, onto the ecstasy, the touch to the meeting, and the consummation, the meeting, the clasp, the close, embrace, the neutrality, the perfect swooning consummation, the timeless ecstasy. There his soul remained at the apex of the arch, clinched, in the timeless ecstasy consummated. There was no time nor life nor death, but only this timeless consummation where the thrust from earth met the thrust from earth, and the arch was locked on the keystone of ecstasy. This was all, this was everything, till he came to himself in the world below. Then again, he gathered himself together in transit, every jet of him strained, and leaped clear into the darkness above to the fecundity and the unique mystery, to the touch, the clasp, the consummation, the climax of eternity, the apex of the arch. She too was overcome, but silenced rather than tuned to the place. She loved it as a world not quite her own. She resented his transports and ecstasies. His passion in the cathedral at first awed her, then made her angry. After all, there was the sky outside, and in here, in this mysterious half-night, when his soul leapt with the pillars upwards, it was not to the stars and the crystalline dark space, but to meet and clasp with the answering impulse of leaping stone there in the dusk and secrecy of the roof, the far-off clinching and mating of the arches, the leap and thrust of the stone carrying a great roof overhead awed and silenced her. But yet she remembered that the open sky was no blue vault, no dark dome hung with many twinkling lamps, but a space where stars were wheeling in freedom, with freedom above them, always higher. The cathedral roused her too, but she would never consent to the knitting of all the leaping stone in a great roof that closed her in and beyond, which was nothing. It was the ultimate confine. His soul would have liked it to be so. Here is all complete eternal motion meeting ecstasy, and no illusion of time, of night and day passing by, but only perfectly proportioned space and movement, clinching and renewing and passion, surging its way into great waves to the altar recurrence of ecstasy. Her soul too was carried forward to the altar, to the threshold of eternity, in reverence and fear and joy, but ever she hung back in the transit, mistrusting the culmination of the altar. She was not to be flung forward on the lift and lift of passionate flights, to be cast at last upon the altar steps, as upon the shore of the unknown. There was a great joy and a verity in it, but even in the dazed swoon of the cathedral, she claimed another right. The altar was barren, its lights gone out. God burned no more in that bush. It was dead matter lying there. She claimed the right to freedom above her, higher than the roof. She had always a sense of being roofed in, so that she caught at little things which saved her from being swept forward headlong in the tide of passion that leaps on into the infinite in a great mass triumphant, and flinging its own course. She wanted to get out of this fixed leaping forward traveling movement, to rise from it as a bird rises with wet limp feet from the sea, to lift herself as a bird lifts its breast and thrusts its body from the pulse and heave of a sea that bears it forward to an unwilling conclusion, tear herself away like a bird on wings, and in open space, where there is clarity, rise up above the fixed surcharged motion. A separate speck that hangs suspended moves this way, and that seeing and answering before it sinks again, having chosen or found the direction in which it shall be carried forward. And it was as if she must grasp at something, as if her wings were too weak to lift her straight off the heaving motion. So she caught sight of the wicked, odd little faces carved in stone, and she stood before them arrested. These sly little faces peeped out of the grand tide of the cathedral, like something that knew better. They knew quite well, these little imps, that retorted on man's own illusion, that the cathedral was not absolute. They winked and leered, giving suggestion of the many things that had been left out of the great concept of the church. However much there is inside here, there's a good deal they haven't got in the little faces mocked. Apart from the lift and spring of the great impulse towards the altar, these little faces had separate wills, separate motions, separate knowledge, which rippled back in defiance of the tide and laughed in triumph of their own very littleness. "Oh look," cried Anna, "oh look, how adorable the faces look at her." Brangwen looked unwillingly. This was the voice of the serpent in his Eden. She pointed him to a plump, sly, malicious little face, carved in stone. He knew her, the man who carved her, said Anna. "I am sure she was his wife." "It isn't a woman at all, it's a man," said Brangwen curtly. "Do you think so? No, that isn't a man, that is no man's face." Her voice sounded rather jeering. He laughed shortly and went on, but she would not go forward with him. She loitered about the carvings, and he could not go forward without her. He waited, impatient of this counteraction. She was spoiling his passionate intercourse with the cathedral. His brows began to gather. "Oh, this is good," she cried again. "Here is the same woman lookin'ly. He's made her cross, isn't it lovely, hasn't? He made her hideous to a degree." She laughed with pleasure. "Didn't he hate her? He must have been a nice man. Look at Harrison't, it awfully good, just like a shrewish woman. He must have enjoyed putting her in like that. He got his own back on her, didn't he? It's a man's face, no woman's at alla Monksclean shaven," he said. She laughed with a poof of laughter. "You hate to think he put his wife in your cathedral, don't you?" she mocked, with a tinkle of profane laughter, and she laughed with malicious triumph. She had got free from the cathedral, she had even destroyed the passion he had. She was glad, he was bitterly angry. Strive as he would, he could not keep the cathedral wonderful to him. He was disillusioned, that which had been his absolute, containing all heaven and earth, was become to him, as to her, a shapely heap of dead matter, but dead. His mouth was full of ash, his soul was furious, he hated her for having destroyed another of his vital illusions. Soon he would be stark without one place wherein to stand, without one belief in which to rest. Yet somewhere in him he responded more deeply to the sly little face that knew better than he had done before, to the perfect surge of his cathedral. Nevertheless, for the time being his soul was wretched and homeless, and he could not bear to think of Anna's ousting him from his beloved realities. He wanted his cathedral, he wanted to satisfy his blind passion, and he could not any more. Something intervened. They went home again, both of them altered. She had some new reverence for that which he wanted. He felt that his cathedrals would never again be to him as they had been before. He had thought them absolute, but now he saw them crouching under the sky, with still the dark, mysterious world of reality inside, but as a world within a world, a sort of sideshow, whereas before they had been as a world to him within a chaos, a reality, an order, an absolute within a meaningless confusion. He had felt before that could he but go through the great door and look down the gloom towards the far-off, concluding wonder of the altar, that then with the windows suspended around like tablets of jewels emanating their own glory, then he had arrived here. The satisfaction he had yearned after came near towards this, the porch of the great unknown. All reality gathered, and there the altar was the mystic door through which all and everything must move on to eternity. But now somehow, sadly and disillusioned, he realized that the doorway was no doorway, it was too narrow, it was false. Outside the cathedral were many flying spirits that could never be sifted through the jeweled gloom. He had lost his absolute. He listened to the thrushes in the gardens and heard a note which the cathedrals did not include, something free and careless and joyous. He crossed a field that was all yellow with dandelions on his way to work, and the bath of yellow glowing was something at once so sumptuous and so fresh that he was glad he was away from his shadowy cathedral. There was life outside the church. There was much that the church did not include. He thought of God and of the whole blue rotunda of the day that was something great and free. He thought of the ruins of the Grecian worship, and it seemed a temple was never perfectly a temple till it was ruined and mixed up with the winds and the sky and the herbs. Still he loved the church as a symbol. He loved it. He tended it for what it tried to represent rather than for that which it did represent. Still he loved it. The little church across his garden wall drew him. He gave it loving attention, but he went to take charge of it, to preserve it. It was as an old sacred thing to him. He looked after the stone and woodwork, mending the organ and restoring a piece of broken carving, repairing the church furniture. Later he became choirmaster also. His life was shifting its center, becoming more superficial. He had failed to become really articulate, failed to find real expression. He had to continue in the old form, but in spirit he was uncreated. Anna was absorbed in the child now. She left her husband to take his own way. She was willing now to postpone all adventure into unknown realities. She had the child. Her palpable and immediate future was the child. If her soul had found no utterance, her womb had. The church that neighbored with his house became very intimate and dear to him. He cherished it. He had it entirely in his charge. If he could find no new activity, he would be happy cherishing the old dear form of worship. He knew this little whitewashed church in its shadowy atmosphere. He sank back into being. He liked to sink himself in its hush, as a stone sinks into water. He went across his garden, mounted the wall by the little steps, and entered the hush and peace of the church. As the heavy door clanged to behind him, His feet reached in the aisle, his heart reached, with a little passion of tenderness and mystic peace. He was also slightly ashamed, like a man who has failed, who lapses back for his fulfillment. He loved to light the candles at the organ, and sitting there alone in the little glow practice the hymns and chants for the service. The whitewashed arches retreated into darkness, the sound of the organ, and the organ pedals died away upon the unalterable stillness of the church. There were faint, ghostly noises in the tower, and then the music swelled out again, loudly, triumphantly. He ceased to fret about his life, he relaxed his will, and let everything go. What was between him and his wife was a great thing. If it was not everything she had conquered, really let him wait, and abide she, and the baby and himself. They were one. The organ rang out his protestation, his soul lay in the darkness as he pressed the keys of the organ. To honor the baby was a complete bliss and fulfillment. Her desires sank into abeyance, her soul was in bliss over the baby. It was rather a delicate child, she had troubled to rear it. She never for a moment thought it would die. It was a delicate infant, therefore it behoved her to make it strong. She threw herself into the labor. The child was everything. Her imagination was all occupied here. She was a mother. It was enough to handle the new little limbs, the new little body. Hear the new little voice crying in the stillness. All the future rang to her out of the sound of the baby's crying and cooing. She balanced the coming years of life in her hands. As she nursed the child, the passionate sense of fulfillment of the future germinated in her, made her vivid and powerful. All the future was in her hands, in the hands of the woman. And before this baby was 10 months old, she was again with child. She seemed to be in the fecund of storm life. Every moment was full and busy with productiveness to her. She felt like the earth, the mother of everything. Brangwen occupied himself with the church. He played the organ, he trained the choir boys, he taught a Sunday school class of youths. He was happy enough. There was an eager, yearning kind of happiness in him as he taught the boys on Sundays. He was all the time exciting himself with the proximity of some secret that he had not yet fathomed. In the house he served his wife and the little matriarchy. She loved him because he was the father of her children, and she always had a physical passion for him, so he gave up trying to have the spiritual superiority and control or even her respect for his conscious or public life. He lived simply by her physical love for him, and he served the little matriarchy, nursing the child and helping with the housework, indifferent any more of his own dignity and importance. But his abandoning of claims, his living isolated upon his own interest, made him seem unreal, unimportant. Anna was not publicly proud of him, but very soon she learned to be indifferent to public life. He was not what is called a manly man. He did not drink or smoke or arrogate importance, but he was her man, and his very indifference to all claims of manliness set her supreme in her own world with him. Physically, she loved him, and he satisfied her. He went alone and subsidiary. Always at first it had irritated her. The outer world existed so little to him. Looking at him with outside eyes, she was inclined to sneer at him, but her sneer changed to a sort of respect. She respected him, that he could serve her so simply and completely. Above all, she loved to bear his children. She loved to be the source of children. She could not understand him, his strange, dark rages, and his devotion to the church. It was the church building he cared for, and yet his soul was passionate for something. He labored, cleaning the stonework, repairing the woodwork, restoring the organ, and making the singing as perfect as possible. To keep the church fabric and the church ritual intact was his business. To have the intimate, sacred building utterly in his own hands, and to make the form of service complete. There was a little bright anguish and tension on his face, and in his intent movements. He was like a lover who knows he is betrayed, but who still loves, whose love is only the more intense. The church was false, but he served it the more attentively. During the day at his work in the office, he kept himself suspended. He did not exist. He worked automatically till it was time to go home. He loved with a hot heart the dark-haired little Ursula, and he waited for the child to come to consciousness. Now the mother monopolized the baby, but his heart waited in its darkness. His hour would come. In the long run, he learned to submit to Anna. She forced him to the spirit of her laws, whilst leaving him the letter of his own. She combated in him his devils. She suffered very much from his inexplicable and incalculable dark rages. when a blackness filled him, and a black wind seemed to sweep out of existence everything that had to do with him. She could feel herself, everything being annihilated by him. At first she fought him at night in this state. He would kneel down to say his prayers. She looked at his crouching figure. "Why are you kneeling there, pretending to pray?" she said harshly. "Do you think anybody can pray when they are in the vile temper you are in?" He remained crouching by the beside, motionless. "It's horrible," she continued, "and such a pretense. What do you pretend you are saying? Who do you pretend you are praying to?" He still remained motionless, seething with inchoate rage. When his whole nature seemed to disintegrate, he seemed to live with a strain upon himself. And occasionally came these dark, chaotic rages, the lust for destruction. She then fought with him, and their fights were horrible, murderous. And then the passion between them came just as black and awful. But little by little, as she learned to love him better, she would put herself aside, and when she felt one of his fits upon him, would ignore him, successfully leave him in his world, whilst she remained in her own. He had a black struggle with himself to come back to her, for at last he learned that he would be in hell until he came back to her. So he struggled to submit to her, and she was afraid of the ugly strain in his eyes. She made love to him, and took him then. He was grateful to her love, humble. He made himself a woodwork shed in which to restore things which were destroyed in the church. So he had plenty to do, his wife, his child, the church, the woodwork, and his yearning, all occupying him. If only there were not some limit to him, some darkness across his eyes, he had to give in to it at last himself. He must submit to his own inadequacy, aware of some limit to himself, of something unformed in his own black violent temper, and to reckon with it. But as she was more gentle with him, it became quieter. As he sat sometimes very still with a bright vacant face, Anna could see the suffering among the brightness. He was aware of some limit to himself, of something unformed in his very being, of some buds which were not ripe in him, some folded centers of darkness, which would never develop and unfold. Whilst he was alive in the body, he was unready for fulfillment. Something undeveloped in him limited him. There was a darkness in him which he could not unfold, which would never unfold in him. Chapter Roman 8. The child. From the first, the baby stirred in the young father a deep, strong emotion. He dared scarcely acknowledge it was so strong, and came out of the dark of him when he heard the child cry. A terror possessed him because of the answering echo from the unfathomed distances in himself. Must he know in himself such distances perilous and imminent? He had the infant in his arms. He walked backwards and forwards, troubled by the crying of his own flesh and blood. This was his own flesh and blood crying. His soul rose against the voice, suddenly breaking out from him, from the distances in him. Sometimes in the night, the child cried and cried when the night was heavy and sleep oppressed him, and half asleep, he stretched out his hand to put it over the baby's face to stop the crying. But something arrested his hand. The very inhumanness of the intolerable continuous crying arrested him. It was so impersonal, without cause or object, yet he echoed to it directly. His soul answered its madness. It filled him with terror, almost with frenzy. He learned to acquiesce to this, to submit to the awful obliterated sources, which were the origin of his living tissue. He was not what he conceived himself to be then. He was what he was, unknown, potent. He became accustomed to the child. He knew how to lift and balance the little body. The baby had a beautiful rounded head that moved him passionately. He would have fought to the last drop to defend that exquisite, perfect round head. He learned to know the little hands and feet, the strange, unseeing golden brown eyes, the mouth that opened only to cry or to suck, or to show a queer, toothless laugh. He could almost understand even the dangling legs, which at first had created in him a feeling of aversion. They could kick in their queer little way. They had their own softness. One evening suddenly, he saw the tiny living thing rolling naked in the mother's lap, and he was sick. It was so utterly helpless and vulnerable and extraneous in a world of hard surfaces and varying altitudes. It lay vulnerable and naked at every point, yet it was quite blithe. And yet in its blind, awful crying, was there not the blind, far-off terror of its own vulnerable nakedness, the terror of being so utterly delivered over, helpless at every point? He could not bear to hear it crying. His heart strained and stood on guard against the whole universe. But he waited for the dread of these days To pass he saw the joy, coming he saw the lovely creamy cool little ear of the baby, a bit of dark hair rubbed to a bronze floss like bronze dust, and he waited for the child to become his, to look at him and answer him. It had a separate being, but it was his own child, his flesh and blood vibrated to it. He caught the baby to his breast with his passionate clapping laugh, and the infant knew him. As the newly opened, newly-dawned eyes looked at him, he wanted them to perceive him, to recognize him. Then he was verified the child knew him. A queer contortion of laughter came on its face for him. He caught it to his breast, clapping with a triumphant laugh. The golden-brown eyes of the child gradually lit up and dilated at the sight of the dark glowing face of the youth. It knew its mother better, it wanted its mother more, but the brightest, sharpest little ecstasy was for the father. It began to be strong, to move vigorously and freely, to make sounds like words. It was a baby girl. Now already it knew his strong hands, it exulted in his strong clasp, it laughed and crowed when he played with it. And his heart grew red-hot with passionate feeling for the child. She was not much more than a year old when the second baby was born. Then he took Ursula for his own, she, his first little girl. He had set his heart on her. The second had dark blue eyes and a fair skin. It was more a Brangwen. People said the hair was fair, but they forgot Anna's stiff, blonde fleece of childhood. They called the newcomer Gudrun. This time Anna was stronger and not so eager. She did not mind that the baby was not a boy. It was enough that she had milk and could suckle her child. Oh, oh, the bliss of the little life, sucking the milk of her body. Oh, 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 the bliss. As the infant grew stronger, of the two tiny hands clutching, catching blindly, yet passionately at her breast, of the tiny mouth seeking her in blind, sure vital knowledge of the sudden consummate peace, as the little body sank, the mouth and throat sucking, 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 drinking life from her to make a new life, almost sobbing with passionate joy of receiving its own existence, the tiny hands clutching frantically as the nipple was drawn back, not to be gainsaid. This was enough for Anna. She seemed to pass off into a kind of rapture of motherhood. Her rapture of motherhood was everything. So that the father had the elder baby, the weaned child. The golden-brown, wondering, vivid eyes of the little Ursula were for him who had waited behind the mother till the need was for him. The mother felt a sharp stab of jealousy, but she was still more absorbed in the tiny baby. It was entirely hers. Its need was direct upon her. So Ursula became the child of her father's heart. She was the little blossom, he was the sun. He was patient, energetic, inventive for her. He taught her all the funny little things. He filled her and roused her to her fullest tiny measure. She answered him with her extravagant infant's laughter and her call of delight. Now there were two babies. A woman came in to do the housework. Anna was wholly nurse. Two babies were not too much for her, but she hated any form of work. Now her children had come, except the charge of them. When Ursula toddled about, she was an absorbed, busy child, always amusing herself, needing not much attention from other people. At evening towards 6 o'clock, Anna very often went across the lane to the stile, lifted Ursula over into the field with a go and meet Daddy. Then Brangwen coming up the steep round of the hill would see before him, on the brow of the path, a tiny, tottering, wind-blown little mite with a dark head, who as soon as she saw him would come running in tiny, wild windmill fashion, lifting her arms up and down to him down the steep hill. His heart leapt up. He ran his fastest to her to catch her, because he knew she would fall. She came fluttering on wildly, with her little limbs flying, and he was glad when he caught her up in his arms. Once she fell as she came flying to him. He saw her pitch forward suddenly as she was running with her hands lifted to him, and when he picked her up her mouth was bleeding. He could never bear to think of it. He always wanted to cry, even when he was an old man, and she had become a stranger to him. How he loved that little Ursula. His heart had been sharply seared for her when he was a youth, first married. When she was a little older, he would see her recklessly climbing over the bars of the stile in her red pinafore, swinging in peril and tumbling over, picking herself up and flitting towards him. Sometimes she liked to ride on his shoulders. Sometimes she preferred to walk with his hand. Sometimes she would fling her arms round his legs for a moment, then race free again, whilst he went shouting and calling to her. A child, along with her. He was still only a tall, thin, unsettled lad of 22. It was he who had made her cradle, her little chair, her little stool, her high chair. It was he who would swing her up to table, or who would make for her a doll out of an old table leg, whilst she watched him saying, "Make her eyes, Daddy, make her eyes." And he made her eyes with his knife. She was very fond of adorning herself, so he would tie a piece of cotton round her ear and hang a blue bead on it underneath. For an earring, the earrings varied with a red bead and a golden bead and a little pearl bead. And as he came home at night seeing her bridling and looking very self-conscious, he took notice and said, "So you're wearing your best golden and pearl earrings today?" "Yes." "I suppose you've been to see the Queen?" "Yes, I have." "Oh, and what had she to say?" She said you want dirty your nice white frock." He gave her the nicest bits from his plate, putting them into her red, moist mouth, and he would make on a piece of bread and butter a bird out of jam, which she ate with extraordinary relish. After the tea things were washed up, the woman went away, leaving the family free. Usually Brangwen helped in the bathing of the children. He held long discussions with his child as she sat on his knee, and he unfastened her clothes, and he seemed to be talking really of momentous things, deep moralities. Then suddenly she ceased to hear. Having caught sight of a glass he rolled into a corner, she slipped away, and was in no hurry to return. "Come back here," he said, waiting. She became absorbed, taking no notice. "Come on," he repeated, with a touch of command. An excited little chuckle came from her, but she pretended to be absorbed. "Do you hear, my lady?" She turned with a fleeting, exulting laugh. He rushed on her and swept her up. "Who was it that didn't come?" he said, rolling her between his strong hands, tickling her, and she laughed heartily. She loved him, that he compelled her with his strength and decision. He was all-powerful, the tower of strength, which rose out of her sight. When the children were in bed, sometimes Anna and he sat and talked desultorily, both of them idle. He read very little anything. He was drawn to read, became a burning reality to him, another scene outside his window, whereas Anna skimmed through a book to see what happened. Then she had enough. Therefore they would often sit together talking desultorily. What was really between them, they could not utter. Their words were only accidents in the mutual silence. When they talked, they gossiped. She did not care for sewing. She had a beautiful way of sitting, musing gratefully, as if her heart were lit up. Sometimes she would turn to him laughing to tell him some little thing that had happened during the day. Then he would laugh. They would talk a while before the vital physical silence was between them again. She was thin but full of color and life. She was perfectly happy to do just nothing, only to sit with a curious languid dignity, so careless as to be almost regal, so utterly indifferent, so confident. The bond between them was undefinable, but very strong. It kept everyone else at a distance. His face never changed. While she knew him, it only became more intense. It was ruddy and dark in its abstraction, not very human. It had a strong, intent brightness. Sometimes, when his eyes met hers, a yellow flash from them caused a darkness to swoon over her consciousness, electric, and a slight, strange laugh came on his face. Her eyes would turn languidly, then close, as if hypnotized, and they lapsed into the same potent darkness. He had the quality of a young black cat, intent, unnoticeable, and yet his presence gradually made itself felt stealthily and powerfully, took hold of her. He called not to her, but to something in her which responded subtly out of her unconscious darkness. So they were together in a darkness, passionate, electric, forever haunting the back of the common day, never in the light. In the light, he seemed to sleep unknowing. Only she knew him when the darkness set him free, and he could see with his gold-glowing eyes his intention and his desires in the dark. Then she was in a spell. Then she answered his harsh, penetrating call with a soft leap of her soul. The darkness woke up, electric, bristling with an unknown, overwhelming insinuation. By now they knew each other. She was the daytime, the daylight. He was the shadow put aside, but in the darkness potent with an overwhelming voluptuousness. She learned not to dread and to hate him, but to fill herself with him, to give herself to his black, sensual power that was hidden all the daytime, and the curious rolling of the eyes, as if she were lapsing in a trance away from her ordinary consciousness, became habitual with her when something threatened and opposed her in life, the conscious life. So they remained as separate in the light, and in the thick darkness married. He supported her daytime authority, kept it inviolable at last, and she in all the darkness belonged to him, to his close, insinuating, hypnotic familiarity. All his daytime activity, all his public life, was a kind of sleep. She wanted to be free to belong to the day, and he ran avoiding the day in work after tea. He went to the shed, to his carpentry, or his wood-carving. He was restoring the patched, degraded pulpit to its original form. But he loved to have the child near him, playing by his feet. She was a piece of light that really belonged to him, that played within his darkness. He left the shed door on the latch, and when with his second sense of another presence, he knew she was coming, he was satisfied, he was at rest. When he was alone with her, he did not want to take notice, to talk. He wanted to live unthinking, with her presence flickering upon him. He always went in silence. The child would push open the shed door and see him working by lamplight, his sleeves rolled back, his clothes hung about him carelessly like mere wrapping. Inside his body was concentrated with a flexible, charged power, all of its own, isolated from when she was a tiny child. Ursula could remember his forearm with its fine black hairs, and its electric flexibility, working at the bench through swift, unnoticeable movements, always ambushed in a sort of silence. She hung a moment in the door of the shed, waiting for him to notice her. He turned, his black, curved eyebrows arching slightly. "Hello, Twitter, miss." And he closed the door behind her. Then the child was happy in the shed that smelled of sweet wood, and resounded to the noise of the plane, or the hammer, or the saw, yet was charged with the silence of the worker. She played on, intent and absorbed among the shavings and the little nogs of wood. She never touched him. His feet and legs were near. She did not approach them. She liked to flit out after him when he was going to church at night. If he were going to be alone, he swung her over the wall and let her come. Again she was transported when the door was shut behind them, and they too inherited the big pale void place. She would watch him as he lit the organ candles, wait whilst he began his practicing his tunes. Then she ran foraging here and there like a kitten, playing by herself in the darkness with eyes dilated. The ropes hung vaguely twining on the floor from the bells in the tower, and Ursula always wanted the fluffy redandwhite or blue and white rope grips, but they were above her. Sometimes her mother came to claim her. Then the child was seized with resentment. She passionately resented her mother's superficial authority. She wanted to assert her own detachment. He, however, also gave her occasional cruel shocks. He let her play about in the church. She rifled footstools and hymn books and cushions like a bee among flowers, whilst the organ echoed away. This continued for some weeks. Then the charwoman worked herself up into a frenzy of rage to dare to attack Brangwen, and one day descended on him like a harpy. He wilted away and wanted to break the old beast's neck. Instead, he came glowering in fury to the house and turned on Ursula. "Why, you tiresome little monkey, can't you even come to church without pulling the place to bits?" His voice was harsh and cat-like. He was blind to the child. She shrank away in childish anguish and dread. What was it? What awful thing was it? The mother turned with her calm, almost superb manner. "What has she done then?" "Done? She shall go in the church. No more pulling and littering and destroying." The wife slowly rolled her eyes and lowered her eyelids. "What has she destroyed then?" He did not know. "I've just had Mrs. Wilkinson at me," he cried, with a list of things she's done. Ursula withered under the contempt and anger of the she as he spoke of her. "Send Mrs. Wilkinson here to me with a list of the things she's done," said Anna. "I am the one to hear that." "It's not the things the child has done," continued the mother, "that have put you out so much. It's because you can't bear being spoken to by that old woman, but you haven't the courage to turn on her when she attacks you. You bring your rage here." He relapsed into silence. Ursula knew that he was wrong in the outside upper world. He was wrong already came over the child, the cold sense of the impersonal world. There she knew her mother was right, but still her heart clamored after her father, for him to be right in his dark, sensuous underworld. But he was angry and went his way in blackness and brutal silence again. The child ran about, absorbed in life, quiet, full of amusement. She did not notice things, nor changes, nor alterations. One day she would find daisies in the grass, another day apple blossoms would be sprinkled white on the ground, and she would run among it for pleasure. Because it was there yet again, birds would be pecking at the cherries, her father would throw cherries down from the tree all round her on the garden. Then the fields were full of hay. She did not remember what had been nor what would be. The outside things were there each day. She was always herself. The world outside was accidental. Even her mother was accidental to her, a condition that happened to endure. Only her father occupied any permanent position in the childish consciousness when he came back. She remembered vaguely how he had gone away. When he went away, she knew vaguely that she must wait for his coming back, whereas her mother, returning from an outing, merely became present. There was no reason for connecting her with some previous departure. The return or the departure of the father was the one event which the child remembered. When he came, something woke up in her, some yearning. She knew when he was out of joint or irritable or tired. Then she was uneasy, she could not rest. When he was in the house, the child felt full and warm, rich, like a creature in the sunshine. When he was gone, she was vague, forgetful. When he scolded her, even she was often more aware of him than of herself. He was her strength and her greater self. Ursula was 3 years old when another baby girl was born. Then the two small sisters were much together, Gudrun and Ursula. Gudrun was a quiet child who played for hours alone, absorbed in her fancies. She was brown-haired, fair-skinned, strangely placid, almost passive, yet her will was indomitable. Once set from the first, she followed Ursula's lead, yet she was a thing to herself, so that to watch the two together was strange. They were like two young animals playing together, but not taking real notice of each other. Gudrun was the mother's favorite, except that Anna always lived in her latest baby. The burden of so many lives depending on him wore the youth down. He had his work in the office, which was done purely by effort of will. He had his barren passion for the church. He had 3 young children. Also at this time, his health was not good, so he was haggard and irritable, often a pest in the house. Then he was told to go to his woodwork or to the church. Between him and the little Ursula, there came into being a strange alliance. They were aware of each other. He knew the child was always on his side. But in his consciousness, he counted it for nothing. She was always for him. He took it for granted. Yet his life was based on her, even whilst she was a tiny child, on her support and her accord. Anna continued in her violent trance of motherhood, always busy, often harassed, but always contained in her trance of motherhood. She seemed to exist in her own violent fruitfulness, and it was as if the sun shone tropically on her. Her color was bright, her eyes full of a fecund gloom, her brown hair tumbled loosely over her ears. She had a look of richness. No responsibility, no sense of duty troubled her. The outside public life was less than nothing to her, really. Whereas when at 26, he found himself father of 4 children, with a wife who lived intrinsically like the ruddiest lilies of the field, he let the weight of responsibility press on him and drag him. It was then that his child Ursula strove to be with him. She was with him even as a baby of 4, when he was irritable and shouted, and made the household unhappy. She suffered from his shouting, but somehow it was not really him. She wanted it to be over. She wanted to resume her normal connection with him. When he was disagreeable, the child echoed to the crying of some need in him, and she responded blindly. Her heart followed him, as if he had some tie with her and some love, which he could not deliver. Her heart followed him persistently in its love. But there was the dim, childish sense of her own smallness and inadequacy, a fatal sense of worthlessness. She could not do anything. She was not enough. She could not be important to him. This knowledge deadened her from the first. Still she set towards him like a quivering needle. All her life was directed by her awareness of him, her wakefulness to his being, and she was against her mother. Her father was the dawn wherein her consciousness woke up, but for him she might have gone on like the other children, Gudrun and Teresa, and Catherine, one with the flowers and insects and playthings, having no existence apart from the concrete object of her attention. But her father came too near to her. The clasp of his hands and the power of his breast woke her up almost in pain from the transient unconsciousness of childhood. Witted, unseeing, she was awake before she knew how to see. She was wakened too soon. Too soon the call had come to her when she was a small baby, and her father held her close to his breast. Her sleep-living heart was beaten into wakefulness by the striving of his bigger heart, by his clasping her to his body for love and for fulfillment, asking as a magnet must always ask from her. the response had struggled dimly, vaguely into being. The children were dressed roughly for the country. When she was little, Ursula pattered about in little wooden clogs, a blue overall over her thick red dress, a red shawl crossed on her breast and tied behind again, so she ran with her father to the garden. The household rose early. He was out digging by 6 o'clock in the morning. He went to his work at 8:30, and Ursula was usually in the garden with him, though not near at hand. At Easter-time one year, she helped him to set potatoes. It was the first time she had ever helped him. The occasion remained as a picture, one of her earliest memories. They had gone out soon. After dawn, a cold wind was blowing. He had his old trousers tucked into his boots. He wore no coat, nor waistcoat. His shirt sleeves fluttered in the wind. His face was ruddy and intent, in a kind of sleep. When he was at work, he neither heard nor saw. A long, thin man, looking still a youth, with a line of black mustache above his thick mouth, and his fine hair blown on his forehead. He worked away at the earth in the grey first light. Alone, his solitariness drew the child like a spell. The wind came chill over the dark green fields. Ursula ran up and watched him push the setting peg in at one side of his ready earth, stride across, and push it in the other side, pulling the line taut and clear upon the clods intervening. Then, with a sharp cutting noise, the bright spade came towards her, cutting a grip into the new soft earth. He struck his spade upright and straightened himself. "Do you want to help me?" he said. She looked up at him from out of her little woolen bonnet. He said, "You can put some taters in for me. Look like that, these little sprits, standing up so much apart, you see." And stooping down, he quickly, surely placed the spritted potatoes in the soft grip, where they rested separate and pathetic on the heavy, cold earth. He gave her a little basket of potatoes and strode himself to the other end of the line. She saw him stooping, working towards her. She was excited and unused. She put in one potato, then rearranged it to make it sit nicely. Some of the sprits were broken, and she was afraid. The responsibility excited her like a string tying her up. She could not help looking with dread at the string, buried under the heaped back soil. Her father was working nearer, stooping, working nearer. She was overcome by her responsibility. She put potatoes quickly into the cold earth. He came near. "Not so close," he said, stooping over her potatoes, taking some out and rearranging the others. She stood by with the painful, terrified helplessness of childhood. He was so unseeing and confident. She wanted to do the thing, and yet she could not. She stood by, looking on her little blue overall, fluttering in the wind, the red woolen ends of her shawl blowing gustily. Then he went down the row, relentlessly turning the potatoes in with his sharp spade cuts. He took no notice of her, only worked on. He had another world from hers. She stood helplessly stranded on his world. He continued his work. She knew she could not help him. A little bit forlorn at last, she turned away and ran down the garden, away from him, as fast as she could go away from him, to forget him and his work. He missed her presence, her face in her red woolen bonnet, her blue overall fluttering. She ran to where a little water ran, trickling between grass and stones, that she loved. When he came by, he said to her, "You didn't help me much." The child looked at him dumbly. Already her heart was heavy because of her own disappointment. Her mouth was dumb and pathetic, but he did not notice. He went his way. And she played on because of her disappointment, persisting even the more in her play. She dreaded work because she could not do it as he did it. She was conscious of the great breach between them. She knew she had no power. The grown-up power to work deliberately was a mystery to her. He would smash into her sensitive child's world destructively. Her mother was lenient, careless. The children played about, as they would all day. Ursula was thoughtless. Should she remember things? If across the garden she saw the hedge had budded, and if she wanted these greeny-pink, tiny buds for bread and cheese to play at tea party with over, she went for them. Then suddenly, perhaps the next day, her soul would almost start out of her body as her father turned on her, shouting, "Who's been tramplin' and dancin' across where I've just sowed seed? I know it's you nuisance. Can you find nowhere else to walk but just over my seed beds? But it's like you that is't no heed but to follow your own greedy nose." It had shocked him in his intent world to see the zigzagging lines of deep little footprints across his work. The child was infinitely more shocked. Her vulnerable little soul was flayed and trampled. Why were the footprints there? She had not wanted to make them. She stood dazzled with pain and shame and unreality. Her soul, her consciousness seemed to die away. She became shut off and senseless, a little fixed creature, whose soul had gone hard and unresponsive. The sense of her own unreality hardened her like a frost. She cared no longer. And the sight of her face, shut and superior, with self-asserting indifference, made a flame of rage go over him. He wanted to break her. "I'll break your obstinate little face," he said through shut teeth, lifting his hand. The child did not alter in the least. The look of indifference, complete glancing indifference, as if nothing but herself existed to her, remained fixed. Yet far away in her, the sobs were tearing her soul, and when he had gone, she would go and creep under the parlor sofa and lie clinched in the silent, hidden misery of childhood. When she crawled out after an hour or so, she went rather stiffly to play. She willed to forget. She cut off her childish soul from memory, so that the pain and the insult should not be real. She asserted herself only. There was nothing in the world but her own self. So very soon she came to believe in the outward malevolence that was against her, and very early she learned that even her adored father was part of this malevolence. And very early she learned to harden her soul in resistance and denial of all that was outside her, harden herself upon her own being. She never felt sorry for what she had done. She never forgave those who had made her guilty. If he had said to her, "Why, Ursula, did you trample my carefully made bed?" that would have hurt her to the quick, and she would have done anything for him, but she was always tormented by the unreality of outside things. The earth was to walk on. Why must she avoid a certain patch just because it was called a seedbed? It was the earth to walk on. This was her instinctive assumption, and when he bullied her, she became hard, cut herself off from all connection, lived in the little separate world of her own violent will. As she grew older, 5, 6, 7, the connection between her and her father was even stronger, yet it was always straining to break. She was always relapsing on her own violent will into her own separate world of herself. This made him grind his teeth with bitterness, for he still wanted her, but she could harden herself into her own self's universe, impregnable. He was very fond of swimming, and in warm weather would take her down to the canal, to a silent place, or to a big pond or reservoir to bathe. He would take her on his back as he went swimming, and she clung close, feeling his strong movement under her, so strong as if it would uphold all the world. Then he taught her to swim. She was a fearless little thing when he dared her, and he had a curious craving to frighten her, to see what she would do with him. He said, would she ride on his back whilst he jumped off the canal bridge down into the water beneath? He loved to feel the naked child clinging on to his shoulders. There was a curious fight between their two wills. He mounted the parapet of the canal bridge. The water was a long way down, but the child had a deliberate will set upon his. She held herself fixed to him. He leapt, and down they went. The crash of the water as they went under struck through the child's small body with a sort of unconsciousness, but she remained fixed. And when they came up again, and when they went to the bank, and when they sat on the grass side by side, he laughed and said it was fine, and the dark dilated eyes of the child looked at him wonderingly, darkly wondering from the shock, yet reserved and unfathomable, so he laughed almost with a sob. In a moment she was clinging safely on his back again, and he was swimming in deep water. She was used to his nakedness, and to her mother's nakedness. Ever since she was born, they were clinging to each other and making up to each other for the strange blow that had been struck at them. Yet still on other days he would leap again with her from the bridge, daringly, almost wickedly, till at length, as he leapt once, she dropped forward onto his head and nearly broke his neck, so that they fell into the water in a heap and fought for a few moments with death. He saved her and sat on the bank quivering, but his eyes were full of the blackness of death. It was as if death had cut between their two lives and separated them. Still they were not separate. There was this curious taunting intimacy between them. When the fair came, she wanted to go in the swingboats. He took her, and standing up in the boat, holding on to the irons, began to drive higher, perilously higher. The child clung fast on her seat. "Do you want to go any higher?" he said to her, and she laughed with her mouth, her eyes wide and dilated. They were rushing through the air. Yes, she said, feeling as if she would turn into vapor, lose hold of everything, and melt away. The boat swung far up, then down, like a stone, only to be caught sickeningly up again. Any higher, he called, looking at her over his shoulder, his face evil and beautiful to her. She laughed with white lips. He sent the swingboat sweeping through the air in a great semicircle, till it jerked and swayed at the high horizontal. The child clung on, pale, her eyes fixed on him. People below were calling. The jerk at the top had almost shaken them both out. He had done what he could, and he was attracting censure. He sat down and let the swingboat swing itself out. People in the crowd cried shame on him as he came out of the swingboat. He laughed. The child clung to his hand, pale and mute. In a while she was violently sick. He gave her lemonade, and she gulped a little. "Don't tell your mother you've been sick," he said. There was no need to ask that. When she got home, the child crept away under the parlor sofa like a sick little animal, and was a long time before she crawled out. But Anna got to know of this escapade, and was passionately angry and contemptuous of him. His golden brown eyes glittered. He had a strange, cruel little smile. And as the child watched him for the first time in her life, a disillusion came over her, something cold and isolating. She went over to her mother. Her soul was dead towards him. It made her sick. Still she forgot and continued to love him, but ever more coldly. He was at this time, when he was about 28 years old, strange and violent in his being, sensual. He acquired some power over Anna, over everybody he came into contact with. After a long bout of hostility, Anna at last closed with him. She had now 4 children, all girls. For 7 years she had been absorbed in wifehood and motherhood for years. He had gone on beside her, never really encroaching upon her. Then, gradually, another self seemed to assert its being within him. He was still silent and separate, but she could feel him all the while coming near upon her, as if his breast and his body were threatening her, and he was always coming closer. Gradually, he became indifferent of responsibility. He would do what pleased him, and no more. He began to go away from home. He went to Nottingham on Saturdays, always alone, to the football match and to the music hall, and all the time he was watching in readiness. He never cared to drink, but with his hard golden brown eyes, so keen-seeing with their tiny black pupils, he watched all the people, everything that happened, and he waited. In the Empire one evening, he sat next to 2 girls. He was aware of the one beside him. She was rather small, common, with a fresh complexion, and an upper lip that lifted from her teeth, so that when she was not conscious, her mouth was slightly open, and her lips pressed outwards in a kind of blind appeal. She was strongly aware of the man next to her, so that all her body was still, very still. Her face watched the stage. Her arms went down into her lap, very self-conscious and still. A gleam lit up in him. Should he begin with her? Should he begin with her to live the other, the unadmitted life of his desire? Why not? He had always been so good, save for his wife. He was a virgin. And why, when all women were different? Why, when he would only live once, he wanted the other life? His own life was barren, not enough. He wanted the other. Her open mouth, showing the small, irregular white teeth, appealed to him. It was open and ready. It was so vulnerable. Why should he not go in and enjoy what was there? The slim arm that went down so still and motionless to the lap. It was pretty. She would be small. He would be able almost to hold her in his 2 hands. She would be small, almost like a child, and pretty. Her childishness whetted him keenly. She would be helpless between his hands. "That was the best turn we've had," he said to her, leaning over. As he clapped his hands, he felt strong and unshakable in himself, set over against all the world. His soul was keen and watchful, glittering with a kind of amusement. He was perfectly self-contained. He was himself, the absolute. The rest of the world was the object that should contribute to his being. The girl started, turned round. Her eyes lit up with an almost painful flash of a smile. The color came deeply in her cheeks. "Yes, it was," she said, quite meaninglessly, and she covered her rather prominent teeth with her lips. Then she sat looking straight before her, seeing nothing, only conscious of the color burning in her cheeks. It pricked him with a pleasant sensation. His veins and his nerves attended to her. She was so young and palpitating. "It's not such a good program as last week's," he said. Again she half turned her face to him, and her clear, bright eyes, bright like shallow water, filled with light, frightened, yet involuntarily lighting and shaking with response. "Oh, isn't it I wasn't able to come last week." He noted the common accent. It pleased him. He knew what class she came of. Probably she was a warehouseelless. He was glad she was a common girl. He proceeded to tell her about the last week's program. She answered at random, very confusedly. The color burned in her cheek. Yet she always answered him. The girl on the other side sat remotely, obviously silent. He ignored her. All his address was for his own girl, with her bright, shallow eyes and her vulnerably opened mouth. The talk went on, meaningless and random on her part, quite deliberate and purposive on his. It was a pleasure to him to make this conversation an activity pleasant, as a fine game of chance and skill. He was very quiet and pleasant-humored, but so full of strength. She fluttered beside his steady pressure of warmth and his surety. He saw the performance drawing to a close. His senses were alert and willful. He would press his advantages. He followed her and her plain friend down the stairs to the street. It was raining. "It's a nasty night," he said. "Shall you come and have a drink of something, a cup of coffee? It's early yet." "Oh, I don't think so," she said, looking away into the night. "I wish you would," he said, putting himself as it were at her mercy. There was a moment's pause. "Come to Roland's," he said. "No, not theirs. To Carson's, then." There was a silence. The other girl hung on the man, was the center of positive force. "Will your friend come as well?" There was another moment of silence, while the other girl felt her ground. "No thanks," she said. "I've promised to meet a friend." "Another time, then," he said. "Oh, thanks," she replied, very awkward. "Good night," he said. "See you later," said his girl to her friend. "Where?" said the friend. "You know Gertie," replied his girl. "All right, Jenny." The friend was gone into the darkness. He turned with his girl to the tea shop. They talked all the time. He made his sentences in sheer, almost muscular pleasure of exercising himself with her. He was looking at her all the time, perceiving her, appreciating her, finding her out, gratifying himself with her. He could see distinct attractions in her. Her eyebrows, with their particular curve, gave him keen aesthetic pleasure. Later on he would see her bright, pellucid eyes like shallow water, and know those, and there remained the open, exposed mouth, red and vulnerable, that he reserved as yet, and all the while his eyes were on the girl, estimating and handling with pleasure her young softness. About the girl herself, who or what she was, he cared nothing. He was quite unaware that she was anybody. She was just the sensual object of his attention. "Shall we go, then?" he said. She rose in silence, as if acting without a mind, merely physically. He seemed to hold her in his. Well, outside it was still raining. "Let's have a walk," he said. "I don't mind the rain, do you?" "No, I don't mind it," she said. He was alert in every sense and fiber, and yet quite sure and steady and lit up, as if transfused. He had a free sensation of walking in his own darkness, not in anybody else's world at all. He was purely a world to himself. He had nothing to do with any general consciousness, just his own senses were supreme. All the rest was external, insignificant, leaving him alone with this girl whom he wanted to absorb, whose properties he wanted to absorb into his own senses. He did not care about her, except that he wanted to overcome her resistance, to have her in his power fully and exhaustively, to enjoy her. They turned into the dark streets. He held her umbrella over her and put his arm round her. She walked as if she were unaware, but gradually, as he walked, he drew her a little closer into the movement of his side and hip. She fitted in there very well. It was a real good fit to walk with her like this. It made him exquisitely aware of his own muscular self, and his hand that grasped her side felt one curve of her, and it seemed like a new creation to him, a reality, an absolute and existing tangible beauty of the absolute. It was like a star. Everything in him was absorbed in the sensual delight of this one small firm curve in her body that his hand and his whole being had lighted upon. He led her into the park, where it was almost dark. He noticed a corner between two walls under a great overhanging bush of ivy. "Let us stand here a minute," he said. He put down the umbrella and followed her into the corner, retreating out of the rain. He needed no eyes to see. All he wanted was to know through touch. She was like a piece of palpable darkness. He found her in the darkness, put his arms round her and his hands upon her. She was silent and inscrutable, but he did not want to know anything about her. He only wanted to discover her, and through her clothing, what absolute beauty he touched. "Take your hat off," he said. Silently, obediently, she shook off her hat and gave herself to his arms again. He liked her, liked the feel of her, wanted to know her more closely. He let his fingers subtly seek out her cheek and neck. What amazing beauty and pleasure in the dark. His fingers had often touched honor on the face and neck like that. What matter? It was one man who touched honor, another who now touched this girl. He liked best his new self. He was given over altogether to the sensuous knowledge of this woman. And every moment he seemed to be touching absolute beauty, something beyond knowledge. Very close, marveling, and exceedingly joyful in their discoveries, his hands pressed upon her so subtly, so seekingly, so finely, and desirously searching her out, that she too was almost swooning in the absolute of sensual knowledge, in utter sensual delight. She clenched her knees, her thighs, her loins together. It was an added beauty to him. But he was patiently working for her relaxation, patiently, his whole being fixed in the smile of latent gratification, his whole body electric, with a subtle, powerful, reducing force upon her. So he came at length to kiss her, and she was almost betrayed by his insidious kiss. Her open mouth was too helpless and unguarded. He knew this, and his first kiss was very gentle and soft, and assuring, so that her soft, defenseless mouth became assured, even bold, seeking upon his mouth, and he answered her gradually, his soft kiss sinking in softly, but ever more heavily yet, till it was too heavy for her to meet, and she began to sink under it. She was sinking. His smile of latent gratification was becoming more tense. He was sure of her. He let the whole force of his will sink upon her to sweep her away. But it was too great a shock for her. With a sudden, horrible movement, she ruptured the state that contained them both. Don't. It was a rather horrible cry that seemed to come out of her, not to belong to her. It was some strange agony of terror crying out the words. There was something vibrating, and beside herself in the noise, his nerves ripped like silk. "What's the matter?" he said, as if calmly. "What's the matter?" She came back to him, but trembling reservedly this time. Her cry had given him gratification, but he knew he had been too sudden for her. He was now careful. For a while, he merely sheltered her also. There had broken a flaw into his perfect. Well, he wanted to persist, to begin again, to lead up to the point where he had let himself go on her, and then manage more carefully, successfully. So far she had won, and the battle was not over yet, but another voice woke in him and prompted him to let her go in contempt. He sheltered her and soothed her and caressed her and kissed her and again began to come nearer. He gathered himself together. Even if he did not take her, he would make her relax. He would fuse away her resistance so softly, with infinite caressiveness. He kissed her, and the whole of his being seemed to fondle her, till at the verge, swooning at the breaking point, there came from her a beaten, inarticulate, moaning cry. Don't. His veins fused with extreme voluptuousness. For a moment, he almost lost control of himself and continued automatically. But there was a moment of inaction, of cold suspension. He was not going to take her. He drew her to him and soothed her and caressed her, but the pure zest had gone. She struggled to herself and realized he was not going to take her. And then, at the very last moment, when his fondling had come near again, his hot living desire despising her against his cold sensual desire, she broke violently away from him. "Don't!" she cried, harsh now with hatred, and she flung her hand across and hit him violently. "Keep off of me." His blood stood still for a moment. Then the smile came again within him, steady, cruel. "Why, what's the matter?" he said, with suave irony. "Nobody's going to hurt you." "I know what you want," she said. "I know what I want," he said. "What's the odds?" "Well, you're not going to have it off me." "Aren't I? Well, then, I am not. It's no use crying about it, is it?" "No, it isn't," said the girl, rather disconcerted by his irony. "But there's no need to have a row about it. We can kiss good night just the same, can't we?" She was silent in the darkness. "Or do you want your hat and umbrella to go home this minute?" Still she was silent. He watched her dark figure as she stood there on the edge of the faint darkness, and he waited. "Come and say good night nicely, if we're going to say it," he said. Still she did not stir. He put his hand out and drew her into the darkness again. "It's warmer in here," he said, a lot cozier. His will had not yet relaxed from her. The moment of hatred exhilarated him. I am going now, she muttered, as he closed his hand over her. See how well you fit your place, he said, as he drew her to her previous position close upon him. What do you want to leave it for? And gradually, the intoxication invaded him again. The zest came back. After all, why should he not take her? But she did not yield to him entirely. Are you a married man? She asked at length. What if I am? He said. She did not answer. I don't ask you whether you're a married or not, he said. You know jolly well I am not, she answered hotly. Oh, if she could only break away from him, if only she need not yield to him. At length her will became cold against him. She had escaped, but she hated him for her escape more than for her danger. Did he despise her so coldly? And she was in torture of adherence to him still. Shall I see you next week, next Saturday? He said. As they returned to the town, she did not answer. Come to the Empire with Mayu and Gertie, he said. I should look well going with a married man, she said. I am no less of a man for being married, am I? He said. Oh, it's a different matter altogether with a married man, she said in a ready-made speech that showed her chagrin. How's that? He asked. But she would not enlighten him, yet she promised without promising to be at the meeting place next Saturday evening. So he left her. He did not know her name. He caught a train and went home. It was the last train. He was very late. He was not home till midnight. But he was quite indifferent. He had no real relation with his home, not this man, which he now was Anna was sitting up for him. She saw the queer, absolved look on his face, a sort of latent, almost sinister smile, as if he were absolved from his good ties. Where have you been? She asked, puzzled, interested. To the Empire. Who with? By myself. I came home with Tom Cooper. She looked at him and wondered what he had been doing. She was indifferent as to whether he lied or not. You have come home very strange, she said, and there was an appreciative inflection in the speech. He was not affected. As for his humble good self, he was absolved from it. He sat down and ate heartily. He was not tired. He seemed to take no notice of her. For Anna the moment was critical. She kept herself aloof and watched him. He talked to her, but with a little indifference, since he was scarcely aware of her. So then she did not affect him. Here was a new turn of affairs. He was rather attractive nevertheless. She liked him better than the ordinary mute, half-effaced, half-subdued man she usually knew him to be. So he was blossoming out into his real self. It piqued her very good. Let him blossom. She liked a new turn of affairs. He was a strange man come home to her. Glancing at him, she saw she could not reduce him to what he had been before in an instant. She gave it up, yet not without a pang of rage, which would insist on their old beloved love, their old accustomed intimacy, and her old established supremacy. She almost rose up to fight for them, and looking at him, and remembering his father, she was wary. This was the new turn of affairs. Very good. If she could not influence him in the old way, she would be level with him in the new. Her old defiant hostility came up. Very good. She too was out on her own adventure. Her voice, her manner changed. She was ready for the game. Something was liberated in her. She liked him. She liked this strange man come home to her. He was very welcome. Indeed, she was very glad to welcome a stranger. She had been bored by the old husband. To his latent, cruel smile, she replied with brilliant challenge. He expected her to keep the moral fortress, not she. It was much too dull a part. She challenged him back with a sort of radiance, very bright and free. Opposite to him, he looked at her, and his eyes glinted. She too was out in the field. His senses pricked up and keenly attended to her. She laughed, perfectly indifferent and loose. As he was, he came towards her. She neither rejected him nor responded to him. In a kind of radiance superb, in her inscrutability, she laughed before him. She too could throw everything overboard: love, intimacy, responsibility. What were her 4 children to her now? What did it matter that this man was the father of her 4 children? He was the sensual male seeking his pleasure. She was the female ready to take hers. But in her own way, a man could turn into a free lance. So then could a woman. She adhered as little as he to the moral world. All that had gone before was nothing to her. She was another woman, under the instance of a strange man. He was a stranger to her, seeking his own ends. Very good, she wanted to see what this stranger would do now what he was. She laughed and kept him at arm's length, whilst apparently ignoring him, she watched him undress, as if he were a stranger indeed, he was a stranger to her. And she roused him profoundly, violently, even before he touched her. The little creature in Nottingham had but been leading up to this. They abandoned, in one motion, the moral position. Each was seeking gratification, pure and simple. Strange his wife was to him, it was as if he were a perfect stranger, as if she were infinitely and essentially strange to him, the other half of the world. The dark half of the moon. She waited for his touch, as if he were a marauder who had come in infinitely unknown and desirable to her, and he began to discover her. He had an inkling of the vastness of the unknown sensual store of delights. She was with a passion of voluptuousness that made him dwell on each tiny beauty in a kind of frenzy of enjoyment. He lit upon her beauty, the beauties, the separate several beauties of her body. He was quite ousted from himself, and sensually transported by that which he discovered in her. He was another man reveling over her. There was no tenderness, no love between them, any more, only the maddening sensuous lust for discovery and the insatiable exorbitant gratification in the sensual beauties of her body. And she was a store of absolute beauties that it drove him to contemplate. There was such a feast to enjoy, and he with only one man's capacity. He lived in a passion of sensual discovery with her. For some time it was a duel, no love, no words, no kisses, even only the maddening perception of beauty, consummate, absolute through touch. He wanted to touch her, to discover her maddeningly. He wanted to know her, yet he must not hurry, or he missed everything. He must enjoy one beauty at a time, and the multitudinous beauties of her body, the many little rapturous places, sent him mad with delight, and with desire to be able to know more, to have strength to know more, for all was there. He would say, during the daytime, "Tonight I shall know the little hollow under her ankle, where the blue vein crosses," and the thought of it, and the desire for it, made a thick darkness of anticipation. He would go all the day waiting for the night to come, when he could give himself to the enjoyment of some luxurious absolute of beauty, in her, the thought of the hidden resources of her, the undiscovered beauties and ecstatic places of delight in her body, waiting, only waiting for him to discover them, sent him slightly insane. He was obsessed. If he did not discover and make known to himself these delights, they might be lost forever. He wished he had 100 men's energies with which to enjoy her. He wished he were a cat to lick her with a rough, grating, lascivious tongue. He wanted to wallow in her, bury himself in her flesh, cover himself over with her flesh. And she, separate with a strange, dangerous, glistening look in her eyes, received all his activities upon her as if they were expected by her, and provoked him when he was quiet to more, till sometimes he was ready to perish for sheer inability to be satisfied of her inability to have had enough of her. Their children became mere offspring to them. They lived in the darkness and death of their own sensual activities. Sometimes he felt he was going mad with a sense of absolute beauty, perceived by him in her through his senses. It was something too much for him, and in everything was this same almost sinister, terrifying beauty. But in the revelations of her body through contact with his body was the ultimate beauty to know, which was almost death in itself, and yet for the knowledge of which he would have undergone endless torture. He would have forfeited anything rather than forgo his right even to the instep of her foot, and the place from which the toes radiated out, the little miraculous white plain from which ran the little hillocks of the toes, and the folded dimpling hollows between the toes. He felt he would have died rather than forfeit this. This was what their love had become, a sensuality violent and extreme as death. They had no conscious intimacy, no tenderness of love. It was all the lust and the infinite maddening intoxication of the sense, a passion of death. He had always, all his life, had a secret dread of absolute beauty. It had always been like a fetish to him, something to fear really, for it was immoral and against mankind. So he had turned to the Gothic form, which always asserted the broken desire of mankind in its pointed arches, escaping the rolling absolute beauty of the round arch. But now he had given way, and with infinite sensual violence gave himself to the realization of this supreme immoral absolute beauty in the body of woman. It seemed to him that it came to being in the body of woman under his touch, even under his sight it was there. But when he neither saw nor touched the perfect place, it was not perfect, it was not there, and he must make it exist. But still the thing terrified him awful and threatening. It was dangerous to a degree, even whilst he gave himself to it. It was pure darkness. Also all the shameful things of the body revealed themselves to him now with a sort of sinister tropical beauty, all the shameful natural and unnatural acts of sensual voluptuousness, which he and the woman partook of together, created together. They had their heavy beauty and their delight shame. What was it? It was part of extreme delight. It was that part of delight of which man is usually afraid. Why afraid? The secret shameful things are most terribly beautiful. They accepted shame and were one with it in their most unlicensed pleasures. It was incorporated. It was a bud that blossomed into beauty and heavy fundamental gratification. Their outward life went on much the same, but the inward life was revolutionized. The children became less important. The parents were absorbed in their own living. And gradually, Brangwen began to find himself free to attend to the outside life, as well. His intimate life was so violently active that it set another man in him free, and this new man turned with interest to public life to see what part he could take in it. This would give him scope for new activity of a kind for which he was now created and released. He wanted to be unanimous with the whole of purposive mankind. At this time education was in the forefront as a subject of interest. There was the talk of new Swedish methods of handwork instruction, and so on. Brangwen embraced sincerely the idea of handwork in schools. For the first time, he began to take real interest in a public affair. He had at length, from his profound sensual activity, developed a real purposive self. There was talk of nuptials and of handicraft classes. He wanted to start a woodwork class in Karsithay to teach carpentry and joinery and woodcarving to the village boys 2 nights a week. This seemed to him a supremely desirable thing to be doing. His pay would be very little, and when he had it, he spent it all on extra wood and tools, but he was very happy and keen in his new public spirit. He started his night classes in woodwork when he was 30 years old. By this time, he had 5 children, the last a boy, but boy or girl mattered very little to him. He had a natural blood affection for his children, and he liked them as they turned up, boys or girls. Only he was fondest of Ursula. Somehow she seemed to be at the back of his new nuptial venture. The house by the yew trees was in connection with the great human endeavor. At last, it gained a new vigor thereby. To Ursula, a child of 8, the increase in magic was considerable. She heard all the talk. She saw the parish room fitted up as a workshop. The parish room was a high stone barn-like ecclesiastical building, standing away by itself in the Brangwen's second garden across the lane. She was always attracted by its age and its stranded obsoleteness. Now she watched preparations made. She sat on the flight of stone steps that came down from the porch to the garden and heard her father and the vicar talking and planning and working. Then an inspector came, a very strange man, and stayed talking with her father all one evening. Everything was settled, and 12 boys enrolled their names. It was very exciting. But to Ursula, everything her father did was magic, whether he came from Ilkeston with news of the town, whether he went across to the church with his music or his tools on a sunny evening, whether he sat in his white surplice at the organ on Sundays leading the singing with his strong tenor voice, or whether he were in the workshop with the boys, he was always center of magic and fascination to her. His voice, sounding out in command, cheerful, laconic, had always a twang in it that sent a thrill over her blood and hypnotized her. She seemed to run in the shadow of some dark, potent secret of which she would not, of whose existence even she dared not become conscious. It cast such a spell over her, and so darkened her mind. Chapter Roman 9: The Marsh and the Flood. There was always regular connection between the yew cottage and the marsh, yet the 2 households remained separate, distinct. After Anna's marriage, the marsh became the home of the 2 boys, Tom and Fred. Tom was a rather short, good-looking youth with crisp black hair and long black eyelashes and soft, dark, possessed eyes. He had a quick intelligence from the high school. He went to London to study. He had an instinct for attracting people of character and energy. He gave place entirely to the other person and at the same time kept himself independent. He scarcely existed, except through other people. When he was alone, he was unresolved. When he was with another man, he seemed to add himself to the other, make the other bigger than life size, so that a few people loved him and attained a sort of fulfillment in him. He carefully chose these few. He had a subtle, quick, critical intelligence, a mind that was like a scale or balance. There was something of a woman in all this. In London, he had been the favorite pupil of an engineer, a clever man, who became well known at the time when Tom Brangwen had just finished his studies. Through this master, the youth kept acquaintance with various individual outstanding characters. He never asserted himself. He seemed to be there to estimate and establish the rest. He was like a presence that makes us aware of our own being, so that he was, while still young, connected with some of the most energetic scientific and mathematical people in London. They took him as an equal, quiet and perceptive and impersonal. As he was, he kept his place and learned how to value others in just degree. He was there like a judgment. Besides, he was very good-looking, of medium stature, but beautifully proportioned, dark, with fine coloring, always perfectly healthy. His father allowed him a liberal pocket money, besides which he had a sort of post as assistant to his chief. Then from time to time, the young man appeared at the marsh, curiously attractive, well-dressed, reserved, having by nature a subtle, refined manner, and he set the change in the farm. Fred, the younger brother, was a Brangwen, large-aband, blue-eyed English. He was his father's very son. The two men, father and son, were supremely at ease with one another. Fred was succeeding to the farm. Between the elder brother and the younger existed an almost passionate love. Tom watched over Fred with a woman's poignant attention and selfless care. Fred looked up to Tom as to something miraculous, that which he himself would aspire to be were he great also. So that after Anna's departure, the marsh began to take on a new tone. The boys were gentlemen. Tom had a rare nature and had risen high. Fred was sensitive and fond of reading. He pondered Ruskin and then the agnostic writings. Like all the Brangwens, he was very much a thing to himself, though fond of people and indulgent to them, having an exaggerated respect for them. There was a rather uneasy friendship between him and one of the young Hardys. At the whole, the two households were different, yet the young men met on shy terms of equality. It was young Tom Brangwen, with his dark lashes and beautiful coloring, his soft, inscrutable nature, his strange repose, and his informed air added to his position in London, who seemed to emphasize the superior foreign element in the marsh. When he appeared perfectly dressed, as if soft and affable, and yet quite removed from everybody, he created an uneasiness in people. He was reserved in the minds of the Cossithay and Ilkeston acquaintances to a different, remote world. He and his mother had a kind of affinity. The affection between them was of a mute, distant character, but radical. His father was always uneasy and slightly deferential to his eldest son. Tom also formed the link that kept the marsh in real connection with the Skrebenskys, now quite important people in their own district. So a change in tone came over the marsh. Tom Brangwen, the father, as he grew older, seemed to mature into a gentleman farmer. His figure lent itself burly and handsome. His face remained fresh, and his blue eyes as full of light. His thick hair and beard had turned gradually to a silky whiteness. It was his custom to laugh a great deal in his acquiescent, willful manner. Things had puzzled him very much, so he had taken the line of easy, good-humored acceptance. He was not responsible for the frame of things, yet he was afraid of the unknown in life. He was fairly well off. His wife was there with him, a different being from himself, yet somewhere vitally connected with him. Who was he to understand where and how? His two sons were gentlemen. They were men distinct from himself. They had separate beings of their own, yet they were connected with himself. It was all adventurous and puzzling, yet one remained vital within one's own existence, whatever the offshoots. So handsome and puzzled, he laughed and stuck to himself as the only thing he could stick to his youngness, and the wonder remained almost the same in him. He became indolent. He developed a luxuriant ease. Fred did most of the farm work. The father saw to the more important transactions. He drove a good mare, and sometimes he rode his cob. He drank in the hotels and the inns with better-class farmers and proprietors. He had well-to-do acquaintances among men, but one class suited him no better than another. His wife, as ever, had no acquaintances. Her hair was threaded now With gray her face grew older in form, without changing in expression. She seemed the same as when she had come to the marsh, 25 years ago, save that her health was more fragile. She seemed always to haunt the marsh rather than to live there. She was never part of the life. Something she represented was alien. There she remained a stranger within the gates, in some ways fixed and impervious, in some ways curiously refining. She caused the separateness and individuality of all the marsh inmates, the friability of the household. When young Tom Brangwen was 23 years old, there was some breach between him and his chief, which was never explained, and he went away to Italy, then to America. He came home for a while, then went to Germany, always the same good-looking, careful-addressed, attractive young man in perfect health, yet somehow outside of everything in his dark eyes was a deep misery which he wore with the same ease and pleasantness as he wore his close-fitting clothes. To Ursula, he was a romantic, alluring figure. He had a grace of bringing beautiful presents, a box of expensive sweets, such as Cassithe had never seen, or he gave her a hairbrush, and a long slim mirror of mother-of-pearl, all pale and glimmering and exquisite, or he sent her a little necklace of rough stones, amethyst and opal and brilliants, and garnet. He spoke other languages easily and fluently. His nature was curiously gracious and insinuating. With all that, he was undefinably an outsider. He belonged to nowhere, to no society. Anna Brangwen had left her intimacy with her father undeveloped. Since the time of her marriage, at her marriage, it had been abandoned. And she had drawn a reserve between them. Anna went more to her mother. Then suddenly, the father died. It happened one springtime, when Ursula was about 8 years old. Tom Brangwen drove off on a Saturday morning to the market in Nottingham, saying he might not be back till late as there was a special show. And then a meeting he had to attend. His family understood that he would enjoy himself. The season had been rainy and dreary. In the evening, it was pouring with rain. Fred Brangwen, unsettled, uneasy, did not go out, as was his wont. He smoked and read and fidgeted, hearing always the trickling of water outside. This wet black night seemed to cut him off and make him unsettled, aware of himself, aware that he wanted something else, aware that he was scarcely living. There seemed to him to be no root to his life, no place for him to get satisfied in. He dreamed of going abroad, but his instinct knew that change of place would not solve his problem. He wanted change, deep, vital change of living, and he did not know how to get it. Tilly, an old woman, now came in, saying that the laborers who had been suppering up said the yard and everywhere was just a slough of water. He heard in indifference, but he hated a desolate, raw wetness in the world. He would leave the marsh. His mother was in bed at last. He shut his book. His mind was blank. He walked upstairs, intoxicated with depression and anger, and intoxicated with depression and anger, locked himself into sleep. Tilly set slippers before the kitchen fire, and she also went to bed, leaving the door unlocked. Then the farm was in darkness, in the rain. At 11 o'clock, it was still raining. Tom Brangwen stood in the yard of the Angel, Nottingham, and buttoned his coat. "Oh well," he said cheerfully, "it's rained on me before. Put her in, Jack. My lad, put her in. Thou'rt a rare old cock, Jackaboy. We a belly on thee as does credit to thy drink, if not to thy corn. Co up, lass. Let's get off to old homestead. Oh my heart, what a wetness in the night. There'll be no volcanoes after this. Hey, Jack, my beautiful young slender feller, which of us is knower? It seems as though the waterworks is bursted ducks, and aquatic fowl. LLB king o' the castle at this rate of an olive branch, and all stand up. Then Jell stand up. We're not stoppin' here all night, even if you thought we was. I am dashed if the jumping rain wouldn't make anybody think they was drunk. Hey, Jack, does rainwater wash the sense in, or does it wash it out?" And he laughed to himself at the joke. He was always ashamed when he had to drive after he had been drinking, always apologetic to the horse. His apologetic frame made him facetious. He was aware of his inability to walk quite straight. Nevertheless, his will kept stiff and attentive in all his fuddleness. He mounted and bowled off through the gates of the innyard. The mare went well. He sat fixed, the rain beating on his face. His heavy body rode motionless in a kind of sleep. One center of attention was kept fitfully burning, the rest was dark. He concentrated his last attention on the fact of driving along the road. He knew so well, he knew it so well, he watched for it attentively with an effort of will. He talked aloud to himself, sententious in his anxiety, as if he were perfectly sober, whilst the mare bowled along, and the rain beat on him. He watched the rain before the jig-lamps, the faint gleaming of the shadowy horse's body, the passing of the dark hedges. "It's not a fit night to turn a dog out," he said to himself aloud. "It's high time, as it did a bit of clearing up. I'll be damned if it isn't. It was a lot of use, putting those 10 loads of cinders on th road. They'll be washed to kingdom come. If it doesn't alter, well, it's our Fred's lookout. If they are he's top, sir. As far as those things go, I don't see why I should concern myself. They can wash to kingdom come and back again, for what I care, I suppose. They would be washed back again some day. That's how things are. Rain tumbles down just to mount up in clouds again, so they say there's no more water on the earth than there was in the year naught. That's the story, my boy, if you understand it. There's no more today than there was 1,000 years agoner, no less. Either you can't wear water out, no, my boy, it'll give you the goby. Try to wear it out, and it takes its hook into vapor. It has its fingers at its nose to you. It turns into cloud, and falleth as rain on the just and unjust. I wonder if I am the just or the unjust." He started awake as the trap lurched deep into a rut, and he wakened to the point in his journey he had traveled some distance since he was last conscious. But at length he reached the gate and stumbled heavily down, reeling, gripping fast to the trap. He descended into several inches of water. "Be damned," he said angrily, "be damned to the miserable slop." And he led the horse, washing through the gate. He was quite drunk, now moving blindly in habit. Everywhere there was water underfoot. The raised causeway of the house and the farmstead was dry, however, but there was a curious roar in the night, which seemed to be made in the darkness of his own intoxication. Reeling, blinded, almost without consciousness, he carried his parcels and the rug and cushions into the house, dropped them, and went out to put up the horse. Now he was at home. He was a sleepwalker, waiting only for the moment of activity to stop. Very deliberately and carefully he led the horse down the slope to the cartshed. She shied and backed. "Why was amiss?" he hiccuped, plodding steadily on, and he was again in a wash of water. The horse splashed up water as he went. It was thickly dark save for the jig-lamps, and they lit on a rippling surface of water. "Well, that's a knockout," he said as he came to the cartshed and was wading in 6 inches of water, but everything seemed to him amusing. He laughed to think of 6 inches of water being in the cartshed. He backed in the mare. She was restive. He laughed at the fun of untackling the mare with a lot of water washing round his feet. He laughed because it upset her. "What's amiss? What's amiss? A drop. Oh, water won't hurt you." As soon as he had undone the traces, she walked quickly away. He hung up the shafts and took the jig-lamp. As he came out of the familiar jumble of shafts and wheels in the shed, the water in little waves came washing strongly against his legs. He staggered and almost fell. "Well, what the deuce?" he said, staring round at the running water in the black watery night. He went to meet the running flood, sinking deeper and deeper. His soul was full of great astonishment. He had to go and look where it came from, though the ground was going from under his feet. He went on down towards the pond shakily. He rather enjoyed it. He was knee-deep, and the water was pulling heavily. He stumbled, reeled sickeningly. Fear took hold of him, gripping tightly to the lamp. He reeled and looked round. The water was carrying his feet away. He was dizzy. He did not know which way to turn. The water was whirling. The whole black night was swooping in rings. He swayed uncertainly at the center of all the attack, reeling in dismay in his soul. He knew he would fall. As he staggered, something in the water struck his legs, and he fell instantly. He was in the turmoil of suffocation. He fought in a black horror of suffocation, fighting, wrestling, but always borne down, borne inevitably down. Still, he wrestled and fought to get himself free in the unutterable struggle of suffocation. But he always fell again, deeper. Something struck his head. A great wonder of anguish went over him. Then the blackness covered him entirely. In the utter darkness, the unconscious, drowning body was rolled along the waters, pouring, washing, filling in the place. The cattle woke up and rose to their feet. The dog began to yelp, and the unconscious, drowning body was washed along in the black, swirling darkness passively. Mrs. Brangwen woke up and listened with preternaturally sharp senses. She heard the movement of all the darkness that swirled outside. For a moment she lay still. Then she went to the window she heard the sharp rain and the deep running of water. She knew her husband was outside. "Fred," she called. "Fred." Away in the night was a hoarse, brutal roar of a mass of water rushing downwards. She went downstairs. She could not understand the multiplied running of water. Stepping down the step into the kitchen, she put her foot into water. The kitchen was flooded. Where did it come from? She could not understand. Water was running in out of the scullery. She paddled through barefoot to see. Water was bubbling fiercely under the outer door. She was afraid. Then something washed against her, something twined under her foot. It was the riding whip on the table, were the rug and the cushion and the parcel from the gate. He had come home. "Tom," she called, afraid of her own voice. She opened the door. Water ran in with a horrid sound. Everywhere was moving water, a sound of waters. "Tom," she cried, standing in her nightdress, with the candle calling into the darkness and the flood out of the doorway. "Tom, Tom." And she listened. Fred appeared behind her in trousers and shirt. "Where is he?" he asked. He looked at the flood, then at his mother. She seemed small and uncanny, elvish in her nightdress. "Go upstairs," he said. "He'll be in th stable." "Toom, Toom," cried the elderly woman, with a long, unnatural, penetrating call that chilled her son to the marrow. He quickly pulled on his boots and his coat. "Go upstairs, mother," he said. "I'll go and see where he is." "Toom, Toom," rang out the shrill, unearthly cry of the small woman. There was only the noise of water and the mooing of uneasy cattle and the long yelping of the dog clamoring in the darkness. Fred Brangwen splashed out into the flood with a lantern. His mother stood on a chair in the doorway, watching him go. It was all water, water running, flashing under the lantern. "Tom, Tom, Toom," came her long, unnatural cry, ringing over the night. It made her son feel cold in his soul. And the unconscious, drowning body of the father rolled on below the house, driven by the black water towards the highroad. Tilly appeared, a skirt over her nightdress. She saw her mistress clinging on the top of a chair in the open doorway, a candle burning on the table. "God's sake," cried the old serving woman. "The cuts burst, that embankments broke down. Whatever are we going to do?" Mrs. Brangwen watched her son and the lantern go along the upper causeway to the stable. Then she saw the dark figure of a horse. Then her son hung the lamp in the stable, and the light shone out faintly on him as he untackled the mare. The mother saw the soft, blazed face of the horse thrust forward into the stable door. The stables were still above the flood, but the water flowed strongly into the house. "It's getting higher," said Tilly. "Hasn't master come in?" Mrs. Brangwen did not hear. "Isn't he there?" she called, in her farraging, terrifying voice. "No," came the short answer out of the night. "Go and look for him." His mother's voice nearly drove the youth mad. He put the halter on the horse and shut the stable door. He came splashing back through the water, the lantern swinging. The unconscious, drowning body was pushed past the house in the deepest current. Fred Brangwen came to his mother. "I'll go to th cartshed," he said. "Toom, Toom," rang out the strong, inhuman cry. Fred Brangwen's blood froze. His heart was very angry. He gripped his veins in a frenzy. Why was she yelling like this? He could not bear the sight of her perched on a chair in her white nightdress in the doorway, elvish and horrible. "He's taken the mare out of the trap, so he's all right," he said, growling, pretending to be normal. But as he descended to the cartshed, he sank into a foot of water. He heard the rushing in the distance. He knew the canal had broken down. The water was running deeper. The trap was there all right, but no signs of his father. The young man waded down to the pond. The water rose above his knees. It swirled and forced him. He drew back. "Is he there?" came the maddening cry of the mother. "No," was the sharp answer. "Toom, Toom," came the piercing, free, unearthly call. It seemed high and supernatural, almost pure. Fred Brangwen hated it. It nearly drove him mad, so awfully. It sang out almost like a song. The water was flowing fuller into the house. "You'd better go up to Beebe's and bring him and Arthur down, and tell Mrs. Beebe to fetch Wilkinson," said Fred to Tilly. He forced his mother to go upstairs. "I know your father is drowned," she said, in a curious dismay. The flood rose through the night, till it washed the kettle off the hob in the kitchen. Mrs. Brangwen sat alone, at a window, upstairs. She called no more. The men were busy with the pigs, and the cattle. They were coming with a boat for her. Towards morning the rain ceased. The stars came out over the noise, and the terrifying clucking and trickling of the water. Then there was a pallor in the east. The light began to come in the ruddy light of the dawn. She saw the waters spreading out, moving sluggishly. The buildings, rising out of a waste of water, birds began to sing drowsily. And as if slightly hoarse with the dawn, it grew brighter. Up the second field was the great raw gap in the canal embankment. Mrs. Brangwen went from window to window, watching the flood. Somebody had brought a little boat. The light grew stronger. The red gleam was gone off the floodwaters. Day took place. Mrs. Brangwen went from the front of the house to the back, looking out intent and unrelaxing on the pallid morning of spring. She saw a glimpse of her husband's buff coat in the floods as the water rolled the body against the garden hedge. She called to the men in the boat. She was glad he was found. They dragged him out of the hedge. They could not lift him into the boat. Fred Brangwen jumped into the water up to his waist and half carried the body of his father through the flood to the road. Hay and twigs and dirt were in the beard and hair. The youth pushed through the water, crying loudly, without tears, like a stricken animal. The mother at the window cried, making no trouble. The doctor came, but the body was dead. They carried it up to Kosithe, to Anna's house. When Anna Brangwen heard the news, she pressed back her head and rolled her eyes, as if something were reaching forward to bite at her throat. She pressed back her head. Her mind was driven back to sleep. Since she had married and become a mother, the girl she had been was forgotten now. The shock threatened to break in upon her and sweep away all her intervening life, make her as a girl of 18 again, loving her father. So she pressed back away from the shock. She clung to her present life. It was when they brought him to her house dead, and in his wet clothes, his wet sodden clothes, fully dressed as he came from market, yet all sodden and inert, that the shock really broke into her, and she was terrified. A big soaked inert heap he was, who had been to her the image of power and strong life. Almost in horror, she began to take the wet things from him, to pull off him the incongruous market clothes of a well-to-do farmer. The children were sent away to the vicarage. The dead body lay on the parlor floor. Anna quickly began to undress him, laid his fob and seals in a wet heap on the table. Her husband and the woman helped her. They cleared and washed the body and laid it on the bed. There it looked still and grand. He was perfectly calm in death, and now he was laid in line, inviolable, unapproachable. To Anna, he was the majesty of the inaccessible male, the majesty of death. It made her still and awestricken, almost glad. Lydia Brangwen, the mother, also came and saw the impressive, inviolable body of the dead man. She went pale, seeing death. He was beyond change or knowledge, absolute, laid in line with the infinite. What had she to do with him? He was a majestic abstraction, made visible now for a moment, inviolate, absolute, and who could lay claim to him, who could speak of him, of the him, who was revealed in the stripped moment of transit from life into death. Neither the living nor the dead could claim him. He was both the one and the other, inviolable, inaccessibly himself. I shared life with you. I belong in my own way to eternity, said Lydia Brangwen, her heart cold, knowing her own singleness. I did not know you in life. You are beyond me, supreme now in death, said Anna Brangwen, awestricken, almost glad. It was the sons who could not bear it. Fred Brangwen went about with a set, blanched face and shut hands, his heart full of hatred and rage for what had been done to his father, bleeding also with desire to have his father again, to see him, to hear him again. He could not bear it. Tom Brangwen only arrived on the day of the funeral. He was quiet and controlled. As ever, he kissed his mother, who was still dark-faced, inscrutable. He shook hands with his brother without looking at him. He saw the great coffin with its black handles. He even read the nameplate, Tom Brangwen, of the Marsh Farm, born died. The good-looking, still face of the young man crinkled up for a moment in a terrible grimace, then resumed its stillness. The coffin was carried round to the church. The funeral bell tanged at intervals. The mourners carried their wreaths of white flowers. The mother, the Polish woman, went with dark, abstract face on her son's arm. He was good-looking, as ever, his face perfectly motionless, and somehow pleasant. Fred walked with Anna, she strange and winsome, he with a face like wood, stiff, unyielding. Only afterwards Ursula, flitting between the currant bushes down the garden, saw her Uncle Tom standing in his black clothes, erect and fashionable, but his fists lifted, and his face distorted, his lips curled back from his teeth in a horrible grin like an animal which grimaces with torment, whilst his body panted quick like a panting dog's. He was facing the open distance, panting and holding still, then panting rapidly again, but his face never changing from its almost bestial look of torture, the teeth all showing, the nose wrinkled up, the eyes unseeing, fixed. Terrified Ursula slipped away, and when her Uncle Tom was in the house again, grave and very quiet, so that he seemed almost to affect gravity to pretend grief, she watched his still handsome face, imagining it again in its distortion. But she saw the nose was rather thick, rather Russian. Under its transparent skin, she remembered the teeth under the carefully cut mustache was small and sharp, and spaced. She could see him in all his elegant demeanor, bestial, almost corrupt, and she was frightened. She never forgot to look for the bestial, frightening side of him after this. He said goodbye to his mother and went away at once. Ursula almost shrank from his kiss now. She wanted it nevertheless, and the little revulsion as well. At the funeral and after the funeral, Will Brangwen was madly in love with his wife. The death had shaken him, but death and all seemed to gather in him into a mad, overwhelming passion for his wife. She seemed so strange and winsome, he was almost beside himself with desire for her. And she took him, she seemed ready for him, she wanted him. The grandmother stayed a while at the Yew cottage till the marsh was restored. Then she returned to her own rooms, quiet, and it seemed wanting nothing. Fred threw himself into the work of restoring the farm that his father was killed. There seemed to make it only the more intimate and the more inevitably his own place. There was a saying that the Brangwens always died a violent death to them all, except perhaps Tom. It seemed almost natural, yet Fred went about obstinate, his heart fixed. He could never forgive the unknown, this murder of his father. After the death of the father, the marsh was very quiet. Mrs. Brangwen was unsettled. She could not sit all the evening peacefully as she could before, and during the day she was always rising to her feet and hesitating, as if she must go somewhere and were not quite sure whither. She was seen loitering about the garden in her little woolen jacket. She was often driven out in the gig, sitting beside her son and watching the countryside or the streets of the town with a childish, candid, uncanny face, as if it all was strange to her. The children, Ursula and Gudrun and Teresa, went by the garden gate on their way to school. The grandmother would have them call in each time they passed. She would have them come to the marsh for dinner. She wanted children about her. Of her sons she was almost afraid. She could see the somber passion and desire and dissatisfaction in them, and she wanted not to see it any more. Even Fred, with his blue eyes and his heavy jaw, troubled her. There was no peace. He wanted something. He wanted love, passion, and he could not find them. But why must he trouble her? Why must he come to her with his seething and suffering and dissatisfactions? She was too old. Tom was more restrained, reserved. He kept his body very still, but he troubled her even more. She could not but see the black depths of disintegration in his eyes, the sudden glance upon her, as if she could save him, as if he would reveal himself. And how could age save youth? Youth must go to youth. Always the storm. Could she not lie in peace these years in the quiet apart from life? No, always the swell must heave upon her and break against the barriers. Always she must be embroiled in the seethe and rage and passion, endless going on for ever. And she wanted to draw away. She wanted at last her own innocence and peace. She did not want her sons to force upon her any more the old brutal story of desire and offerings and deep diffident rage of unsatisfied men against women. She wanted to be beyond it all, to know the peace and innocence of age. She had never been a woman to work much, so that now she would stand often at the garden gate, watching the scant world go by, and the sight of children pleased her, made her happy. She had usually an apple or a few sweets in her pocket. She liked children to smile at her. She never went to her husband's grave. She spoke of him simply as if he were alive. Sometimes the tears would run down her face in helpless sadness. Then she recovered and was herself again, happy. On wet days she stayed in bed. Her bedroom was her city of refuge, where she could lie down and muse. Sometimes Fred would read to her, but that did not mean much. She had so many dreams to dream over such an unsifted store, she wanted time. Her chief friend at this period was Ursula the little girl, and the musing fragile woman of 60 seemed to understand the same language. At Carcithe all was activity and passion, everything moved upon poles of passion. Then there were 4 children younger than Ursula, a throng of babies, all the time many lives beating against each other. So that for the eldest child the peace of the grandmother's bedroom was exquisite. Here Ursula came as to a hushed paradisal land. Here her own existence became simple and exquisite to her, as if she were a flower. Always on Saturdays she came down to the marsh, and always clutching a little offering, either a little mat made of strips of colored woven paper, or a tiny basket made in the kindergarten lesson, or a little crayon drawing of a bird. When she appeared in the doorway, Tilly, ancient, but still, in authority, would crane her skinny neck to see who it was. "Oh, it's you, is it?" she said. "I thought we should be seeing you, my word. That's a barbedazzlin' posy you've brought." It was curious how Tilly preserved the spirit of Tom Brangwen, who was dead in the marsh. Ursula always connected her with her grandfather. This day the child had brought a tight little nosegay of Pink's white ones with a rim of pink ones. She was very proud of it and very shy because of her pride. "Your grandmother's in her bed. Wipe your shoes well if you're a-goin' up, and don't go burstin' in on her like a skyrocket, my word. But that's a fine posy. Did you do it all by yourself and all?" Tilly stealthily ushered her into the bedroom. The child entered with a strange, dragging hesitation, characteristic of her. When she was moved, her grandmother was sitting up in bed, wearing a little gray woolen jacket. The child hesitated in silence near the bed, clutching the nosegay in front of her. Her childish eyes were shining. The grandmother's gray eyes shone with a similar light. "How pretty," she said. "How pretty you have made them. What a darling little bunch." Ursula, glowing, thrust them into her grandmother's hand, saying, "I made them you." "That is how the peasants tied them at home," said the grandmother, pushing the pinks with her fingers and smelling them, "just such tight little bunches, and they make wreaths for their hair. They weave the stalks, then they go round with wreaths in their hair and wearing their best aprons." Ursula immediately imagined herself in this storyland. "Did you used to have a wreath in your hair, grandmother?" "When I was a little girl, I had golden hair, something like Katie's. Then I used to have a wreath of little blue flowers, oh so blue, that come when the snow is gone. Andry, the coachman, used to bring me the very first." They talked, and then Tilly brought the tea tray set for 2. Ursula had a special green and gold cup kept for herself at the marsh. There was thin bread and butter and cress for tea. It was all special and wonderful. She ate very daintily, with little fastidious bites. "Why do you have 2 wedding rings, grandmother? Must you?" asked the child, noticing her grandmother's ivory-colored hand with blue veins above the tray. "If I had 2 husbands, child." Ursula pondered a moment. "Then you must wear both rings together." "Yes." "Which was my grandfather's ring?" The woman hesitated. "This grandfather whom you knew, this was his ring. The red one, the yellow one, was your other grandfather's, whom you never knew." Ursula looked interestedly at the 2 rings on the proffered finger. "Where did he buy it, you?" she asked. "This one in Warsaw, I think." "You didn't know my own grandfather then?" "Not this grandfather." Ursula pondered this fascinating intelligence. "Did he have white whiskers as well?" "No, his beard was dark. You have his brows, I think." Ursula ceased and became self-conscious. She at once identified herself with her Polish grandfather. "And did he have brown eyes?" "Yes, dark eyes. He was a clever man, as quick as a lion. He was never still." Lydia still resented Lenski. When she thought of him, she was always younger than he. She was always 20 or 25. And under his domination, he incorporated her in his ideas as if she were not a person herself, as if she were just his aide-de-camp or part of his baggage or one among his surgical appliances. She still resented it. And he was always only 30. He had died when he was 34. She did not feel sorry for him. He was older than she, yet she still ached in the thought of those days. "Did you like my first grandfather best?" asked Ursula. "I liked them both," said the grandmother. And thinking she became again Lenski's girl bride, he was of good family, of better family even than her own, for she was half German, she was a young girl in a house of insecure fortune. And he, an intellectual, a clever surgeon and physician, had loved her, how she had looked up to him. She remembered her first transports. When he talked to her, the important young man with the severe black beard, he had seemed so wonderful, such an authority. After her own lax household, his gravity and confident hard authority seemed almost godlike to her, for she had never known it in her life. All her surroundings had been loose, lax, disordered, a welter. "Miss Lydia, will you marry me?" he had said to her in German, in his grave yet tremulous voice. She had been afraid of his dark eyes upon her. They did not see her, they were fixed upon her. And he was hard confident. She thrilled with the excitement of it, and accepted during the courtship. His kisses were a wonder to her. She always thought about them and wondered over them. She never wanted to kiss him back. In her idea, the man kissed, and the woman examined in her soul the kisses she had received. She had never quite recovered from her prostration of the first days or nights of marriage. He had taken her to Vienna, and she was utterly alone with him, utterly alone in another world, everything foreign, even he foreign to her. Then came the real marriage. Passion came to her, and she became his slave. He was her lord, she was the girl bride, the slave. She kissed his feet. She had thought it an honor to touch his body, to unfasten his boots. For 2 years she had gone on as his slave, crouching at his feet, embracing his knees. Children had come, he had followed his ideas. She was there for him, just to keep him in condition. She was to him one of the baser or material conditions necessary for his welfare, in prosecuting his ideas of nationalism, of liberty, of science. But gradually, at 23-24, she began to realize that she too might consider these ideas by his acceptance of her self-subordination. He exhausted the feeling in her. There were those of his associates who would discuss the ideas with her, though he did not wish to do so. Himself, she had ventured into the minds of other men. His then was not the only male mind. She did not exist then. Just as his attribute, she began to perceive the attention of other men. An excitement came over her. She remembered now the men who had paid her court when she was married in Warsaw. Then the rebellion broke out, and she was inspired too. She would go as a nurse at her husband's side. He worked like a lion. He wore his life out, and she followed him helplessly. But she disbelieved in him. He was so separate, he ignored so much, he counted too much on himself, his work, his ideas. Did nothing else matter? Then the children were dead, and for her everything became remote. He became remote. She saw him go white when he heard the news, then frown, as if he thought, why have they died now, when I have no time to grieve? He has no time to grieve, she had said in her remote, awful soul. He has no time. It is so important what he does. He is then so self-important, this half-frenzied man. Nothing matters. But this work of rebellion, he has not time to grieve, nor to think of his children. He had not time even to beget them, really. She had let him go on alone, but in the chaos she had worked by his side again, and out of the chaos she had fled with him to London. He was a broken, cold man. He had no affection for her, nor for anyone. He had failed in his work, so everything had failed. He stiffened and died. She could not subscribe. He had failed. Everything had failed. Yet behind the failure was the unyielding passion of life. The individual effort might fail, but not the human joy. She belonged to the human joy. He died and went his way, but not before there was another child, and this little Ursula was his grandchild. She was glad of it, for she still honored him, though he had been mistaken. She, Lydia Brangwen, was sorry for him. Now he was dead. He had scarcely lived. He had never known her. He had lain with her, but he had never known her. He had never received what she could give him. He had gone away from her empty, so he had never lived. So he had died and passed away, yet there had been strength and power in him. She could scarcely forgive him that he had never lived if it were not for Anna, and for this little Ursula who had his brows. There would be no more left of him than of a broken vessel thrown away and just remembered. Tom Brangwen had served her. He had come to her and taken from her. He had died and gone his way into death, but he had made himself immortal in his knowledge with her, so she had her place here in life, and in immortality, for he had taken his knowledge of her into death, so that she had her place in death. In my Father's house are many mansions. She loved both her husbands. To one she had been a naked little girl bride, running to serve him. The other she loved out of fulfillment, because he was good, and had given her being, because he had served her honorably, and become her man, one with her. She was established in this stretch of life. She had come to herself during her first marriage. She had not existed, except through him. He was the substance, and she the shadow running at his feet. She was very glad she had come to her own self. She was grateful to Brangwen. She reached out to him in gratitude into death. In her heart she felt a vague tenderness and pity for her first husband, who had been her lord. He was so wrong when he died. She could not bear it, that he had never lived, never really become himself. And he had been her lord. Strange, it all had been. Why had he been her lord? He seemed now so far off, so, without bearing on her. Which did you, grandmother? What? Like best? I liked them both. I married the first when I was quite a girl. Then I loved your grandfather when I was a woman. There is a difference. They were silent for a time. Did you cry when my first grandfather died? The child asked. Lydia Brangwen rocked herself on the bed, thinking aloud. When we came to England, he hardly ever spoke. He was too much concerned to take any notice of anybody. He grew thinner and thinner, till his cheeks were hollow, and his mouth stuck out. He wasn't handsome any more. I knew he couldn't bear being beaten. I thought everything was lost in the world. Only I had your mother, a baby. It was no use my dying. He looked at me with his black eyes, almost as if he hated me when he was ill, and said it only wanted this. It only wanted that I should leave you and a young child to starve in this London. I told him we should not starve, but I was young and foolish and frightened, which he knew. He was bitter, and he never gave way. He lay beating his brains to see what he could do. I don't know what you will do, he said. I am no good. I am a failure from beginning to end. I cannot even provide for my wife and child. But you see, it was not for him to provide for us. My life went on though his stopped, and I married your grandfather. I ought to have known. I ought to have been able to say to him, don't be so bitter, don't die, because this has failed. You are not the beginning and the end. But I was too young. He had never let me become myself. I thought he was truly the beginning and the end, so I let him take all upon himself. Yet all did not depend on him. Life must go on, and I must marry your grandfather, and have your Uncle Tom and your Uncle Fred. We cannot take so much upon ourselves. The child's heart beat fast as she listened to these things. She could not understand, but she seemed to feel far-off things. It gave her a deep, joyous thrill to know she hailed from far off, from Poland, and that dark-bearded, impressive man. Strange her antecedents were, and she felt fate on either side of her terrible. Almost every day Ursula saw her grandmother, and every time they talked together, till the grandmother's sayings and stories, told in the complete hush of the marsh bedroom, accumulated with mystic significance, and became a sort of Bible to the child. And Ursula asked her deepest childish questions of her grandmother. Will somebody love me, grandmother? Many people love you, child. We all love you. But when I am grown up, will somebody love me? Yes, some man will love you, child, because it's your nature, and I hope it will be somebody who will love you for what you are, and not for what he wants of you, but we have a right to what we want. Ursula was frightened. Hearing these things, her heart sank. She felt she had no ground under her feet. She clung to her grandmother. Here was peace and security, here from her grandmother's peaceful room. The door opened on to the greater space, the past, which was so big that all it contained seemed tiny loves and births and deaths, tiny units and features within a vast horizon. That was a great relief to know the tiny importance of the individual within the great past. Chapter Roman 10, The Widening Circle. It was very burdensome to Ursula that she was the eldest of the family. By the time she was 11, she had to take to school Gudrun and Teresa, and Catherine, the boy William, always called Billy, so that he should not be confused with his father, was a lovable, rather delicate child of 3, so he stayed at home. As yet there was another baby girl called Cassandra. The children went for a time to the little church school just near the marsh. It was the only place within reach, and being so small Mrs. Brangwen felt safe in sending her children there, though the village boys did nickname Ursula Urtler and Gudrun Gudrunner and Teresa Teapot. Gudrun and Ursula were co-mates. The second child, with her long sleepy body and her endless chain of fancies, would have nothing to do with realities. She was not for them, she was for her own fancies. Ursula was the one for realities, so Gudrun left all such to her elder sister, and trusted in her implicitly, indifferently. Ursula had a great tenderness for her co-mate sister. It was no good trying to make Gudrun responsible. She floated along like a fish in the sea, perfect within the medium of her own difference, and being other existence did not trouble her. Only she believed in Ursula and trusted to Ursula. The eldest child was very much fretted by her responsibility for the other young ones, especially Teresa, a sturdy, bolded thing, had a faculty for warfare. Our Ursula, Billy Pillins, has lugged my hair. What did you say to him? I said nothing. Then the Brangwen girls were in for a feud with the Pillinses or Phillipses. You won't pull my hair again, Billy Pillins, said Teresa, walking with her sisters and looking superbly at the freckled red-haired boy. Why shan't I, retorted Billy Pillins. You won't because you dursn't, said the tiresome Teresa. You come here, then, Teapot, and see if I durstna. Up marched Teapot, and immediately Billy Pillins lugged her black snaky locks. In a rage she flew at him. Immediately in rushed Ursula and Gudrun and little Katie. In clashed the other Phillipses, Clem and Walter and Eddie Anthony. Then there was a fray. The Brangwen girls were well-grown and stronger than many boys. But for pinafores and long hair, they would have carried easy victories. They went home, however, with hair lugged and pinafores torn. It was a joy to the Phillips boys to rip the pinafores of the Brangwen girls. Then there was an outcry. Mrs. Brangwen would not have it. No, she would not. All her innate dignity and standoffishness rose up. Then there was the vicar lecturing the school. It was a sad thing that the boys of Carsithay could not behave more like gentlemen to the girls of Carsithay. Indeed, what kind of boy was it that should set upon a girl and kick her and beat her and tear her pinafore? That boy deserved severe castigation, and the name of coward for no boy who was not a cowardette, etc. Meanwhile, much hangdog fury in the Pillinses' hearts, much virtue in the Brangwen girls, particularly in Teresa's, and the feud continued with periods of extraordinary amity when Ursula was Clem Phillips' sweetheart, and Gudrun was Walter's, and Teresa was Billy's, and even the tiny Katie had to be Eddie Anthony's sweetheart. There was the closest union at every possible moment. The little gang of Brangwens and Phillipses flew together, yet neither Ursula nor Gudrun would have any real intimacy with the Phillips boys. It was a sort of fiction to them, this alliance and this dubbing of sweethearts. Again, Mrs. Brangwen rose up. Ursula, I will not have you raking the roads with lads, so I tell you now, stop it, and the rest will stop it. How Ursula hated always to represent the little Brangwen club. She could never be herself. No, she was always Ursula, Gudrun, Teresa, Catherine, and later. Even Billy was added on to her. Moreover, she did not want the Phillipses either. She was out of taste with them. However, the Brangwen Pillins coalition readily broke down owing to the unfair superiority of the Brangwens. The Brangwens were rich. They had free access to the marsh farm. The school teachers were almost respectful to the girls. The vicar spoke to them on equal terms. The Brangwen girls presumed they tossed their heads. "You're not everybody Urtler Brangwen uglimug," said Clem Phillips, his face going very red. "I am better than you, for all that," retorted Urtler. "You think you airy a face like that ugly mug, Urtler Brangwen?" He began to jeer, trying to set all the others in cry against her. Then there was hostility again. How she hated their jeering. She became cold against the Phillipses. Ursula was very proud in her family. The Brangwen girls had all a curious blind dignity, even a kind of nobility in their bearing. By some result of breed and upbringing, they seemed to rush along their own lives without caring that they existed to other people. Never from the start did it occur to Ursula that other people might hold a low opinion of her. She thought that whosoever knew her knew she was enough, and accepted her as such. She thought it was a world of people like herself. She suffered bitterly if she were forced to have a low opinion of any person, and she never forgave that person. This was maddening to many little people. All their lives, the Brangwens were meeting folk who tried to pull them down to make them seem little. Curiously, the mother was aware of what would happen and was always ready to give her children the advantage of the move. When Ursula was 12, and the common school and the companionship of the village children niggardly and begrudging was beginning to affect her, Anna sent her with Gudrun to the grammar school in Nottingham. This was a great release for Ursula. She had a passionate craving to escape from the belittling circumstances of life. The little jealousies, the little differences, the little meannesses. It was a torture to her that the Phillipses were poorer and meaner than herself, that they used mean little reservations, took petty little advantages. She wanted to be with her equals, but not by diminishing herself. She did want Clem Phillips to be her equal, but by some puzzling, painful fate or other, when he was really there with her, he produced, in her, a tight feeling in the head. She wanted to beat her forehead to escape. Then she found that the way to escape was easy. One departed from the whole circumstance. One went away to the grammar school, and left the little school, the meager teachers, the Phillipses whom she had tried to love, but who had made her fail, and whom she could not forgive. She had an instinctive fear of petty people, as a deer is afraid of dogs. Because she was blind, she could not calculate nor estimate people. She must think that everybody was just like herself. She measured by the standard of her own people, her father and mother, her grandmother, her uncles, her beloved father, so utterly simple in his demeanor, yet with his strong dark soul fixed like a root in unexpressed depths, that fascinated and terrified her. Her mother, so strangely free of all money and convention and fear, entirely indifferent to the world, standing by herself, without connection. Her grandmother, who had come from so far and was centered in so wide an horizon. People must come up to these standards before they could be Ursula's people. So even as a girl of 12, she was glad to burst the narrow boundary of Karsithe, where only limited people lived. Outside was all vastness, and a throng of real proud people whom she would love. Going to school by train, she must leave home at 7:45 in the morning, and she did not arrive again till 5:30 at evening. Of this she was glad, for the house was small and overfull. It was a storm of movement, whence there had been no escape. She hated so much being in charge. The house was a storm of movement. The children were healthy and turbulent. The mother only wanted their animal well-being. To Ursula, as she grew a little older, it became a nightmare when she saw later a Rubens picture with storms of naked babies, and found this was called fecundity. She shuddered, and the world became abhorrent to her. She knew as a child what it was to live amidst storms of babies in the heat and swelter of fecundity. And as a child, she was against her mother, passionately against her mother. She craved for some spirituality and stateliness. In bad weather, home was a bedlam. Children dashed in and out of the rain to the puddles under the dismal yew trees across the wet flagstones of the kitchen, whilst the cleaning woman grumbled and scolded. Children were swarming on the sofa. Children were kicking the piano in the parlor to make it sound like a beehive. Children were rolling on the hearthrug, legs in air, pulling a book in two. Between them, children, fiendish, ubiquitous, were stealing upstairs to find out where our Ursula was, whispering at bedroom doors, hanging on the latch, calling mysteriously Ursula, Ursula to the girl who had locked herself in to read. And it was hopeless. The locked door excited their sense of mystery. She had to open to dispel the lure. These children hung on to her with rounded, excited questions. The mother flourished amid all this. Better have them noisy than ill, she said. But the growing girls in turn suffered bitterly. Ursula was just coming to the stage when Andersen and Grimm were being left behind for the idols of the king and romantic love stories. Elaine the fair, Elaine the lovable, Elaine the lily maid of a starlet, high in her chamber in a tower to the east, guarded the sacred shield of Launcelot. How she loved it, how she leaned in her bedroom window with her black rough hair on her shoulders and her warm face all wrapped, and gazed across at the churchyard, and the little church, which was a turreted castle, whence Launcelot would ride just now, would wave to her as he rode by his scarlet cloak, passing behind the dark yew trees and between the open space, whilst she would remain the lonely maid, high up and isolated in the tower, polishing the terrible shield, weaving it a covering with a true device, and waiting, always remote and high. At which point there would be a faint scuffle on the stairs, a light-pitched whispering outside the door, and a creaking of the latch, then Billy excited whispering. "It's locked, it's locked." Then the knocking, kicking at the door with childish knees, and the urgent childish. "Ursula, Ursula, Ursula, A.R. Ursula." No reply. "Ursula, Ursula." The name was shouted, now still no answer. "Mother, she want answer," came the yell, "she's dead." "Go away, I'm not dead. What do you want?" came the angry voice of the girls. "Open the door, Ursula," came the complaining cry. It was all over, she must open the door. She heard the screech of the bucket downstairs dragged across the flagstones as the woman washed the kitchen floor, and the children were prowling in the bedroom asking, "What were you doing? What had you locked the door for?" Then she discovered the key of the parish room and betook herself there, and sat on some sacks with her books. There began another dream. She was the only daughter of the old lord. She was gifted with magic. Day followed day of rapt silence, whilst she wandered ghost-like in the hushed ancient mansion, or flitted along the sleeping terraces. Here a grave grief attacked her, that her hair was dark. She must have fair hair and a white skin. She was rather bitter about her black mane. Never mind, she would dye it when she grew up, or bleach it in the sun, till it was bleached fair. Meanwhile, she wore a fair white coif of pure Venetian lace. She flitted silently along the terraces, where jeweled lizards basked upon the stone, and did not move when her shadow fell upon them in the utter stillness. She heard the tinkle of the fountain, and smelled the roses whose blossoms hung rich and motionless. So she drifted on the wistful feet of beauty, past the water and the swans to the noble park, where underneath a great oak a doe all dappled lay, with her 4 fine feet, together her fawn nestling sun-colored beside her. Oh, and this doe was her familiar. It would talk to her. Because she was a magician, it would tell her stories, as if the sunshine spoke. Then one day she left the door of the parish room unlocked, careless and unheeding, as she always was. The children found their way in. Katie cut her finger, and howled. Billy hacked notches in the fine chisels, and did much damage. There was a great commotion. The crossness of the mother was soon finished. Ursula locked up the room again, and considered all was over. Then her father came in, with the notched tools, his forehead knotted. "Who the deuce opened the door?" he cried in anger. "It was Ursula who opened the door," said her mother. He had a duster in his hand. He turned and flapped the cloth hard across the girl's face. The cloth stung for a moment. The girl was as if stunned. Then she remained motionless, her face closed and stubborn, but her heart was blazing in spite of herself. The tears surged higher. In spite of her, they surged higher. In spite of her, her face broke. She made a curious gulping grimace, and the tears were falling, so she went away desolate, but her blazing heart was fierce and unyielding. He watched her go, and a pleasurable pain filled him, a sense of triumph and easy power, followed immediately by acute pity. "I am sure that was unnecessary to hit the girl across the face," said the mother coldly. "A flip with the duster won't hurt her," he said. "Nor will it do her any good." For days, for weeks, Ursula's heart burned from this rebuff. She felt so cruelly vulnerable. Did he not know how vulnerable she was, how exposed and wincing he of all people knew? And he wanted to do this to her. He wanted to hurt her right through her closest sensitiveness. He wanted to treat her with shame, to maim her with insult. Her heart burnt in isolation like a watchfire lighted. She did not forget, she did not forget, she never forgot. When she returned to her love for her father, the seed of mistrust and defiance burned unquenched, though covered up far from sight. She no longer belonged to him, unquestioned. Slowly, slowly, the fire of mistrust and defiance burned in her, burned away her connection with him. She ran a good deal alone, having a passion for all moving, active things. She loved the little brooks. Wherever she found a little running water, she was happy. It seemed to make her run and sing in spirit. Along with it, she could sit for hours by a brook or stream on the roots of the alders, and watch the water hasten dancing over the stones or among the twigs of a fallen branch. Sometimes little fish vanished before they had become real, like hallucinations. Sometimes wagtails ran by the water's brink. Sometimes other little birds came to drink. She saw a kingfisher darting blue, and then she was very happy. The kingfisher was the key to the magic world. He was witness of the border of enchantment. But she must move out of the intricately woven illusion of her life, the illusion of a father whose life was an odyssey in an outer world, the illusion of her grandmother of realities so shadowy and far off that they became as mystic symbols peasant girls with wreaths of blue flowers in their hair, the sledges, and the depths of winter, the dark-bearded young grandfather, marriage and war and death, then the multitude of illusions concerning herself, how she was truly a princess of Poland, how in England she was under a spell, she was not really this Ursula Brangwen, then the mirage of her reading, out of the multicolored illusion of this her life, she must move on to the grammar school in Nottingham. She was shy, and she suffered for one thing: she bit her nails, and had a cruel consciousness in her fingertips, a shame, an exposure out of all proportion. This shame haunted her. She spent hours of torture conjuring how she might keep her gloves on, if she might say her hands were scalded, if she might seem to forget to take off her gloves. For she was going to inherit her own estate. When she went to the high school, there each girl was a lady. There she was going to walk among free souls, her co-mates, and her equals, and all petty things would be put away. Ah, if only she did not bite her nails, if only she had not this blemish. She wanted so much to be perfect without spot or blemish, living the high noble life. It was a grief to her that her father made such a poor introduction. He was brief as ever, like a boy saying his errand, and his clothes looked ill-fitting and casual, whereas Ursula would have liked robes and a ceremonial of introduction to this her new estate. She made a new illusion of school. Miss Grey, the headmistress, had a certain silvery schoolmistressy beauty of character. The school itself had been a gentleman's house, dark sombre lawns separated it from the dark select avenue, but its rooms were large and of good appearance, and from the back one looked over lawns and shrubbery, over the trees and the grassy slope of the arboretum to the town, which heaped the hollow with its roofs and cupolas and its shadows. So Ursula seated herself upon the hill of learning, looking down on the smoke and confusion and the manufacturing engrossed activity of the town. She was happy up here in the grammar school. She fancied the air was finer, beyond the factory smoke. She wanted to learn Latin and Greek and French and mathematics. She trembled like a postulant when she wrote the Greek alphabet for the first time. She was upon another hill slope, whose summit she had not scaled. There was always the marvelous eagerness in her heart to climb, and to see beyond. A Latin verb was virgin soil to her. She sniffed a new odor in it. It meant something, though she did not know what it meant, but she gathered it up. It was significant when she knew that. X2, Y2, XY, XY. Then she felt that she had grasped something, that she was liberated into an intoxicating air, rare and unconditioned, and she was very glad as she wrote her French exercise. J'ai dans le pain, a mon petit frère. In all these things, there was the sound of a bugle to her heart, exhilarating, summoning her to perfect places. She never forgot her Brown Longman's first French grammar, nor her Via Latina, with its red edges, nor her little gray algebra book. There was always a magic in them. At learning she was quick, intelligent, instinctive, but she was not thorough. If a thing did not come to her instinctively, she could not learn it, and then her mad rage of loathing for all lessons, her bitter contempt of all teachers and schoolmistresses, her recoil to a fierce animal arrogance, made her detestable. She was a free, unabatable animal, she declared in her revolts. There was no law for her, nor any rule. She existed for herself alone. Then ensued a long struggle with everybody, in which she broke down at last, when she had run the full length of her resistance, and sobbed her heart out desolate, and afterwards, in a chastened, washed-out, bodiless state, she received the understanding that would not come before, and went her way sadder and wiser. Ursula and Gudrun went to school together. Gudrun was a shy, quiet, wild creature, a thin slip of a thing hanging back from notice or twisting, past to disappear into her own world again. She seemed to avoid all contact instinctively, and pursued her own intent, pursuing half-formed fancies that had no relation to anyone else. She was not clever at all. She thought Ursula clever enough for two. Ursula understood, so why should she, Gudrun, bother herself? The younger girl lived her religious, responsible life in her sister, by proxy for herself. She was indifferent and intent as a wild animal and as irresponsible. When she found herself at the bottom of the class, she laughed lazily, and was content, saying she was safe now. She did not mind her father's chagrin, nor her mother's tinge of mortification. "What do I pay for you to go to Nottingham?" for her father asked, exasperated. "Well, Dad, you know you needn't pay for me," she replied nonchalant. "I'm ready to stop at home." She was happy at home. Ursula was not slim, and unwilling abroad. Gudrun was easy in her own house, as a wild thing in its lair, whereas Ursula, attentive and keen abroad at home, was reluctant, uneasy, unwilling to be herself, or unable. Nevertheless, Sunday remained the maximum day of the week, for both. Ursula turned passionately to it, to the sense of eternal security it gave. She suffered anguish of fears during the weekdays, for she felt strong powers that would not recognize her. There was upon her always a fear and a dislike of authority. She felt she could always do as she wanted if she managed to avoid a battle with authority and the authorized powers. But if she gave herself away, she would be lost, destroyed. There was always the menace against her. This strange sense of cruelty and ugliness, always imminent, ready to seize hold upon her, this feeling of the grudging power of the mob lying in wait for her, who was the exception, formed one of the deepest influences of her life. Wherever she was, at school, among friends, in the street, in the train, she instinctively abated herself, made herself smaller, feigned to be less than she was, for fear that her undiscovered self should be seen, pounced upon, attacked by brutish resentment of the commonplace, the average self. She was fairly safe at school now. She knew how to take her place there, and how much of herself to reserve. But she was free only on Sundays. When she was but a girl of 14, she began to feel a resentment growing against her in her own home. She knew she was the disturbing influence there. But as yet on Sundays, she was free, really free to be herself, without fear or misgiving. Even at its stormiest, Sunday was a blessed day. Ursula woke to it with a feeling of immense relief. She wondered why her heart was so light. Then she remembered it was Sunday. A gladness seemed to burst out around her, a feeling of great freedom. The whole world was for 24 hours revoked, put back. Only the Sunday world existed. She loved the very confusion of the household. It was lucky if the children slept till 7 o'clock, usually soon after 6. A chirp was heard, a voice, an excited chirrup, began announcing the creation of a new day. There was a thudding of quick little feet, and the children were up and about, scampering in their shirts, with pink legs and glistening flossy hair, all clean from the Saturday's night, bathing their souls, excited by their bodies' cleanliness. As the house began to teem with rushing, half-naked, clean children, one of the parents rose, either the mother, easy and slatternly, with her thick dark hair loosely coiled and slipping over one ear, or the father, warm and comfortable, with ruffled black hair and shirt unbuttoned at the neck. Then the girls, upstairs, heard the continual, "Now then, Billy, what are you up to?" in the father's strong, vibrating voice, or the mother's dignified, "I have said, Cassie, I will not have it." It was amazing how the father's voice could ring out like a gong without his being in the least moved, and how the mother could speak like a queen, holding an audience, though her blouse was sticking out all round, and her hair was not fastened up, and the children were yelling a pandemonium. Gradually breakfast was produced, and the elder girls came down into the Babel, whilst half-naked children flitted round like the wrong ends of cherubs, as Gudrun said, watching the bare little legs and the chubby tails appearing and disappearing. Gradually the young ones were captured, and nightdresses finally removed, ready for the clean Sunday shirt. But before the Sunday shirt was slipped over the fleecy head, away darted the naked body to wallow in the sheepskin which formed the parlor rug, whilst the mother walked, after protesting sharply, holding the shirt like a noose, and the father's bronze voice rang out, and the naked child, wallowing on its back in the deep sheepskin, announced gleefully, "I am bathing in the sea, mother." "Why should I walk after you with your shirt?" said the mother. "Get up now." "I am bathing in the sea, mother," repeated the wallowing naked figure. "We say bathing, not batting," said the mother, with her strange, indifferent dignity. "I am waiting here with your shirt." At length shirts were on, and stockings were paired, and little trousers buttoned, and little petticoats tied. Behind the besetting cowardice of the family was its shirking of the garter question. "Where are your garters, Cassie?" "I don't know." "Well, look for them." But not one of the elder Brangwens would really face the situation. after Cassie had grovelled under all the furniture and blacked up all her Sunday cleanliness to the infinite grief of everybody, the garter was forgotten in the new washing of the young face and hands. Later Ursula would be indignant to see Miss Cassie marching into church from Sunday school with her stocking sluthered down to her ankle and a grubby knee showing. "It's disgraceful," cried Ursula at dinner. "People will think we're pigs, and the children are never washed." "Never mind what people think," said the mother superbly. "I see that the child is bathed properly, and if I satisfy myself, I satisfy everybody. She can't keep her stocking up and no garter, and it isn't the child's fault she was let to go without one." The garter trouble continued in varying degrees, but till each child wore long skirts or long trousers, it was not removed. On this day of decorum, the Brangwen family went to church by the highroad, making a detour outside all the garden hedge, rather than climb the wall into the churchyard. There was no law of this from the parents. The children themselves were the wardens of the Sabbath decency, very jealous and instant with each other. It came to be gradually that after church on Sundays, the house was really something of a sanctuary, with peace breathing like a strange bird. Alighted in the rooms indoors, only reading and tattling, and quiet pursuits such as drawing were allowed out of doors. All playing was to be carried on unobtrusively. If there were noise, yelling, or shouting, then some fierce spirit woke up in the father and the elder children, so that the younger were subdued, afraid of being excommunicated. The children themselves preserved the Sabbath if Ursula in her vanity sang, "Il edait un berger, et ronronron pedi patapon." Teresa was sure to cry, "That's not a Sunday song, our Ursula." "You don't know," replied Ursula superior. Nevertheless, she wavered, and her song faded down before she came to the end. Because though she did not know it, her Sunday was very precious to her, she found herself in a strange, undefined place, where her spirit could wander in dreams unassailed. The white-robed spirit of Christ passed between olive trees. It was a vision, not a reality, and she herself partook of the visionary. Being there was the voice in the night calling, "Samuel, Samuel," and still the voice called in the night, but not this night nor last night, but in the unfathomed night of Sunday, of the Sabbath silence. There was Sin the serpent, in whom was also wisdom. There was Judas with the money and the kiss. But there was no actual sin. If Ursula slapped Teresa across the face, even on a Sunday, that was not sin, the everlasting, it was misbehavior. If Billy played truant from Sunday school, he was bad, he was wicked, but he was not a sinner. Sin was absolute, and everlasting wickedness and badness were temporary and relative. When Billy, catching up the local jargon, called Cassie a sinner, everybody detested him, yet, when there came to the marsh a flippity foxhound puppy, he was mischievously christened Sinner. The Brangwens shrank from applying their religion to their own immediate actions. They wanted the sense of the eternal and immortal, not a list of rules for everyday conduct. Therefore, they were badly behaved children, headstrong and arrogant, though their feelings were generous. They had moreover intolerable to their ordinary neighbors a proud gesture that did not fit with the jealous idea of the democratic Christian, so that they were always extraordinary outside of the ordinary. How bitterly Ursula resented her first acquaintance with evangelical teachings. She got a peculiar thrill from the application of salvation to her own personal case. Jesus died for me, he suffered for me. There was a pride and a thrill in it, followed almost immediately by a sense of dreariness. Jesus with holes in his hands and feet, it was distasteful to her. The shadowy Jesus with the stigmata, that was her own vision. But Jesus, the actual man, talking with teeth and lips, telling one to put one's finger into his wounds like a villager gloating in his sores, repelled her. She was enemy of those who insisted on the humanity of Christ. If he were just a man living in ordinary human life, then she was indifferent. But it was the jealousy of vulgar people which must insist on the humanity of Christ. It was the vulgar mind which would allow nothing extra-human, nothing beyond itself to exist. It was the dirty, desecrating hands of the revivalists which wanted to drag Jesus into this everyday life, to dress Jesus up in trousers and frock coat, to compel him to a vulgar equality of footing. It was the impudent suburban soul which would ask, what would Jesus do if he were in my shoes? Against all this, the Brangwens stood at bay. If anyone, it was the mother who was caught by, or who was most careless of the vulgar clamor. She would have nothing extra-human. She never really subscribed all her life to Brangwen's mystical passion. But Ursula was with her father. As she became adolescent 13-14, she set more and more against her mother's practical indifference to Ursula. There was something callous, almost wicked in her mother's attitude. What did Anna Brangwen in these years care for God or Jesus or angels? She was the immediate life of today. Children were still being born to her. She was thronged with all the little activities of her family, and almost instinctively she resented her husband's slavish service to the church, his dark subject hankering to worship an unseen God. What did the unrevealed God matter? When a man had a young family that needed fettling, for let him attend to the immediate concerns of his life, not go projecting himself towards the ultimate. But Ursula was all for the ultimate. She was always in revolt against babies and muddled domesticity. To her, Jesus was another world. He was not of this world. He did not thrust his hands under her face and, pointing to his wounds, say, "Look, Ursula Brangwen, I got these for your sake. Now do as you're told." To her, Jesus was beautifully remote, shining in the distance like a white moon at sunset, a crescent moon beckoning, as it follows the sun out of our ken, sometimes dark clouds, standing very far off, pricking up into a clear yellow band of sunset of a winter evening, reminded her of Calvary. Sometimes the full moon rising blood-red upon the hill terrified her with the knowledge that Christ was now dead, hanging heavy and dead upon the cross. On Sundays, this visionary world came to pass. She heard the long hush. She knew the marriage of dark and light was taking place in church. The voice sounded reaching not from this world, as if the church itself were a shell that still spoke the language of creation. The sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children unto them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. Over this Ursula was stirred, as by a call from far off in those days. Would not the sons of God have found her fair? Would she not have been taken to wife by one of the sons of God? It was a dream that frightened her, for she could not understand it. Who were the sons of God? Was not Jesus, the only begotten Son? Was not Adam the only man created from God? Yet there were men not begotten by Adam. Who were these? And whence did they come? They too must derive from God. Had God many offspring besides Adam, and besides Jesus children, whose origin the children of Adam cannot recognize? And perhaps these children, these sons of God, had known no expulsion, no ignominy of the fall. These came on free feet to the daughters of men, and saw they were fair, and took them to wife, so that the women conceived and brought forth men of renown. This was a genuine fate. She moved about in the essential days, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men. Nor would any comparison of myths destroy her passion in the knowledge Jove had become a bull or a man in order to love a mortal woman. He had begotten in her a giant, a hero. Very good, so he had in Greece for herself. She was no Grecian woman, not Jove, nor Pan, nor any of those gods, not even Bacchus, nor Apollo could come to her. But the sons of God who took to wife the daughters of men, these were such as should take her to wife. She clung to the secret hope, the aspiration. She lived a dual life, one where the facts of daily life encompassed everything, being legion, and the other wherein the facts of daily life were superseded by the eternal truth. So utterly did she desire the sons of God should come to the daughters of men, and she believed more in her desire and its fulfillment than in the obvious facts of life. The fact that a man was a man did not state his descent from Adam, did not exclude that he was also one of the unhistoried, unaccountable sons of God. As yet she was confused, but not denied. Again she heard the voice. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into heaven. But it was explained the needle's eye was a little gateway for foot passengers, through which the great humped camel with his load could not possibly squeeze himself or perhaps at a great risk. If he were a little camel, he might get through, for one could not absolutely exclude the rich man from heaven, said the Sunday school teachers. It pleased her also to know that in the East one must use hyperbole or else remain unheard, because the Eastern man must see a thing swelling to fill all heaven or dwindled to a mere nothing before he is suitably impressed. She immediately sympathized with this Eastern mind. Yet the words continued to have a meaning that was untouched either by the knowledge of gateways or hyperboles. The historical or local or psychological interest in the words was another thing. There remained unaltered the inexplicable value of the saying. What was this relation between a needle's eye, a rich man, and heaven? What sort of a needle's eye, what sort of a rich man, what sort of heaven? Who knows? It means the absolute world, and can never be more than half interpreted in terms of the relative world. But must one apply the speech literally? Was her father a rich man? Couldn't he get to heaven? Or was he only a half-rich man? Or was he merely a poor man? At any rate, unless he gave everything away to the poor, he would find it much harder to get to heaven. The needle's eye would be too tight for him. She almost wished he were penniless poor. If one were coming to the base of it, any man was rich who was not as poor as the poorest. She had her qualms when in imagination she saw her father giving away their piano and the 2 cows and the capital at the bank to the laborers of the district, so that they, the Brangwens, should be as poor as the Waries, and she did not want it. She was impatient. Very well, she thought, well, forgo that heaven, that's at any rate the needle's eye sort, and she dismissed the problem. She was not going to be as poor as the Waries, not for all the sayings on earth, miserable squalid Waries. So she reverted to the non-literal application of the scriptures her father very rarely read, but he had collected many books of reproductions, and he would sit and look at these curiously intent, like a child, yet with a passion that was not childish. He loved the early Italian painters, but particularly Giotto and Fra Angelico and Filippo Lippi. The great compositions cast a spell over him. How many times had he turned to Raphael's Dispute of the Sacrament, or Fra Angelico's Last Judgment, or the beautiful complicated renderings of the Adoration of the Magi, and always, each time, he received the same gradual fulfillment of delight. It had to do with the establishment of a whole mystical architectural conception, which used the human figure as a unit. Sometimes he had to hurry home and go to the Fra Angelico Last Judgment, the pathway of open graves, the huddled earth on either side, the seemly heaven arranged above the singing process, to paradise on the one hand, the stuttering descent to hell on the other, completed and satisfied him. He did not care whether or not he believed in devils or angels. The whole conception gave him the deepest satisfaction, and he wanted nothing more. Ursula, accustomed to these pictures from her childhood, hunted out their detail. She adored Fra Angelico's flowers and light and angels. She liked the demons and enjoyed the hell, but the representation of the encircled God, surrounded by all the angels on high, suddenly bored her. The figure of the Most High bored her and roused her resentment. Was this the culmination and the meaning of it? All this draped null figure, the angels were so lovely, and the light so beautiful, and only for this, to surround such a banality for God. She was dissatisfied, but not fit as yet to criticize. There was yet so much to wonder over. Winter came, pine branches were torn down in the snow, the green pine needles looked rich upon the ground. There was the wonderful starry straight track of a pheasant's footsteps across the snow, imprinted so clear. There was the lobbing mark of the rabbit, 2 holes abreast, 2 holes following behind the hare, shoved deeper shafts slanting, and his 2 hind feet came down together and made one large pit. The cat potted little holes, and birds made a lacy pattern. Gradually there gathered the feeling of expectation. Christmas was coming in the shed at nights. A secret candle was burning, a sound of veiled voices was heard. The boys were learning the old mystery play of St. George and Beelzebub. Twice a week by lamplight there was choir practice in the church for the learning of old carols. Brangwen wanted to hear. The girls went to these practices. Everywhere was a sense of mystery and rousedness. Everybody was preparing for something. The time came near. The girls were decorating the church with cold fingers, binding holly and fir and yew about the pillars, till a new spirit was in the church. The stone broke out into dark, rich leaf. The arches put forth their buds, and cold flowers rose to blossom in the dim, mystic atmosphere. Ursula must weave mistletoe over the door and over the screen, and hang a silver dove from a sprig of yew till dusk came down, and the church was like a grove. In the cowshed, the boys were blacking their faces for a dress rehearsal. The turkey hung dead, with opened speckled wings in the dairy. The time was come to make pies in readiness. The expectation grew more tense. The star was risen into the sky. The songs, the carols were ready to hail it. The star was the sign in the sky. Earth too should give a sign. As evening drew on, hearts beat fast. With anticipation, hands were full of ready gifts. There were the tremulously expectant words of the church service. The night was past, and the morning was come. The gifts were given and received. Joy and peace made a flapping of wings in each heart. There was a great burst of carols. The peace of the world had dawned. Strife had passed away. Every hand was linked in hand. Every heart was singing. It was bitter, though, that Christmas Day, as it drew on to evening and night, became a sort of bank holiday, flat and stale. The morning was so wonderful, but in the afternoon and evening, the ecstasy perished like a nipped thing, like a bud in a false spring. Alas, that Christmas was only a domestic feast, a feast of sweetmeats and toys. Why did not the grown-ups also change their everyday hearts and give way to ecstasy? Where was the ecstasy? How passionately the Brangwens craved for it, the ecstasy. The father was troubled, dark-faced, and disconsolate on Christmas night, because the passion was not there, because the day was become as every day, and hearts were not aflame. Upon the mother was a kind of absentness, as ever, as if she were exiled for all her life. Where was the fiery heart of joy? Now the coming was fulfilled. Where was the star, the Magi's transport, the thrill of new being that shook the earth? Still it was there, even if it were faint and inadequate. The cycle of creation still wheeled in the church year after Christmas. The ecstasy slowly sank and changed. Sunday followed Sunday, trailing a fine movement, a finely developed transformation over the heart of the family, the heart that was big with joy, that had seen the star and had followed to the inner walls of the Nativity, that there had swooned in the great light, must now feel the light slowly withdrawing, a shadow falling, darkening. The chill crept in silence, came over the earth. And then all was darkness. The veil of the temple was rent. Each heart gave up the ghost and sank dead. They moved quietly, a little wanness on the lips of the children at Good Friday, feeling the shadow upon their hearts. Then, pale with a deathly scent, came the lilies of resurrection that shone coldly till the Comforter was given. But why the memory of the wounds and the death? Surely Christ rose with healed hands and feet, sound and strong and glad. Surely the passage of the cross and the tomb was forgotten, but always the memory of the wounds, always the smell of grave clothes. A small thing was resurrection compared with the cross and the death in this cycle. So the children lived the year of Christianity, the epic of the soul of mankind. Year by year, the inner unknown drama went on in them. Their hearts were born and came to fullness, suffered on the cross, gave up the ghost, and rose again to unnumbered days, untired, having at least this rhythm of eternity in a ragged, inconsequential life. But it was becoming a mechanical action. Now this drama, birth at Christmas, for death at Good Friday, on Easter Sunday. The life drama was as good as finished, for the resurrection was shadowy and overcome by the shadow of death. The ascension was scarce, noticed, a mere confirmation of death. What was the hope and the fulfillment? Nay, was it all only a useless after-death, a wan, bodiless after-death? Alas, and alas, for the passion of the human heart that must die so long before the body was dead. For from the grave, after the passion and the trial of anguish, the body rose torn and chill and colorless. Did not Christ say, Mary? And when she turned with outstretched hands to him, did he not hasten to add, touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father? Then how could the hands rejoice, or the heart be glad, seeing themselves repulsed? Alas, for the resurrection of the dead body! Alas, for the wavering, glimmering appearance of the risen Christ! Alas, for the ascension into heaven, which is a shadow within death, a complete passing away. Alas, that so soon the drama is over, that life is ended at 33, that the half of the year of the soul is cold and historyless. Alas, that a risen Christ has no place with us. Alas, that the memory of the passion of sorrow and death and the grave holds triumph over the pale fact of resurrection. But why shall I not rise with my body whole and perfect, shining with strong life? Why, when Mary says, Rabboni, shall I not take her in my arms and kiss her, and hold her to my breast? Why is the risen body deadly and abhorrent with wounds? The resurrection is to life, not to death. Shall I not see those who have risen again walk here among men, perfect in body and spirit, whole and glad in the flesh, living in the flesh, loving in the flesh, begetting children in the flesh, arrived at last to wholeness, perfect without scar or blemish, healthy without fear of ill health? Is this not the period of manhood and of joy and fulfillment after the resurrection? Who shall be shadowed by death and the cross being risen, and who shall fear the mystic perfect flesh that belongs to heaven? Can I not then walk this earth in gladness, being risen from sorrow? Can I not eat with my brother happily, and with joy kiss my beloved after my resurrection, celebrate my marriage in the flesh, with feastings go about my business eagerly in the joy of my fellows? Is heaven impatient for me and bitter against this earth, that I should hurry off, or that I should linger pale and untouched? Is the flesh, which was crucified, become as poison to the crowds in the street? Or is it as a strong gladness and hope to them, as the first flower blossoming out of the earth's humus? Chapter Roman 11, First Love. As Ursula passed from girlhood towards womanhood, gradually the cloud of self-responsibility gathered upon her. She became aware of herself, that she was a separate entity in the midst of an unseparated obscurity, that she must go somewhere, she must become something. And she was afraid, troubled. Why, oh, why must one grow up? Why must one inherit this heavy, numbing responsibility of living an undiscovered life out of the nothingness and the undifferentiated mass, to make something of herself? But what in the obscurity and pathlessness to take a direction, but whither, how take even one step? And yet how stand still? This was torment indeed, to inherit the responsibility of one's own life. The religion which had been another world for her, a glorious sort of play-world, where she lived climbing the tree, with the short-statured man walking shakily on the sea, like the disciple breaking the bread into 5,000 portions, like the Lord giving a great picnic to 5,000 people, now fell away from reality and became a tale, a myth, an illusion which, however much one might assert it to be true, an historical fact, one knew was not true, at least for this present-day life of ours. There could, within the limits of this life, we know, be no feeding of the 5,000, and the girl had come to the point where she held that which one cannot experience in daily life is not true for oneself. So the old duality of life, wherein there had been a weekday world of people and trains and duties and reports, and besides that a Sunday world of absolute truth and living mystery, of walking upon the waters, and being blinded by the face of the Lord, of following the pillar of cloud across the desert, and watching the bush that crackled yet did not burn away, this old unquestioned duality suddenly was found to be broken apart. The weekday world had triumphed over the Sunday world. The Sunday world was not real, or at least not actual, and one lived by action. Only the weekday world mattered. She herself, Ursula Brangwen, must know how to take the weekday life. Her body must be a weekday body held in the world's estimate. Her soul must have a weekday value known, according to the world's knowledge. Well then, there was a weekday life to live of action and deeds, and so there was a necessity to choose one's action and one's deeds. One was responsible to the world for what 1 Roman 999, nay, one was more than responsible to the world. One was responsible to oneself. There was some puzzling, tormenting residue of the Sunday world within her, some persistent Sunday self, which insisted upon a relationship with the now shed-away vision world. How could one keep up a relationship with that which one denied? Her task was now to learn the weekday life. How to act, that was the question. Whither to go, how to become oneself. One was not oneself. One was merely a half-stated question. How to become oneself, how to know the question and the answer of oneself, when one was merely an unfixed something, nothing, blowing about like the winds of heaven, undefined, unstated. She turned to the visions which had spoken far-off words that ran along the blood like ripples of an unseen wind. She heard the words again. She denied the vision, for she must be a weekday person to whom visions were not true, and she demanded only the weekday meaning of the words. There were words spoken by the vision, and words must have a weekday meaning. Since words were weekday stuff, let them speak now. let them bespeak themselves in weekday terms. The vision should translate itself into weekday terms. Sell all thou hast, and give to the poor, she heard on Sunday morning, that was plain enough for Monday morning too. As she went down the hill to the station going to school, she took the saying with her. Sell all thou hast, and give to the poor. Did she want to do that? Did she want to sell her pearl-backed brush, and mirror, her silver candlestick, her pendant, her lovely little necklace, and go dressed in drab like the wearies, the unlovely, uncombed wearies, who were the poor to her? She did not. She walked this Monday morning on the verge of misery, for she did want to do what was right, and she didn't want to do what the Gospels said. She didn't want to be poorly poor. The thought was a horror to her, to live like the wearies, so ugly, to be at the mercy of everybody. Sell that thou hast, and give to the poor. One could not do it in real life. How dreary and hopeless it made her. Nor could one turn the other cheek. Teresa slapped Ursula on the face. Ursula, in a mood of Christian humility, silently presented the other side of her face, which Teresa, in exasperation at the challenge, also hit, whereupon Ursula, with boiling heart, went meekly away. But anger and deep writhing shame tortured her, so she was not easy till she had again quarreled with Teresa, and had almost shaken her sister's head off. "That'll teach you," she said grimly. And she went away, unchristian, but clean. There was something unclean and degrading about this humble side of Christianity. Ursula suddenly revolted to the other extreme. "I hate the wearies, and I wish they were dead. Why does my father leave us in the lurch like this, making us be poor and insignificant? Why is he not more? If we had a father as he ought to be, he would be Earl William Brangwen, and I should be the Lady Ursula. What right have I to be poor, crawling along the lane like vermin? If I had my rights, I should be seated on horseback in a green riding habit, and my groom would be behind me, and I should stop at the gates of the cottages and inquire of the cottage woman who came out with a child in her arms, how did her husband, who had hurt his foot, and I would pat the flaxen head of the child stooping from my horse, and I would give her a shilling from my purse, and order nourishing food to be sent from the hall to the cottage." So she rode in her pride, and sometimes she dashed into flames to rescue a forgotten child, or she dived into the canal locks and supported a boy who was seized with cramp, or she swept up a toddling infant from the feet of a runaway horse, always imaginatively, of course. But in the end, there returned the poignant yearning from the Sunday world, as she went down in the morning from Cossithay and saw Ilkeston smoking blue and tender upon its hill. Then her heart surged with far-off words. "O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, how often would I have gathered thy children together, as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not." The passion rose in her for Christ, for the gathering under the wings of security and warmth. But how did it apply to the weekday world? What could it mean? But that Christ should clasp her to his breast, as a mother clasps her child, and oh, for Christ, for him who could hold her to his breast, and lose her there, oh, for the breast of man, where she should have refuge and bliss. Forever all her senses quivered with passionate yearning. Vaguely she knew that Christ meant something else, that in the vision world he spoke of Jerusalem, something that did not exist in the everyday world. It was not houses and factories he would hold in his bosom, nor householders, nor factory workers, nor poor people, but something that had no part in the weekday world, nor seen nor touched with weekday hands and eyes. Yet she must have it in weekday terms, she must, for all her life was a weekday life. Now this was the whole, so he must gather her body to his breast, that was strong with a broad bone, and which sounded with the beating of the heart, and which was warm with the life of which she partook, the life of the running blood. So she craved for the breast of the Son of Man to lie there, and she was ashamed in her soul, ashamed, for whereas Christ spoke for the vision to answer, she answered from the weekday fact. It was a betrayal, a transference of meaning from the vision world to the matter-of-fact world. So she was ashamed of her religious ecstasy and dreaded lest anyone should see it. Early in the year, when the lambs came and shelters were built of straw, and on her uncle's farm the men sat at night with a lantern and a dog, then again there swept over her this passionate confusion between the vision world and the weekday world again. She felt Jesus in the countryside. Ah, he would lift up the lambs in his arms. Ah, and she was the lamb again in the morning going down the lane. She heard the ewe call, and the lambs came running, shaking and twinkling with newborn bliss. And she saw them stooping, nuzzling, groping to the udder to find the teats, whilst the mother turned her head gravely and sniffed her own, and they were sucking, vibrating with bliss on their little long legs, their throats stretched up, their new bodies quivering to the stream of bloodwarm loving milk. Oh, and the bliss, she could scarcely tear herself away to go to school, the little noses nuzzling at the udder, the little bodies so glad. And sure, the little black legs crooked, the mother standing still, yielding herself to their quivering attraction. Then the mother walked calmly away. Jesus' vision world, everyday world, all mixed inextricably in a confusion of pain and bliss. It was almost agony, the confusion, the inextricability, Jesus, the vision, speaking to her who was non-visionary, and she would take his words of the Spirit and make them to pander to her own carnality. This was a shame to her, the confusing of the spirit world with the material world in her own soul degraded her. She answered the call of the Spirit in terms of immediate, everyday desire. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. It was the temporal answer she gave. She leapt with sensuous yearning to respond to Christ. If she could go to him really and lay her head on his breast, to have comfort, to be made much of, caressed like a child. All the time she walked in a confused heat of religious yearning. She wanted Jesus to love her deliciously, to take her sensuous offering, to give her sensuous response. For weeks she went in a muse of enjoyment. And all the time she knew underneath that she was playing false, accepting the passion of Jesus for her own physical satisfaction. But she was in such a daze, such a tangle, how could she get free? She hated herself, she wanted to trample on herself, destroy herself. How could one become free? She hated religion, because it lent itself to her confusion. She abused everything. She wanted to become hard, indifferent, brutally callous to everything, but just the immediate need, the immediate satisfaction, to have a yearning towards Jesus, only that she might use him to pander to her own soft sensation, use him as a means of reacting upon herself, maddened her in the end. There was then no Jesus, no sentimentality. With all the bitter hatred of helplessness, she hated sentimentality. At this period came the young Skrebensky. She was nearly 16 years old, a slim, smoldering girl, deeply reticent, yet lapsing into unreserved expansiveness now. And then, when she seemed to give away her whole soul, but when in fact she only made another counterfeit of her soul for outward presentation, she was sensitive in the extreme, always tortured, always affecting a callous indifference to screen herself. She was at this time a nuisance on the face of the earth, with her spasmodic passion and her slumberous torment. She seemed to go with all her soul in her hands, yearning to the other person. Yet all the while deep at the bottom of her was a childish antagonism of distrust. She thought she loved everybody and believed in everybody, but because she could not love herself nor believe in herself, she mistrusted everybody with the mistrust of a serpent or a captured bird. Her starts of revulsion and hatred were more inevitable than her impulses of love. So she wrestled through her dark days of confusion, soulless, uncreated, unformed. One evening, as she was studying in the parlor, her head buried in her hands, she heard new voices in the kitchen speaking. At once from its apathy, her excitable spirit started and strained to listen. It seemed to crouch, to lurk under cover, tense, glaring forth, unwilling to be seen. There were two strange men's voices, one soft and candid, veiled with soft candor, the other veiled with easy mobility, running quickly. Ursula sat quite tense, shocked out of her studies, lost. She listened all the time to the sound of the voices, scarcely heeding the words. The first speaker was her Uncle Tom. She knew the naive candor, covering the girding and savage misery of his soul. Who was the other speaker, whose voice ran on so easy, yet with an inflamed pulse? It seemed to hasten and urge her forward, that other voice. I remember you, the young man's voice was saying. I remember you from the first time I saw you, because of your dark eyes and fair face. Mrs. Brangwen laughed, shy and pleased. You were a curly-headed little lad, she said. Was I? Yes, I know. They were very proud of my curls. And a laugh ran to silence. "You were a very well-mannered lad, I remember," said her father. "Oh, did I ask you to stay the night? I always used to ask people to stay the night. I believe it was rather trying for my mother." There was a general laugh. Ursula rose. She had to go. At the click of the latch, everybody looked round. The girl hung in the doorway, seized with a moment's fierce confusion. She was going to be good-looking now. She had an attractive gawkiness. As she hung a moment, not knowing how to carry her shoulders, her dark hair was tied. Behind her, yellow-brown eyes shone. Without direction, behind her in the parlor was the soft light of a lamp upon open books. A superficial readiness took her to her Uncle Tom, who kissed her, greeting her with warmth, making a show of intimate possession of her, and at the same time leaving evident his own complete detachment. But she wanted to turn to the stranger. He was standing back a little, waiting. He was a young man with very clear grayish eyes that waited until they were called upon before they took expression. Something in his self-possessed waiting moved her, and she broke into a confused, rather beautiful laugh as she gave him her hand, catching her breath like an excited child. His hand closed over hers, very close, very near. He bowed, and his eyes were watching her with some attention. She felt proud. Her spirit leapt to life. "You don't know Mr. Skrebensky, Ursula," came her Uncle Tom's intimate voice. She lifted her face with an impulsive flash to the stranger, as if to declare a knowledge, laughing her palpitating, excited laugh. His eyes became confused with roused lights. His detached attention changed to a readiness for her. He was a young man of 21, with a slender figure, and soft brown hair brushed up on the German fashion straight from his brow. "Are you staying long?" she asked. "I've got a month's leave," he said, glancing at Tom Brangwen, "but I've various places I must go toput in some time here and there." He brought her a strong sense of the outer world. It was as if she were set on a hill and could feel vaguely the whole world lying spread before her. "What have you a month's leave from?" she asked. "I am in the engineerson, the army." "Oh," she exclaimed, glad. "We're taking you away from your studies," said her Uncle Tom. "Oh no," she replied quickly. Skrebensky laughed, young and inflammable. "She won't wait to be taken away," said her father, but that seemed clumsy. She wished he would leave her to say her own things. "Don't you like study?" asked Skrebensky, turning to her, putting the question from his own case. "I like some things," said Ursula. "I like Latin and French and grammar." He watched her, and all his being seemed attentive to her. Then he shook his head. "I don't," he said. "They say all the brains of the army are in the engineers. I think that's why I joined them, to get the credit of other people's brains." He said this quizzically, and with chagrin, and she became alert to him. It interested her whether he had brains or not. He was interesting. His directness attracted her, his independent motion. She was aware of the movement of his life over against hers. "I don't think brains matter," she said. "What does matter?" Then came her Uncle Tom's intimate, caressing, half-jeering voice. She turned to him. "It matters whether people have courage or not," she said. "Courage for what?" asked her uncle. "For everything." Tom Brangwen gave a sharp little laugh. The mother and father sat silent, with listening faces. Skrebensky waited. She was speaking for him. "Everything's nothing," laughed her uncle. She disliked him at that moment. "She doesn't practice what she preaches," said her father, stirring in his chair and crossing one leg over the other. "She has courage for mighty little." But she would not answer. Skrebensky sat still, waiting. His face was irregular, almost ugly, flattish, with a rather thick nose. But his eyes were pellucid, strangely clear. His brown hair was soft and thick as silk. He had a slight mustache. His skin was fine, his figure slight, beautiful beside him. Her Uncle Tom looked full-blown. Her father seemed uncouth, yet he reminded her of her father, only he was finer, and he seemed to be shining, and his face was almost ugly. He seemed simply acquiescent in the fact of his own being, as if he were beyond any change or question. He was himself. There was a sense of fatality about him that fascinated her. He made no effort to prove himself to other people. Let it be accepted for what it was, his own being in its isolation. It made no excuse or explanation for itself. So he seemed perfectly, even fatally established. He did not ask to be rendered before he could exist, before he could have relationship with another person. This attracted Ursula very much. She was so used to unsure people who took on a new being with every new influence. Her Uncle Tom was always more or less what the other person would have him. In consequence, one never knew the real Uncle Tom, only a fluid, unsatisfactory flux with a more or less consistent appearance. But let Skrebensky do what he would, betray himself entirely. He betrayed himself always upon his own responsibility. He permitted no question about himself. He was irrevocable in his isolation. So Ursula thought him wonderful. He was so finely constituted, and so distinct, self-contained, self-supporting. This, she said to herself, was a gentleman. He had a nature like fate, the nature of an aristocrat. She laid hold of him at once, for her dreams here was one such as those sons of God, who saw the daughters of men that they were fair. He was no son of Adam. Adam was servile. Had not Adam been driven cringing out of his native place? Had not the human race been a beggar ever since, seeking its own being? But Anton Skrebensky could not beg. He was in possession of himself, of that. And no more other people could not really give him anything nor take anything from him. His soul stood alone. She knew that her mother and father acknowledged him. The house was changed. There had been a visit paid to the house. Once 3 angels stood in Abraham's doorway and greeted him and stayed and ate with him, leaving his household enriched forever when they went. The next day she went down to the marsh. According to invitation, the 2 men were not come home. Then, looking through the window, she saw the dogcart drive up, and Skrebensky leapt down. She saw him draw himself together, jump, laugh to her uncle who was driving, then come towards her to the house. He was so spontaneous and revealed in his movements. He was isolated within his own clear, fine atmosphere, and as still as if fated. His resting in his own fate gave him an appearance of indolence, almost of languor. He made no exuberant movement when he sat down. He seemed to go loose, languid. "We are a little late," he said. "Where have you been?" "We went to Derby to see a friend of my father's." "Who?" It was an adventure to her to put direct questions and get plain answers. She knew she might do it with this man. "Why, he is a clergyman, too, is my guardian of them." Ursula knew that Skrebensky was an orphan. "Where is really your home now?" she asked. "My home, I wonder. I am very fond of my Colonel Hepburn. Then there are my aunts. But my real home, I suppose, is the army." "Do you like being on your own?" His clear greenish-grey eyes rested on her a moment, and as he considered, he did not see her. "I suppose so," he said. "You see, my father, well, he was never acclimatized here. He wanted, I don't know what he wanted, but it was a strain. And my mother, I always knew she was too good to me. I could feel her being too good to me, mother. Then I went away to school so early, and I must say the outside world was always more naturally a home to me than the vicarage. I don't know why." "Do you feel like a bird blown out of its own latitude?" she asked, using a phrase she had met. No, I find everything very much as I like it." He seemed more and more to give her a sense of the vast world, a sense of distances and large masses of humanity. It drew her as a scent draws a bee from afar, but also it hurt her. It was summer, and she wore cotton frocks. The 3rd time he saw her, she had on a dress with fine blue and white stripes, with a white collar and a large white hat. It suited her golden warm complexion. "I like you best in that dress," he said, standing with his head slightly on one side and appreciating her in a perceiving, critical fashion. She was thrilled with a new life. For the first time she was in love with a vision of herself. She saw, as it were, a fine little reflection of herself in his eyes, and she must act up to this. She must be beautiful. Her thoughts turned swiftly to clothes. Her passion was to make a beautiful appearance. Her family looked on in amazement at the sudden transformation of Ursula. She became elegant, really elegant, in figured cotton frocks she made for herself, and hats she bent to her fancy. An inspiration was upon her. He sat with a sort of languor in her grandmother's rocking chair, rocking slowly, languidly backward and forward as Ursula talked to him. "You are not poor, are you?" she said. Poor in money, I have about 150 a year of my own, so I am poor or rich, as you like. I am poor enough in fact. But you will earn money. I shall have my pay. I have my pay now. I've got my commission. That is another 150. You will have more though. I shan't have more than 200 a year for 10 years to come. I shall always be poor if I have to live on my pay. Do you mind it? Being poor? Not very much. I may later. People officers are good to me. Colonel Hepburn has a sort of fancy for me. Is a rich man, I suppose. A chill went over Ursula. Was he going to sell himself in some way? Is Colonel Hepburn married? Yes, with 2 daughters. But she was too proud at once to care whether Colonel Hepburn's daughter wanted to marry him or not. There came a silence. Gudrun entered, and Skrebensky still rocked languidly on the chair. You look very lazy, said Gudrun. I am lazy, he answered. You look really floppy, she said. I am floppy, he answered. Can't you stop? Asked Gudrun. Noits the perpetuum mobile. You look as if you hadn't a bone in your body. That's how I like to feel. I don't admire your taste. That's my misfortune. And he rocked on. Gudrun seated herself behind him, and as he rocked back, she caught his hair between her finger and thumb, so that it tugged him as he swung forward again. He took no notice. There was only the sound of the rockers on the floor in silence. Like a crab, Gudrun caught a strand of his hair. Each time he rocked back, Ursula flushed and sat in some pain. She saw the irritation gathering on his brow. At last he leapt up suddenly, like a steel spring going off, and stood on the hearthrug. Damn it, why can't I rock? He asked petulantly, fiercely. Ursula loved him for his sudden steel-like start out of the languor. He stood on the hearthrug, fuming, his eyes gleaming with anger. Gudrun laughed in her deep, mellow fashion. Men don't rock themselves, she said. Girls don't pull men's hair, he said. Gudrun laughed again. Ursula sat amused, but waiting, and he knew Ursula was waiting for him. It roused his blood. He had to go to her to follow her call. Once he drove her to Derby in the dog-cart. He belonged to the horsey set of the sappers. They had lunch in an inn, and went through the market pleased with everything. He bought her a copy of Wuthering Heights from a bookstall. Then they found a little fair in progress, and she said, My father used to take me in the swingboats. Did you like it? He asked. Oh, it was fine, she said. Would you like to go now? Love it, she said, though she was afraid, but the prospect of doing an unusual, exciting thing was attractive to her. He went straight to the stand, paid the money, and helped her to mount. He seemed to ignore everything, but just what he was doing. Other people were mere objects of indifference to him. She would have liked to hang back, but she was more ashamed to retreat from him than to expose herself to the crowd or to dare the swingboat. His eyes laughed, and standing before her, with his sharp, sudden figure, he set the boat swinging. She was not afraid. She was thrilled. His color flushed, his eyes shone with a roused light, and she looked up at him, her face like a flower in the sun, so bright and attractive. So they rushed through the bright air up at the sky, as if flung from a catapult, then falling terribly back. She loved it. The motion seemed to fan their blood to fire. They laughed, feeling the flames. After the swingboats, they went on the roundabouts to calm down, he twisting astride on his jerky wooden steed towards her, and always seeming at his ease, enjoying himself. A zest of antagonism to the convention made him fully himself as they sat on the whirling carousel, with the music grinding out. She was aware of the people on the earth outside, and it seemed that he and she were riding carelessly over the faces of the crowd, riding forever buoyantly, proudly, gallantly over the upturned faces of the crowd, moving on a high level, spurning the common mass. When they must descend and walk away, she was unhappy, feeling like a giant suddenly cut down to ordinary level at the mercy of the mob. They left the fair to return for the dog-cart, passing the large church. Ursula must look in, but the whole interior was filled with scaffolding. Fallen stone and rubbish were heaped on the floor, bits of plaster crunched underfoot, and the place reached to the calling of secular voices and to blows of the hammer. She had come to plunge in the utter gloom and peace for a moment, bringing all her yearning, that had returned on her uncontrolled, after the reckless riding over the face of the crowd in the fair after pride. She wanted comfort solace for pride, and scorn seemed to hurt her most of all. And she found the immemorial gloom full of bits of falling plaster, and dust, of floating plaster smelling, of old lime, having scaffolding and rubbish, heaped about dust cloths over the altar. "Let us sit down a minute," she said. They sat unnoticed in the back pew in the gloom, and she watched the dirty, disorderly work of bricklayers and plasterers' workmen in heavy boots, walking grinding down the aisles, calling out in a vulgar accent, "High mate has them corner, Molden's come." There were shouts of coarse answer from the roof of the church. The place echoed desolate. Skrebensky sat close to her. Everything seemed wonderful, if dreadful to her, the world tumbling into ruins, and she and he clambering unhurt, lawless over the face of it. All he sat close to her, touching her, and she was aware of his influence upon her, but she was glad. It excited her to feel the press of him upon her, as if his being were urging her to something. As they drove home, he sat near to her, and when he swayed to the cart, he swayed in a voluptuous, lingering way against her lingering. As he swung away to recover balance without speaking, he took her hand across under the wrap, and with his unseeing face lifted to the road his soul. Intent, he began with his one hand to unfasten the buttons of her glove, to push back her glove from her hand, carefully laying bare her hand, and the close-working instinctive subtlety of his fingers upon her hand sent the young girl mad with voluptuous delight. His hand was so wonderful. Intent as a living creature, skillfully pushing and manipulating in the dark underworld, removing her glove, and laying bare her palm, her fingers. Then his hand closed over hers, so firm, so close, as if the flesh knitted to one thing, his hand and hers. Meanwhile his face watched the road and the ears of the horse he drove with steady attention through the villages, and she sat beside him, rapt, glowing, blinded with a new light. Neither of them spoke in outward attention. They were entirely separate, but between them was the compact of his flesh with hers in the handclasp. Then, in a strange voice, affecting nonchalance and superficiality, he said to her, "Sitting in the church, there reminded me of Ingram." "Who is Ingram?" she asked. She also affected calm superficiality, but she knew that something forbidden was coming. "He is one of the other men, with me down at Chathama, subaltern, but a year older than I am." "And why did the church remind you of him?" "Well, he had a girl in Rochester, and they always sat in a particular corner in the cathedral for their lovemaking." "How nice!" she cried impulsively. They misunderstood each other. It had its disadvantages, though the verger made a row about it. "What a shame! Why shouldn't they sit in a cathedral?" "I suppose they all think it a profanity except you and Ingram and the girl." "I don't think it a profanity. I think it's right to make love in a cathedral." She said this almost defiantly, in despite of her own soul. He was silent. "And was she nice?" "Who, Emily?" "Yes, she was rather nice. She was a milliner, and she wouldn't be seen in the streets. With Ingram it was rather sad, really, because the verger spied on them and got to know their names, and then made a regular row. It was a common tale afterwards." "What did she do?" "She went to London, into a big shop. Ingram still goes up to see her." "Does he love her?" "It's a year and a half he's been with her now." "What was she like?" "Emily, little shy violet sort of girl, with nice eyebrows." Ursula meditated this. It seemed like real romance of the outer world. "Do all men have lovers?" she asked, amazed at her own temerity, but her hand was still fastened with his, and his face still had the same unchanging fixity of outward calm. "They're always mentioning some amazing fine woman or other, and getting drunk to talk about her. Most of them dash up to London the moment they are free." "What for?" "To some amazing fine woman or other." "What sort of woman?" "Various. Her name changes pretty frequently. As a rule, one of the fellows is a perfect maniac. He keeps a suitcase always ready, and the instant he is at liberty, he bolts with it to the station, and changes in the train no matter who is in the carriage. Off he whips his tunic, and performs at least the top half of his toilet. Ursula quivered and wondered. Why is he in such a hurry, she asked. Her throat was becoming hard and difficult. He's got a woman in his mind, I suppose. She was chilled, hardened, and yet this world of passions and lawlessness was fascinating to her. It seemed to her a splendid recklessness. Her adventure in life was beginning. It seemed very splendid. That evening she stayed at the marsh till after dark, and Skrebensky escorted her home, for she could not go away from him, and she was waiting for something more. In the warmth of the early night, with the shadows new about them, she felt in another harder, more beautiful, less personal world now, a new state should come to pass. He walked near to her, and with the same silent, intent approach, put his arm round her waist, and softly, very softly drew her to him, till his arm was hard and pressed in upon her. She seemed to be carried along, floating, her feet scarce touching the ground, borne upon the firm, moving surface of his body, upon whose side she seemed to lie in a delicious swoon of motion, and whilst she swooned his face bent nearer to her, her head was leaned on his shoulder. She felt his warm breath on her face, then softly, oh softly, so softly, that she seemed to faint away, his lips touched her cheek, and she drifted through strands of heat and darkness. Still she waited in her swoon, and her drifting waited like the sleeping beauty in the story. She waited, and again his face was bent to hers, his lips came warm to her face, their footsteps lingered, and ceased. They stood still under the trees, whilst his lips waited on her face, waited like a butterfly that does not move on a flower. She pressed her breast a little nearer to him. He moved, put both his arms round her, and drew her close. And then in the darkness, he bent to her mouth softly, and touched her mouth with his mouth. She was afraid. She lay still on his arm, feeling his lips on her lips. She kept still, helpless. Then his mouth drew near, pressing open her mouth. A hot, drenching surge rose within her. She opened her lips to him in pained, poignant eddies. She drew him nearer. She let him come farther. His lips came, and surging, soft, oh soft, yet oh like the powerful surge of water, irresistible, till with a little blind cry she broke away. She heard him breathing heavily, strangely beside her. A terrible and magnificent sense of his strangeness possessed her. But she shrank a little now within herself, hesitating. They continued to walk on, quivering like shadows, under the ash trees of the hill, where her grandfather had walked with his daffodils to make his proposal, and where her mother had gone with her young husband, walking close upon him, as Ursula was now walking upon Skrebensky. Ursula was aware of the dark limbs of the trees stretching overhead, clothed with leaves, and of fine ash leaves tressing the summer night. They walked with their bodies, moving in complex unity close together. He held her hand, and they went the long way round by the road, to be farther always. She felt as if she were supported off her feet, as if her feet were light as little breezes in motion. He would kiss her again, but not again that night, with the same deep-reaching kiss. She was now aware of what a kiss might be, and so it was more difficult to come to him. She went to bed feeling all warm with electric warmth, as if the gush of dawn were within her, upholding her, and she slept deeply, sweetly, oh so sweetly. In the morning, she felt sound as an ear of wheat, fragrant and firm and full. They continued to be lovers, in the first wondering state of unrealization. Ursula told nobody. She was entirely lost in her own world. Yet some strange affectation made her seek for a spurious confidence. She had at school a quiet, meditative, serious old friend called Ethel, and to Ethel must Ursula confide the story. Ethel listened absorbedly, with bowed, unbetraying head, whilst Ursula told her secret. Oh, it was so lovely, his gentle, delicate way of making love. Ursula talked like a practiced lover. Do you think, asked Ursula, it is wicked to let a man kiss? Uriel kisses, not flirting. I should think, said Ethel, it depends. He kissed me under the ash trees on Karsithe Hildo. You think it was wrong? When? On Thursday night, when he was seeing me home. But real kisses real. He is an officer in the army. What time was it? Asked the deliberate Ethel. I don't know, about 9:30. There was a pause. I think it's wrong, said Ethel, lifting her head with impatience. You don't know him. She spoke with some contempt. Yes, I do. He is half a Pole and a baron too in England. He is equivalent to a lord. My grandmother was his father's friend. But the two friends were hostile. It was as if Ursula wanted to divide herself from her acquaintances in asserting her connection with Anton, as she now called him. He came a good deal to Kossuth because her mother was fond of him. Anna Brangwen became something of a grand dame, with Skrebensky very calm, taking things for granted. Aren't the children in bed? Cried Ursula petulantly as she came in with the young man. They will be in bed in half an hour, said the mother. There is no peace, cried Ursula. The children must live, Ursula, said her mother. And Skrebensky was against Ursula in this. Why should she be so insistent? But then, as Ursula knew, he did not have the perpetual tyranny of young children about him. He treated her mother with great courtliness, to which Mrs. Brangwen returned an easy, friendly hospitality. Something pleased the girl in her mother's calm assumption of state. It seemed impossible to abate Mrs. Brangwen's position. She could never be beneath anyone. In public relation between Brangwen and Skrebensky, there was an unbridgeable silence. Sometimes the two men made a slight conversation, but there was no interchange. Ursula rejoiced to see her father retreating into himself against the young man. She was proud of Skrebensky in the house. His lounging, languorous indifference irritated her, and yet cast a spell over her. She knew it was the outcome of a spirit of laissez-aller combined with profound young vitality, yet it irritated her deeply. Notwithstanding, she was proud of him as he lounged in his lambent fashion in her home. He was so attentive and courteous to her mother, and to herself all the time. It was wonderful to have his awareness in the room. She felt rich and augmented by it, as if she were the positive attraction, and he the flow towards her, and his courtesy and his agreement might be all her mother's, but the lambent flicker of his body was for herself. She held it. She must ever prove her power. I meant to show you my little woodcarving, she said. I am sure it's not worth showing, that said her father. Would you like to see it? She asked, leaning towards the door. And his body had risen from the chair, though his face seemed to want to agree with her parents. It is in the shed, she said. And he followed her out of the door, whatever his feelings might be. In the shed they played at kisses, really played at kisses. It was a delicious, exciting game. She turned to him, her face all laughing like a challenge, and he accepted the challenge at once. He twined his hand full of her hair, and gently, with his hand wrapped round with hair behind her head, gradually brought her face nearer to his, whilst she laughed, breathless with challenge, and his eyes gleamed with answer, with enjoyment of the game. And he kissed her, asserting his will over her, and she kissed him back, asserting her deliberate enjoyment of him, daring and reckless and dangerous. They knew it was their game, each playing with fire, not with love. A sort of defiance of all the world possessed her. In each would kiss him just because she wanted to, and a daredevilry in him, like a cynicism, a cut at everything he pretended to serve, retaliated in him. She was very beautiful, then so wide open, so radiant, so palpitating, exquisitely vulnerable, and poignantly wrongly throwing herself to risk. It roused a sort of madness in him, like a flower shaking and witty opened in the sun. She tempted him and challenged him, and he accepted the challenge. Something went fixed in him, and under all her laughing, poignant recklessness was the quiver of tears that almost sent him mad with desire, with pain, whose only issue was through possession of her body. So shaken, afraid, they went back to her parents in the kitchen and dissimulated, but something was roused in both of them that they could not now allay. It intensified and heightened their senses. They were more vivid and powerful in their being, but under it all was a poignant sense of transience. It was a magnificent self-assertion on the part of both of them. He asserted himself before her. He felt himself infinitely male and infinitely irresistible. She asserted herself before him. She knew herself infinitely desirable, and hence infinitely strong. And after all, what could either of them get from such a passion but a sense of his or of her own maximum self, in contradistinction to all the rest of life, wherein was something finite and sad? For the human soul at its maximum wants a sense of the infinite. Nevertheless, it was begun now, this passion, and must go on. The passion of Ursula to know her own maximum self limited and so defined against him. She could limit and define herself against him. The male, she could be her maximum self. Female, oh female, triumphant for one moment in exquisite assertion against the male, in supreme contradistinction to the male. The next afternoon, when he came prowling, she went with him across to the church. Her father was gradually gathering in anger against him. Her mother was hardening in anger against her, but the parents were naturally tolerant in action. They went together across the churchyard, Ursula and Skrebensky, and ran to hiding in the church. It was dimmer in there than the sunny afternoon outside, but the mellow glow among the bowed stone was very sweet. The windows burned in ruby, and in blue they made magnificent arras to their bower of secret stone. "What a perfect place for a rendezvous," he said, in a hushed voice, glancing round. She too glanced round the familiar interior. The dimness and stillness chilled her, but her eyes lit up with daring. Here, she would assert her indomitable, gorgeous female self. Here, she would open her female flower like a flame in this dimness that was more passionate than light. They hung apart a moment, then willfully turned to each other for the desired contact. She put her arms round him, she cleaved her body to his, and with her hands pressed upon his shoulders, on his back, she seemed to feel right through him, to know his young tense body right through, and it was so fine, so hard, yet so exquisitely subject, and under her control she reached him her mouth, and drank his full kiss, drank it fuller and fuller. And it was so good, it was very, very good. She seemed to be filled with his kiss, filled, as if she had drunk strong, glowing sunshine. She glowed all inside. The sunshine seemed to beat upon her heart underneath. She had drunk so beautifully. She drew away and looked at him, radiant, exquisitely, glowingly beautiful and satisfied, but radiant as an illumined cloud. To him this was bitter, that she was so radiant and satisfied. She laughed upon him, blind to him, so full of her own bliss, never doubting but that he was the same as she was, and radiant as an angel. She went with him out of the church, as if her feet were beams of light that walked on flowers for footsteps. He went beside her, his soul clenched, his body unsatisfied. Was she going to make this easy triumph over him? For him, there was now no self-bliss, only pain and confused anger. It was high summer, and the hay harvest was almost over. It would be finished on Saturday. However, Skrebensky was going away. He could not stay any longer. Having decided to go, he became very tender and loving to her, kissing her gently with such soft, sweet, insidious closeness that they were both of them intoxicated. The very last Friday of his stay, he met her coming out of school and took her to tea in the town. Then he had a motor car to drive her home. Her excitement at riding in a motor car was greatest of all. He, too, was very proud of this last coup. He saw Ursula kindle and flare up to the romance of the situation. She raised her head like a young horse, snuffing with wild delight. The car swerved round a corner, and Ursula was swung against Skrebensky. The contact made her aware of him. With a swift foraging impulse, she sought for his hand and clasped it in her own, so close, so combined, as if they were two children. The wind blew in on Ursula's face. The mud flew in a soft, wild rush from the wheels. The country was blackish green, with the silver of new hay here and there, and masses of trees under a silver-gleaming sky. Her hand tightened on his with a new consciousness. Troubled, they did not speak for some time, but sat handfast with averted, shining faces. And every now and then the car swung her against him, and they waited for the motion to bring them together, yet they stared out of the windows mute. She saw the familiar country racing by, but now it was no familiar country, it was wonderland. There was the hemlock stone, standing on its grassy hill, strange. It looked on this wet early summer evening remote, in a magic land. Some rooks were flying out of the trees. If only she and Skrebensky could get out, dismount into this enchanted land, where nobody had ever been before. Then they would be enchanted people. They would put off the dull, customary self. If she were wandering there on that hillslope, under a silvery changing sky, in which many rooks melted like hurrying showers of blots, if they could walk past the wetted hayswats, smelling the early evening, and pass into the wood, where the honeysuckle scent was sweet on the cold tang in the air, and showers of drops fell when one brushed a bough, cold and lovely on the face. But she was here with him in the car, close to him, and the wind was rushing on her lifted, eager face, blowing back the hair. He turned and looked at her face, clean as a chiseled thing, her hair chiseled back by the wind, her fine nose keen and lifted. It was agony to him seeing her swift and clean-cut and virgin. He wanted to kill himself and throw his detested carcass at her feet. His desire to turn round on himself and rend himself was an agony to him. Suddenly she glanced at him. He seemed to be crouching towards her, reaching. He seemed to wince between the brows, but instantly seeing her lighted eyes and radiant face, his expression changed. His old reckless laugh shone to her. She pressed his hand in utter delight, and he abided. And suddenly she stooped and kissed his hand, bent her head, and caught it to her mouth in generous homage, and the blood burned in him, yet he remained still. He made no move. She started. They were swinging into Kosithe. Skrebensky was going to leave her, but it was all so magic. Her cup was so full of bright wine, her eyes could only shine. He tapped and spoke to the man. The car swung up by the yew trees. She gave him her hand and said goodbye, naive and brief as a schoolgirl, and she stood watching him go, her face shining. The fact of his driving on meant nothing to her. She was so filled by her own bright ecstasy. She did not see him go, for she was filled with light, which was of him, bright with an amazing light. As she was, how could she miss him? In her bedroom, she threw her arms in the air in clear pain of magnificence. Oh, it was her transfiguration. She was beyond herself. She wanted to fling herself into all the hidden brightness of the air. It was there, if she could but meet it. But the next day she knew he had gone. Her glory had partly died down, but never from her memory. It was too real, yet it was gone by leaving a wistfulness. A deeper yearning came into her soul, a new reserve. She shrank from touch and question. She was very proud, but very new and very sensitive. Oh, that no one should lay hands on her. She was happier running on by herself. Oh, it was a joy to run along the lanes without seeing things, yet being with them. It was such a joy to be alone with all one's riches. The holidays came when she was free. She spent most of her time running on by herself, curled up in a squirrel place in the garden, lying in a hammock in the coppice, while the birds came near, so near. Oh, in rainy weather she flitted to the marsh and lay hidden with her book in a hayloft. All the time she dreamed of him, sometimes definitely, but when she was happiest only vaguely. He was the warm coloring of her dreams. He was the hot blood beating within them. When she was less happy, out of sorts, she pondered over his appearance, his clothes, the buttons with his regimental badge which he had given her, or she tried to imagine his life in barracks, or she conjured up a vision of herself as she appeared in his eyes. His birthday was in August, and she spent some pains on making him a cake. She felt that it would not be in good taste for her to give him a present. Their correspondence was brief, mostly an exchange of postcards, not at all frequent, but with her cake she must send him a letter. Dear Anton, the sunshine has come back specially for your birthday, I think. I made the cake myself and wish you many happy returns of the day. Don't eat it. If it is not good, Mother hopes you will come and see us when you are near enough. I am your sincere friend, Ursula Brangwen. It bored her to write a letter even to him. After all, writing words on paper had nothing to do with him and her. The fine weather had set in. The cutting machine went on from dawn till sunset, chattering round the fields. She heard from Skrebensky. He, too, was on duty in the country on Salisbury Plain. He was now a second lieutenant in a field troop. He would have a few days off shortly, and would come to the marsh for the wedding. Fred Brangwen was going to marry a schoolmistress out of Ilkeston as soon as corn harvest was at an end. The dim blue and gold of a hot, sweet autumn saw the close of the corn harvest. To Ursula it was as if the world had opened its softest, purest flower, its chicory flower, its meadow saffron. The sky was blue and sweet. The yellow leaves down the lane seemed like free wandering flowers as they chittered round the feet, making a keen, poignant, almost unbearable music to her heart. And the scents of autumn were like a summer madness to her. She fled away from the little purplered button chrysanthemums like a frightened dryad. The bright yellow little chrysanthemums smelled so strong her feet seemed to dither in a drunken dance. Then her Uncle Tom appeared, always like the cynical Bacchus in the picture. He would have a jolly wedding, a harvest supper, and a wedding feast in one, a tent in the home clothes, and a band for dancing, and a great feast out of doors. Fred demurred, but Tom must be satisfied. Also Laura, a handsome, clever girl. The bride, she also must have a great and jolly feast. It appealed to her educated sense. She had been to Salisbury Training College, knew folk songs and Morris dancing. So the preparations were begun, directed by Tom Brangwen. A marquee was set up on the home close. 2 large bonfires were prepared. Musicians were hired. Feast made ready. Skrebensky was to come arriving in the morning. Ursula had a new white dress of soft crepe, and a white hat. She liked to wear white with her black hair and clear golden skin. She looked southern, or rather tropical, like a Creole. She wore no color whatsoever. She trembled that day as she appeared to go down to the wedding. She was to be a bridesmaid. Skrebensky would not arrive till afternoon. The wedding was at 2 o'clock. As the wedding party returned home, Skrebensky stood in the parlor at the Marsh. Through the window, he saw Tom Brangwen, who was best man, coming up the garden path, most elegant in cutaway coat and white slip and spats, with Ursula laughing on his arm. Tom Brangwen was handsome with his womanish coloring and dark eyes and black close-cut mustache, but there was something subtly coarse and suggestive about him. For all his beauty, his strange bestial nostrils opened so hard and wide, and his well-shaped head, almost disquieting in its nakedness, rather bald from the front, and all its soft fullness betrayed. Skrebensky saw the man rather than the woman. She saw only the slender, unchangeable youth waiting there, inscrutable like her fate. He was beyond her, with his loose, slightly horsey appearance that made him seem very manly and foreign, yet his face was smooth and soft and impressionable. She shook hands with him, and her voice was like the rousing of a bird startled by the dawn. "Isn't it nice," she cried, "to have a wedding?" There were bits of colored confetti lodged on her dark hair. Again the confusion came over him, as if he were losing himself and becoming all vague, undefined, inchoate. Yet he wanted to be hard, manly, horsey, and he followed her. There was a light tea, and the guests scattered. The real feast was for the evening. Ursula walked out with Skrebensky through the stackyard to the fields and up the embankment to the canal side. The new cornstacks were big and golden. As they went by, an army of white geese marched aside in braggart protest. Ursula was light as a white ball of down. Skrebensky drifted beside her, indefinite, his old form loosened, and another self, gray, vague, drifting out as from a bud. They talked lightly of nothing. The blue way of the canal wound softly between the autumn hedges on towards the greenness of a small hill. On the left was the whole black agitation of colliery and railway, and the town which rose on its hill, the church tower, topping all. The round white dot of the clock on the tower was distinct in the evening light. That way, Ursula felt, was the way to London. Through the grim, alluring seethe of the town, on the other hand, was the evening mellow over the green water meadows and the winding alder trees beside the river and the pale stretches of stubble. Beyond there the evening glowed softly, and even a peewit was flapping in solitude and peace. Ursula and Anton Skrebensky walked along the ridge of the canal. Between the berries on the hedges were crimson and bright red above the leaves, the glow of evening, and the wheeling of the solitary peewit and the faint cry of the birds came to meet the shuffling noise of the pits, the dark fuming stress of the town opposite, and they too walked the blue strip of waterway, the ribbon of sky between. He was looking, Ursula thought, very beautiful because of a flush of sunburn on his hands and face. He was telling her how he had learned to shoe horses and select cattle fit for killing. "Do you like to be a soldier?" she asked. "I am not exactly a soldier," he replied. "But you only do things for wars," she said. "Yes." "Would you like to go to war?" Well, it would be exciting. If there were a war, I would want to go." A strange, distracted feeling came over her, a sense of potent unrealities. "Why would you want to go?" "I should be doing something. It would be genuine. It's a sort of toy life as it is." "But what would you be doing if you went to war?" "I would be making railways or bridges, working like a nigger." "But you'd only make them to be pulled down again when the armies had done with them. It seems just as much a game." "If you call war a game, what is it?" "It's about the most serious business there is, fighting." A sense of hard separateness came over her. Why is fighting more serious than anything else, she asked. You either kill or get killed, and I suppose it is serious enough killing. But when you're dead, you don't matter anymore, she said. He was silenced for a moment. But the result matters, he said. It matters whether we settle the Mahdi or not. Not to Yauner Mew, don't care about Khartoum. You want to have room to live in, and somebody has to make room. But I don't want to live in the desert of Sahara, she replied, laughing with antagonism. I don't, but we've got to back up those who do. Why have we? Where is the nation if we don't? But we aren't the nation, there are heaps of other people who are the nation. They might say they weren't either. Well, if everybody said it, there wouldn't be a nation, but I should still be myself, she asserted brilliantly. You wouldn't be yourself if there were no nation. Why not? Because you'd just be a prey to everybody and anybody. How a prey? They'd come and take everything you'd got. Well, they couldn't take much even then. I don't care what they take, I'd rather have a robber who carried me off than a millionaire who gave me everything you can buy. That's because you are a romanticist. Yes, I am. I want to be romantic. I hate houses that never go away, and people just living in the houses. It's all so stiff and stupid. I hate soldiers. They are stiff and wooden. What do you fight for, really? I would fight for the nation. For all that you aren't the nation, what would you do for yourself? I belong to the nation and must do my duty by the nation. But when it didn't need your services, in particular when there is no fighting, what would you do then? He was irritated. I would do what everybody else does. What? Nothing. I would be in readiness for when I was needed. The answer came in exasperation. It seems to me, she answered, as if you weren't anybody, as if there weren't anybody there. Where you are you anybody really? You seem like nothing to me. They had walked till they had reached a wharf just above a lock there, an empty barge, painted with a red and yellow cabin hood, but with a long coal-black hold, was lying moored. A man lean and grimy was sitting on a box against the cabin side, by the door, smoking and nursing a baby that was wrapped in a drab shawl, and looking into the glow of evening. A woman bustled out, sent a pail dashing into the canal, drew her water, and bustled in again. Children's voices were heard. A thin blue smoke ascended from the cabin chimney. There was a smell of cooking. Ursula, white as a moth, lingered to look. Skrebensky lingered by her. The man glanced up. Good evening, he called, half impudent, half attracted. He had blue eyes, which glanced impudently from his grimy face. Good evening, said Ursula, delighted. Isn't it nice now? I, said the man, very nice. His mouth was red under his ragged sandy mustache. His teeth were white as he laughed. Oh, but, stammered Ursula, laughing, it is. Why do you say it as if it weren't? A pen for them, as is childnursing. It's none so rosy. May I look inside your barge? Asked Ursula. There's nobod'll stop you. You come if you like. The barge lay at the opposite bank at the wharf. It was the Annabel belonging to J. Ruth of Loughborough. The man watched Ursula closely from his keen, twinkling eyes. His fair hair was wispy on his grimed forehead. Two dirty children appeared to see who was talking. Ursula glanced at the great lock gates. They were shut, and the water was sounding, spurting and trickling down in the gloom beyond. On this side, the bright water was almost to the top of the gate. She went boldly across and round to the wharf. Stooping from the bank, she peeped into the cabin, where was a red glow of fire, and the shadowy figure of a woman. She did want to go down. You'll mess your frock, said the man warningly. I'll be careful, she answered. May I come? I come if you like. She gathered her skirts, lowered her foot to the side of the boat, and leapt down, laughing. Coal dust flew up. The woman came to the door. She was plump and sandy-haired, young, with an odd stubby nose. Oh, you will make a mess of yourself, she cried, surprised and laughing with a little wonder. I did want to see. Isn't it lovely living on a barge? Asked Ursula. I don't live on one altogether, said the woman cheerfully. She's got her parlour and her plush suite in Loughborough, said her husband, with just pride. Ursula peeped into the cabin where saucepans were boiling, and some dishes were on the table. It was very hot. Then she came out again. The man was talking to the baby. It was a blue-eyed, fresh-faced thing with floss of red gold hair. "Is it a boy or a girl?" she asked. "It's a girl, aren't you a girl, eh?" he shouted at the infant, shaking his head, its little face wrinkled up into the oddest, funniest smile. "Oh," cried Ursula, "oh, the dear, oh, how nice when she laughs." "She'll laugh hard enough," said the father. "What is her name?" asked Ursula. "She hasn't got a name, she's not worth one," said the man. "Are you frightened?" "Oh, nothing," he shouted to the baby. The baby laughed. "No, we've been that busy we've never took her to th registry office," came the woman's voice. "She was born on th boat here." "But you know what you're going to call her?" asked Ursula. "We did think of Gladys Emily," said the mother. "We thought of Nout, oth sort," said the father. "Hark at him, what do you want?" cried the mother, in exasperation. "Shall be called Annabel, after th boat she was born on." "She's not so there," said the mother, viciously defiant. The father sat, in humorous malice, grinning. "Well, you'll see," he said. And Ursula could tell, by the woman's vibrating exasperation, that he would never give way. "They're all nice names," she said. "Call her Gladys, Annabel, Emily." "Nay, that's heavy-laden, if you like," he answered. "You see," cried the woman, "he's that pig-headed. And she's so nice, and she laughs, and she hasn't even got a name," crooned Ursula to the child. "Let me hold her," she added. He yielded her the child that smelt of babies, but it had such blue, wide, china blue eyes, and it laughed so oddly, with such a taking grimace. Ursula loved it. She cooed and talked to it. It was such an odd, exciting child. "What's your name?" the man suddenly asked of her. "My name is Ursula, Ursula Brangwen," she replied. "Ursula," he exclaimed, dumbfounded. "There was a Saint Ursula. It's a very old name," she added hastily in justification. "Hey, mother," he called. There was no answer. "Pem," he called, "can't I hear?" What came the short answer? "What about Ursula?" He grinned. "What about?" What came the answer, and the woman appeared in the doorway ready for combat. "Ursula's the last name there," he said gently. The woman looked the young girl up and down. Evidently, she was attracted by her slim, graceful new beauty, her effect of white elegance, and her tender way of holding the child. "Why, how do you write it?" the mother asked, awkward. Now she was touched. Ursula spelled out her name. The man looked at the woman. A bright, confused flush came over the mother's face, a sort of luminous shyness. "It's not a common name, is it?" she exclaimed, excited as by an adventure. "Are you going to have it, then?" he asked. "I'd rather have it than Annabel," she said decisively. "And I'd rather have it than Gladys Emily," he replied. There was a silence. Ursula looked up. "Will you really call her Ursula?" she asked. "Ursula Ruth," replied the man, laughing vainly, as pleased as if he had found something. It was now Ursula's turn to be confused. "It does sound awfully nice," she said. "I must give her something, and I haven't got anything at all." She stood in her white dress, wondering. Down there in the barge, the lean man sitting near to her watched her, as if she were a strange being, as if she lit up his face. His eyes smiled on her boldly, and yet with exceeding admiration underneath. "Could I give her my necklace?" she said. It was the little necklace made of pieces of amethyst and topaz and pearl and crystals strung at intervals on a little golden chain, which her Uncle Tom had given her. She was very fond of it. She looked at it lovingly when she had taken it from her neck. "Is it valuable?" the man asked her curiously. "I think so," she replied. "The stones and pearl are real. It is worth 3 or 4 pounds," said Skrebensky from the wharf above. Ursula could tell he disapproved of her. "I must give it to your baby, she said to the bargee. He flushed and looked away into the evening. "Nay," he said, "it's not for me to say." "What would your father and mother say?" cried the woman curiously from the door. "It is my own," said Ursula, and she dangled the little glittering string before the baby. The infant spread its little fingers, but it could not grasp. Ursula closed the tiny hand over the jewel. The baby waved the bright ends of the string. Ursula had given her necklace away. She felt sad, but she did not want it back. The jewel swung from the baby's hand and fell in a little heap on the coal-dusty bottom of the barge. The man groped for it with a kind of careful reverence. Ursula noticed the coarsened, blunted fingers groping at the little jeweled heap. The skin was red on the back of the hand. The fair hairs glistened stiffly. It was a thin, sinewy, capable hand, nevertheless. And Ursula liked it. He took up the necklace carefully and blew the coal dust from it as it lay in the hollow of his hand. He seemed still and attentive. He held out his hand, with the necklace shining small in its hard black hull. "Take it back," he said. Ursula hardened with a kind of radiance. "No," she said, "it belongs to little Ursula." And she went to the infant and fastened the necklace round its warm, soft, weak little neck. There was a moment of confusion. Then the father bent over his child. "What do you say?" he said. "Do you say thank you? Do you say thank you, Ursula?" "Her name's Ursula now," said the mother, smiling a little bit ingratiatingly from the door, and she came out to examine the jewel on the child's neck. "It is Ursula, isn't it?" said Ursula Brangwen. The father looked up at her with an intimate, half-gallant, half-impudent, but wistful look. His captive soul loved her, but his soul was captive, he knew always. She wanted to go. He set a little ladder for her to climb up to the wharf. She kissed the child, which was in its mother's arms. Then she turned away. The mother was effusive. The man stood silent by the ladder. Ursula joined Skrebensky. The two young figures crossed the lock above the shining yellow water. The bargeman watched them go. "I loved them," she was saying. "He was so gently, oh, so gentle, and the baby was such a dear." "Was he gentle?" said Skrebensky. "The woman had been a servant, I am sure of that." Ursula winced. "But I loved his impudence. It was so gentle underneath." She went hastening on, gladdened by having met the grimy, lean man with the ragged mustache. He gave her a pleasant, warm feeling. He made her feel the richness of her own life. Skrebensky somehow had created a deadness round her, a sterility, as if the world were ashes. They said very little as they hastened home to the big supper. He was envying the lean father of 3 children for his impudent directness, and his worship of the woman in Ursula, a worship of body and soul, together the man's body and soul wistful, and worshipping the body and spirit of the girl with a desire that knew the inaccessibility of its object, but was only glad to know that the perfect thing existed, glad to have had a moment of communion. Why could not he himself desire a woman? So why did he never really want a woman, not with the whole of him, never loved, never worshipped, only just physically wanted her? But he would want her with his body, let his soul do as it would. A kind of flame of physical desire was gradually beating up in the marsh, kindled by Tom Brangwen, and by the fact of the wedding of Fred, the shy, fair, stiff-set farmer, with the handsome, half-educated girl. Tom Brangwen, with all his secret power, seemed to fan the flame that was rising. The bride was strongly attracted by him, and he was exerting his influence on another beautiful fair girl, chill and burning as the sea, who said witty things which he appreciated, making her glint with more like phosphorescence, and her greenish eyes seemed to rock a secret, and her hands, like Mother Rothpel, seemed luminous, transparent, as if the secret were burning visible in them. At the end of supper, during dessert, the music began to play, violins and flutes. Everybody's face was lit up. A glow of excitement prevailed when the little speeches were over, and the port remained unreached for any more. Those who wished were invited out to the open for coffee. The night was warm. Bright stars were shining. The moon was not yet up, and under the stars burned 2 great red flameless fires, and round these lights and lanterns hung the marquee stood open before a fire with its lights inside. The young people flocked out into the mysterious night. There was sound of laughter and voices, and a scent of coffee. The farm buildings loomed dark in the background. Figures, pale and dark, flitted about, intermingling. The red fire glinted on a white or a silken skirt. The lanterns gleamed on the transient heads of the wedding guests. To Ursula, it was wonderful. She felt she was a new being. The darkness seemed to breathe like the sides of some great beast. The haystacks loomed half-revealed, a crowd of them, a dark fecund lair, just behind. Waves of delirious darkness ran through her soul. She wanted to let go, she wanted to reach, and be amongst the flashing stars. She wanted to race with her feet, and be beyond the confines of this earth. She was mad to be gone. It was as if a hound was straining on the leash, ready to hurl itself after a nameless quarry into the dark. And she was the quarry, and she was also the hound. The darkness was passionate and breathing with immense unperceived heaving. It was waiting to receive her in her flight. And how could she start, and how could she let go? She must leap from the known into the unknown. Her feet and hands beat like a madness. Her breast strained as if in bonds. The music began, and the bonds began to slip. Tom Brangwen was dancing with the bride, quick and fluid, and as if in another element inaccessible, as the creatures that move in the water. Fred Brangwen went in with another partner. The music came in waves. One couple after another was washed and absorbed into the deep underwater of the dance. "Come," said Ursula to Skrebensky, laying her hand on his arm. At the touch of her hand on his arm, his consciousness melted away from him. He took her into his arms, as if into the sure, subtle power of his will, and they became one movement, one dual movement, dancing on the slippery grass. It would be endless, this movement. It would continue forever. It was his will, and her will, locked in a trance of motion. Two wills locked in one motion, yet never fusing, never yielding one to the other. It was a glaucous, intertwining, delicious flux and contest in flux. They were both absorbed into a profound silence, into a deep, fluid, underwater energy that gave them unlimited strength. All the dancers were waving, intertwined. In the flux of music, shadowy couples passed and repassed before the fire. The dancing feet danced silently by into the darkness. It was a vision of the depths of the underworld under the great flood. There was a wonderful rocking of the darkness, slowly, a great slow swinging of the whole night, with the music playing lightly on the surface, making the strange ecstatic rippling on the surface of the dance. But underneath, only one great flood, heaving slowly backwards to the verge of oblivion, slowly forward to the other verge, the heart sweeping along each time and tightening with anguish as the limit was reached, and the movement at crises turned and swept back. As the dance surged heavily on, Ursula was aware of some influence looking in upon her. Something was looking at her. Some powerful glowing sight was looking right into her, not upon her, but right at her, out of the great distance. And yet imminent, the powerful, overwhelming watch was kept upon her, and she danced on and on with Skrebensky, while the great white watching continued, balancing, all in its revelation. "The moon has risen," said Anton as the music ceased, and they found themselves suddenly stranded like bits of jetsam on a shore. She turned and saw a great white moon looking at her over the hill, and her breast opened to it. She was cleaved like a transparent jewel to its light. She stood filled with the full moon, offering herself, her two breasts open to make way for it. Her body opened wide like a quivering anemone, a soft, dilated invitation touched by the moon. She wanted the moon to fill into her. She wanted more communion with the moon, consummation. But Skrebensky put his arm round her and led her away. He put a big dark cloak round her and sat holding her hand, whilst the moonlight streamed above the glowing fires. She was not there patiently. She sat under the cloak, with Skrebensky holding her hand, but her naked self was away there, beating upon the moonlight, dashing the moonlight with her breasts and her knees in meeting in communion. She half started to go in actuality, to fling away her clothing and flee away from this dark confusion and chaos of people to the hill and the moon. But the people stood round her like stones, like magnetic stones, and she could not go in actuality. Skrebensky, lodestone, weighed on her. The weight of his presence detained her. She felt the burden of him, the blind, persistent, inert burden. He was inert, and he weighed upon her. She sighed in pain. Oh, for the coolness and entire liberty and brightness of the moon. Oh, for the cold liberty to be herself, to do entirely as she liked. She wanted to get right away. She felt like bright metal weighted down by dark, impure magnetism. He was the dross. People were the dross, if she could but get away to the clean, free moonlight. "Don't you like me tonight?" said his low voice, the voice of the shadow over her shoulder. She clenched her hands in the dewy brilliance of the moon, as if she were mad. "Don't you like me tonight?" repeated the soft voice. And she knew that if she turned, she would die. A strange rage filled her, a rage to tear things asunder. Her hands felt destructive, like metal blades of destruction. "Let me alone," she said. A darkness and obstinacy settled on him too, in a kind of inertia. He sat inert beside her. She threw off her cloak and walked towards the moon's silver-white herself. He followed her closely. The music began again, and the dance he appropriated her. There was a fierce white cold passion in her heart, but he held her close and danced with her, always present, like a soft weight upon her, bearing her down. Was his body against her? As they danced, he held her very close, so that she could feel his body, the weight of him sinking, settling upon her, overcoming her life. An energy making her inert along with him. She felt his hands pressing behind her, upon her, but still in her body was the subdued, cold, indomitable passion. She liked the dance. It eased her, put her into a sort of trance. But it was only a kind of waiting, of using up the time that intervened between her and her pure being. She left herself against him. She let him exert all his power over her to bear her down. She received all the force of his power. She even wished he might overcome her. She was cold and unmoved as a pillar of salt. His will was set and straining with all its tension to encompass him and compel her. If he could only compel her, he seemed to be annihilated. She was cold and hard and compact, of brilliance as the moon itself, and beyond him as the moonlight was beyond him, never to be grasped or known. If he could only set a bond round her and compel her. So they danced 4 or 5 dances, always together, always his will becoming more tense, his body more subtle, playing upon her. And still he had not got her. She was hard and bright as ever, intact. But he must weave himself round her, enclose her in a net of shadow, of darkness. So she would be like a bright creature, gleaming in a net of shadows, caught. Then he would have her, he would enjoy her. How he would enjoy her when she was caught. At last, when the dance was over, she would not sit down. She walked away. He came with his arm round her, keeping her upon the movement of his walking. And she seemed to agree. She was bright as a piece of moonlight, as bright as a steel blade. He seemed to be clasping a blade that hurt him, yet he would clasp her if it killed him. They went towards the stackyard. There he saw, with something like terror, the great new stacks of corn, glistening and gleaming, transfigured, silvery, and present under the night blue sky, throwing dark substantial shadows, but themselves majestic and dimly present. She, like glimmering gossamer, seemed to burn among them as they rose like cold fires to the silvery bluish air. All was intangible, a burning of cold, glimmering, whitish, steely fires. He was afraid of the great moon conflagration of the corn stacks rising above him. His heart grew smaller. It began to fuse like a bead. He knew he would die. She stood for some moments out in the overwhelming luminosity of the moon. She seemed a beam of gleaming power. She was afraid of what she was looking at him, at his shadowy, unreal, wavering presence. A sudden lust seized her to lay hold of him and tear him and make him into nothing. Her hands and wrists felt immeasurably hard and strong like blades. He waited there beside her like a shadow, which she wanted to dissipate, destroy, as the moonlight destroys, a darkness annihilate, have done with. She looked at him, and her face gleamed bright, and inspired. She tempted him. And an obstinacy in him made him put his arm round her and draw her to the shadow. She submitted. Let him try what he could do. Let him try what he could do. He leaned against the side of the stack, holding her. The stack stung him keenly with 1,000 cold, sharp flames. Still, obstinately, he held her. And timorously, his hands went over her, over the salt, compact brilliance of her body. If he could but have her, how he would enjoy her. If he could but net her brilliant, cold, salt-burning body in the soft iron of his own hands. Net her, capture her, hold her down. How madly he would enjoy her. He strove subtly, but with all his energy, to enclose her, to have her, and always she was burning and brilliant and hard as salt and deadly, yet obstinately, all his flesh burning and corroding, as if he were invaded by some consuming, scathing poison. Still, he persisted, thinking at last he might overcome her. Even in his frenzy, he sought for her mouth with his mouth, though it was like putting his face into some awful death. She yielded to him, and he pressed himself upon her in extremity, his soul groaning over and over. Let me come, let me come. She took him in the kiss, hard. Her kiss seized upon him, hard and fierce and burning, corrosive. As the moonlight, she seemed to be destroying him. He was reeling, summoning all his strength to keep his kiss upon her, to keep himself in the kiss. But hard and fierce, she had fastened upon him, cold as the moon and burning as a fierce salt, till gradually his warm, soft iron yielded, and she was there, fierce, corrosive, seething with his destruction, seething like some cruel, corrosive salt around the last substance of his being, destroying him in the kiss, and her soul crystallized with triumph, and his soul was dissolved with agony and annihilation. So she held him there, the victim consumed, annihilated. She had triumphed, he was not anymore. Gradually she began to come to herself, gradually. A sort of daytime consciousness came back to her suddenly. The night was struck back into its old, accustomed, mild reality. Gradually, she realized that the night was common and ordinary, that the great, blistering, transcendent night did not really exist. She was overcome with slow horror. Where was she? What was this nothingness? She felt the nothingness was Skrebensky. Was he really there? Who was he? He was silent. He was not there. What had happened? Had she been mad? What horrible thing had possessed her? She was filled with overpowering fear of herself, overpowering desire, that it should not be that other burning, corrosive self. She was seized with a frenzied desire, that what had been should never be remembered, never be thought of, never be for one moment allowed possible. She denied it with all her might. With all her might she turned away from it. She was good, she was loving, her heart was warm, her blood was dark and warm and soft. She laid her hand caressively on Anton's shoulder. "Isn't it lovely?" she said softly, coaxingly, caressingly, and she began to caress him to life again, for he was dead, and she intended that he should never know, never become aware of what had been. She would bring him back from the dead, without leaving him one trace of fact to remember his annihilation by. She exerted all her ordinary warm self. She touched him. She did him homage of loving awareness. And gradually he came back to her, another man. She was soft and winning and caressing. She was his servant, his adoring slave. And she restored the whole shell of him. She restored the whole form and figure of him. But the core was gone. His pride was bolstered up. His blood ran once more in pride. But there was no core to him as a distinct male. He had no core. His triumphant, flaming, overweening heart of the intrinsic male would never beat again. He would be subject, now reciprocal, never the indomitable thing, with a core of overweening, unabatable fire. She had abated that fire. She had broken him. But she caressed him. She would not have him remember what had been. She would not remember herself. "Kiss me, Anton, kiss me," she pleaded. He kissed her, but she knew he could not touch her. His arms were round her, but they had not got her. She could feel his mouth upon her, but she was not at all compelled by it. "Kiss me," she whispered, in acute distress, "kiss me." And he kissed her as she bade him, but his heart was hollow. She took his kisses outwardly, but her soul was empty and finished. Looking away, she saw the delicate glint of oats dangling from the side of the stack in the moonlight, something proud and royal and quite impersonal. She had been proud with them. Where they were, she had been also. But in this temporary, warm world of the commonplace, she was a kind, good girl. She reached out yearningly for goodness and affection. She wanted to be kind and good. They went home through the night that was all pale and glowing around with shadows and glimmerings and presences. Distinctly, she saw the flowers in the hedge bottoms. She saw the thin raked sheaves flung white upon the thorny hedge. How beautiful it was, she thought with anguish, how wildly happy she was tonight since he had kissed her. But as he walked with his arm round her waist, she turned with a great offering of herself to the night that glistened tremendous, a magnificent godly moon, white and candid as a bridegroom flowers, silvery and transformed, filling up the shadows. He kissed her again under the yew trees at home, and she left him. She ran from the intrusion of her parents at home to her bedroom, where, looking out on the moonlit country, she stretched up her arms hard, in bliss agony, offering herself to the blonde, debonair presence of the night. But there was a wound of sorrow. She had hurt herself, as if she had bruised herself in annihilating him. She covered up her two young breasts with her hands, covering them to herself, and covering herself with herself, she crouched in bed to sleep. In the morning, the sun shone. She got up strong and dancing. Skrebensky was still at the marsh. He was coming to church. How lovely, how amazing life was on the fresh Sunday morning. She went out to the garden among the yellows and the deep vibrating reds of autumn. She smelled the earth and felt the gossamer. The cornfields across the country were pale and unreal. Everywhere was the intense silence of the Sunday morning, filled with unacquainted noises. She smelled the body of the earth. It seemed to stir its powerful flank beneath her. As she stood in the bluish air, came the powerful exudation. The peace was the peace of strong, exhausted breathing. The reds and yellows and the white gleam of stubble were the quivers and motion of the last subsiding transports and clear bliss of fulfillment. The church bells were ringing when he came. She looked up in keen anticipation at his entry, but he was troubled, and his pride was hurt. He seemed very much clothed. She was conscious of his tailored suit. "Wasn't it lovely last night?" she whispered to him. "Yes," he said, but his face did not open nor become free. The service and the singing in church that morning passed unnoticed by her. She saw the colored glow of the windows, the forms of the worshippers. Only she glanced at the book of Genesis, which was her favorite book in the Bible. "And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes in the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things." But Ursula was not moved by the history this morning. Multiplying and replenishing the earth bored her altogether. It seemed merely a vulgar and stock-raising sort of business. She was left quite cold by man's stock-breeding lordship over beast and fishes. "And you be ye fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein." In her soul she mocked at this multiplication, every cow becoming 2 cows, every turnip 10 turnips. "And God said, This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that a bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh." Destroy all flesh? Why flesh in particular? Who is this lord of flesh? After all, how big was the flood? Perhaps a few dryads and fauns had just run into the hills, and the farther valleys and woods frightened, but most had gone on blithely unaware of any flood at all, unless the nymphs should tell them. It pleased Ursula to think of the naiads in Asia Minor meeting the nereids at the mouth of the streams, where the sea washed against the fresh sweet tide, and calling to their sisters the news of Noah's flood. They would tell amusing accounts of Noah and his ark. Some nymphs would relate how they had hung on the side of the ark, peeped in, and heard Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth sitting in their place under the rain, saying how they four were the only men on earth now, because the Lord had drowned all the rest, so that they four would have everything to themselves, and be masters of everything, subtenants under the great proprietor. Ursula wished she had been a nymph. She would have laughed through the window of the ark, and flicked drops of the flood at Noah before she drifted away to people who were less important in their proprietor and their flood. What was God after all if maggots in a dead dog be, but God kissing carrion? What then is not God? She was surfeited of this God. She was weary of the Ursula Brangwen, who felt troubled about God. Whatever God was, he was, and there was no need for her to trouble about him. She felt she had now all license. Skrebensky sat beside her listening to the sermon, to the voice of law, and order. The very hairs of your head are all numbered. He did not believe it. He believed his own things were quite at his own disposal. You could do as you liked with your own things, so long as you left other people's alone. Ursula caressed him and made love to him. Nevertheless, he knew she wanted to react upon him, and to destroy his being. She was not with him, she was against him, but her making love to him, her complete admiration of him in open life, gratified him. She caught him out of himself, and they were lovers in a young, romantic, almost fantastic way. He gave her a little ring, they put it in Rhine wine in their glass, and she drank, then he drank, they drank, till the ring lay exposed at the bottom of the glass. Then she took the simple jewel and tied it on a thread round her neck where she wore it. He asked her for a photograph when he was going away. She went in great excitement to the photographer with 5 shillings. The result was an ugly little picture of herself with her mouth on one side. She wondered over it and admired it.